the man who made himself disappear. The village of Little Wimbrel had never seen such a spectacle. It began with bunting across the high street, children with ice lollies sticking to their fingers, and the vicar's dog narrowly avoiding a collapsing marquee. Posters with bold lettering had been tacked onto lampposts and pinned to the bakery window for weeks. The astounding Anton Virelli, master of illusion, one night only, charity gala at the town hall. Miss Jane Marple had only attended because her friend, the widowed Mrs. Langford, insisted. "Oh, Jane, you must come," she'd chirped over tea. "He does real magic, sawing ladies in half, vanishing from locked trunks, even hypnotism. They say he once made the mayor of Doncaster forget his own name for an hour." Miss Marple had arched an eyebrow. "That sounds more like trauma than talent, dear." And yet on that drizzly Friday evening, she had found herself sitting primly on a folding chair in the front row of Little Wimbrel's stuffy town hall, knitting half-finished in her handbag. She surveyed the crowd, villagers of all kinds packed into narrow rows, fanning themselves with theatre programmes and muttering about the late start. The lights dimmed. A single spotlight pierced the burgundy curtain. From behind a veil of smoke stepped a tall, silver-haired man in a sweeping black cloak with crimson lining. His face was sharply handsome, though something about the way he smiled, too deliberate, too polished, made Miss Marple's fingers still on her lap. "Ladies and gentlemen," he intoned, his Italian accent rich and theatrical, "tonight you will see with your own eyes what cannot possibly be. You will doubt what you see and question what you believe, but I assure you everything is real, especially the impossible." Applause thundered. For the next hour, Anton Virelli enthralled the audience. He made a dove appear from a silk scarf, bent spoons with his gaze, and plucked a constable's pocket watch from behind a child's ear. Miss Marple, ever the observer, noted how each trick involved clever angles, swift hands, and an occasional conspirator in the wings, but the final act was different. The air shifted, as though the very temperature in the room dropped. "Now," Virelli announced, "for my most dangerous illusion, the vanishing mirror." A large, upright mirror was wheeled onto the stage by his assistant, a slender young woman with dark auburn hair, dressed in a shimmering green velvet gown. Her eyes were shadowed with kohl, and her movements practiced. She positioned the mirror center stage, then stepped aside. Anton removed his cloak with a flourish and faced the mirror. The crowd hushed. "You will see me vanish, not behind smoke or trapdoors, but into the glass itself." He turned, gave a deep bow, and stepped backward. The audience leaned forward. With a strange flicker of light, Miss Marple blinked. It was as if his body passed straight through the surface. And just like that, he was gone. Gasps erupted, a few clapped, but most simply gawked. Silence stretched. The assistant smiled uncertainly, then stepped toward the mirror and knocked lightly. Nothing. She opened a rear panel behind it, empty. A low murmur spread through the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, voice wavering, "Anton will return in just a moment." Another moment passed, then another. The murmuring grew louder. Someone laughed nervously. Someone else whispered, "It's part of the act." But Miss Marple's sharp eyes caught something odd. The assistant's hands trembled. She leaned toward the wings, murmuring something to a stagehand. The mirror was opened again, this time frantically, still empty. Then, quite suddenly, the assistant screamed. In the commotion that followed, someone knocked over a spotlight. The beam shattered across the wall, and in the confusion, the mirror fell with a great crash, shards splintering across the floor. The front rows backed away with gasps and shouted warnings, but even then, behind the shards of glass, there was no Anton Virelli, not behind the curtain, not beneath the trapdoor, not anywhere. He had vanished. The hall emptied in waves, villagers spilling out in stunned silence or frantic chatter, the air thick with rumor. Someone had called the local constable. Children cried. Mrs. Langford clutched Miss Marple's sleeve and whispered, "Jane, he couldn't have just gone." Miss Marple didn't answer. Instead, she quietly walked toward the stage. "Ma'am, you can't be here," a young stagehand stammered. But she ignored him, kneeling by the fallen mirror. Her gloved hand picked up a shard delicately. On its edge, barely visible, was a thin line of something reddish-brown. "Odd," she murmured. "One doesn't usually bleed when vanishing." She stepped closer to the stage curtain. Something caught her eye. Anton's trademark black cape hung loosely from one of the stage beams, draped, not discarded, almost as though someone had placed it there to be found. She turned to the assistant, who was sobbing now, seated in a corner with her head in her hands. Two members of the troupe hovered nearby. One, a surly man with a waxed mustache, looked more irritated than worried. "I believe her name is Delilah," Mrs. Langford whispered. "She's been with Anton for years. His companion, if you know what I mean." Miss Marple did. From the edge of the stage, she spotted something else, a small, broken length of silver chain beneath the platform edge. She bent down again and retrieved it. Behind her, the police had arrived. Constable Reeves, red-faced and sweating, began taking notes from panicked villagers. He nodded when Miss Marple approached. "Evening, miss," he said. "Strange business, eh? Suppose he's hiding somewhere for dramatic effect. These illusion types, they like to drag it out." Miss Marple held out the chain. "Would you kindly have this examined, and perhaps ask the young lady if she knows whose it might be?" He raised an eyebrow but took it. As the investigation began in earnest, Miss Marple walked toward the rear of the stage, noting scuff marks near the trapdoor hinge. She knelt once more, her joints quietly protesting, and peered into the darkness below. A faint smell of damp wood and something else. "Metallic?" she heard Delilah shouting behind her. "He wouldn't leave me. He loved me." Miss Marple emerged and dusted herself off. "Or perhaps," she said quietly to herself, "he loved the idea of disappearing more than anyone could bear." She glanced once more at the shattered glass glinting on the stage, the flickering stage lights overhead, and the trembling velvet curtain. The show was over, but the mystery had only just begun. Chapter 2. The Woman in Green Velvet. Rain fell gently the morning after the gala, whispering against the hedges of Little Wimbrel, as though the village itself had hushed to listen. At the Rose and Thistle tea room, the usual breakfast chatter had given way to anxious murmurs and darting glances. People no longer spoke of jam varieties or hedge trimmings, but of blood on mirrors, broken chains, and a man who had quite literally vanished. Miss Marple sat in her usual corner, stirring her tea with deliberate calm. Across from her, Reverend Doyle was visibly agitated. "Jane," he whispered, "you were there. Tell me plainly, do you think he's dead?" Miss Marple looked up, eyes thoughtful. "I think something happened that was never meant to be part of the show." "But there was no body," the vicar protested, lowering his voice even further. "Perhaps he's hiding, staging a grand return." She gave a tiny shake of her head. "Not after the assistant screamed like that. That wasn't theatrical fright. That was real." The door to the tea room chimed, and all heads turned. Delilah had arrived. She stood framed in the doorway for a moment, rain clinging to her green velvet coat. Her makeup was minimal now, her stage beauty faded by lack of sleep. The same velvet gloves she'd worn the night before dangled from one hand. Her gaze flickered across the room, wary, before settling on the counter. She ordered black coffee, took a seat in the farthest booth, and lit a cigarette with shaking fingers. Miss Marple's gaze lingered. "Grief does funny things," she said softly. Reverend Doyle frowned. "She doesn't look very, shattered, does she?" "No," Miss Marple replied. "She looks frightened." Later that afternoon, Miss Marple made her way to the town hall. A young constable stood watch at the stage door and gave her a respectful nod. Inside, a deeper hush lingered, the remains of last night's excitement now covered by silence and cordoned ropes. Inspector Craddock had arrived from the county. He was standing near the collapsed mirror frame, inspecting the fragments with quiet intensity. He looked up as Miss Marple approached. "Miss Marple," he said with a half-smile. "You again. I'm beginning to suspect you appear wherever there's trouble." She gave a mild shrug. "Trouble tends to find me, Inspector. I simply pay attention when it arrives." He gestured toward the mirror base. "Would you like the official version?" She nodded. "The assistant claims Anton was supposed to reappear behind the curtain." She waited. He never showed. We searched the trap door, the dressing rooms, the grounds. Nothing. No sign of forced entry. None. No signs of departure either. We even brought in dogs, no scent trail leading away from the building. Miss Marple looked down. And the blood on the mirror? Still waiting on confirmation. Could be theatrical, could be not. She bent slightly to examine the shards again. "I doubt stage blood smudges quite that way. It's too rich in colour, and the consistency is wrong." Craddock looked mildly impressed. "You're quite observant." Miss Marple didn't respond. Her gaze had shifted to the corner of the stage, where a velvet glove lay half-tucked behind a box of props. Without a word, she reached for it, then paused. "Inspector," she said quietly, "may I trouble you to look at this glove? It appears damp, but there's a smell, something familiar." Craddock sniffed the inside. "Petrol. That's odd." "Indeed," said Miss Marple. "A green velvet doesn't pair naturally with petrol unless someone was trying to burn evidence. Who would burn a glove and then leave it behind?" "Someone interrupted," Miss Marple said simply. "Or perhaps someone who wanted us to find it." By late afternoon, the village had shifted into gossip overdrive. Children whispered that Anton's ghost had been seen drifting over the cricket green. A shopkeeper claimed Delilah had been seen sobbing over the riverbank with a flask of whiskey. Someone else insisted they'd spotted Anton boarding a lorry to London in disguise. Miss Marple ignored them all. Instead, she followed something simpler, the path of logic. Delilah was not hiding, nor trying to flee. That suggested either guilt or shock, or both. So Miss Marple did what she always did. She baked. And once her ginger scones were cooled and wrapped neatly in linen, she headed to the caravan where Anton and Delilah had been staying during their tour. The troops' living quarters were parked just past the village green, beneath a canopy of beech trees. The air smelled faintly of damp soil and ash. Delilah answered the door after 3 knocks. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. She didn't smile when she saw Miss Marple, but she stepped aside silently to let her in. The inside of the caravan was surprisingly luxurious. Plush red curtains, gold-trimmed mirrors, even a silver-framed photo of Anton on the desk. "I won't stay long," Miss Marple said gently, placing the scones on the table. "Just wanted to offer a little something warm." Delilah sat on the cushioned bench opposite her, clutching a porcelain teacup as if for dear life. After a moment of silence, she said, "They all think I did it." Miss Marple said nothing. Delilah's voice trembled. "But I didn't. I loved him, even when he didn't love me back." "And did he love someone else?" Miss Marple asked softly. Delilah hesitated. "There was someone. A woman from Sheffield. She used to send letters, perfumed pink paper, always signed M. He kept them in his drawer." Miss Marple's gaze moved to the silver-framed photograph of Anton. She lifted it gently and tilted it. Something fluttered out from the back. A torn photograph. Anton, arm in arm with a laughing blonde woman, half her face ripped away. The background, a seafront, possibly Brighton. Delilah stared at it, then covered her mouth. "I didn't know he kept that." Miss Marple tucked the photograph into her handbag. "He was planning to run away with her." "I don't know," Delilah whispered. "He told me he had a new act, something grander. But he said we'd perform it together, that it would change everything." Miss Marple leaned forward. "Was there a reason someone might want to stop that act?" Delilah didn't answer, but her eyes shifted, not in denial, but toward the door, where the troop's fire eater had just passed by outside. That evening, Constable Reeves approached Miss Marple at the vicarage. "Ma'am, thought you should know," he said, adjusting his helmet awkwardly. "One of the fishermen down at Mill Pond found this earlier." He held out a small plastic bag. Inside, a silver bracelet, delicate and ornate, studded with small emerald stones. Miss Marple's brow furrowed. "Was it in the water?" "Yes, just off the rocks. Looked like it had been thrown." She took it gently and studied the clasp. It was stamped with a monogram. D.V. "Delilah Varelli?" Reeves asked. "She was never married to him," Miss Marple murmured. "But she used his name. Interesting." "And there's more," Reeves added. "The fisherman said he saw someone last night, just after the show. Said it was too dark to tell who, but they threw something shiny into the river. Said they were wearing a velvet coat." Miss Marple's lips pursed. "Green velvet?" "Exactly, ma'am." That night, as the village lights dimmed and the rain finally stopped, Miss Marple sat quietly in her drawing room, the fire flickering beside her. She opened her small notebook and wrote 3 lines. Glove smells of petrol. Photograph hidden, torn. Bracelet in river, tossed by someone in green velvet. Then, in neat script beneath, why dispose of the bracelet, but keep the glove? She closed the notebook with a soft snap. Somewhere in this tale of magic, mirrors and vanishing men there was no illusion, only motive, method and misdirection. And Miss Marple had every intention of untangling the trick. Chapter 3. Smoke, Mirrors and Motives. The fog rolled into Little Wimbrel like a curtain call, soft and uninvited. By mid-morning it hung low over the cobbled streets, muting the colours of the village into shades of grey. But Miss Marple, wrapped in a smart grey cardigan and sensible hat, saw things not dulled by weather, only masked. She stood beside Inspector Craddock near the backstage entrance of the town hall, watching as 2 constables removed the shattered remains of Anton Varelli's mirror. "Carefully now," Craddock instructed. "We may still need that frame for fingerprinting." Miss Marple, ever poised, leaned slightly on her parasol. "Have you found anything of substance, Inspector?" Craddock sighed. "Substance, yes. Sense? No. This case is like a hall of mirrors itself. No one is telling us the whole truth." He handed her a list from his notepad. "We've got 3 key players in this travelling troupe, apart from Delilah. Lennox Shaw, the illusion rival, Marcus Blake, the knife-thrower, and Yvette Deschamps, the contortionist. All of them had reason to dislike Anton." Miss Marple scanned the names. "I remember Lennox Shaw. He was the one brooding in the corner during the performance, dressed in a brown coat with rather unfortunate mustard cuffs." Craddock gave a half-smile. "He sued Anton for intellectual theft 3 years ago. Claimed Anton stole his firewall disappearance trick." "And did he?" "Court said no, but Lennox's career never recovered. He's now reduced to card tricks at children's parties." Miss Marple's expression softened. "People rarely forgive professional humiliation, especially when it's public." Craddock nodded. "And Marcus Blake claims Anton owed him money, big money. Says Anton promised to settle after the gala." "And Yvette?" Craddock hesitated. "Anton may have broken more than one heart." "Ah," said Miss Marple, eyes twinkling. "The kind of man who disappeared from more than one relationship." Craddock chuckled despite himself. "That he was, but I doubt any of them murdered him over bruised egos." Miss Marple's gaze shifted to the rear of the stage, where a tall cabinet stood unattended. "May I have a look backstage?" The backstage area of the town hall was far less glamorous than its painted facade. Crates of old props lined the corridor, some bearing faded labels. Floating table, sword box, levitation harness. It smelled faintly of grease paint, wood varnish, and something deeper, dusty velvet perhaps. Miss Marple paused by the large trunk Anton used during his shows. She bent down and ran her gloved hand along its edge. "Has this been opened?" Craddock nodded. "Yes, empty. Just theatrical odds and ends. Did you check the base? He frowned. No false bottom, if that's what you mean. We tested it. Solid wood. Miss Marple walked toward a stack of scenery flats. One bore a painted backdrop of a Venetian canal, another a stormy sky. Suddenly she paused. What's this? Behind a backdrop, partially hidden, was a narrow wooden trapdoor in the floor. Fresh sawdust surrounded the edges. Craddock knelt beside it. That wasn't listed on the building plans. He prized it open. A waft of cold air rose from the black hole beneath. Wooden steps led down into darkness. Fetch a torch, Craddock said, voice tense. A constable returned with one, moments later, and the beam of light cut through the gloom. The narrow staircase led to a small crawl space beneath the stage, just tall enough for a man to duck through. At the far end, there was another trapdoor, this one leading to the alley behind the town hall. Well, well, Craddock muttered. He could have slipped out this way. Miss Marple didn't look surprised. So the question becomes not just who vanished, but who helped him vanish. Later that day, Miss Marple made her way to the Green Hart Inn, where the magician's troupe had been staying. The fog had begun to lift slightly, but her thoughts remained clouded with suspicion. She found Lennox Shaw at a table near the fireplace, frowning into a half-empty pint of ale. He looked up warily. "If you've come to accuse me, don't bother," he muttered. Miss Marple smiled gently. "Not at all. I've come for clarity. You see, I find these things go much more smoothly when people simply tell the truth." Lennox scoffed. "Truth is a dangerous trick, madam. Most can't stomach it." "But you can?" she asked politely. He exhaled through his nose. "Anton was a thief. A clever one, yes, but a thief. He took my best illusion and made it the centerpiece of his career. And the courts didn't care." "Did you confront him?" "Twice. Once at the Liverpool show last year. Told him if I ever saw him do it again, I'd set fire to the stage. He just laughed, told me to enjoy obscurity." Miss Marple tilted her head. "So why not confront him here?" "I did," he snapped. "Backstage the night before the gala? I told him he was finished." He smirked and said he had bigger fish to fry. "Did you know about the hidden passage?" Lennox blinked. "What passage?" She believed him. "Thank you," she said, rising. "One more thing, did you notice anything strange about his final performance?" Lennox hesitated. "Yes, the mirror. It had a faint mark, a glyph, at the top left corner, like a sigil. That was never part of his act before." "A sigil?" "Yes, a symbol used by stage magicians. Some call it a signature." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened. "What does it mean?" Lennox drained his glass. "It means the trick has been altered, modified, often fatally." Back at the vicarage, Miss Marple sat by the fireplace, her notebook open. She jotted a few new lines. Hidden passage under stage, fresh sawdust, mirror marked with symbol. Anton told Lennox he had bigger fish to fry. All signs suggest premeditation, not a sudden escape. There was a knock at the door. Martha, her maid, answered. "It's the constable, ma'am. Says it's urgent." Constable Reeves entered, carrying a brown envelope. "Ma'am found this in Anton's caravan under a false drawer in his writing desk." He handed it to her. Miss Marple carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a list typed in Anton's neat, theatrical hand. 10 names. 2 were crossed out in thick red ink. She read aloud. 1, Blake. 2, Deschamps. 3, Shaw. 4, Mallory, crossed out. 5, Quentin. 6, Delilah. 7, B.E., initials only. 8, Holden. 9, blank line. 10, Sparrow, crossed out. Craddock, who had arrived moments later, frowned over her shoulder. "What do you make of it?" Miss Marple traced a finger under B.E. "This is not a rehearsal schedule," she murmured. "This looks more like a list of debts or targets." "B.E.?" Craddock asked. "Initials." Miss Marple's face darkened. "Or an alias." By dusk, Craddock and Miss Marple had returned to the town hall. The stage had been stripped bare. The smell of old smoke lingered. "What's next?" Craddock asked. Miss Marple looked out at the empty chairs. "The next act," she said quietly, "is not about who hated Anton, but who had the most to gain from his death. Someone with motive, and someone who knew his secrets." She turned to Craddock. "Have you checked the theatre finances?" He blinked. "Not yet." "Why?" "Because," Miss Marple said, eyes glittering, "if you follow the money, you might just find the man who never planned to vanish, but to switch places entirely." Chapter 4. Misdirection. The moon hung low over Little Wimbrel that evening, its silver light casting theatrical shadows across the town hall's empty green. To any passerby, the building now seemed abandoned, its colourful bunting slowly tearing in the wind, and posters of the vanished Anton Virelli fading under soft drizzle. But Miss Marple, ever precise in her observations, believed nothing truly vanished, not illusions, not secrets, and certainly not guilt. Only misdirected attention gave the illusion of disappearance. And so, as the village dozed behind lace curtains and closed parlour doors, she sat once again with Inspector Craddock, reviewing everything that had been uncovered, and more importantly, what had not. "I keep returning to that list," Craddock muttered, tapping his fingers on the desk. 10 names, 2 crossed out. 1 set of initials, B.E., and 2 of the names are members of the troupe. Miss Marple stirred her tea quietly. "A magician deals in anticipation, Inspector. He counts on you looking left while the answer slips away to the right. That list, it wasn't merely personal. It was strategic." Craddock looked up. "You think he was being blackmailed?" "No," she replied softly. "I think he was doing the blackmailing." Craddock sat up straighter. "Go on." Miss Marple tapped her fingers gently together. "He had affairs, financial debts, rivals. But none of those things explain the deliberate nature of his final act. The mirror wasn't faulty, it was prepared. The hidden trapdoor was freshly dusted. A glove soaked in petrol was left half-burned but not destroyed, and a bracelet was discarded deliberately in the river." Craddock frowned. "Staged for attention?" "More likely," she said, "to suggest a false trail. Someone wanted us to believe Delilah had a hand in it, but she's the only one whose panic I find genuine." There was a pause. "Did you ever find out who B.E. is?" she asked quietly. No one in the troupe goes by those initials, but I've requested more background checks." Miss Marple leaned forward. "And what of Anton's finances?" Craddock pulled a file from the drawer. "Now that's where it gets interesting. He opened a new account in London 2 months ago under the name, wait for it, Bernard Elric. Transferred a large sum of cash into it just last week." "B.E.?" Miss Marple said softly. "He created an identity." The next morning, Miss Marple rose early and walked to the riverbank. Fog still clung to the edges of the water like damp silk. She stood at the place where the bracelet had been found and stared into the gentle current. The stones beneath shimmered, green and smooth, and for a moment all was still. Then she knelt and reached beneath a flat rock. Her fingers brushed something soft, fabric, wet and caught on the stone's edge. She tugged it free, a crumpled handkerchief. Embroidered in its corner, though barely legible, were 2 initials in faded thread. B.E. She folded it carefully and slipped it into her handbag. As she rose, she heard voices approaching, light, hushed, and not meant for company. 2 of the troupe, Marcus Blake and Yvette Deschamps. Yvette's thick French accent was unmistakable. "I told you we should have left sooner." "And look suspicious?" Marcus replied. "We don't even know if he's dead." "Then why are we being followed?" she snapped. "Because the police are always curious when magicians disappear, especially ones with enemies." Miss Marple remained perfectly still, hidden by the thick hedgerow. Yvette's voice dropped lower. "If they find out what he knew." "They won't. We played our part. Let them chase Delilah or Shaw, or whoever they like. It wasn't our knife." Miss Marple's heart skipped. "Knife?" The voices trailed away as they returned to the road. She stayed a moment longer, replaying their words. Not our knife. That meant someone else had used a real blade, one that hadn't belonged on stage. Back at the constabulary, Miss Marple presented the handkerchief to Craddock. His eyes widened as he examined it. This was just lying by the river? Not exactly, she replied. It was tucked beneath a rock, hidden in plain sight, like so much of this affair. Craddock exhaled. We've been combing Anton's caravan again, found something odd. He produced a photograph, a grainy black and white, taken nearly 20 years ago. 2 young men stood side by side on a stage, identical in every detail. Miss Marple leaned in. Twins? Craddock nodded. We confirmed it. Anton Varelli was born Anton Duval, had a twin brother named Bernard, stage name Bernard Elric, disappeared from the circuit about a decade ago after a scandal involving a poisoned dove act and some unpaid debts. And now Anton's creating an identity in his name, she murmured. Or perhaps reclaiming it. Craddock nodded. It raises the question, what if the man who vanished wasn't Anton at all? Miss Marple's expression grew grave. Or rather, what if Anton intended to kill his brother, assume his name, and vanish without consequence? Craddock blinked. So, you're suggesting the body may turn up soon, she said, and if it does, it won't be Anton. That afternoon, a body was found. 2 boys skipping stones by the edge of Little Wimbrel's North Stream discovered something caught in the reeds. The constables were summoned immediately. It was male, roughly the same build as Anton, though the face had been partially eroded by water. But the birthmark on the left shoulder matched public records. Bernard Elric, the vanished twin. Miss Marple and Craddock stood by the constable's report, a silence stretching between them. So, Craddock murmured, Anton murdered his own brother and used the disappearance act to make it seem like he was the one who vanished? Miss Marple nodded. That's the illusion, misdirection at its finest. Craddock frowned. But why kill him now? He needed a clean exit. Bernard's name had no debts, no legal ties. Anton, on the other hand, had enemies, blackmail victims, perhaps even a criminal record we've not yet unearthed. By dying, he could return as Bernard and start anew. Craddock exhaled. Clever devil. Miss Marple narrowed her eyes. But perhaps too clever. That evening, Miss Marple made a quiet visit to the theatre manager, a man named Victor Hollingby. He had tried to stay out of things, but Miss Marple had noticed how nervously he responded during Anton's act. He had also been the one to lock up the town hall after the performance. Victor greeted her stiffly. I've already spoken to the inspector. I'm sure you have, she said pleasantly. But I was hoping to ask about a matter only someone familiar with stagecraft might know. He folded his arms. What sort of matter? She gestured to a leather-bound book on his shelf, titled Stage Illusions and Mechanical Devices. I understand you once worked in London's magic circuit? He stiffened. Years ago? Did you know Bernard Elric? Victor looked pale. We trained together. He was better than Anton, but Anton had charm. Miss Marple smiled kindly. Do you remember if Bernard had a birthmark? Victor blinked. Yes, a dark patch, shaped like a crescent, just on the shoulder. Why? Because it means Anton didn't just kill him, she said gently. He dressed him in his own costume and intended him to be found. Victor stepped back. Wait, you're saying that body was meant to be Anton, but Anton is very much alive, and someone in this village may already have spoken to him, perhaps even without knowing it. Victor swallowed. And if he knows, I can tell the difference. He may come back to silence you, she finished softly. That night, the town hall lights flickered back on. Someone had entered through the side. Miss Marple, Craddock, and 2 constables waited in the wings, having laid their trap. At exactly 11:30, a tall man stepped onto the stage, dressed in Anton's cloak, but with Bernard's limp. He crossed the stage slowly, approached the mirror's broken frame, and stood in silence. Then Miss Marple stepped forward. "Show's over, Mr. Varelli," she said. The man turned, his face calm, unreadable. "You can't prove who I am," he replied. "But we can," Craddock said, producing 2 sets of prints, Anton's and those from the caravan mirror's edge. "And," Miss Marple added, "you forgot something only Bernard had, a missing pinky finger on the left hand, lost in a trick gone wrong. You, Mr. Varelli, have 10 fingers." Anton's shoulders sagged. He smiled weakly. "Ah, the smallest details." Miss Marple raised an eyebrow. "The kind murderers always overlook." Chapter 5. The Magician's Apprentice. The morning after the confrontation on the stage, word had already swept through Little Wimbrel like a wind through reeds. Anton Varelli, celebrated illusionist, darling of theatre-goers and gossip columns, was no ghost. He was no victim. He was a murderer, and yet he was not in custody. "Slipped out again like smoke through a keyhole," Inspector Craddock muttered bitterly. "Just minutes before we had the warrants prepared. I don't know how he does it." Miss Marple, seated at his desk in the constabulary, placed her teacup down carefully. "Because, Inspector, he's lived his life making exits no one can see. Anton always had a plan. The problem is, he never planned for someone like me." Craddock gave her a sideways glance. "You've got something, haven't you?" She nodded. "Not proof, but instinct. Do you recall the girl in green velvet?" "Delilah?" "No, another. Briefly seen at the gala. Long red hair, seated in the 3rd row, arrived late and left early. No one thought much of her. She wasn't part of the troupe. And yet, when I watched the act, I noticed something curious. Just before Anton vanished into the mirror, that girl walked past the wings and seemed to whisper something to the stagehand. Craddock frowned. "We haven't identified her." "I believe," Miss Marple said, "that she is the key. Every illusionist has an apprentice, someone unseen, someone vital. Delilah was found that afternoon in her caravan, staring blankly out the window. The green velvet coat hung from the corner, stiff with river water. Her gloves, once pristine, were stained with smoke. She did not cry. Miss Marple sat beside her, folding her hands gently. "Delilah, I know you didn't kill Anton, but I do believe you helped him, at least at first." Delilah flinched. "I didn't mean to. I thought it was just a trick. A final act to stun everyone. He said we'd leave together." "Did he mention Bernard?" Delilah nodded barely. "He said Bernard was unstable, dangerous, that he wanted to take over the act. I didn't know he was already dead." Miss Marple said gently, "You helped Anton place Bernard's body in the mirror box?" Delilah buried her face in her hands. "He told me Bernard would be knocked unconscious, nothing more. That we'd vanish him and Anton would return as Bernard. That he'd get a fresh start and we'd travel together as a new act. He even had posters made, Elric the Enigmatic. I believed him." "And when did you stop?" Delilah's voice cracked. "When I opened the mirror and Bernard was bleeding. Cold. I wanted to scream then, but I froze. I followed what Anton said. Make it look like part of the trick. Smile, knock once, leave the rest to me. But I knew. "Why didn't you tell the police?" "I was terrified," she said. "Anton knew everything about me, about my mother, about my past, about the money I took years ago. He said if I talked, he'd destroy me. And the worst part?" She looked up at Miss Marple. "I loved him anyway." Miss Marple nodded sadly. "That, my dear, is the cruelest illusion of all." While Craddock issued a manhunt for Anton Varelli, Miss Marple turned her attention to a different task, tracing the mysterious red-haired girl. It was Martha, her housemaid, who offered the first clue. "Ma'am, there was a girl who came to the shop last week before the gala, asked for green thread, said it was for a costume. She had a little scar on her chin, quite theatrical looking." Miss Marple smiled. "Did she give a name?" "Paid cash, but the parcel was labelled for B. B." The name danced like smoke through Miss Marple's thoughts. A search of the theatre manager's logs found a brief note. Guest pass for B. Linwood, cousin of Varelli's former assistant. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Cousin of an assistant? Craddock repeated, frowning. That's a stretch. Not when you know the name Lydia Moss, Miss Marple replied. She was Anton's stage partner 7 years ago, died from an apparent overdose. The story was buried. But what if her cousin has been waiting to even the score? Craddock blinked. You're saying B. Linwood came to Little Wimbrel to kill Anton? Miss Marple shook her head. No, I believe she came to expose him, and he co-opted her skills instead. Then where is she now? Miss Marple rose. I believe we need to check the props room. The theatre's props room was a chaos of cardboard moons, trick mirrors, and mannequin limbs. Dust hovered like lazy spirits in the shafts of sun, breaking through broken shutters. Miss Marple opened a crate marked "Discards not for show use." Inside were costumes, masks, and a rolled parchment bearing a sketched blueprint. She unrolled it carefully. Craddock peered over her shoulder. A stage design? More than that, she murmured. A mechanism. See these levers? This is how the vanishing mirror trick was altered. It wasn't magic, it was hydraulics, trapdoors, and weight triggers. She tapped a corner of the blueprint, where a name was scrawled. Linwood device, Reviter 2. B. Linwood designed the final version of the act, Miss Marple concluded. Anton used her engineering skills, and then vanished before she realized he'd murdered his own brother. A sound came from behind the curtain. Craddock motioned to the constables. They pulled it aside. There stood B. Her red hair was dishevelled, her eyes wild with fear, and her hands stained with soot. I didn't know, she said at once. I swear I helped him modify the illusion. He said it was part of a theatrical rebirth. But when I found the blood, she began to cry. Miss Marple stepped forward. It's all right, dear. Tell us everything. B took a shaking breath. He said the final show would be our masterpiece. I thought he was retiring the Anton persona. I didn't know Bernard was already dead. I didn't know I was building his coffin. Miss Marple's voice was soft, but firm. And now? I think he'll come for me. He always finishes his acts. I helped him build the end of one. Now he wants me to help begin the next. That night, B was taken to protective custody. But Miss Marple did not sleep. She sat by the fire, knitting quietly, the flames flickering shadows across the wallpaper. She recalled something Anton had once said in a rare village interview. Every good magician knows how to disappear, but the greatest trick of all is returning unseen. And so she waited. The next morning, Victor Hollingby, the theatre manager, was found unconscious in his office. A note was pinned to his lapel. For the final curtain, A. Craddock turned to Miss Marple. He's making one last move. Miss Marple said, Then let's prepare the theatre. One final performance. They arranged the trap. On the night of the full moon, Miss Marple, Craddock, and a small group of constables took their positions in the wings of the now shuttered town hall. Delilah stood at centre stage, alone, wearing a green velvet gown. The spotlight fell. And just as predicted, Anton Varelli emerged from the shadows, dressed as Bernard Elric. Applause echoed from the hidden speakers. He approached Delilah with arms open. Together again, he said softly. Delilah said nothing. Then Miss Marple stepped from the wings. I'm afraid not, Mr. Varelli. He froze. You see, she continued, you misunderstood something. You thought mirrors are about reflection, but they're not. They're about reversals, and everything you planned has now turned on you. Two constables closed in. Anton tried to run, but the very trapdoor he'd designed, the one B had wired in the final modification, dropped beneath him like the bow of a ship. He landed hard, trapped. Craddock leaned over. Curtain call, Mr. Varelli. Chapter 6. The Twin Illusion. By the time dawn broke over Little Wimbrel, Anton Varelli, magician, murderer, and master of disguise, was behind bars. But Miss Marple knew better than to declare the case closed. Craddock, she said over toast and marmalade the following morning. "It's not just about what he did, it's about why, and I suspect that answer is still hidden in smoke and mirrors." Craddock, bleary-eyed but respectful, leaned back in his chair. "He confessed, didn't he? Admitted to killing Bernard, creating the switch, everything." "Yes," Miss Marple said calmly. "But the illusion goes deeper. I want to know what Bernard was doing back in Anton's life at all, and more importantly, what Anton was afraid Bernard might reveal." She took a thoughtful bite of toast. "People rarely kill for ambition alone, Inspector. They kill when someone threatens to reveal a truth they've kept buried. Anton had been placed in the holding cell at the village constabulary. The once charming showman now looked gaunt, his showy cloak exchanged for plain grey clothing. Yet something in his posture remained theatrical, like a performer awaiting the next cue. Craddock allowed Miss Marple 10 minutes with him. The door creaked open. Anton looked up slowly. "Well," he drawled, "the village spinster turns out to be the grandest conjurer of all." Miss Marple took a seat opposite him. "I'm not interested in accolades, Mr. Varelli. I'm interested in the truth. I've told it." "No," she said quietly. "You've told a truth, not the truth." He gave her a wry smile. "Truth is like a deck of cards, Miss Marple. You show what suits you and keep the rest up your sleeve." She studied him. "Bernard came to you, didn't he? He didn't sneak in through the night or threaten you out of nowhere. He came willingly." Anton didn't reply. She pressed on. "And he came with something, a secret." Anton's jaw twitched. "I believe," she said softly, "he had proof. Something damning, something that would destroy your carefully constructed life." Still silence. Miss Marple continued, voice gentler now. "You see, I don't believe you intended to kill him when he first returned. I believe your plan only changed after you saw what he brought." Anton looked away. She leaned forward. "Was it about Lydia Moss?" That made him flinch. "I knew her," Miss Marple said quietly. "Not personally, but I followed the case. Your former assistant, the one who overdosed during a rehearsal after she discovered your affair with a producer's wife. It was closed too quickly." Anton's voice was low now. "That wasn't my fault." "No," said Miss Marple. "But Bernard had proof it wasn't her overdose, didn't he?" Anton's voice was barely a whisper. "He had her diary." "And he was going to make it public?" A pause. Then, "He hated me for what I'd become." Miss Marple nodded slowly. "So you lured him in with promises of reconciliation, a final act, but what you really needed was for him to disappear and take the truth with him." Miss Marple left the cell in silence, her mind racing. Back at the vicarage, she found B. Linwood waiting. The red-haired engineer looked pale but determined. "I've remembered something," B. said, "about the final night." Miss Marple nodded, beckoning her inside. B. began. "Anton asked me to install a locking mechanism inside the mirror frame, one that could only be opened from the outside. I didn't think much of it at the time. He said it was for added drama." Miss Marple narrowed her eyes. "A locking trapdoor that would trap Bernard inside?" "Yes. And after the show I found something odd in Anton's dressing room, a torn envelope with Lydia's name on it. It had been opened, but the contents were gone." Miss Marple's heart quickened. "The diary pages?" B. nodded. "I think Bernard planned to confront Anton on stage, force a confession, turn the illusion into a reckoning. But Anton turned it into a murder." B's voice cracked. He was going to let the audience clap while his brother suffocated behind glass. Inspector Craddock acted swiftly. He ordered a full search of Anton's caravan, including the floorboards and compartments in the mirror base. Hours later, a folded leather-bound journal was found behind a false panel in Anton's traveling trunk. Its spine bore the initials LM. The first page read, "Lydia Moss, if anything happens to me, let it be known that Anton is not who he claims to be." Craddock placed it on Miss Marple's table. "Well, here it is." Miss Marple opened it gently, scanning the delicate, desperate handwriting. This isn't just a diary, it's a record. Lydia kept notes of every manipulation, every controlling tactic, every threat, including details of another assistant who vanished under suspicious circumstances 5 years prior. Craddock's face darkened. He's been building a facade for decades. Indeed, Miss Marple murmured. And Bernard, after years of silence, decided it was time the illusion collapsed. Craddock leaned back. I've already wired the county. With this, we can reopen Lydia's case, possibly the other one as well. Miss Marple closed the journal. Anton was a magician, yes, but he was also a man who spent his entire life escaping responsibility. Until now. That evening, as Rain returned to Little Wimbrel, Miss Marple paid a quiet visit to the theatre. The stage was dark, the seats empty, and yet the air felt thick with memory of clapping hands, rising smoke and blood hidden behind polished glass. She walked across the boards to the shattered mirror frame. Her reflection, though fragmented, looked calm. She reached into her handbag and removed a single wilted red carnation, the same type Anton used in his act, which he always placed behind his ear before a grand finale. She laid it on the floor where Bernard's body had been found. A small, private tribute. "I'm sorry you weren't the star," she said softly. "But the truth will be." The next morning, Craddock gave a final briefing to the press. Anton would be transferred to county jail to await formal charges of murder, fraud, and obstruction of justice in connection to at least 2 reopened cases. Miss Marple stood on the periphery, unnoticed by cameras. She watched as Delilah quietly slipped into the back row of the gallery. When the reporters dispersed, Delilah approached her. "I'm leaving," she said softly. "I've booked a train to Devon, going to stay with an aunt. Try to forget." Miss Marple nodded. "Don't forget entirely, my dear. Just remember differently. Not the lies, but the strength it took to leave them behind." Delilah's eyes shimmered. "Do you think I was a fool?" Miss Marple smiled. "Only those who feel deeply can be fooled deeply, but they also recover the strongest." Delilah touched her hand gently, then turned and walked away. That night, alone in her drawing room, Miss Marple finished her knitting, the scarf now long enough to wrap twice around her shoulders. She laid it down, took her tea, and opened her notebook one last time. At the top of the page, she wrote, "The twin illusion Anton Virelli vanished on stage, but it was Bernard who disappeared from life. The act was not magic, it was murder, with applause. Only one audience member knew the real trick was hidden, not in the mirror, but in the hearts we choose to trust." She closed the notebook and looked out the window. In the darkened village, the theatre's lights were finally extinguished. The curtain had fallen. But the truth, at last, had taken center stage. Chapter 7. Curtain Call. The chairs had been dusted, the stage swept, and the faded curtain rehung. For the first time since Anton Virelli's infamous disappearance, the Little Wimbrel Town Hall was ready to host an audience again, not for a gala, nor a gala encore, but for something far more important, a reckoning. It was Miss Marple's idea. She had suggested, ever so gently, that sometimes the clearest truths revealed themselves not in interviews or statements, but when the players were gathered together, forced to face each other without scripts, without illusions. Inspector Craddock had been reluctant at first. "You want a theatre gathering?" "A final performance," Miss Marple had said softly, "but this time with no more disappearing acts." And so the invitations were sent, not official summons, but firm requests. One by one they arrived at the theatre, Delilah pale but composed, Bea Linwood, her red hair pinned tightly back, Lennox Shaw, still bitter but curious, Marcus Blake and Yvette Deschamps, whispering to each other as they entered, and finally Victor Hollingby, the theatre manager, who looked as though he hadn't slept in days. The chairs were arranged on the stage in a half-moon. Miss Marple stood at the centre. "I thank you all for coming," she said, in her calm, unassuming voice. "I know these past few days have been difficult, but I believe that the truth deserves its audience." They murmured and shifted uncomfortably. Delilah clutched her bag like a lifeline. Craddock stood nearby, arms crossed. Miss Marple began. When Anton Varelli vanished during his final illusion, most believed they had witnessed a trick gone wrong, or perhaps a tragedy. But what truly unfolded was a carefully choreographed murder. B glanced downward. Marcus scoffed. Miss Marple continued. The man who disappeared was not Anton. The body found in the river, dressed in Anton's costume, was his brother, Bernard Elric, a twin long thought gone, but who returned with a vengeance. Bernard came with evidence. He wanted to expose Anton not just for his past crimes, but for the pain he inflicted on those who trusted him. She held up Lydia Moss's recovered diary. Anton killed Bernard to protect himself. He locked him in the modified mirror, designed with B's help, knowing the illusion would end not with applause, but with silence. B spoke up, voice trembling. "I didn't know. I swear I thought it was part of the show. I thought Bernard was acting." "I believe you," Miss Marple said kindly. "Anton manipulated many good people." She turned now to Marcus and Yvette. "You both claimed you had no idea what happened, but I overheard your conversation by the river. You spoke of a knife, of roles played. Care to explain?" Marcus flushed. "Look, we were part of a bluff, that's all. Anton told us he needed to stage a crisis, so the audience would be shocked. He promised us better pay if we went along with it, but we thought it was staged drama, nothing more. He asked us to argue with Bernard in the wings the night before," Yvette added, eyes wide, "to make him feel like everyone was against him. But we didn't know he was going to die." Miss Marple nodded. "So Anton isolated his brother emotionally, set the stage literally for murder, and when Delilah opened the mirror and saw Bernard's corpse, she was told to keep quiet or be ruined. Delilah swallowed, then stood. 'I helped him,' she said. 'But I didn't kill anyone. I just believed him when I shouldn't have. He said Bernard was dangerous, that he needed to vanish.'" Miss Marple placed a gentle hand on hers. "Love blinds, but you did not kill." She now turned to Lennox Shaw. "You had a motive. Anton destroyed your career." Lennox nodded, grim. "I admit I wanted to humiliate him. I even confronted him before the show, but murder? No, I wanted him exposed, not dead." Victor Hollingby shifted uncomfortably. Miss Marple caught it. "And you, Mr. Hollingby?" she said quietly. "What was your part in all this?" Victor shook his head. I managed the building, kept the bookings, that's it." Miss Marple stepped closer. "No, you were more than that. You were once Bernard's friend. You trained together. And when Anton resurfaced with a modified illusion, you recognized the mechanism, the style, the handiwork of Bernard Elric." Victor's face whitened. "You said nothing, because you feared Anton would do to you what he'd done to others." Victor's voice broke. "He said if I spoke, I'd lose everything. My job, my name. He had letters from my past. I was foolish once. He stopped. Miss Marple said gently, "He blackmailed you, just like he did Bernard, just like he tried with Delilah. Anton built his entire world not on talent, but control." She looked around the circle. "Each of you was used, some as props, others as pawns, but no longer. He has been arrested. His acts are over." The room was silent. Then, slowly, Delilah stood. "I knew he had darkness," she whispered, "but I never thought he'd use me like—" Miss Marple and the Murder, Sparked by Envy. Chapter 1. An ordinary afternoon and a strange commotion. A damp veil of mist clung lazily to the rooftops of St. Mary Mead that afternoon, softening the familiar lines of chimneys and ivy-wrapped cottages. It was the kind of fog that made even the most predictable corners of the village seem unfamiliar. Within her warm, lavender-scented drawing room, Miss Jane Marple sat contentedly in her usual high-backed armchair, her knitting needles clicking rhythmically as she worked on a long, pale blue scarf for her niece's youngest boy. The fire in the grate crackled gently, casting a soft golden hue over the well-worn floral carpet and the delicate porcelain teacup resting on the side table. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily, unbothered by the creeping cold outside. It was a scene of tranquil domesticity, unbroken and reassuringly mundane. Then came the knock. A gentle, almost apologetic tap on the door. Not urgent, but persistent enough to interrupt the knitting pattern Miss Marple had just memorized. Without looking up, she called in her usual calm tone, "Come in," her voice as steady as the rhythm of her needles. The door creaked open, revealing the familiar silhouette of Mrs. Edna Holloway, a woman with a perpetually furrowed brow and the air of someone permanently wronged by the world. She was wrapped in a thick wool coat, slightly frayed at the cuffs, and her greying curls had half escaped the confines of a once proud bun. "Ah, Miss Marple," she began, exhaling as though she had marched through a battlefield rather than the modest lane that led to the cottage. "You'll never believe it. That blasted Mary Simpson's goat has broken through my garden boundary again. And to top it off, the postmaster's gone and delivered my pension letter to Mr. Petherick instead." Miss Marple offered a warm smile, nodding sympathetically, and gestured to the chair opposite. "Sit down, dear. You seem especially flustered today. Come, have some tea and let it out." Mrs. Holloway accepted the cup with an ungrateful mutter and began to unload her daily bundle of grievances. Her voice, tinged with bitterness, droned on about broken fences, misdelivered letters, and the sheer decline of standards among the younger generation. Miss Marple listened patiently, her expression composed, and her hands still busy with the scarf. But just as Mrs. Holloway launched into a tirade about the parish council's latest budget decisions, the faint but unmistakable sound of commotion filtered in from the lane outside. It began with the shrill cry of a child, a girl, young by the sound of it, followed by a man's agitated voice calling out in alarm. Then came the low hum of confused murmuring, which grew steadily louder. Miss Marple's hands paused mid-row. Her eyes met Mrs. Holloway's. Both women, instinctively sensing that this was no ordinary village ruckus, stood and moved to the window. The fog distorted the scene, but they could just make out vague figures gathering near the village green. Without another word, Miss Marple reached for her shawl, wrapping it around her narrow shoulders with practiced precision. "Come along, Mrs. Holloway," she said briskly. "Let's see what this is about." The two women stepped out into the misty air, the chill biting gently at their faces. They walked briskly down the narrow garden path, their boots crunching softly on the gravel. As they reached the edge of the road, the muffled voices became clearer, sharp with worry and tinged with fear. At the village crossroads, near the red postbox and under the gas lamp that flickered valiantly against the gloom, stood Mr. Ellis and his wife, their faces pale and drawn with panic. Mrs. Ellis clutched a child's scarf in her trembling hands, while her husband looked around frantically, his spectacles slipping down his nose.
"Tommy! Our Tommy hasn't come home," Mrs. Ellis wailed, her voice raw with anguish. "He left for school this morning like he always does, and now it's past 6. He's never this late." Miss Marple gently stepped forward, her voice firm yet comforting. "Has the school confirmed he left on time?" "Hey."
Mr. Ellis nodded. Yes, they said he left after classes ended, like normal, but he never came home." Miss Marple tilted her head. "Tommy, doesn't he go to the school in the next village, not the one here in St. Mary Mead?" Mrs. Ellis sniffed and nodded. "That's right. He goes to Cherry Down Secondary. They have science labs and proper maths, unlike the local school. It's a bit of a walk, but he does it every day." "Does he usually come home late?" Miss Marple asked, her tone measured. "Sometimes, especially when it gets foggy," Mrs. Ellis said, eyes wide with worry. "But he's always back by dusk. Always." Beside her stood a small, frail girl, Minnie, Tommy's younger sister, no more than 6 or 7, her woolen mittens clinging tightly to her mother's coat. Her eyes, large and glassy, stared at the ground, and she pressed her head against her mother's side in silent fear. By now, more villagers had gathered. Reverend Appleton, Dr. Chester, and a handful of curious onlookers stood nearby. Some whispered consoling words, others simply looked on, unsure of what to say. The air, already cold, seemed to grow heavier, as though the fog itself carried unease. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed slightly. Her mind, ever alert, was already piecing together the timeline. Tommy was punctual, reliable, bright. If he hadn't returned, something had indeed gone wrong. Mrs. Holloway, who had been silent for once, leaned closer. "You think he just ran off?" Miss Marple's response was quiet, but clear. Tommy wasn't the sort. He was clever, disciplined, and more importantly, he was thoughtful. A child like that doesn't disappear on a whim. Mr. Ellis was pacing now, running a hand through his thinning hair. "We've sent people out to search, around the woodlands, down by the stream. No sign. It's as if he vanished." Miss Marple looked toward the path leading toward Cherry Down, a winding road that cut through fields and trees, often unlit, especially in this fog. "I'll speak to the school," she said softly, almost to herself. "But not tonight. There's nothing more to do in this light." The gathering slowly began to break apart, villagers retreating to their homes with furrowed brows and troubled glances. The fog thickened, swallowing their silhouettes one by one as lanterns flickered on in cottage windows. Miss Marple, however, lingered a moment longer. Her gaze followed the direction Tommy would have taken that morning, the same road he had walked so many times, alone yet unafraid. She turned to Mrs. Ellis and gently placed a hand on her arm. "I'll help," she said simply. And then, with her shawl fluttering slightly in the breeze, Miss Marple walked slowly back to her cottage. But her mind, unlike her pace, moved quickly, quietly dissecting details, sensing inconsistencies, and preparing herself for the task that now lay ahead. Because in St. Mary Mead, even a seemingly ordinary afternoon could hide the beginning of a very dark tale. Chapter 2. Buried in the Dirt. 2 days had passed since Tommy Ellis vanished, and the once gentle rhythm of St. Mary Mead had grown anxious, fractured. Church bells rang with a hollower echo, and curtains twitched more frequently at windows as villagers whispered and watched, waiting for any sign, any word. Mothers clutched their children a little tighter, and schoolboys no longer dawdled on their walk home. The air, even in the brightness of midday, felt damp with unspoken dread. Inside her ivy-draped cottage, Miss Jane Marple sat silently in her armchair, her knitting needles sluggish in their usual cadence. The scarf she was crafting, a soft blue, now long enough to wrap around twice, rested limply in her lap. Her thoughts were far from wool and yarn. They circled restlessly around a 13-year-old boy with intelligent eyes and a future full of plans. Then the front door banged open. "Miss Marple?" Martha, her maid, came stumbling breathlessly into the room, her apron flapping and cheeks flushed from the run. Miss Marple's hands froze mid-row. "What is it, dear?" she asked, her voice low, as if she already sensed the answer. They found him, Mum," Martha gasped, eyes brimming with tears. "Tommy, his body. It's out by the fields, near the far edge, by the old willow grove." For a moment, everything went still. The only sound was the fire sputtering quietly in the grate. Miss Marple rose without another word, the scarf slipping silently to the floor. She reached for her shawl, wrapped it tightly around her shoulders, and stepped outside into the grey afternoon without looking back. The footpath that led to the willow grove was damp, the earth still sodden from last night's rain. It curved through hedgerows and tall grass, eventually opening into a clearing bordered by fields not yet tilled for spring. And there, on the outer rim of the grove, a small crowd had gathered. Villagers stood in hushed circles. Police officers were already at the scene, cordoning off the area with rope and shouting for space. A pale-faced constable hovered nearby, notebook in hand, while two young men from the village search party stood awkwardly by the hedgerow, their boots thick with mud and expressions blank with shock. Inspector Cray was kneeling just beyond a patch of disturbed earth, staring grimly at the lifeless forms sprawled near a pile of stones. Tommy Ellis's small frame lay curled slightly, as though he had fallen mid-step. His school uniform was rumpled and damp. His right sleeve was torn, the cuff bloodied. One shoe was missing, his brown curls clung to his pale forehead, and his face, so young, so bright just days ago, was marked with bruises and a long, cruel gash above the temple. Blood had dried on the rocks beside him. Miss Marple noticed, almost clinically, that one of the stones had a sharp corner stained a dark rust brown. His parents stood a short distance away, held up by villagers and wrapped in each other's arms, sobbing openly. Little Minnie stood beside them, completely still. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, unblinking. Miss Marple approached quietly. Inspector Cray stood up, brushing mud from his knees. His face was drawn, his voice quieter than usual. "It's bad, Miss Marple," he said. "Worse than I thought. Head trauma, contusions, blunt force, possibly from the stones nearby. And the way he's fallen." He looked at her meaningfully. "A suggests more than one assailant." Miss Marple looked down at the body, not with horror, but with the kind of focused sorrow one might have for a carefully tended plant that had been uprooted before bloom. Her eyes moved across the scene, noticing, not missing. The grass nearby was flattened in a wide arc. The mud bore multiple shoe impressions, some small, some larger, pressed deeply into the softened earth. "The rain last night," she murmured, bending closer. "It preserved more than it washed away." She pointed delicately with her gloved hand. "See here?" 3, perhaps 4 different patterns, some spaced wide apart, others tight, almost like children's shoes. Inspector Cray nodded. "We've started photographing them. A constable's marking the perimeter." A shout came from the far edge of the clearing. "Sir, there's something over here." Cray and Miss Marple moved briskly toward the voice. Beneath a low bush, just 15 feet from the body, a school bag had been partially hidden by branches and leaves. The bag was damp, one strap torn, and the name T. Ellis was scribbled inside in faded ink. The inspector crouched again and began sifting through the contents with gloved fingers. "Books," he muttered. "Science textbook, history workbook, water bottle." He paused, pulling out a stubby blue crayon, its tip broken cleanly in half. Miss Marple, peering over his shoulder, spoke softly. "Tommy always used a blue crayon to mark important notes. I've seen him outside the grocer's with that very habit. But this one—" She took the crayon gently, studying it. This wasn't dropped. It was snapped, clean and with force. "In anger." Cray raised an eyebrow. "Could be. Could—" She reached for the notebook. The pages inside were neat, organized, handwriting steady and precise. In test after test, Tommy had scored 100%. Maths, grammar, science, spelling. Every margin held small sketches, rockets, gears, blueprints of imaginary machines. "A gifted child," Miss Marple said, almost to herself. "Disciplined, focused, threatening to those who aren't." The inspector said nothing but stood slowly, surveying the clearing once more. Then he signalled 2 officers. "Send the body to Dr. Cartwright. I want the post-mortem done before nightfall, and seal this area every inch. I want impressions taken, photos logged, everything." The constables nodded and moved swiftly. As Tommy's body was gently lifted onto a stretcher, a cry broke out behind them. Mrs. Ellis came stumbling toward Miss Marple, her face contorted with grief. "Please," she sobbed, "please, you notice things. You see what others don't. You have to find out who did this. He was my boy. He had plans, dreams. He didn't deserve this." Miss Marple placed both hands gently around hers. "I will try," she said with solemn conviction. "I give you my word." Behind them, Cray's voice rang out. "And I'll see to it that every last stone in this village is turned over. Whoever did this, whether child or man, won't escape justice." He turned to Miss Marple, a hint of weary respect in his gaze. "Truth be told, I was hoping you'd get involved. After all, you are the mother of all detectives in St. Mary Mead." Miss Marple offered him a faint smile, the same wry smile that had unnerved more than a few murderers over the years. Her eyes, however, returned to the blood-speckled stones. "There's something deeply wrong here," she murmured, "not just in action, but in intent. Someone meant for him to suffer." As the stretcher disappeared into the mist and the clearing emptied, Miss Marple stood alone for a moment longer, listening to the silence of the field. In the dirt beneath her feet, the truth lay waiting, and she intended to unearth it. Chapter 3. Among Friends, Among Secrets. The morning was pale and brisk, with a wind that carried the scent of damp leaves and distant chalk. Clouds drifted low, their bellies heavy with the promise of another grey day. Wrapped snugly in her soft grey shawl, Miss Jane Marple stepped outside her cottage with quiet resolve. Her destination lay a little farther than she was accustomed to walking. Cherry Down Secondary School, the place where young Tommy Ellis had spent most of his recent days, learning, growing, and perhaps, quietly, suffering. As she walked along the narrow path that wound its way through hedgerows and sleeping fields, Miss Marple's thoughts moved quickly. She wasn't simply going to grieve or to gather platitudes. She was going to observe, to listen, to understand the life Tommy had lived in, the days leading to his tragic end. The school building stood tall at the edge of the next village, its brick facade sturdy and symmetrical, with wide arched windows and an old brass bell above the main entrance. Compared to the modest village school in St. Mary Mead, Cherry Down looked almost regal. Miss Marple, pausing for a moment, took in the manicured lawn, the iron railings, the blue-painted signboard, Cherry Down Secondary, nurturing tomorrow's thinkers. She was led inside by a soft-spoken secretary and offered tea in the principal's office. Miss Deborah Bellamy, the headmistress, was a tall, neat woman in her late 40s, with silver-streaked hair pulled tightly into a chignon. Her posture was precise, her eyes sharp behind elegant spectacles. "Miss Marple," she said with a polite nod, "your name precedes you. I've heard quite a bit about your intuition." Her voice was careful, but not dismissive. Miss Marple smiled warmly. "Well, you know what they say about village gossip. It travels faster than the telephone. I'm afraid I'm not here on social matters." Miss Bellamy's expression softened. "Of course, I presume this is about Tommy Ellis?" Miss Marple nodded gently. "Yes. I wanted to know what you might be able to tell me, anything at all. Even the smallest details matter." The principal sighed, folding her hands on her desk. "It's a terrible loss, truly. Tommy was one of our brightest students, first in nearly every subject. His maths and spelling were particularly excellent. He was always neat, always punctual, courteous, disciplined. Honestly, he was everyone's favorite." Miss Marple leaned slightly forward. "And on the day he passed, was anything unusual noted? Any changes in behavior? Any disruption in routine?" Miss Bellamy frowned thoughtfully. "He was in very high spirits, actually. That day the scholarship results had come out. Tommy had been selected. He had applied earlier in the term and we received confirmation that morning. He was so proud. I recall seeing him in the corridor beaming like the sun, but otherwise no. The school day was ordinary. His class went smoothly. There were no disciplinary incidents or absences." Miss Marple absorbed the words carefully. "Did he have close friends?" Miss Bellamy hesitated. "He was well liked, of course, but the ones he spent most time with were Harry Dalton, Max Sinclair, and Benny Cooper. The four of them were often seen together." Miss Marple thanked her and requested permission to observe the grounds. The playground was a modest tarmac space behind the main building, bordered by an iron fence and shaded by 2 sprawling elm trees. It was lunch break, and students were scattered about in little clusters, some kicking a football across the far end, others seated along the walls chattering in small circles. Miss Marple moved gently through them, her pace unhurried, her eyes observant. Eventually she spotted 3 boys, all wearing identical school blazers and seated on a bench in awkward silence. Benny, the smallest of the 3, had a pale face and nervous fingers that wouldn't stop tugging at a loose thread on his cuff. Max, taller, leaned forward with elbows on his knees, staring at the gravel. Harry, with reddish curls, sat stiffly, arms crossed and jaw clenched. Miss Marple approached with her signature smile. "Hello, boys," she said, settling slowly on the edge of the next bench. "Mind if I sit?" They looked up, surprised, then nodded politely. No one spoke. "I'm Miss Marple," she said kindly. "You were all friends with Tommy, weren't you?" Max shifted uncomfortably. Benny nodded faintly. "We were," Benny whispered. His voice trembled. "He was a good friend." "What was he like at school?" she asked softly. "He was—" Benny swallowed. "Smart, really smart, always top. He'd explain stuff to us when we didn't get it. We used to walk out of school together," Max added, his voice tight. "But we all live in different places. Me and Benny go the same way, but Harry, he lives near here. And Tommy, he walked the rest of the way alone." Miss Marple's gaze lingered on their faces, watching the eyes, the fingers, the small hesitations. "Did anything happen that day, after the scholarship results?" Silence. Harry's jaw tightened. "He was happy. We were all happy for him." Miss Marple did not press further. "Of course," she said gently. "Loss can be confusing." She left them with a nod, then made her way toward the staff room. Inside, the atmosphere was subdued. A few teachers sat with half-eaten sandwiches and murmured condolences. In a quiet corner, Miss Polly, a young assistant teacher, sat alone. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her tea sat untouched on the table. Miss Marple approached and offered her a tissue. Miss Polly gave a watery smile. "Thank you. I'm sorry, I taught him." "Tommy?" She nodded. "He was like a little brother to me, always cheerful, always polite. But lately, the past week or so, he seemed tense, distant, like something was weighing on him." Miss Marple's voice was thoughtful. "When people are troubled, they usually do one of 2 things. They shut down or they leave clues." Miss Polly looked up. "He was doing both, I think." Miss Marple nodded solemnly. Before leaving, she passed the school's main notice board. A section had been pinned with drawings for a recent art contest, bright sketches of flowers, houses, animals. Then she saw it, Tommy's drawing. It was simple, pencil-shaded, with fine lines and tiny detail. A large tree stood at the center, under which a group of children were gathered, smiling, some laughing. But off to one side, alone, stood a small figure, hands in pockets, eyes staring away, separated, detached. Miss Marple's heart paused for a beat. She leaned closer, taking in the careful shading, the detail of every face, and how only one boy had been drawn in solitary grey, while others were sketched with bright expressions. Was this how he saw himself, or how others made him feel? She whispered softly to herself, "Truth always speaks, if only one listens closely enough." And then her eyes sharpened. The tree in the drawing, its leaves and bark, bore an uncanny resemblance to the old willow grove where Tommy's body had been found. Miss Marple left the school that day with more questions than answers, but for the first time since Tommy's death, she felt she was walking toward the truth, not away from it. Because behind every clever boy, every smiling face, and every group of friends, there is a story no one wants to tell. Chapter 4. Old Grudge, New Shadow. It was a cold and brittle morning, the kind that carried the sting of frost in every breath and made the rose petals shrink beneath the weight of dew. Miss Marple stood in her modest garden, wrapped in her pale lavender cardigan, gently watering her late-blooming roses. The silence of the hour was broken only by the rustle of dry leaves and the faint clink of her watering can. Then came a knock, 3 firm taps on the gate. She turned slowly to find Inspector Cray, tall and straight-backed, his expression carved with a solemnity she recognized immediately. He doffed his cap in a gesture both respectful and heavy with purpose. "Miss Marple," he said, his voice low and controlled. "The post-mortem report has come in, and my suspicion, unfortunately, was correct." Miss Marple placed the can gently on the ground. Her eyes narrowed, reading the grief etched into the corners of his mouth. "Speak, Inspector," she said, her tone calm but intent. The inspector took a breath. Tommy was struck, repeatedly, with heavy stones. It was a violent attack, blunt force trauma to the skull and chest. There was no chance for survival. For a moment, the morning air grew heavier, as though even the clouds paused to listen. "Poor boy," Miss Marple murmured, bowing her head with a sorrow that seeped into her very bones. "So young, so full of promise," Inspector Cray nodded gravely. "The funeral is today. The parents have asked for a small, quiet service." "I shall attend," Miss Marple replied softly. "He deserves the respect." The inspector hesitated, then added, "I visited his school yesterday. Spoke to the principal. She mentioned you had been there before me." Miss Marple nodded. "I thought I might find something, but for now, only shadows." He sighed. "That's what I found too, shadows. The school children had little to offer, just pale grief and confusion." Miss Marple glanced at the grey clouds gathering above. "Sometimes children hold secrets not in what they say, but in what they omit." The inspector gave a faint smile. "You always did know how to read silence." That evening, under a dull grey sky and a breeze that seemed to mourn with the villagers, Tommy Ellis was laid to rest. The churchyard was crowded but silent. The villagers stood shoulder to shoulder, scarves pulled tight, hands folded. A gentle fog clung to the ground like a ghost reluctant to let go. Tommy's small coffin covered with white lilies was lowered into the cold earth as his mother sobbed silently beside it. She clutched a faded scarf of Tommy's in her hands, twisting it between her trembling fingers. Her husband stood by her side, rigid, trying to be her strength, though his own face was a mask of agony. When the final prayer ended, Inspector Cray stepped forward, facing the crowd. "I promise you," he said, his voice cutting through the stillness, "Tommy Ellis will not be forgotten. His killer, whoever they may be, will be brought to justice." A murmur swept through the mourners, like the breeze rustling the autumn trees above. After the service, as others departed in hushed tones and quiet footsteps, Miss Marple and Inspector Cray walked with the grieving family back to their modest home near the village square. The Ellis cottage was sparse, but clean. The walls bore faded photographs, one of Tommy on his bicycle, another of his parents at their wedding. The fireplace was lit, though it seemed unable to chase away the cold. In the drawing room, Mrs. Ellis sat curled on the edge of a sofa, wrapped in a threadbare shawl. Her face, blotched with tears, looked years older. Her husband stood near the hearth, shoulders slumped. "It wasn't supposed to be this way," he said suddenly, addressing Miss Marple. "I always believed Tommy would rise above, would make us proud. He was going to be the one to change everything for us." Miss Marple gave a gentle nod of understanding, but Inspector Cray stepped forward, clearing his throat delicately. "Mr. Ellis, I know this is difficult, but I must ask, did your family have any ongoing disputes? Any enemies? Anyone who might hold a grudge?" Mr. Ellis bristled. "Inspector, my son is barely buried. Isn't this a bit—" Before he could finish, Mrs. Ellis lifted her head. "There was someone," she said quietly. Her husband spun to face her. "No, Mary, this isn't the time." But she continued, her voice growing firmer. "A few days before Tommy went missing, David came by." "David?" Miss Marple asked, eyebrows raised. "My brother-in-law," Mr. Ellis muttered darkly. "He's my brother," Mrs. Ellis corrected, eyes glistening. "And we had a terrible argument. He wanted us to sell this house." Miss Marple leaned slightly forward. "This house? It belonged to our parents," she said. "David believes it should be sold and the money divided, but We, Mr. Ellis interjected. "We said no, it's all we have. Tommy loved this place." Mrs. Ellis nodded. David said if we didn't sell, we'd regret it. Inspector Cray's expression sharpened. He threatened you? Mrs. Ellis exhaled shakily. Not directly, but his words were cold, bitter. He walked out and we haven't heard from him since. Do you believe he'd harm your son over a property dispute? The inspector asked, his tone cautious. Mr. Ellis looked away, jaw clenched. I don't know anymore. He's always had a temper, and he never liked that Tommy got the best of everything growing up. David always said we coddled him. Miss Marple's mind stirred like a spinning wheel catching thread. Do you have David's address? He lives in the next village, just near Kensington Road, Mr. Ellis replied reluctantly. But he hasn't been to the house since that day. Inspector Cray pulled out his notepad, scribbling down the details. Miss Marple spoke softly, but her voice held weight. Sometimes grudges are rooted deeper than money. Sometimes they sprout from love denied or favoritism remembered. The room fell into thoughtful silence. Outside, the wind began to howl gently through the trees, tugging at the loose shutters and brushing against the windows like a whisper. In the flickering firelight, shadows danced along the walls, quiet, long, and watchful. Inspector Cray looked at Miss Marple. What are you thinking? She tapped her fingers lightly on her lap. I'm thinking that perhaps Tommy knew something that made him a threat to someone. And that person tried to silence him before it could come to light. David? The inspector asked. Perhaps, she said. But perhaps not only him. This house holds secrets, and so does that school. She stood slowly, gathering her shawl. There's something I haven't yet uncovered, she added. A feeling, a shade, just out of sight. Inspector Cray exhaled. Well, I'll go question David tomorrow. Maybe he'll reveal more under direct pressure. Miss Marple nodded, her gaze fixed on the photo of Tommy on the mantel. The boy's bright eyes frozen in time, his smile untouched by the darkness that would claim him. As she stepped outside into the brisk evening, a crow cawed loudly from the old oak tree across the street. The air was laced with the scent of damp soil and wilting chrysanthemums. And in the fading light, Miss Marple whispered to herself, the past never dies. It just waits for the right shadow to reappear. Chapter 5. The Road Back to Doubt. The morning sun rose slowly over St. Mary Mead, casting long golden fingers across trimmed hedges and dew-kissed lawns. A gentle breeze danced through the quiet village, rustling leaves like whispered secrets. In the corner garden of her thatched cottage, Miss Marple, wrapped in a dove-grey cardigan, leaned over her rosebush with a pair of silver pruning shears in hand, carefully trimming an overgrown stem. The clippings fell softly onto the moist soil, their petals pale but fragrant. The quiet was broken by the soft creak of her front gate. She turned, half expecting the postman, but found instead the tall silhouette of Inspector Cray standing just inside the archway. He removed his hat respectfully, his expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. Miss Marple, he said in a low, tired voice. I've returned from David's village. Thought I should speak with you directly. Miss Marple gave a gentle nod and placed the shears carefully on the garden table. Come along then, Inspector. Sit with me a while. Tea? He gave a faint smile, the kind that rarely visited his lips these days. That would be welcome. They settled on her stone-paved patio under the trailing vines, where two mismatched chairs stood beside a small table draped with a lace cloth. Miss Marple poured the tea with steady hands and offered a plate of almond biscuits. The scent of lavender wafted gently through the air. Well then, she said, as she stirred her own cup. What did you see? What did you feel? The inspector sighed, as if the journey had settled more on his shoulders than in his legs. David lives in a quiet little village, smaller than this even. Tidy lanes, old oak trees, a handful of shops. I started with the usual inquiries, postmaster, butcher, neighbours. Everyone described him the same way, quiet, reserved, a man who keeps to himself but never caused harm. Miss Marple raised an eyebrow, interested. Often what people don't say is as telling as what they do. Exactly, Cray agreed. So I visited his home. Small cottage on the edge of the lane. Not extravagant. Looked like it hadn't been painted in years, but not unkempt. He answered the door himself. David Ellis. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He looked tired, continued Cray. Lines around his eyes, as if sleep had been a distant memory. Still he was polite. Invited me in without hesitation. No visible nervousness, no signs of evasion. "And did you speak of Tommy?" she asked. "I did. Brought it up directly." He didn't dodge the subject. He admitted there had been arguments over the property, the house that belonged to their parents. Said he felt betrayed that his sister and her husband refused to sell or even discuss a division, but he also said, clearly and without hesitation, "Anger is not the same as hatred. Tommy was my nephew. I may have been hurt, but I could never hurt him." Miss Marple leaned back, hands clasped gently in her lap. "Did you believe him?" Cray nodded slowly. "I did." There was sincerity in his voice, and sorrow too. He spoke fondly of Tommy's curiosity, how the boy once tried to fix his old clock with a butter knife. It didn't feel rehearsed, no exaggeration, just memories, clumsy and human. "And his wife?" Miss Marple asked, stirring her tea absent-mindedly. "She was a different story," the inspector admitted. Fiery woman, angry. She felt they'd been wronged, said something like, "First they kept the inheritance and now they accuse us of murder." "Interesting," Miss Marple murmured. Was her anger real? Very, but it didn't feel dangerous. It felt wounded. The birds chirped gently above them as the inspector sipped his tea. A breeze fluttered a few rose petals from the bush behind them. "So, no proof, no strange behavior, no alibis that didn't hold?" she asked quietly. He shook his head. "Nothing. No evidence placing them near St. Mary Mead, no witness. Their car hadn't moved in days, according to the neighbours." Miss Marple tapped her fingers against her teacup. "It appears we've followed a path to the edge and found it leads nowhere." He sighed again, this time longer. "That's exactly how I felt, like walking in circles." She looked up suddenly, a sparkle of quiet intensity in her eyes. "Inspector, do you recall what I said to you the day Tommy was buried?" Cray furrowed his brow. "You said, sometimes the past waits quietly for the right shadow to return." Miss Marple smiled faintly. "Indeed, and sometimes shadows linger not in fields or homes, but in classrooms, among whispers, among youthful glances." "You want to go back to the school?" he asked, surprised. "I believe we must," she replied gently. "Not just to ask questions, but to read silences, observe changes. Children may not be experts in deception, but they are experts in omission." Cray nodded slowly. "Tommy's friends, Benny, Max, Harry." Miss Marple's voice softened. "I watched them at lunch the day I visited. There was tension in their silence, something unsaid, something shared." "And you believe it's time we pressed?" She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stood up and walked over to her rose bush, plucking a faded petal and examining it thoughtfully. "There are bruises in petals too," she said finally. "Some only show when the light falls at the right angle." The inspector stood too, now fully alert again. "I'll speak with the headmistress, arrange a quiet room, call the boys in one by one." Miss Marple turned toward him, her eyes firm. "No intimidation, Inspector. No loud voices. These are children, however cruel the truth may be." He nodded solemnly. "We'll handle it with care." Cray nodded slowly. "Tommy's friends, Benny, Max, Harry?" Miss Marple's voice softened. "I watched them at lunch the day I visited. There was tension in their silence, something unsaid, something shared." "And you believe it's time we pressed?" She picked up her shears once again and began gently pruning the withered tips of her roses. As he stepped back through the garden gate, Cray paused. "Miss Marple," he said, "if this doesn't lead us to answers—" "It will," she interrupted without looking up. Because I now believe the truth is not hidden in shadows anymore. It's standing in plain view, hiding behind a child's frightened face. The wind stirred again, carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of marigolds from the neighboring garden. Somewhere in the village, a bell rang out for the start of a new school day. But for Miss Marple, a new lesson was about to begin, one written not in ink, but in guilt, fear, and silence. Chapter 6. The Silence at Break Time. The next morning dawned crisp and silver-edged, with a soft blanket of mist still lingering across the fields of St. Mary Mead. The autumn chill clung gently to the air, and the faint scent of wood smoke drifted from chimneys. Wrapped in her well-worn grey shawl and armed with quiet purpose, Miss Marple walked toward the village school with a calm but sharpened mind. She was greeted at the door by the school principal, a brisk woman named Mrs. Greta Willoughby, who led her to the staff room with her usual professional warmth. A pot of tea awaited them on a side table. "Miss Marple," Mrs. Willoughby said, pouring 2 cups with careful precision. "I didn't expect you back so soon." Miss Marple accepted the tea, but barely sipped. Her tone was polite, but the steel behind her voice was unmistakable. "I hope I'm not a bother, Mrs. Willoughby," she said kindly, "but I had a few lingering questions, ones that have kept me rather restless of late." The principal nodded, the creases around her mouth tightening. "Of course, anything we can do?" Miss Marple leaned forward slightly. "Tell me, aside from Tommy, were there other students who applied for the scholarship?" Mrs. Willoughby pulled a red folder from the staff drawer and opened it, adjusting her glasses. "We allow all eligible Year 8 students to apply, but only those who pass the screening test are considered. This year, only Tommy Ellis qualified. The others had rather poor results." Miss Marple pressed her thin lips together. "Could I have a look at the class results?" Without hesitation, the principal passed her a thick attendance and performance register. Miss Marple flipped slowly through the handwritten pages, her eyes scanning the columns of grades, dates, and remarks with practiced precision. Tommy's name stood out immediately. His marks were exemplary, consistently the highest in the class across all subjects. His handwriting was neat, his assignments praised with words like exceptional and commendable. The gap between him and the rest of the class was stark. Several students had barely passed, while a few had failed altogether. Miss Marple murmured, almost to herself, "Success often breeds something uglier in its shadow." Just then the sound of a bell echoed down the hallway. Morning break time. Miss Marple rose gently from her seat. "If you don't mind, I'd like to step outside for a moment." The principal nodded. "Of course, the children will be in the courtyard and playground." Outside, the schoolyard buzzed with the usual noise of children at play. A group of younger boys kicked a football against a brick wall. Some girls skipped rope and chattered about weekend plans. Others darted between trees playing an enthusiastic game of hide-and-seek. But Miss Marple's eyes bypassed the noise and laughter. In the far corner of the playground, near the edge of the boundary hedge, sat a small group of 6 or 7 boys, silent, withdrawn, and notably detached from the carefree chaos around them. They weren't speaking, not even fidgeting. Just sitting, arms wrapped around their knees or picking nervously at grass, like shadows waiting for the sun to return. Miss Marple observed them from a distance, her sharp blue eyes taking in the details, their posture, their downcast gazes, the way they avoided looking at each other. Those same boys, she thought. The day Tommy was killed. They weren't with the others then either. They sat away from the games, quiet and watchful. And now, even days later, the silence remains. She stepped slightly closer, not enough to intrude, but enough to hear the near inaudible murmur of breathing and rustling grass. There was Bunny, Tommy's closest friend, his usual cheerful face now drawn and colourless. Max sat beside him, chewing his lower lip, his fingers tangled in his shoelaces. Harry was there too, his eyes red-rimmed, not from crying but from exhaustion, as though sleep had become a luxury he could no longer afford. They look haunted, Miss Marple thought, but not by grief alone. There's guilt hidden somewhere among them, and fear. Fear of what's already been done, or fear of being found out. At that moment, the iron gate at the front of the school creaked open again. Inspector Cray stepped inside, his long coat buttoned tightly against the wind. He spotted Miss Marple immediately and walked toward her, his footsteps deliberate and measured. She met him halfway, her voice low and composed. "Inspector," she said, her gaze drifting momentarily toward the seated boys, "I have something I need you to do." "Of course," he said, removing his notepad almost reflexively. "What is it?" She gestured subtly toward the silent group. "Those were Tommy's closest peers. I want you to go to each of their homes, speak to their families, find out exactly when they came home the evening Tommy was murdered, precise times, who saw them, what they said, if anyone noticed anything odd." Inspector Cray nodded, eyes already scanning the group. "Cross-check their stories?" "Indeed, one by one. No pressure, no confrontation, just careful observation. Parents remember things children forget to hide." He jotted a few notes, then looked up. "You think one of them knows something?" Miss Marple's voice dropped a degree colder. "I think all of them do." They stood in silence for a moment, the wind pulling at the edges of Miss Marple's shawl. In the background, the laughter of the playground faded beneath the weight of her words. The group of boys hadn't moved. One of them, Oliver perhaps, glanced up briefly and locked eyes with Miss Marple. For a fleeting moment, his face registered something. Not surprise, not sadness. It was panic. A tremble of recognition passed through her like a pulse. "They're holding it in," Miss Marple whispered. "Whatever happened, it happened together. And children, Inspector, children who share a secret, they can either protect each other, or they collapse." Inspector Cray closed his notebook slowly. "I'll begin today. Quiet visits, no uniforms, I'll ask like a friend." "Good," she replied. "If even one of them slips, the rest may follow." They turned again toward the boys, still seated beneath the low hedge, hunched together yet miles apart in their own minds. The brake bell rang again, sharp and sudden. The children sprang up like startled birds, rushing back toward the building. But that group, that corner of silence, moved last. Their rise was slow, hesitant, as if gravity clung harder to those who carried the truth. Miss Marple remained still, because she knew, now more than ever, that the truth was no longer buried in shadows or tangled in theories. It was sitting right there in the schoolyard, in a silence that had lasted just a little too long. Chapter 7. Mud-stained uniforms. 2 days had passed since the unsettling school visit. A creeping silence had settled over St. Mary Mead, like a sentence paused mid-word, waiting to be completed. The village, usually humming with quiet rhythms of routine life, now pulsed with a peculiar stillness. Even the sparrows seemed to chirp less. The postman's bicycle bell didn't ring that morning, and the air carried the scent of damp earth and restrained whispers. In her lounge, Miss Marple sat by the window in a high-backed armchair, her knitting needles dancing through a half-finished pattern of soft wool. The fire in the grate crackled gently. Her fingers worked with mechanical precision, but her eyes, those sharp, bird-like eyes, remained thoughtful, fixed not on the yarn but on something far away in memory. The garden gate creaked. She looked up. Through the frost-kissed glass, she saw Inspector Cray approaching, his coat collar turned up against the wind, boots marked with dried mud. There was resolve in his stride, but the lines on his face spoke of sleepless nights and a mind burdened with the weight of uneasy conclusions. He knocked once and opened the door, stepping in without ceremony. "Miss Marple," he said, removing his hat and exhaling slowly. "I've come from the boys' homes, the ones who were closest to Tommy. Benny, Harry, Max, Jason, Charlie, Albert, and Oliver." Miss Marple placed her knitting gently on the table beside her. Her expression sharpened. "And what did you find, Inspector?" He pulled out his black notebook, pages thick with hastily scribbled observations. Every single one of them returned home late the day Tommy died. Not suspiciously late, but notably so. Each one told their mother the same thing. They had stayed behind after school to play cricket. And yet, he flipped a page. The times don't match. According to their parents, some got home just before tea, others as the sun was nearly setting, and one boy, Max, arrived with a torn sleeve and mud all over his socks. Their mothers noticed how their uniforms were soiled, dirt on knees, cuffs, even the backs of their shirts. Miss Marple leaned forward slightly, her voice low and measured. And none of them thought to question why all the boys looked like they'd rolled in the same field. Inspector Cray closed the notebook with a muted sigh. That's the thing, they brushed it off. Boys will be boys, they thought. Mud is just mud, but something felt rehearsed. Miss Marple nodded twice, slowly, as if fitting the final pieces of an invisible jigsaw together. Her voice dropped. "Inspector, it means Tommy's murder wasn't the work of one boy. It was all of them. Together." A chill drifted across the room despite the fire. The inspector stood still, as though her words had crystallized the air. "You're certain?" he asked, almost whispering. Miss Marple's gaze was unblinking. "You said it yourself. The scene of the crime had multiple shoe prints, varied in size, direction, depth. You mentioned the bruises, the head injury, and the lack of defensive wounds. Tommy didn't fight back because he didn't believe he was in danger until it was far too late." The inspector remained silent, absorbing the quiet horror of the idea. Miss Marple continued, her tone unflinching. He was lured, perhaps even with laughter, surrounded, pushed, hit. The blow that killed him was final, yes. But I suspect the cruelty was layered before that. Maybe they mocked him, called him names. Maybe someone threw a stone first. The rest joined in. Inspector Cray finally moved, pacing slowly to the window. "But why, Miss Marple? What on earth could push a group of young boys to do such a thing?" Miss Marple picked up her knitting again, her fingers steady, voice as precise as ever. "Because Tommy was better. He was cleverer, brighter, faster with his answers and beloved by the teachers. And of course he won the only scholarship. The others failed, or came nowhere near. Their pride, their envy, their fear of being left behind, it festered like rot beneath the surface." She paused, and in groups children mirror each other. One act of spite becomes permission for another. What starts as a joke turns into a secret, and then into a sin shared by too many to be undone. The inspector turned back toward her. "Then it was jealousy, not some planned assassination." Miss Marple raised a brow. "Oh no, Inspector, it was planned. Not in the way grown men plot murder, but with whispers during lunch, side glances in the corridor. Perhaps someone said, 'Let's scare him.' Another added, 'Let's teach him a lesson.' They fed each other's bitterness until it became something else entirely, something deadly." The weight of those words seemed to fall hard on the room. The inspector finally exhaled. "I'll need to bring them in again, separately this time. No group shielding, no eyes darting across tables, just one boy, one chair, and the truth waiting on the other side." Miss Marple gave a faint, pained smile. "You'll find cracks, Inspector. In guilt, they'll contradict. In fear, they'll fidget. One will say it was just a game, another will admit it went too far. And when the first tear falls, well, the rest may follow." He nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. "Their parents won't take this easily. None will want to believe their son was capable of such cruelty." "Nor do they need to," Miss Marple said softly. "Not immediately. First, they must face the truth. Then they can choose what they do with it, protect them, or make them face the weight of what they've done." The fire popped in the grate. The wind hissed briefly at the window panes. "And Tommy's mother?" the inspector asked. "What do we tell her?" Miss Marple's hands paused in their knitting. Her voice, when it came, was like the hush before a church bell. That her son was not hated, but he was envied. That he shone so brightly, it blinded those too young to know how to share the light. Silence hung like a curtain. The inspector, notebook in hand, moved slowly toward the door. As he reached the threshold, he turned. "There's one more thing, Miss Marple. One of the boys, Jason, had a drawing in his school bag. It showed a group of stick figures standing over another, lying down. One figure had red scribbles around the head. We thought it was nonsense. Now," Miss Marple's eyes closed briefly, "now we know it was memory, drawn in crayon because confession is sometimes too heavy for words." The door shut gently behind him. Miss Marple resumed her knitting, but her thoughts were far from wool and needles. They were buried deep in muddy uniforms, in mismatched alibis, in the shared silence of children who had stepped across a line they never should have known existed. The truth had begun to rise, and like all things buried in earth, it brought stains with it. Chapter 8. A Murder Born of Jealousy. Evening had fallen like a velvet curtain over St. Mary Mead, wrapping the village in a hush of weary sighs and dimming lamplight. The police station, usually a quiet outpost of order, now bore a heavy, uncomfortable silence, thicker than any fog. Inside, the interrogation room was dimly lit. The air smelled faintly of old paper, pencil graphite, and something unspoken. Inspector Cray stood near the far wall, his arms folded, jaw tense. Seated in a row, each on separate chairs with space between them, were 7 boys: Benny, Max, Harry, Jason, Charlie, Albert, and Oliver. The innocence of their school uniforms now seemed like a grim costume, each marked with fading patches of dirt and silent guilt. Miss Marple sat quietly in a wooden chair near the corner, her posture straight, her hands folded over her handbag. She said nothing, not yet. But her presence was a lighthouse, watchful, steady, waiting for the storm to crack. At first, the boys denied everything. "We don't know what happened. Tommy was our friend. We were just playing cricket after school." Their voices quivered, not with outrage, but with the trembling hollowness of rehearsed lies beginning to collapse. Inspector Cray paced slowly, his footsteps deliberately measured. Then he spoke, softly, but with firm pressure, like pressing a thumb against a bruise. "Funny," he said, "how you all came home late that evening, all with mud-stained uniforms, all claiming to have played a game no teacher remembers seeing, and none of your stories match the others' timelines." He stopped in front of Benny, the youngest. Benny's hands clenched into fists on his lap. "Want to try again, Benny?" There was a pause. Then crack. A dam broke. Benny's voice was barely a whisper. "He always came first. I came second. But no one ever praised me. It was always, Tommy this, Tommy that. I was invisible." Silence. Then Max spoke, staring at the floor. He was every teacher's favorite. No matter what we did, he was the one they noticed. Harry's voice was tinged with heat. He got the scholarship. And then he started talking about high school, how he'd be an engineer. He said he'd make us proud one day. But I wasn't proud, I was angry. My mum cried when I failed the test. He didn't even notice. Oliver hesitated. His lip quivered. That day, when his name got announced, he was glowing, laughing. Principal said, "He will make this school famous." I felt so small, like I didn't exist. Jason, who had been silent, lifted his head. His voice was steady, too steady. We all wanted him gone, not dead maybe, but gone, out of our way, out of our shadow. Then Albert stood, his voice cracked. "Every teacher said, 'Tommy is our pride,' but no one ever said that about us." That day, something inside snapped. A sharp breath cut through the room. Jason continued the confession. We planned it. After the results were posted, we decided we'd take him somewhere quiet, scare him, push him around a bit. Miss Marple closed her eyes, a deep sorrow flickering across her face. Albert lowered his voice to a near whisper. We led him to the backfield, said we found something cool there. Then we picked up stones, first small, then bigger. One by one, we threw them. He didn't scream, just looked confused, then afraid, then he fell. A hush followed his words, so complete it could be carved into stone. Inspector Cray exhaled through his nose, long and low. You will all be charged, juvenile court. The system will decide your fate. The boys sat motionless now, no longer denying, no longer crying. Just quiet. As if the storm had finally passed and the wreckage lay around them like broken glass. Miss Marple spoke, her voice gentle, but weighted like an old clock chiming midnight. This was jealousy, Inspector, that silent, invisible poison that festers in the corners of young hearts. And this was childhood jealousy, the kind that wears no mask of malice but grows all the same, slowly, dangerously. Inspector bowed his head. He was the best of them, and that's why they killed him. Miss Marple looked toward the boys, not with anger, but with quiet mourning. There is fault here, she said, not only with these children. Somewhere society failed too. We teach children to praise excellence, but forget to teach them how to bear it in others. When we put one child on a pedestal, we leave others in the dust. The words hung heavy in the room. Inspector Cray nodded slowly. Their families will be shattered, as will their futures, Miss Marple replied. But perhaps, with truth, something can still be rebuilt. As the boys were quietly escorted out, one by one, no handcuffs were used. Only the weight of their own choices bound them now. Benny passed by Miss Marple and paused. I didn't want him to die, he whispered. She looked at him, not with pity, but clarity. But you helped him fall. And with that, he was led away. Miss Marple remained seated a moment longer, her eyes on the doorway where the boys had exited. A brilliant boy had been silenced, not by evil, not by enemies, but by the confused fury of those who once called him friend. The truth had emerged raw and unadorned, a truth born not of cold blood, but of burning hearts. And jealousy, like smoke, had curled its way through the innocence of childhood and set fire to a future that might have changed the world. Miss Marple and the Unspoken Motive. Chapter 1. Tea, Ash, and Secrets. The evening had arrived gently in St. Mary Village, draping the quiet countryside in a soft amber glow. The summer sun, mellow and forgiving, hung low on the horizon, casting long golden shadows over Jennifer Cartwright's spacious garden. It was the sort of evening that made one believe nothing evil could possibly happen in such a tranquil place. Jennifer's lawn, wide, well-groomed and flanked by trimmed hedges, was set with delicate floral chairs, white linen-covered tables, and vintage china that clinked sweetly under the weight of hot tea. A rustic bonfire crackled quietly in a stone pit nearby, its smoke rising in delicate spirals into the lavender-tinted sky. Guests from every corner of the village wandered in, dressed in light cardigans and linen suits, murmuring greetings and exchanging pleasantries with their characteristic small-town warmth. It was, as always, Jennifer's idea to host the tea party, a garden affair she proudly boasted about to all who would listen. And why wouldn't she? As the wealthiest widow in the village, her estate was the heart of local society, and her sharp tongue was only matched by her obsession with appearances. Miss Marple had arrived early, as was her habit, quietly settling into a seat beneath a sprawling cherry tree. She wore her pale grey cardigan, a navy blue skirt, and a fine straw hat pinned neatly to her silver curls. Her eyes, blue and shrewd, scanned the gathering with polite interest, observing the subtleties of smiles, the stiffness of shoulders, the flickers of emotion that often said more than words ever could. The tea had just begun to flow when Jennifer's loud, theatrical voice chimed across the gathering. "Amy, darling," she trilled, addressing her daughter, who stood near the buffet table. "People are still quite astonished to meet your husband, Edward. Such a humble background, but remarkably well-mannered, wouldn't you say? Love truly does rise above poverty." Amy smiled, unfazed by the remark, and slipped her hand into Edward's. "Edward lives with us now," she said casually. "Being a gardamat is a modern arrangement after all, practical and perfectly progressive." Miss Marple sipped her tea slowly, studying Edward with subtle interest. His appearance was clean-cut. His suit was crisp and evidently new, though the collar bore faint wrinkles that betrayed a rushed or careless ironing job. He smiled nervously, shifting slightly on his feet. His eyes, dark, hesitant, held a kind of restless confusion, a man not quite comfortable in his skin. Before anyone else could chime in, Jennifer added with a gleam in her eye, "And let's not forget that Edward's sister, Melissa, has already married my dear son, Jason. Isn't that lovely? Now we're practically sewn together." Miss Marple offered a slight smile, but her eyes flickered briefly toward the far end of the lawn. There stood Jason, tall, handsome, and just a shade too still. He leaned against a wooden post, a glass of whiskey dangling from his fingers. His gaze drifted, distant and half-lidded, clouded by either sleep or drink. Behind him, seated quietly and alone, was Melissa. She wore a soft floral dress that looked as though it had been chosen for her, not by her. Her shoulders were drawn in, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She didn't speak, didn't smile. She seemed almost invisible in a party thrown partially in her name. Miss Marple, ever attentive, noted the faint scratches on Melissa's right hand, thin, fresh, the sort that came not from gardening but from resisting. Gently, she leaned toward her and asked, "Are you well, dear?" Melissa looked up briefly, startled by the kindness. She hesitated, then gave a small, almost reluctant nod. "Yes, I'm all right," but she wasn't. The answer came too quickly, too rehearsed. Just then the rhythm of the garden shifted. A maid, Elsa, young and always anxious, struggled to push a wheelchair across the uneven grass. In it sat Martha, Edward, and Melissa's mother, pale and solemn. Her presence was sudden and unwelcome. Jennifer turned, cast one look at the woman, and muttered with disdain, "Next time, bring her through the back, Elsa." The words dropped like a stone in still water. Miss Marple observed the maid's jaw tighten, but Elsa said nothing. Neither did Martha. She simply stared straight ahead, expressionless. The party meandered to its end as the sun dipped lower. Guests trickled away, their goodbyes short and distracted. The laughter and teacups had faded, replaced by a strange stillness in the garden. Melissa had not moved much through the evening, and Jason had refilled his glass twice. Edward, meanwhile, flitted between conversation and silence, never settling for long. Eventually, only a few remained. Miss Marple found herself seated beside Martha, who hadn't spoken a word all evening. Jennifer and the rest had gone inside, leaving the garden lit only by the dying firelight and the flickering lamps hanging from the pergola. "Do you enjoy the parties?" Miss Marple asked gently, her voice as soft as wool. Martha turned her head slightly. "They're always so bright," she replied, her tone dry. "Too bright for what's beneath." Miss Marple glanced at her. It was a strange thing to say, and it lingered in the air long after the silence returned. "I suppose I should be going," Miss Marple said, rising slowly. "The evening's turning quite cool." She was only a few steps from the gate when it happened. A piercing scream, sharp, broken, ripped through the evening calm. "Miss Melissa!" Elsa's voice shrieked from inside the house. "Oh my God!" Chapter 2. The silence in the kitchen. The air inside the Cartwright house had shifted. Moments earlier, it had pulsed with laughter, idle gossip, and the faint clink of teacups. Now, as Miss Marple stepped through the French doors from the garden into the kitchen corridor, it was as though a vacuum had swallowed the life from the place. The light flickered, shadows lengthened, and silence thundered. The kitchen, usually a warm sanctuary of bread loaves and polished copper, stood tense and cold. Every inhabitant had gathered here, frozen in disbelief. The air was heavy with shock, as though it refused to move past what had just transpired. Miss Marple's gaze swept the room. Amy stood near the sink, her hands clamped tightly over her mouth, her shoulders shaking. She looked like she might scream again, but no sound came. Beside her, Jennifer Cartwright was rigid, a porcelain statue of shock. Her voice trembled as she finally whispered, What on earth has happened?" And there, like a porcelain doll fallen from a great height, lay Melissa. She was crumpled awkwardly on the tile floor. Her scarf hung loosely around her neck, twisted like a forgotten ribbon. A dark stream of blood pooled beneath her head, slowly spreading, staining the pale grout with a grotesque, growing halo. Her face had turned a pallid ivory. Her half-open eyes were glazed, staring somewhere far beyond the walls of the Cartwright kitchen. Miss Marple inhaled deeply, quietly, an old woman well acquainted with the silence that followed tragedy. She moved forward with deliberate gentleness, her footsteps silent on the floor. Near the base of the wooden shelf, a small steel rod rested, an innocuous kitchen tool, except that it had blood smeared across its narrow end. The sight of it, almost carelessly placed, sent a chill through the room. Martha, seated in her wheelchair just beyond the doorway, suddenly let out a guttural wail that echoed off the tiles. "My daughter! My Melissa! Someone has killed her!" she cried in anguish, rocking slightly. Her hands clenched the arms of her wheelchair with white-knuckled terror. Jennifer's composure snapped like a dry twig. She turned sharply toward the others, her voice rising in pitch. "This is exactly why I said we shouldn't have invited them into our home. This is what happens with people from that class. First arguments, now murder." Edward flinched visibly and took a step back, then awkwardly grasped Amy's arm, clinging to her like a frightened child, seeking refuge in a storm. Miss Marple remained composed as she slowly crouched near the body, careful not to disturb any potential evidence. Her sharp eyes narrowed as they scanned the scene with the precision of a seasoned sleuth. She first studied the steel rod. The carpet beneath it was slightly indented, barely noticeable to an untrained eye, but it suggested the rod had been dropped with enough force to leave a mark. Not flung, not kicked, but dropped, purposefully. Next, her eyes moved to Melissa's hands. Her right hand was curled inward, and two of her fingernails were visibly chipped, cracked at odd angles. Dried blood was crusted beneath them, a sign of struggle. Had she clawed at someone, tried to fight back? Then came the broken cup, resting a few feet from the body, shattered into 3 jagged pieces. One side had a smear of crimson, faint but unmistakable. Blood. Miss Marple's brow furrowed. That cup had not simply fallen and shattered in the commotion. It had been part of the act, possibly the beginning. A servant was sent to call the police. Within 15 minutes, the inspector arrived. He was tall, dressed in a long brown coat and a grey trilby that gave him the air of an ex-military man. His expression was grave and his pace brisk. 2 uniformed constables followed, fanning out with quiet precision. The inspector's eyes met Miss Marple's almost instantly. He recognized her immediately. "Miss Marple?" he said sharply. "You were present? Did you witness what happened?" Miss Marple rose to her feet with slow grace. "I had just exited the garden gate when I heard the scream," she said, in her soft, composed tone. "I turned around and returned immediately. I found them exactly as you see now." He nodded thoughtfully. "Did anyone else observe or hear anything prior to the incident?" "No one mentioned anything. However," Miss Marple said, her voice thoughtful, "I did notice the kitchen window is slightly ajar." The inspector walked over and examined it. "It is," he muttered, "but there's no sign of forced entry." Miss Marple added gently, "And the ground outside is damp from the afternoon rain." "I saw no footprints, no disturbed soil." The inspector turned to face the room again, his voice now ringing with authority. "This does not appear to be a burglary or outside attack. Nothing is missing. There are no signs of intrusion. This," he paused, his eyes sweeping over the gathering, "was committed by someone inside the house." Jennifer gasped. Edward's grip on Amy tightened. The inspector issued swift instructions to his team. No one is to leave the property. Not without my permission. This is a locked house crime scene now. He gestured to a constable. Secure the scene. Begin interviewing household members one by one. Miss Marple stayed off to the side, quietly watching, her face unreadable, but her mind was already at work, turning, mapping, recalling details that no one else had noticed. The steel rod was photographed and sealed in a clear evidence bag. The broken cup followed. Samples were taken from beneath Melissa's fingernails and the blood smears noted and swabbed. The inspector turned back to Miss Marple. You know the people here. You know this village. I'd appreciate your insight if you're willing. Miss Marple smiled faintly, folding her hands in front of her. Of course, though I must admit I rather hoped today would involve cake and crochet, not murder. A flicker of dry amusement passed between them before the inspector continued. I'll need the body sent to the coroner's office, he instructed. Full post-mortem, and make sure we get samples from the teacups, especially any near the victim. By now the forensic team had arrived. Their white coats and gloved hands were out of place in the once cheerful kitchen. They worked swiftly and without emotion. Melissa's body was carefully zipped into a black bag and lifted onto a stretcher. Her lifeless form disappeared from the kitchen she had entered merely hours ago. Edward turned away. He could not watch. Amy stood still as if carved from stone. And Jennifer, oh Jennifer, fished a compact mirror from her purse and reapplied her lipstick, her hand trembling ever so slightly. Miss Marple noted it all. The real drama, she knew, had just begun. As she stepped out into the garden once more, the wind brushed gently through the rose bushes. Their petals had folded inward, shivering in the breeze as though mourning. Miss Marple pulled her shawl closer around her shoulders and looked up at the house. Its windows glowed softly, unaware of the shadows gathering inside. Behind one of those windows was the person who had ended Melissa's life. And perhaps that same person was watching her now, but Miss Marple, calm as a still lake, only smiled faintly to herself. Murder, she murmured, is never neat, but truth always seeps through. She turned and made her way home. Tomorrow, the real investigation would begin, and someone would find that Miss Marple had a way of uncovering secrets, one thread at a time. Chapter 3. Whispers in the Market. 2 days had passed since Melissa Cartwright's tragic death, and the quiet village of St. Mary's Mead had become a cauldron of whispers. From the post office to the parsonage, from the cobbled lanes to the grocer's till, people whispered with furrowed brows and sidelong glances. Grief hung in the air like thick fog, but it was tinged with something sharper, curiosity. She had only been married 4 days, sighed Mrs. Phelps while arranging carnations at her flower stall. Poor soul, just stepping into her new life, and gone. It don't sit right, muttered the butcher, sharpening his blade. Something foul in it, I say. A girl like her, struck down in her own kitchen. And now an unexpected name flitted between hushed conversations. Margie. That Margie lass was supposed to bring cheer to the wedding, said Mrs. Trotter, peeking over her garden hedge. A cousin, was she? Pretty thing. Shame the joy barely touched her hem before grief swept it away. That afternoon, Miss Marple tucked her knitting list into her handbag and wrapped a soft blue shawl around her shoulders. The autumn wind nipped at her cheeks as she made her way toward the village general store, her feet finding familiar cobbles with practiced ease. She had meant only to purchase some soft wool, something plum-coloured perhaps for a cardigan she'd been planning. But fate had other intentions. As she approached the fruit stall set up outside the shop, she paused. A flash of red leather caught her eye. Then laughter, bright, carefree, and painfully inappropriate. There, standing beside the fruit crates, was Jason, Melissa's husband. He looked unnervingly unburdened, his ash-grey overcoat immaculate, his dark hair brushed to effortless perfection. But more startling was the young woman standing beside him. She was striking. Her red leather jacket gleamed, hugging her frame tightly over a black turtleneck. Slim-fitting jeans traced long legs, and a silver chain winked from her collar. Her blonde hair was curled into loose waves, bouncing lightly as she laughed. Jason laughed too, tilting his head towards her, eyes crinkling with amusement. He looked like a man enjoying a date, not a man whose wife had been murdered in cold blood just 48 hours earlier. Miss Marple's steps slowed, her eyes, trained by decades of observing human nature, sharpened. Jason turned. For the briefest of moments, surprise flickered across his face, and he froze. His jaw twitched. Then, like a curtain drawn back over a scene, he composed himself. "Oh, Miss Marple," he said, voice overly warm. "I didn't expect to see you here." The girl beside him shifted her stance slightly, her smile tight. "Hello, Miss Marple," she said. Her tone was polite, but edged with something sour. An undercurrent of irritation at the interruption. Jason gestured quickly. "This is my friend, Margie." Miss Marple inclined her head with the faintest smile. "A pleasure, Miss Margie." Jason's fingers twitched again, and Margie immediately reached for his hand, clasping it possessively. Her grip was firm, assertive, and she tugged him ever so slightly away. "Nice seeing you," Jason said hurriedly. "We should be going." And like that, they vanished down the lane, their laughter fading into the wind. Miss Marple lingered a moment longer by the apples. She picked one absent-mindedly and placed it in her basket. But her thoughts were no longer on yarn or knitting. They were a tangle of unspoken suspicions. She returned home in silence. In her parlour, the fire crackled gently. She sat in her favourite armchair, a soft blanket draped across her knees. Her knitting lay in her lap, untouched. Her thoughts returned to Melissa's pale, lifeless face. The broken cup, the chipped nails, the faint smear of blood on a steel rod. And now Jason, smiling, flirting, laughing with a stranger. Or not a stranger, perhaps. No, not a stranger at all. She recalled his words from the day after Melissa's murder, when he'd whispered in a voice not meant for her, "No more restrictions now." At the time, it had felt strange, oddly cold. But now... "Melissa opposed something," Miss Marple murmured aloud, her voice as soft as the falling dusk. "Something that Jason desired, perhaps someone." She picked up her needles but couldn't focus. Her hands moved through the motions, but her mind wandered, knitting together fragments of conversation, glances and behaviors. Melissa had been strong-willed. That much was known. She had firm opinions, sharp wit, and a directness that ruffled feathers among the Cartwrights. But was that enough to get her killed? Only if she stood in the way of something someone wanted desperately. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Margie, the red-jacketed woman with the impatient eyes, was she merely a friend or something more? Was Jason grieving or celebrating? And why had Jason's face gone cold the moment he saw her? Not shocked, not anguished, but caught. There had been a plan, Miss Marple now believed. Melissa's death wasn't a burst of rage. It wasn't a tragedy born of accident or fury. It was staged, measured, carried out with an eerie sense of control. The bruises on Melissa's head, the peculiar break in the teacup, the absence of any defensive wounds except her broken nails, it all hinted at something precise. Her gaze drifted to the window. The village slept beneath heavy skies. But inside the warm cocoon of her cottage, Miss Marple felt a storm brewing. Someone had planned to remove Melissa. And Jason, well, he hadn't looked surprised to be free. He had looked relieved. Outside, a branch tapped against the glass. Miss Marple rose slowly and drew the curtain shut. Then she sat back, cradling her knitting needles once again, and whispered, "If Jason truly loved her, his eyes would carry sorrow, not sparkle in sunlight." The next morning, she would begin asking questions. Discreetly, politely, as only Miss Marple could. And somewhere between the stitches and the silences, the truth would begin to unravel. Chapter 4. Shadows in the Blood Report. It was a crisp morning in St. Mary's Mead. The sun, though bright, struggled to warm the chilled air drifting through open windows. Inside her cosy drawing room, Miss Marple sat at her breakfast table, porcelain teacup in one hand, buttered toast on her plate, and the day's newspaper folded neatly beside her. The aroma of orange marmalade mixed with strong Ceylon tea wafted gently through the room. Everything appeared calm on the surface, but a quiet tension lingered in the air like the prelude to a storm. Just as she lifted the teacup to her lips, the shrill ring of the doorbell echoed through the cottage. Martha, her maid, appeared moments later, wiping her hands on her apron. "Miss Marple," she said, slightly breathless. "Inspector Graves is at the door. Says it's urgent." Miss Marple placed her cup back on the saucer with unhurried precision. Her expression remained calm, but her eyes gleamed with perceptive alertness. "Please ask him to wait in the lounge and do bring in an extra cup of tea." The inspector was already standing by the window when Miss Marple entered the room. In his hands was a brown folder, the bold black text on its cover immediately catching her eye. "Post-mortem report, Melissa." "Good morning, Inspector," Miss Marple greeted, motioning to the sofa. "You seem unusually early." Inspector Graves gave a short nod. His voice was quieter than usual, lined with gravity. "Miss Marple," he began, "the report is in. Melissa didn't die merely from blunt force trauma to the head." Miss Marple's features remained steady, though her eyebrows arched slightly. "Go on," she said softly. Graves opened the folder, running his finger along the printed lines. High concentration of a sedative poison was found in her bloodstream. She was likely unconscious before the head wound occurred. The injury, what we first thought was the cause of death, was just the final blow. He paused, flipping a page. The blood on the broken cup and under Melissa's fingernails matches, same individual. Miss Marple exhaled slowly, not surprised but deeply saddened. So the killer subdued her first, rendered her helpless, then delivered the fatal strike. Graves nodded grimly. It wasn't an act of rage, it was calculated. And the poison? It would have taken time to work. Someone knew her routine well enough to plan this precisely. Someone from the house, Miss Marple stated matter-of-factly. It's almost impossible for an outsider to execute such an intricate crime without being noticed. Exactly. Graves closed the file. We'll need to interview the household again. I'd appreciate your presence, Miss Marple. Your insight could be invaluable. She tilted her head gently in agreement. I'll accompany you, of course. Later that day, the air had thickened with evening dampness. Mist clung to the hedgerows as if reluctant to release the ground. Miss Marple stood at her sitting-room window, her well-worn binoculars in hand. Every evening, without fail, she surveyed her little corner of the village, an old habit born of both curiosity and a sharp detective's eye. Tonight, something peculiar caught her attention. A young man, no more than 20, approached the main gate of the Cartwright estate. He wore a heavy slate-grey overcoat, its collar turned up against the chill. His posture was agitated. He paced, then approached the gate, attempting to enter. The gatekeeper, an elderly man with a stiff stance and flat cap, blocked his path. "I've come to speak with her," the boy shouted, desperation cracking in his voice. "Just 5 minutes, please. Let me in." Miss Marple adjusted the focus of her binoculars. The boy's face came into clear view, flushed cheeks, wild eyes, trembling lips. His hands clenched and unclenched by his sides. There was fear in his expression, yes, but something more, urgency and perhaps regret. The gatekeeper stood firm. He said something Miss Marple couldn't hear, but the effect was clear. The boy stepped back, shoulders slumped. With one last pleading glance toward the house, he turned and walked away, his gait stiff with frustration. Miss Marple lowered her binoculars slowly. "Now who might you be?" she murmured. She returned to her armchair, eyes staring into the fire as her mind began weaving a net around the day's events. Melissa had been poisoned, not in a moment of opportunity but deliberately. The poison needed to be introduced subtly, in food or drink. That required familiarity. So who had access to Melissa's meals, her cups, her trust? Jason, her husband? He lived under the same roof. But his behavior post-tragedy was far from bereaved. Amy, the sister-in-law, she seemed withdrawn and tense. Edward, the quiet one, always in the background observing. Jennifer, matriarchal, proud and often dismissive. And Elsa, the maid, ever present, often overlooked. Each of them had opportunity, but motive? That would require peeling layers of jealousy, inheritance, resentment. Miss Marple sipped her cooling tea. The bitter taste lingered longer than it should have. She set the cup down. What if the boy at the gate is the missing piece? She thought aloud. Someone Melissa trusted. Someone who knew more than he should. Perhaps he tried to warn her. Perhaps he came too late. Or perhaps he knows who did it. She made a mental note to ask Inspector Graves about the boy. Perhaps a former suitor, a secret friend, a witness. For now, Miss Marple waited. The shadows of Melissa's death were thick, but the threads were beginning to shimmer, and Miss Marple, in her quiet way, was already beginning to pull them loose. Outside, the church bell tolled gently, echoing through the sleeping village. And inside the tidy little cottage, a mind as sharp as the evening wind worked silently, relentlessly, toward the truth. Chapter 5. The truth between velvet curtains. It was just past noon when Miss Marple, in her neat tweed coat and gloves, stepped out of Inspector Graves' car and looked up at the grand facade of Jennifer Cartwright's house. The stone lions at the gate seemed more imposing than ever. A grey cloud hung over the house like a veil of unease. Inspector Graves pressed the bell, and moments later the door was answered by Elsa, the quiet and soft-spoken maid. Her eyes flitted from the inspector to Miss Marple with barely masked anxiety, and she stepped aside to let them in. Inside the lounge, Jennifer sat regally on a plush velvet chair, her legs crossed with deliberate elegance. On the other side of the room sat Martha, Edward's mother, in her wheelchair, silent and still, her frail hands folded neatly in her lap. The moment the two visitors entered, all eyes turned to them with mild shock. Jennifer's red lips curled into a sneer. "Well, what can I say, Miss Marple?" she said, with disdainful sweetness. "We had the grand idea of mixing with the lower class. What a delightful tragedy it turned out to be." Miss Marple offered no reply. Her eyes scanned the room, quietly absorbing everything, from the subtle tension in Martha's stiff posture to the way Jennifer's fingers drummed against the armrest. Jennifer suddenly flared. "Oh, and don't think I didn't see that absurd scene yesterday. That delivery boy yelling his head off at the gate, saying he wanted to see Melissa. Shameless!" Martha's calm broke. Her voice trembled with defense. "My daughter was not like that. He was just a delivery boy. She barely knew him. She just received parcels, that's all." Jennifer laughed bitterly. "Really? Then why was it always her who opened the door for him?" "I'd say they were more familiar than you'd like to admit." The air grew hot with rising tension. Inspector Graves cleared his throat. "We're not here to debate character. We believe the poison was administered by someone inside this house. We need to investigate thoroughly." Just then, Edward entered the drawing room. He wore a long brown coat and gloves, his hair slightly tousled. Amy followed closely behind him, her expression unreadable. He overheard Jennifer's remarks and his eyes narrowed with irritation. "Mum, that's enough. You always have to create a scene. Elsa, please take her back to her room." Elsa nodded and gently wheeled Martha away, who offered no protest, her face drawn with exhaustion. Miss Marple noticed Amy didn't spare a single glance at her mother-in-law as she passed. There was no warmth in her eyes, only a hollow kind of disinterest. Inspector Graves turned to the remaining family members. Was there anyone who had a conflict or enmity with Melissa? Anything that seemed unusual in the days leading up to her death? Edward shook his head quickly. "No, Melissa was gentle, naive even. She couldn't hurt anyone." "And who discovered her body first?" the inspector asked. Elsa, who had returned, replied, "I did, sir. I was in the kitchen when I heard a loud crash. I rushed in and found her on the floor, unresponsive. The teacup was shattered beside her. Then everyone else came in. Miss Marple turned to Edward, her voice soft but firm. "And where were you at that time?" "I was on the roof," Edward said. "I needed some air." Amy added, "I was in my room. I heard Elsa scream and came down." Jennifer chimed in coolly, "As was I, reading." Miss Marple asked one final question, her tone casual. "And Jason?" Jennifer's eyes narrowed. "He was asleep, deeply, like a child." The interview concluded without clarity, and Miss Marple and the inspector made their exit, a heavy silence trailing behind them. That night, as the village lay under the hush of nightfall, a knock sounded on Miss Marple's door. It was Elsa. Miss Marple was taken aback to see the maid at such an hour. She led her into the lounge where a knitting basket lay beside her armchair. Elsa stepped inside hesitantly. Her eyes were wide, part fear, part hope. "Miss Marple," she whispered, "I have something to give you. Melissa gave it to me secretly. Said if anything ever happened, I should give it to someone good. I think you're that person." She handed over a small diary, its red cover worn, the corner slightly bent. Miss Marple took it gently. "Thank you, Elsa. You've done the right thing." Later, seated by the fireplace, the flames casting flickering shadows across the walls, Miss Marple turned the pages of Melissa's diary. The handwriting was delicate, uncertain in places. "I didn't want this marriage, but they pressured me. I don't understand what they want from me. Why am I being forced to do what I don't want to? I feel like something terrible might happen." Miss Marple's brows furrowed. She read it again. So Melissa was coerced, not just into marriage, but into something deeper, more sinister. And she had sensed it coming. Amy's coldness, Jennifer's hostility, and now Elsa's confession. Miss Marple leaned back, her knitting forgotten. "They all tried to control her," she whispered, and when she resisted, they silenced her. The question was no longer who killed Melissa, it was why everyone wanted her quiet. Chapter 6. A Shadow Returns. Morning broke gently over St. Mary's village. The light was pale gold, diffused softly through the wisps of fog that lingered along the hedgerows and slate rooftops. The cobbled streets, damp from last night's dew, gleamed faintly as the sun climbed higher. Birds chirped dutifully in the distance, and chimney smoke rose in quiet spirals. Inside her well-kept cottage, Miss Marple sat at her breakfast table in the sun-dappled kitchen. The polished silverware sparkled beside her neatly sliced toast, and a single boiled egg sat waiting in its holder. The scent of steeped Darjeeling tea curled delicately in the air. Just as she raised her spoon with practiced elegance, the door creaked open. Martha, her maid, hurried in, cheeks flushed, eyes wide with unease. "Miss Marple," she said breathlessly, "there's a crowd gathering outside Jennifer's house. Jason's been rushed to the hospital. They say he collapsed. Something's terribly wrong." Miss Marple set her spoon down with deliberate calm. Her expression remained serene, but her pale blue eyes sharpened, instantly alert, as if some unspoken shift had settled over the village like a shadow. "Thank you, Martha," she said gently. "I believe I shall take a short walk." 10 minutes later, Miss Marple was seated in the back of a village cab, her gloved hands resting lightly on her purse. As they passed through the familiar lanes, she observed the murmuring groups of villagers exchanging theories, gossip, and sympathy. The whitewashed walls of St. Mary's County Clinic loomed ahead, modest, unassuming, and surrounded by well-pruned hedges. Yet today, its peaceful air had fractured into quiet chaos. Inside, the waiting area buzzed with tension. Nurses shuffled briskly between rooms, papers rustled, and low voices exchanged medical details behind reception. Jennifer sat stiffly in one corner, her face pale but carefully made up. Her red lipstick was slightly smudged, an uncharacteristic imperfection. Amy sat beside her, hunched slightly, chewing nervously on a thumbnail. Neither noticed Miss Marple as she slipped unobtrusively into a nearby chair. Jason was in the observation ward. Through the glass partition, his motionless figure lay beneath a thin blanket. His lips had turned an unnatural shade of bluish-grey, and his breathing was laboured. A nurse adjusted the drip beside him while the attending physician stepped out, removing his gloves with visible weariness. The doctor glanced down at the report in his hand, then addressed Jennifer and Amy. "There's a sedative in Jason's bloodstream. A slow-acting poison, the same kind found in Melissa's system after her death. Thankfully, the dose wasn't as strong this time. He's stable, but he'll be kept under observation." Miss Marple leaned back slightly, her eyes narrowing just so. So, it was happening again. At that moment, Edward entered hurriedly. His usually composed demeanour was broken by real concern. "Doctor?" he asked, his voice tight. "Do you know what the poison was? Could it have been Sidaxin? Or Zoprex?" The doctor nodded thoughtfully. "Those are possibilities. We'll know more after the tox screen, but yes, they fit the profile." Miss Marple watched the exchange from a polite distance. She made no effort to approach, but each word landed cleanly in her mental ledger. Edward's specific naming of the drugs caught her attention like a thorn on silk. Why those two exactly? Had he seen them somewhere? Some 20 minutes later, Miss Marple took a stroll past the hospital pharmacy counter. The glass-fronted cabinet behind the clerk displayed various medicines, and at that moment she spotted Edward again. He was speaking quickly, his back tense. Then the pharmacist slid a small packet toward him. Miss Marple's eyes fixed on the label. Payodine, a mild but fast-acting painkiller. Curious, her brows furrowed ever so slightly. Jason was sedated, she whispered to herself, not in pain. Why would Edward need a painkiller today? She made her way out of the hospital slowly, her walking stick tapping gently against the polished floors. Outside, the sky had darkened slightly, clouds pulling across the horizon like drawn curtains. Her mind, however, was ablaze with activity. The sequence of events refused to be random. First Melissa, now Jason. The same sedative, two members of the same house. But why would the killer repeat the same method? Was it desperation, sloppiness, or a message? And Edward, calm, quiet Edward, had not only identified the poison names unprompted, but had also purchased medication unrelated to Jason's condition. Coincidence? Or an oversight? As she walked home, Miss Marple let her thoughts rearrange themselves like puzzle pieces. There were still too many gaps, too many shadows obscuring the truth. But the pattern was forming, faint yet undeniable. Back at her cottage, she removed her coat, poured herself a fresh cup of tea, and took a seat by the window, watching the village return to its rhythm. But her gaze was far away. It was meant to be a second silence, she murmured, stirring her tea. But this one didn't hold. Jason had survived, and in surviving, he had unintentionally opened another door. Miss Marple picked up her notebook. Though her hands moved slowly, her mind danced with sharp connections. One truth remained now, clearer than ever. The poisoner was still at large, and time was no longer on their side. Chapter 7. The Truth Revealed. The drawing room was heavy with silence, as though the very walls were holding their breath. The late afternoon sun filtered in through the lace curtains, casting trembling patterns of light upon the polished floor. At Inspector Graves' request, Jennifer, Amy, Edward and Elsa were all seated. Jason remained in the hospital, unconscious and unaware of the storm unfolding. Miss Marple stood beside the fireplace, a picture of calm authority in her grey cardigan and neatly pinned white hair. Her eyes, though aged, sparkled with precision. She reached into her handbag and slowly withdrew a single, carefully folded page. It was yellowed with age, the edges curled slightly. An old diary page. Her voice, when it rose, was quiet but precise, each syllable carved like fine etching in stone. I never accuse without cause, but when patterns begin to form, When coincidences repeat themselves, I must trust my instincts. Every eye in the room turned to her. The air buzzed with tension, as though something invisible had slithered beneath the surface of civility. Miss Marple looked first at Amy, then at Jennifer, and finally at Edward, whose foot tapped nervously against the carpet. There was a slow-acting sedative found in Melissa's bloodstream, she said clearly, and the very same substance was discovered in Jason's blood. Amy's fingers froze mid-air. Jennifer straightened in her chair, her lips parting slightly. Edward stiffened. If Melissa had been slowly poisoning Jason over time, Miss Marple continued, then who poisoned Melissa? The question hung in the air, weighty and ominous. The room responded only with silence. But the oddest thing, Miss Marple went on, was that Edward, out of all people, asked the doctor whether the poison could be Zoprex or Sidaxin, two medical-grade sedatives, not names a common man would know unless he had prior knowledge. Inspector Graves gave a slow nod, his jaw clenched. And then, Miss Marple added, turning slightly toward the inspector, Edward was seen purchasing Payadine at the hospital pharmacy. Amy glanced toward Edward, clearly unsettled. Jason was given a sedative, Miss Marple said, each word carefully enunciated. Not a painkiller, so what pain exactly was Edward treating? Guilt, perhaps? Edward's face paled visibly. A thin sheen of sweat gathered on his brow. I was injured, he said quickly, his voice rising slightly in pitch. That's why I bought the Payadine. Miss Marple's eyes moved slowly down to Edward's hand. That's not the mark of an accidental injury, she said quietly. That's a bruise from a struggle. One that occurred when you tried to kill Melissa, and she fought back, hoping to survive. Jennifer gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. She looked at Edward with wide, horrified eyes. Edward jumped to his feet. That's a lie, he shouted, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Miss Marple didn't flinch. Instead, she unfolded the diary page she held. Her voice grew softer again, but its impact was thunderous. These are Melissa's own words, she said, written days before her death. She began to read aloud. What do they want from me? Why are they forcing me to do what I don't want to? I feel suffocated in this house. I never agreed to this life. Miss Marple folded the page and set it gently on the side table. Then she turned to the group. Melissa's death wasn't an accident, she said calmly. It was a plan, a cold, cruel plan that unfolded quietly until her spirit began to resist. First, she was weakened by the sedatives, and then, when she wouldn't submit, she was given the fatal dose. Jason's illness, that was desperation, a panic-driven repetition of the same method. But when a killer repeats their crime, they leave behind patterns, and eventually, they expose themselves. Edward opened his mouth to protest again, but before he could speak, Elsa, sitting at the edge of the room, with her hands trembling in her lap, raised her head. I saw him, she whispered. Everyone turned. I saw Edward throw something behind the garden wall, a bottle. Inspector Graves stood at once. We'll search the property immediately. Edward slumped back into the chair, covering his face with his hands. The resistance in him seemed to crumble all at once. Jennifer stood slowly, staring at her son with disbelief. Why? She asked, her voice breaking. Why would you do this? Edward didn't answer. Amy stood, arms crossed tightly. Because Melissa didn't fit in here, because she wasn't from our world, and you... She turned to Jennifer. You made sure Edward never forgot it. Miss Marple looked at the inspector. There was pressure. From the family, from inheritance, from expectations. Melissa was inconvenient. That made her expendable. The clock ticked on the mantel. No one spoke. Outside, the garden swayed gently in the wind, peaceful, as though untouched by the tragedy that had occurred within these walls. But inside, the truth had finally emerged from the shadows. Chapter 8. A Sorrowful Bloom. The lounge was shrouded in a heavy stillness, the kind of suffocating silence that descends when an unspeakable truth has been laid bare. Dust particles floated lazily in the sunbeam that slanted across the carpet, casting a golden hue over the room that had just become the stage for tragedy. Edward sat hunched on the edge of the floral sofa, his hands trembling on his lap. His face had turned an ashen white, and his hollow eyes reflected both shame and surrender. Inspector Graves stood opposite him, unflinching, a man who had seen too many confessions, yet this one brought a quiet gravity. "Edward," he said in a low, steady voice, "do you admit that you killed Melissa?" Edward inhaled deeply, his shoulders rising as though he were trying to gather strength from the very air. A pause lingered. Then, slowly, with a downward nod, he whispered, "Yes, I did it. I took my own sister's life." A collective gasp rippled through the room. Amy, seated beside him, instinctively reached for his hand, but Edward recoiled, his arm jerking away as if her touch burned. His voice was no louder than a whisper, but every word carried a weight that crushed the hearts around him. I was tired of the mockery, of the looks of the life we had. Always poor, always beneath them. Amy promised me a future, money, respect, a place in their world. She said if I wanted that life, Melissa had to marry Jason, and I had to become the Gardammar. His lips quivered as he continued, and I did. I went along with it, but I wanted more, control. I couldn't let Jason think clearly or question anything, so I drugged him. Slowly, every day, a little sedative in his tea, he became quieter, foggier, more pliable. Everyone listened in stunned silence. Even Jennifer, usually imperious, now sat rigid and pale, her hands gripping the edge of the settee. Melissa helped at first. She thought it would calm Jason's nerves, but then she saw the truth. She confronted me. She said she wouldn't be part of it anymore. She said Jason was her husband and that she would expose everything. Edward's voice cracked. I panicked. I begged her, but she was resolute. She threatened to go to Jennifer, to Amy, to the inspector. I knew if she did, Amy would abandon me. Jennifer would throw me out. I'd lose everything. He looked down, a tear sliding down his cheek. So I poured a stronger dose into her tea. She saw me. She knew. She refused to drink it. So I forced her. I held her arms down and made her sip. I thought that would be enough. He paused again, his eyes distant. But she didn't die right away. She staggered. She reached for the table. She fought. And in that moment, I snapped. I grabbed the steel rod from behind the curtain. I didn't think. I just struck. One blow, just one. The room was deathly silent. Amy's hand was now clasped tightly over her mouth, stifling a sob. "And the delivery boy?" asked the inspector quietly. "I made that up," Edward said, blinking slowly. "I told him to come at that time to make a scene. I wanted confusion. I wanted suspicion to fall elsewhere, on Jason. People already doubted Melissa's loyalty. I just gave the fire some fuel." Miss Marple stepped forward, her voice soft but clear. "You weren't driven only by love, Edward. You were driven by greed, by your hunger for respectability. Melissa trusted you. She believed in you, and you used her love to forge a path for your ambition. That's not just betrayal, it's destruction." Edward hung his head, the final piece of his pride crumbling like dust. Inspector Graves reached into his coat, withdrew a pair of handcuffs, and gently clicked them around Edward's wrists. Edward didn't resist. He simply turned his head one last time to where his mother, Martha, sat motionless. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief, her lips parted, but no sound came. She looked not at a son but at a stranger. Miss Marple remained still as the inspector led Edward away. The ticking of the old wall clock echoed through the space, marking the end of a secret that had festered too long in silence. 2 weeks passed. The village of St. Mary's began to breathe again. The Cartwright home no longer felt like the centerpiece of whispered speculation, but scars remained. In the parish garden, amidst the blooming violets and climbing roses, Martha sat on a wooden bench. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, unfocused, as if time itself had slowed for her. Her once proud shoulders now slumped slightly under the weight of loss. Elsa sat beside her, quietly plucking dry petals from a basket. Across from them, Jason sat on the grass. He had finally been discharged from the hospital, though the weight of what he'd endured had left him quiet, subdued. His eyes glistened as he looked at Martha. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I couldn't save her." Martha turned slowly. Her voice was hoarse, but kind. "You loved her, she knew. That was more than enough." A soft breeze rustled the leaves. From a distance, Miss Marple watched the trio. She stood by the stone path, her gloved hands folded over her purse. She didn't approach, she merely watched. She knew there was no victory in solving a murder, only peace, or something close to it. Behind her, the church bell rang once. Miss Marple turned and began her walk back toward the village, her steps slow but steady. The truth had emerged from the shadows, but healing, she knew, would take far longer. And so St. Mary's returned to its usual rhythm. The roses bloomed, the teacups clinked, and somewhere, far away, another secret began to stir. Miss Marple and the ink beneath the teacup. Chapter 1. A Cry in the Quiet. Elmridge was the sort of village that wore silence like a well-worn shawl. Comforting, familiar, and just slightly frayed around the edges. It was the kind of place where hedgerows whispered secrets and garden gates creaked not with menace, but with the soft rhythm of village life. It was here, in a charming, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the green, that Miss Jane Marple was spending a much-needed holiday. Her old friend, Mrs. Lydia Harrowby, had insisted, rather firmly, that Miss Marple take a break from the bustle of St. Mary Mead and enjoy the restful atmosphere of Elmridge. "Jane," Lydia had written in her last letter, "you've been solving far too many murders lately. Come to Elmridge. The only thing that dies here is the occasional hydrangea." And so Miss Marple found herself nestled in a cushioned armchair, knitting needles clicking gently as she and Lydia shared the pleasant gossip of village life. The afternoon light filtered through lace curtains, casting soft patterns on the floor. A pot of tea rested on the table between them, steaming quietly beside a plate of shortbread. "It's lovely here," Miss Marple remarked, threading another loop of yarn. "So peaceful." Lydia smiled, though her eyes wandered to the window. "Mostly, yes." It was at that very moment that the calm was shattered. A scream, sharp, panicked, unmistakably human, tore through the air like a blade. It echoed down the street, momentarily stilling even the birds in the garden. Miss Marple paused, one eyebrow rising as she placed her knitting gently on her lap. "My word, Lydia," she said, her voice composed but curious. "What on earth was that? It sounded quite dreadful." Lydia sighed, almost apologetically. "That would be my neighbours, the Alberts. I'm afraid it's not entirely uncommon." Miss Marple tilted her head. "The Alberts?" "Yes," Lydia nodded. "Mr. Albert is a retired historian, very well read, terribly polite, quite devoted to his family. But things have been somewhat strained in that household." "How so?" "Mr. Albert and his wife Edith have 3 children. The eldest, Margaret, is married, as is the middle one, Isabel. But despite their marriages, both daughters spend an extraordinary amount of time at their father's house. Arguments are frequent. Sometimes I can hear them from my bedroom window. And I'm not one to eavesdrop, Jane, you know that." Miss Marple gave a thoughtful nod. "And the youngest?" "Edward. He's still in college. Comes home on weekends. Very quiet boy, always polite when I see him." Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind already beginning to turn. "And the daughters' husbands?" "Oh, they live in London, both of them. Margaret's husband is in finance, I believe. Isabel married a solicitor, neither visits much. From what I gather, they prefer city life." "How curious," Miss Marple murmured, more to herself than to Lydia. "Why do you say that?" "Oh, just thinking aloud," she replied with a faint smile. "It's always interesting when grown children remain so entangled in their parents' lives, particularly in a household where tension seems to simmer just beneath the surface." That evening, the women sat down to supper, a quiet meal of roast chicken, steamed carrots, and creamed potatoes. The mood was light, conversation drifting from books to local flowers to whether the grocer had been overcharging for butter again. But just as Lydia reached to pour the wine, the maid burst into the room, breathless and pale. "Ma'am, Miss Marple," she cried, her voice cracking with alarm. Both women immediately turned. The maid's hands trembled as she clutched the side of the doorway. "It's Mr. Albert, ma'am. He's dead." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened. "Dead?" The maid nodded, her voice barely a whisper now. "He's taken his own life. I just heard it from their housekeeper. The police have been called." For a long moment the room was frozen. Lydia's hand hovered mid-air with the wine bottle. Miss Marple's fork remained untouched on her plate. The silence was almost unbearable. Then Miss Marple stood, calm but with purpose. "Lydia, I think we should go at once." Lydia, visibly shaken, nodded and rose from her chair. Yes, of course. Poor man. Oh, Jane, I can't believe it." "I know," Miss Marple said gently, reaching for her coat. "But let us not assume too quickly. Grief, you see, has many faces, and sometimes it wears a mask." They stepped out into the night, the chill of the evening air wrapping around them like a shroud. The village, still quiet, now seemed unnaturally so, as if it too was holding its breath. As they walked toward the Albert residence, the narrow lane felt longer than usual. Lights glowed dimly from cottage windows, but the house at the end, a modest but handsome red brick building with a climbing wisteria, stood unusually still. Miss Marple looked toward the house, her expression unreadable. She had seen many kinds of tragedy in her long years, and many versions of truth. What waited behind that door she did not yet know. But she had a feeling, a soft nudge of intuition honed over a lifetime, that Mr. Albert's death would prove to be far more than it appeared. And so, with steady steps, Miss Marple and Lydia approached the door, not merely to offer condolences, but to listen, to observe, and perhaps to uncover the silent cry that no one else had heard. Chapter 2. What the Eyes Miss. The Albert residence stood cloaked in a heavy silence, its ivy-laced facade catching the afternoon light like a face that had aged too suddenly. As Miss Marple and Mrs. Lydia Harrowby approached the front door, the air around them felt unusually still, as if the house itself was holding its breath. The door creaked open before they could knock. A maid stood there, her complexion ashen, and her hands clutching her apron in a white-knuckled grip. Her eyes, red-rimmed and wide, darted between the two women before she stepped aside silently, ushering them into the narrow hallway with a subtle nod. Miss Marple followed Lydia closely, her soft-soled shoes making the faintest sound on the polished wooden floor. The hallway, lined with family photographs and the lingering scent of lavender polish, felt oddly compressed, as if the very walls had drawn closer overnight. Each footstep echoed like a whisper in a church. In the lounge, the family had gathered in a kind of solemn disarray. Mrs. Edith Albert sat stiffly on the edge of the settee, her posture composed yet brittle, as if it were held up by sheer will alone. Her hands, folded neatly in her lap, trembled ever so slightly. Her eyes, swollen and glossed with grief, stared ahead, unblinking. Margaret, the eldest daughter, stood near the fireplace. Her arms were tightly crossed, shoulders raised defensively. Her lips formed a hard line, as though she were physically holding back a scream. She didn't look at anyone. Isabel, more fragile in appearance, lingered by the window. She gazed out as though the garden beyond held some secret explanation. Her expression was void of emotion, not numb, but hollow, as if something had been scooped out from within. Edward, the youngest, was speaking to the inspector, a tall man with a crisp uniform, weathered skin, and sharp eyes that missed very little, but perhaps not everything.
"I found him in the study," Edward was saying, his voice low but steady, though it wavered at the edges. He was sitting in his chair. It looked like he had just dozed off. His eyes were closed. He seemed peaceful even. But, he swallowed. There was a bottle of whiskey on the table. He never drank, sir, not once. He couldn't even stand the smell of it. The inspector, pen poised over his thick, leather-bound notebook, glanced up briefly. You're certain? Yes, absolutely. He hated alcohol. The inspector made a note. And the letter? Edward reached into his coat pocket and carefully unfolded a small piece of paper. His fingers trembled as he handed it over. It was left on the desk. The inspector read it aloud, his tone neutral. I can't bear it any longer. I'm ending my life. He exhaled, not with sadness, but with professional finality. Well, that appears straightforward.
At that moment, Lydia stepped forward, laying a comforting hand on Edward's shoulder. This is Miss Jane Marple, she said, gesturing toward her friend. She's a dear friend of mine and an excellent judge of character. She's helped uncover the truth in some rather tangled matters. The inspector turned his head, surprised. Miss Marple? From St. Mary Mead? He eyed her with measured interest. I've heard of you, madam. Weren't you involved in the Copley Lane poisoning case? Miss Marple offered a modest smile, her eyes glancing briefly at the note. Oh, that was quite some time ago. I merely noticed what others overlooked. Well, he said, closing his notebook with a decisive snap. As far as I'm concerned, this is a clear case of suicide. There's a note, a bottle of liquor, no signs of forced entry, and no witnesses to suggest otherwise. He turned, muttered instructions to a constable, and began making his way toward the door. But Miss Marple wasn't listening to him anymore. She moved gently about the room, seemingly aimless, yet with the quiet precision of someone who knew exactly what she was looking for. Her blue eyes, deceptively soft, scanned the surroundings with the calm intensity of a microscope lens. She began with Mr. Albert's right hand. It still rested slightly askew on the chair's arm. On the pad of his thumb was a faint smudge of ink, barely noticeable, but unmistakably there. Curious, she thought. The suicide note, which now lay in the inspector's folder, was remarkably clean. No corrections, no ink blotches. So where had the ink on his thumb come from? Her gaze drifted to the tea tray beside the armchair. It had been partially cleared, but the silver tray still bore a few ring-shaped marks. Just beneath the edge of the tray, nearly camouflaged against the wood, was a faint lipstick stain, pale pink, subtle but distinctly present. Miss Marple leaned closer, but did not touch it. Then she turned toward the fireplace. The ashes were fresh, light grey, with darker fragments tucked within. As she scanned the grate, her eyes caught the curled edge of a charred piece of paper. Half-burnt, it clung to the back of the hearth like a secret. She crouched slightly, her fingers twitching, but she resisted the urge to retrieve it. Best not to disturb evidence, at least not yet. A page, she thought, possibly from a diary, or perhaps an earlier note, one he was meant to write before someone insisted otherwise. She straightened slowly, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The inspector had now left, and the mood in the room shifted slightly, not with relief, but resignation. Preparations for the funeral had begun. The house stirred again, but only barely. The staff whispered. The family drifted apart into separate rooms. The silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was hollow. As Lydia and Miss Marple made their way back to the cottage, the air outside felt colder than before. A wind had picked up, rustling the hedges and sighing through the trees like a morning breath. Lydia glanced sideways at her friend, who remained uncharacteristically quiet. "Jane?" she asked gently. "What is it?" Miss Marple didn't respond at first. She stopped at the garden gate and turned back to look at the house. Its windows stared blankly into the growing dusk, giving away nothing. Finally, she said, almost in a whisper, "There are some deaths, Lydia, that speak, even when no one else does." Chapter 3. The Echo of Doubt. 2 days had passed since the tragic discovery in the Albert household, and the village of Elmridge had, on the surface, resumed its sleepy rhythm. The morning was brisk, the kind that prickled one's skin gently and carried the clean scent of distant rain. A veil of silvery mist still lingered over the gardens, and the skeletal branches of the oak trees swayed faintly in the early breeze. Inside Mrs. Lydia Harrowby's warm drawing room, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the chill outside. Logs crackled gently in the fireplace, releasing a soft, comforting aroma of pine and smoke. The ticking of a mantel clock kept time with the measured clicks of Miss Marple's knitting needles, which moved with quiet grace in her capable, time-worn hands. She sat nestled in her usual armchair, a shawl draped over her narrow shoulders, her glasses perched delicately on her nose. Lydia sat opposite her, immersed in recounting a particularly amusing anecdote involving a vicar, a misplaced bonnet, and a very stubborn goose. The air was filled with the delicate cadence of their laughter, low, companionable, and utterly at ease. But that ease was soon interrupted. A soft scuffing sound broke through the tranquillity. Footsteps, cautious and measured, advancing through the hallway like a whisper. They were not the bold, brisk steps of a visitor, nor the practiced tread of a servant. They were tentative, almost unsure. A moment later, the door creaked open and the maid appeared, her posture respectful and her voice hushed. "Madam," she addressed Lydia, "Mr. Edward is here. He says he needs to speak with Miss Marple, urgently." Lydia blinked, her expression flickering with surprise. At this hour? How curious. Miss Marple calmly lowered her knitting into her lap and offered a kind smile. "Please, do show him in." The maid stepped aside and Edward entered the room slowly. He looked markedly different from the last time Miss Marple had seen him. His pale complexion seemed washed out by sleepless nights and unspoken worry. The shadows beneath his eyes were dark and heavy, and his hair, usually neat, was tousled and limp. He bore the unmistakable air of a young man haunted by something he could no longer ignore. "Good morning, Edward," Miss Marple greeted gently. "Do sit down." He did so, collapsing into the chair opposite her as though carrying a weight far heavier than his years. For a moment he said nothing, only ran a trembling hand through his hair and exhaled, as if preparing to confront something long buried. I don't believe my father killed himself," he said at last. The words hung in the room like frost, sudden, cold, and arresting. Lydia gasped softly, her teacup halting mid-air. Miss Marple, however, merely tilted her head, her gaze sharp behind her spectacles. "Go on." Edward clasped his hands together tightly as if bracing himself. "He wasn't that kind of man. My father was calm, thoughtful, measured in everything he did. He didn't act on impulse, and he loved us. Even when he disapproved of something, he expressed it with patience, not rage, not despair." He looked away for a moment, his voice becoming huskier. "I keep hearing those words in that note. I can't bear it any longer. And it just doesn't sound like him. I've gone over every conversation, every moment we had in the last month, and nothing suggests he was slipping into darkness. Nothing." Lydia leaned forward slightly, concern etched across her face. "But why didn't you tell the inspector, dear boy?" "I was in shock," Edward confessed. "Everything happened so quickly. One moment I was coming home from college, the next I was standing in the study looking at him, sitting there, gone. My mind shut down, but now that the fog has lifted a little, things are beginning to itch." Miss Marple nodded slowly. "An itch of the mind," she murmured. "A feeling that something's not sitting quite right."
"Yes," Edward said, his voice gaining a note of relief. Little things, feelings, fragments, the smell of whiskey when he hated the very scent of it, the way the note was written, the look on Margaret's face when she came into the room. Miss Marple's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly at that last point, but she said nothing. Instead, she asked, "Do you suspect anyone?" He shook his head, his brow furrowed. No one in particular. But I'm sure there's something in that house, some small detail that might help. Something overlooked, maybe something hidden.
Miss Marple gave him a small, thoughtful smile. You'd be surprised, Edward, how often truth hides in the smallest crevices of a quiet room. He exhaled again, more slowly this time. Would you be willing to come by tomorrow? Take a look? Perhaps you'll see what I've missed. I'd be glad to, she said warmly. You've done a brave thing by trusting your instincts. His eyes glistened slightly, but he blinked it away. Thank you. Before he could stand, Miss Marple added, One more thing, if possible, could you bring me a copy of that suicide note? And there was a half-burnt piece of paper I glimpsed in the fireplace. If the inspector hasn't taken them away, they might tell us more than they were meant to. Edward nodded immediately. Yes, of course. The inspector is an old acquaintance of my uncle. He might let me have them if I explain. Miss Marple inclined her head. Good. Bring them quietly. I'd rather not alert the rest of the family just yet. Edward rose to his feet. He still looked tired, but something about him had changed. There was purpose now in the way he stood. Resolve, faint but budding. As he left the drawing room, the door closed gently behind him. Miss Marple sat still for a long while. Her knitting rested in her lap, untouched. The fire crackled on, and Lydia remained quiet, respectfully waiting for her friend to speak. Finally, Miss Marple broke the silence. Sometimes, she said softly, the most damning clues are not the ones that scream, but the ones that whisper. She glanced at the flames, her expression unreadable. And I think there's a whisper in that house, Lydia, she added, just waiting for someone to hear it. Chapter 4. Shadows in the Study. The following morning dawned cold and still, with a pale sun struggling to pierce through layers of damp grey cloud. The narrow lanes of Elmridge glistened with dew, and the hedgerows exhaled the scent of earth and crushed ivy. Chimney smoke curled lazily into the sky, lingering like old secrets. Miss Jane Marple walked briskly, wrapped in her navy wool coat and a burgundy scarf tucked neatly beneath her chin. Her steps were quiet but purposeful as she approached the Albert residence, her senses already alert. The events of the past few days weighed heavily on her mind, and although the world around her whispered of peace, she could feel unease humming beneath the surface, quiet but insistent. The same maid who had opened the door previously greeted her once again. Her expression was composed, but her eyes flickered, perhaps with recognition, or perhaps with dread. Without speaking, she stepped aside and allowed Miss Marple to pass into the hallway. The air inside the house was warmer than the street outside, but no less heavy. A strange hush hung in the space, not the natural silence of morning, but something more strained, the kind of stillness that came when too much remained unsaid. As Miss Marple moved forward, Mrs. Edith Albert appeared at the end of the corridor, emerging from one of the side rooms. She stopped short the moment her eyes met Miss Marple's. "You?" Edith exclaimed, her brows arching. The word carried surprise, but also the faint edge of something less polite. "This is rather sudden." Before Miss Marple could respond, footsteps echoed down the wooden staircase behind them. Edward appeared, moving quickly, his shoulders squared with new resolve. "I invited her," he said firmly, approaching his mother. "I asked Miss Marple to come because I don't think Dad took his own life. I believe he was murdered." The words hit the space like a stone dropped into still water. Miss Marple noticed the way Edith's hands clenched and unclenched at her sides, a subtle, involuntary motion. Her face remained still, but her posture betrayed tension. "Edward," she said slowly, her voice tight. "We were all home that day, all of us. Are you suggesting that the killer was here, in this house?" Edward inhaled, steadying himself. "No, I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just saying someone could have come in. Maybe someone we didn't notice. Maybe we missed something." For a moment, Edith stood perfectly still, her face unreadable. Then she exhaled quietly and replied in a softer tone, "If this truly was murder, then the one responsible should be punished." She turned without another word and walked away, her footsteps retreating down the hallway with practiced grace. Edward turned to Miss Marple. "This way," he said, leading her toward the study. The room was unchanged since the night of Albert's death. Miss Marple immediately sensed the atmosphere, a lingering weight, as though the room itself remembered. Dust clung to the shelves in fine layers. A heavy mahogany desk dominated the far wall, and to its right, the same worn leather armchair stood near the curtained window, bathed now in soft winter light. "This is where he was found," Edward said quietly. "I haven't touched anything, not even the rug." The smell in the study was faintly medicinal, perhaps furniture polish mingled with paper, and something bitterer beneath, like old tea leaves and grief. Edward called for tea, then walked to the desk and opened a drawer with care. From within, he removed a crumpled, half-burned sheet of paper and handed it to Miss Marple. "I found this beneath the dustbin the same day. It was almost destroyed, but I salvaged what I could." Miss Marple unfolded it gingerly. The charred edge crumbled slightly in her fingers. The message, though brief, was chilling. "I don't want to do this, but I'm being forced." She studied the handwriting. It was neat. The pressure was firm. There was rhythm in the strokes, no hesitation, no tremble. This was the writing of a man in control of his hand, if not his fate. Just then the maid arrived with the tea tray. Miss Marple thanked her with a nod and asked gently, "Did Mr. Albert take tea on the day he passed?" The maid hesitated, then replied quietly, "No, ma'am. I didn't give him tea that day. I'd gone to the market." She paused, looking uneasy. "I don't know who gave him tea." Miss Marple's gaze lingered on her. "Did he seem different?" "I'm not sure," the maid said, lowering her eyes. "Quiet. But then again, he'd been quiet for days." Miss Marple offered a warm smile. "Thank you. That will be all." As the door closed, she turned back toward Edward. "Do you still have the suicide note?" "Yes," he said, reaching into a side cabinet. "It's here." He handed it to her. Miss Marple placed it beside the burnt paper on the tea table and leaned forward to examine the two side by side. The contrast was stark. The suicide note was shaky, uneven. The letters were poorly formed, slanting at inconsistent angles. The ink pressure fluctuated, and some strokes looked forced, too deliberate, as if someone had been mimicking rather than writing. "This isn't the same hand," Miss Marple murmured. "Not even close." Edward peered over her shoulder. "You can tell that just by looking?" Miss Marple nodded. "I've seen forged notes before. This one speaks in panic, the other in sorrow." She sipped her tea, slowly, her eyes drifting to the bookshelf behind the desk. A sudden flicker of misalignment caught her attention. One of the framed paintings, a small landscape in gold trim, hung slightly askew. Not enough to be noticeable to most, but to Miss Marple, whose life had been a study in noticing what others overlooked, it was a red flag. She stood and crossed the room. The frame had been disturbed. She leaned closer, resisting the urge to straighten it immediately. Instead, she ran her fingers lightly along the edges. A thin line of dust had been smudged, suggesting the painting had been removed or tilted recently. Behind the frame, the wall bore a faint rectangle, as though something had been taped there, then removed in haste. She turned back to Edward. "Do you know if your father kept anything behind this painting?" Edward frowned. "Not that I know of. He used to hide old lecture notes in books, but behind paintings? No. Though there are things about him even I didn't know." Miss Marple nodded silently, making a mental note. If something had been hidden there and taken, it might have been important enough to kill for. Before leaving, she turned once more to Edward. "Do you know your father's solicitor?" she asked. "Yes, Mr. Lawson. He works with David Law and Company here in the village." "Excellent," she said. "I believe I shall pay him a visit this afternoon." Edward looked at her with hope flickering in his tired eyes. "Do you think we'll find the truth?" "I don't know yet," Miss Marple replied gently. "But the truth has a peculiar habit of surfacing, often where it's least welcome." She thanked him for his trust, carefully folded both pieces of writing and slipped them into her handbag. Back at Lydia's cottage, the warmth of the fire greeted her like an old friend. She removed her gloves, sat in her armchair, and reached for her knitting. But the yarn remained untouched. Her eyes were far away, gazing not at the flames, but at the image in her mind. Ink-stained fingers, a crooked painting, 2 mismatched letters, and a man who, in his final hours, may have tried to leave behind more than just words. "Something's not right," she whispered. She glanced at the fire, dancing, crackling, consuming. "And I suspect," she said to the silence, "that someone else in that house knows it too." Chapter 5. Ink and Inheritance. 2 days after her visit to the Albert residence, Miss Jane Marple stood outside a quiet sandstone building tucked just off the high street. The sign above the modest door read David Law and Company, its brass plate dulled by age but still respectable. The January wind tugged at the hem of her dark blue shawl as she adjusted it firmly around her shoulders. The cold nipped at her cheeks, but her step was steady and her eyes sharp with purpose. She reached for the doorknob and entered. Inside, the office was a contrast to the bleakness outdoors. Warm, still, and impeccably neat. The reception area was small but tastefully arranged, a vase of dried lavender on a side table, leather-bound ledgers on shelves, and a grandfather clock ticking softly in the corner. A young receptionist with tidy hair and a prim smile greeted her from behind the polished desk. "Good morning," the girl chirped. "You must be here to see Mr. Lawson." Miss Marple returned her smile with a gentle nod. "Yes, dear, I have a few questions about a late client of his, a Mr. Albert." "Of course," the girl said, standing quickly. "He's expecting you." She led Miss Marple through a narrow corridor into a well-lit office at the back. The room smelled faintly of beeswax polish and parchment. Behind an old oak desk sat Mr. Lawson, a silver-haired solicitor in his late 60s, his face lined with both age and wisdom. His suit was immaculately pressed, and every movement he made was unhurried, assured. The calm of a man used to dealing with both wills and widows. He rose politely as she entered. "Miss Marple," he said, extending a hand with a measured smile. "A pleasure. Please do sit." "Thank you," she replied, settling gracefully into the armchair opposite his desk. She placed her handbag beside her feet, her fingers folding neatly in her lap. "I understand you have some questions about Mr. Albert's affairs?" "Yes," Miss Marple said, her voice soft but clear. "I was wondering if I might see the current copy of Mr. Albert's will, and if it's not too much trouble, the previous version as well." Mr. Lawson did not hesitate. He turned to the filing cabinet behind him, unlocked the top drawer with a brass key, and retrieved 2 slim folders. "These," he said, placing them on the desk, "are the documents in question." He opened the first file and adjusted his glasses. "This is the original will. In it, Mr. Albert left 60% of his estate to his son, Edward, with the remaining 40% divided equally between his 2 daughters, Margaret and Isabel, and his wife, Mrs. Edith." Miss Marple nodded slowly, absorbing the information. Her eyes flicked to the second folder. "And the revised version?" she asked quietly. Mr. Lawson opened it. "This one is quite different. Edward's share has been reduced to 20%, while 80% is to be divided among Margaret, Isabel, and Mrs. Edith." Miss Marple's eyebrows rose ever so slightly. "That's quite a dramatic shift." "It is," Mr. Lawson agreed, folding his hands atop the file. "And it was received rather abruptly." He reached into his desk drawer and withdrew a single sheet of paper. This note arrived by post just days before Mr. Albert's death, a short instruction purportedly from him. He handed it to her. Miss Marple accepted it carefully. The paper was clean, folded crisply, bearing a modest letterhead. The handwriting was neat, deliberate, and slightly too even. Will urgently needs to be updated. Prepare papers. Will collect tomorrow. Albert? The signature, Mr. Lawson added, matches his usual mark. The envelope was postmarked from Elmridge. Miss Marple studied the writing intently. Her brow creased slightly, but she said nothing immediately. Instead, she opened her handbag and retrieved her small floral diary. Tucked into one of its inner pockets was a folded piece of notepaper, a sample she had copied during her earlier visit to the Albert home. It was a brief shopping list written by Mr. Albert himself, authentic, unhurried, and unmistakably genuine. She placed both samples side by side on Mr. Lawson's desk. The difference was clear. The original handwriting was looser, more casual, with natural slants and occasional flourishes. In contrast, the note instructing the will revision was stiffer, overly neat, as if someone had tried to imitate Albert's hand with conscious effort. These, she said at last, pointing at the two documents, were not written by the same person. Mr. Lawson blinked, taken aback. Are you certain? Miss Marple gave a small nod. Quite. I've spent many years noticing subtle things. Pen pressure, stroke consistency, natural hesitation. This new note is rehearsed, not written in a man's private rhythm, but performed for the sake of impersonation. Mr. Lawson leaned forward, peering at the two samples. I admit, I had some misgivings, he murmured. Mr. Albert was a thoughtful man, deliberate, not hasty. This message, its tone and urgency, felt unlike him. Miss Marple lifted her eyes to his. Has Margaret ever visited your office? No, he said immediately. I've never met her. Then you have no way of knowing whether she was aware of the changes? None, he said slowly. I received this note, prepared the documents as requested, and then Mr. Albert passed away before collecting them. I never saw him in person after that letter. Miss Marple folded the documents with delicate precision. Would it be possible for me to have a copy of this note? Of course, he said, rising and walking over to a small table where a compact photocopier sat humming. He returned a moment later with the duplicate. Miss Marple slipped it into her handbag beside the two wills. You've been very kind, Mr. Lawson. Thank you. He nodded. I do hope it helps, Miss Marple. I must confess, I've handled hundreds of wills in my life. But this one feels wrong. Miss Marple stood, her expression unchanged, but her eyes glinted with fresh clarity. So do I, she said simply. The wind had picked up slightly as she stepped back out onto the street. The air was biting now, stinging against her cheeks, but she hardly noticed. Her mind was already racing. Threads of motive, opportunity, and deceit beginning to intertwine in her thoughts like stitches on a dark tapestry. Inside her handbag lay more than just papers. They were pieces of a puzzle. And one of those pieces, the forged letter, pointed to something far more sinister than greed. As she made her way back to Lydia's cottage, her footsteps echoed steadily on the cobblestone path. Someone rewrote that man's will, she murmured to herself, and in doing so they may have written his death sentence as well. Chapter 6. Beneath the grocery list. The morning sun rose with a pale blush, gently spilling its light over the sleeping rooftops of Elmridge. Mist clung to the fields like a secret, and frost etched delicate lacework on window panes and hedgerows. In the distance, a wood pigeon cooed, its sound soft and mournful, as if in tribute to something long gone. Miss Jane Marple, wrapped in a dark woolen coat with a navy blue shawl tucked neatly beneath the collar, stepped out into the chilled air, her steps deliberate and unhurried. The path she took each morning twisted gently through Elmridge's sleepy lanes. Cobblestones glistened faintly beneath her feet, dampened by the early dew. Leafless branches above formed delicate silhouettes against the cloud-scraped sky, filtering sunlight into narrow golden blades. But today, Miss Marple noticed none of it. Her mind wandered back again and again to Mr. Albert, his gentle smile, the furrow buried too deep in his brow, and that heavy stillness in his eyes. It was not the look of a man at peace, but one burdened by something unspoken, perhaps something he had never managed to reveal. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way toward the village centre. She turned a corner, intending to pass by the post office, when her eyes caught something odd. Movement at the narrow lane to her right. There, discreetly nestled between a bookshop and a bakery, sat the Elmridge Community Clinic. Normally, she wouldn't glance twice at it. But this morning, its door swung open, and from within emerged Isabel Albert. The younger daughter moved quickly, her gait brisk, almost rehearsed. She looked left, then right, not wildly, but with a cautious air, as though checking for eyes. Her scarf was pulled high on her neck, her handbag clasped tightly under one arm. With her chin lowered and her pace quickening, she vanished around the corner. Miss Marple, who had stilled beneath the shadow of a narrow awning, tilted her head slightly. Then, almost absently, she crossed the street and entered the clinic. Inside, the small waiting room smelled of antiseptic and lavender polish. A young woman, barely older than 25, sat behind the desk, idly clicking a pen and leafing through a ledger. She looked up with a cordial smile. "Yes, may I help you?" I do hope so," Miss Marple replied, stepping forward with a gentle smile of her own. A young woman just left. Isabel, I believe her name was. Would you happen to know what brought her in today? The receptionist blinked, clearly surprised by the directness of the question. Still, perhaps swayed by the disarming presence of the elderly lady, or merely the unspoken influence of a well-known name, she opened the ledger without hesitation. "She was in earlier this week as well," the girl murmured, running her finger down a column. "Yes, Isabel Albert picked up a pack of Zoprex, sleeping tablets, non-prescription, but her family's quite respected here, so—" Miss Marple's fingers gently closed around the handle of her handbag. "I see. Thank you, my dear." Stepping back into the fresh air, her thoughts raced. Zoprex, a potent sedative, particularly if misused. Why would Isabel need it? Or more precisely, who else had access to what she carried? She had scarcely walked 24 paces when a voice, bright and melodic, pierced the cold air. "Miss Marple," it was Margaret. She looked immaculate, dressed in a powder blue coat trimmed with velvet, a silk scarf artfully knotted at her throat. Isabel stood beside her now, expressionless but alert. The sisters' appearance, together so soon after Isabel's secretive visit, stirred the edges of suspicion in Miss Marple's mind. "We're just out for a bit of shopping," Margaret said breezily. "Yes," Isabel echoed, though her voice held less conviction. "How pleasant," Miss Marple replied, offering her most amiable smile. "It's a beautiful day for it." After exchanging a few courteous remarks, the sisters turned to leave. But as they walked away, the wind played its subtle part in fate's design. A folded piece of paper fluttered from Margaret's handbag and landed like a fallen feather at Miss Marple's feet. She stooped, picked it up. A grocery list: milk, flour, eggs, nothing unusual. Yet something caught her trained eye: the handwriting. Later that afternoon, back at Lydia's cottage, she placed the list beside the copied letter from the solicitor's office. The note that had supposedly come from Mr. Albert, requesting an urgent update to his will. The similarities were not just striking, they were absolute. The loops, the slants, the prim perfection of each word.
Margaret had written it, not Edward, not Mr. Albert. Margaret. Miss Marple exhaled slowly. The fog was lifting.
Chapter 7. The Truth Unveiled. The golden afternoon light streamed through the lace curtains of Mr. Albert's drawing room, casting soft, dappled patterns across the polished wood floor. The air inside felt still, almost reverent, as if the very walls were holding their breath in anticipation. Miss Marple, dressed in a pale lavender cardigan and holding her ever-present diary, stood by the fireplace. Her gaze, calm and composed, moved across the faces gathered before her. Edith perched stiffly on the edge of a wingback chair. Margaret stood by the window, her arms folded tightly. Isabel sat on the sofa, teacup trembling slightly in her hand. Edward lingered near the doorway, his face drawn, his eyes shadowed with worry. "Thank you all for coming," Miss Marple began softly, her voice warm but edged with clarity. "I felt it necessary that we gather, here in this house, to speak plainly about what happened to Mr. Albert." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle over the room. "I do not believe Mr. Albert took his own life," she said firmly now. "He was murdered, and I have reason to believe that two people were responsible." A stunned silence filled the space. Edith's eyes widened. Margaret blinked furiously, then looked away. Isabel's hand froze midway to her mouth. Edward took a slow step forward, then stopped. Miss Marple opened her diary with a deliberate motion. Her fingers, though aged and veined, were steady as she flipped to a marked page. "Mr. Albert had originally left 60% of his estate to Edward," she said, glancing briefly at the young man, who gave no reaction. But a letter was sent to Mr. Lawson, his solicitor, changing that drastically. Edward's share was reduced to only 20%. Her eyes shifted to Margaret. "That letter was not in Mr. Albert's handwriting. It was forged, and I can prove who wrote it," Miss Marple said gently. "2 days ago, I saw a slip of paper fall from Margaret's bag, a grocery list. I only glimpsed it for a few moments, but that was enough. The handwriting, especially the way the L's curled and the R's slanted, was identical to the forged letter sent to Mr. Lawson. That's when I knew they were written by the same hand." Gasps echoed around the room. Margaret's complexion turned ashen. She opened her mouth, but no words came. "There's more," Miss Marple continued, her voice unwavering. On the day of Mr. Albert's death, a faint smudge of ink was visible on the thumb of his right hand. A thumbprint was taken by force, likely pressed onto the forged letter to simulate authenticity. Edward stared at Margaret, his features twisted in disbelief. "You—" Miss Marple held up a hand, commanding silence. "The second piece of the puzzle concerns Isabel," she said, now turning her gaze to the younger sister. "Clinic records confirm she has been purchasing Zoprex, a potent sleeping aid, without a prescription. She's done so multiple times." Isabel's face drained of colour. Her grip on her cup tightened, and the porcelain gave a small, pitiful clink against the saucer. Everyone assumed she used them for herself, but on the day of Mr. Albert's death, he drank his usual cup of afternoon tea, and that tea was laced with sleeping pills. Miss Marple's tone softened, but it carried the unmistakable weight of truth. Mr. Albert was drugged, rendered passive, and in that state made vulnerable. She pulled a second sheet from her diary. This is a copy of the suicide note. Its handwriting is not only unlike Mr. Albert's usual script, but also bears signs of imitation. Forced strokes, uneven flow. Isabel let out a faint gasp, but said nothing. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "And then," Miss Marple said, "there's the matter of the burned note found in the fireplace. Mr. Albert had begun writing something. The first legible line read, 'I am being forced.'" Her voice dropped to a murmur. "He was trying to name who was pressuring him. That note was burned to destroy evidence. And the handwriting, again, not his." Margaret took a shaky breath, her defiance faltering. "One final detail," Miss Marple said. "On the tray that carried his tea, there was a faint smear of lipstick, the exact shade that Margaret was wearing that day." A deadly stillness fell over the room. Miss Marple stepped back and addressed them all. Mr. Albert was a man of strength and discipline. He could not have chosen to die by his own hand, but he trusted those around him. He let his guard down, and that trust was betrayed. Chapter 8. The Final Confession. Silence, thick and suffocating, descended once again over the drawing room of the late Mr. Albert's stately house. The late afternoon sun, filtered through gauzy curtains, cast elongated shadows on the carpet, as though time itself had paused, reluctant to move forward in the presence of such a solemn truth. Just beyond the doorway, 2 police constables stood in crisp uniforms, their presence a quiet reminder that justice still waited. But Miss Marple, her hands folded neatly in front of her, turned to them and spoke in a low, composed voice. "Give it a little time. Some truths want to come out on their own." The officers nodded, stepping back into the hallway. Inside, the remaining family sat like porcelain figures, stunned and unmoving. Margaret, who had until now avoided everyone's gaze, sat slumped in her chair, her eyes rimmed red with unshed tears. The layers of composure she had so carefully worn were now stripped away. Her breath came shakily, and her lips quivered as though caught between resistance and surrender. She drew in a deep breath, the sound raw and ragged, and when she finally spoke, her voice cracked, not from defiance, but from a hollow place of grief and bitterness. "I only ever wanted to take something away from Edward," she whispered, the words tumbling like fragile glass. "He always got everything. Dad's love, his trust, his time, always Edward. I thought, if the will changed, maybe I'd finally get something too, just something, a piece of him." Across the room, Edward remained motionless, his arms at his sides, his expression unreadable. But his eyes, wide and stunned, flickered toward his sister, not in anger, but in heartbreak. Before he could respond, Isabel collapsed into tears. Her sobs broke the silence like a dam bursting. She clutched the hem of her cardigan and wailed, "I didn't know. I was just helping Margaret. She told me it was fine, that Dad needed to be calmer, that 1 pill a day would help. I didn't know they were meant to hurt him." Miss Marple stepped forward gently, her voice carrying a tone of sympathy wrapped in firmness. "Sometimes," she said, "the greatest crimes are not what we do deliberately, but what we fail to understand." Margaret looked up, her eyes blazing now, but the rage had shifted, no longer inward. "I wouldn't have done any of this," she snapped, her voice rising with resentment, "if Mother hadn't filled my ears every day, always saying how Dad never saw me, how he only valued Edward. She made me feel like nothing, like I didn't belong in this family at all." All eyes turned, slowly and inevitably, to Edith. The matriarch of the family, who had remained immaculately composed throughout the storm, now looked like a woman crumbling under the weight of her own silence. Her face had gone chalky pale, and she clutched the armrest of the sofa as though afraid she might float away without it. She swallowed hard, her lips parting slowly, her voice barely a whisper. "I never wanted this," she said. "I never wanted you to take your father's life. I only thought you'd distance yourself. Maybe earn a bigger share, yes, but not like this. I never imagined my words would twist like this." The words lingered, as hollow as a wind chime in an empty garden. Miss Marple, always the observer of human folly and pain, nodded gently. "A child's bond with their parents is the deepest of all," she said quietly. "But when that bond is poisoned, when a parent uses words as weapons, the result can be irreversible. Sometimes the result is death." Margaret collapsed into herself, shoulders shaking violently. Isabel's cries quieted into small hiccups. The truth had surfaced, raw, tangled, and painful. But there was no relief, only a hollow space where secrets used to live. The police re-entered the room. Their footsteps, though soft, seemed to echo against the floorboards. One officer gently approached Margaret and Isabel, his expression unreadable, but not unkind. Without resistance, the 2 sisters stood. Margaret wiped her face roughly with her sleeve, while Isabel avoided everyone's eyes, her shoulders hunched. No handcuffs were used. There was no need. Their guilt was heavier than any chain. They followed the officers quietly out of the room. The door clicked shut behind them with a finality that made Edith flinch. Now only she, Edward, and Miss Marple remained. Edith sank back into the sofa, her eyes glassy, her hands trembling in her lap. Her sobs returned, quieter now, almost childlike. She looked not like the commanding matron of a family, but like a woman who had finally seen the ruin her whispers had wrought. Edward stepped forward, slowly, toward Miss Marple. He stopped just a pace away and bowed his head. "Thank you," he said hoarsely. "It's because of you that the truth came out. I never imagined, never believed, that my father would die like this. Not in his own home. Not because of us." Miss Marple's expression was gentle, not triumphant, not vindicated, only understanding. "Every home holds a story," she replied softly, "and every story hides a truth. It only takes eyes that observe, and a heart that understands." The room remained still as Edward looked toward the fading light outside the window. In the distance, church bells chimed the hour, a sound so ordinary, yet so oddly profound. Grief would linger. The family would never be whole again. But for now, the truth had spoken. In whispers, in cries, in silence. And Miss Marple, her shawl draped loosely over her shoulders, stepped toward the doorway, her cane tapping lightly against the old wooden floor. She did not look back. Some stories, once told, do not need to be revisited. Some justice is quiet. Miss Marple and the Silence at Willowbank House. Chapter 1. A Chill at Willowbank House. It was a frost-laced morning in early February when Miss Marple arrived at Willowbank House, situated just outside the village of St. Mary Mead. Westbury-on-Thames was cloaked in quiet mist, the kind that softened the outlines of the hedgerows and draped the bare trees in a silvery hush. Birds chirped lowly in the distance, and the crunch of Miss Marple's sensible boots on the pebbled path was the only sound as she approached the grand but slightly weathered house. Willowbank House, a stately Georgian structure of pale stone and ivy-veined walls, stood with a dignified air of age and mild neglect. Smoke curled from one of its chimneys, and lace curtains shifted slightly as she was observed from an upper window. The front door opened before Miss Marple could ring the bell, and there stood Sophia Merriman, once Sophia Bellamy of their school days, now matron of this household. Her hair was still swept up in the same firm chignon she had worn at 17, and her figure was nearly unchanged, though the years had etched fine lines across her brow. "Jane, you haven't changed at all," Sophia declared with polished warmth. "You look just as I remembered, sharp eyes and all." "And you, Sophia, have become quite the lady of the manor," Miss Marple replied, stepping inside where the warmth of a crackling fire met the scent of toast and lavender polish. "It's so good to see you after all these years." Inside, the house was comfortably furnished, though Miss Marple noticed a subtle air of tension, like the moment before a storm. The hallway was neat, polished to a shine, but there was a stiffness to it, a kind of order that did not feel entirely natural. Sophia led her to a drawing room where tea had been set out. As they spoke of old memories, school mischief, dances, and the bitter Latin master who despised Sophia's handwriting, Miss Marple was introduced to the current members of the household. Helen came in first, sweeping into the room like a woman stepping onto a stage. She was tall, thin, with gleaming hair pulled back into an elegant twist. Her voice was brisk, clipped with the accent of someone who had spent too much time at West End boutiques. She wore a slate-grey dress that looked effortless but was almost certainly expensive. "And this," Sophia said with a slight pause, "is Edith." Edith entered quietly. She was the contrast to Helen in every possible way. Shorter, fuller, with a soft, round face that betrayed an easily hurt nature. Her eyes, dark and expressive, met Miss Marple's for the briefest second before lowering. She wore a plain blouse and cardigan, her hands clutched in front of her, as if to shield herself from invisible blows. Douglas, Helen's husband, had already left for work in London, Sophia explained. He was rarely home during the week, commuting to the city where he worked in insurance. Arthur, the younger son and Edith's husband, had his own business. What sort? Miss Marple was not told, and was currently upstairs dressing for the day. And then there was Alfred Merriman, Sophia's husband, a retired solicitor with a fondness for gardening and morning walks. He appeared briefly to shake Miss Marple's hand, his manner cordial but distracted. His gaze lingered a little too long on his watch, and moments later he was gone. It was at breakfast the next morning that Miss Marple first sensed something unsettling. The dining room was bright with sunlight reflecting off the frosted windows. A large oak table stood in the centre, set with silverware and porcelain. Everyone except Douglas was present. Helen chatted about a new dress shop in Westbury and the hopelessness of their gardener. Arthur grunted responses between mouthfuls of eggs. Sophia passed the marmalade with the officiousness of a boarding school matron. But Edith sat silently. Her plate was only half filled, and even that she barely touched. She seemed to shrink in her seat, her shoulders turned inward. Her fingers, wrapped tightly around her teaspoon, trembled as she stirred her tea, though the room was warm. Helen, sipping her black coffee, suddenly declared with a theatrical sigh, "Oh, Edith has had double pudding again. Honestly, darling, do you not believe in self-control at all?" There was a sharp pause. Sophia smiled awkwardly. Arthur didn't look up. Alfred pretended not to hear. Edith bowed her head, her cheeks reddening. She said nothing, merely pushed her plate away with a tremble that did not escape Miss Marple's notice. A fork clinked softly against the china. After breakfast, Helen and Arthur left for their respective places of work. Alfred, donning his hat and coat, announced he was going to visit a friend in the village. Sophia saw everyone off with a series of nods and gentle scoldings. And then it was just Edith left at the table, collecting plates, shoulders still hunched. Miss Marple sipped her tea slowly. She had not said much during the meal, but her mind was a hive of quiet observation. There was a crack in the domestic surface, thin but undeniable. Later, as Edith vanished into the kitchen without a word, Sophia turned to Miss Marple with a brisk clap of her hands. "Now then, Jane, I thought we'd go shopping today. There's a lovely new butcher who carries that Irish bacon you like." "That sounds delightful," Miss Marple replied with a soft smile. "Shall we take Edith along? A change of air might do her some good." Sophia's face stiffened for a moment. "Oh no, that won't be possible today. The maid has the day off and someone has to see to the linens and the drawing room. Edith is quite used to the routine." "I see," Miss Marple murmured. "Besides," Sophia added, "she doesn't like shops. All that bustle makes her anxious." Miss Marple said no more. But as she followed Sophia out the front door, she cast one last glance toward the house, toward the window of the back kitchen, where she glimpsed Edith's silhouette at the sink, her head bowed, the steam from the water fogging the glass. The walk into the village was lovely enough, daffodils beginning to bloom, crocuses pushing up through the soil, and the air heavy with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. Sophia talked cheerily about village gossip, Mrs. Crumble's hip operation, the vicar's sermon length, and a mysterious theft of hens from the Allens' farm. But Miss Marple's thoughts remained fixed on Willowbank House. She had seen such arrangements before, where one woman ruled and another was ruled, where smiling facades covered something darker. She knew the signs, the averted gaze, the trembling hands, the silences that echoed louder than speech. Miss Marple had not come to solve a mystery, she had come for rest, for companionship. But as always, evil had a way of brushing its fingers lightly across her path, and she would not ignore it. Chapter 2. The Silence in Scarlet. The winter sun hung low in the sky as Miss Marple and Sophia trudged back from their lengthy shopping trip, arms heavy with parcels and feet aching. The market at Westbury-on-Thames had been busier than expected for a weekday. A new fishmonger had opened, and everyone, it seemed, was curious. There had been delays at the greengrocer, a long detour to the haberdashery for Sophia's embroidery threads, and a rather animated chat with a former acquaintance who insisted on recounting her son's misfortunes in the Army Reserves. By the time they returned to Willowbank House, the daylight had taken on a silvery pallor. The air had grown colder with the bite of approaching dusk. Miss Marple adjusted her shawl and glanced up at the ivy-strewn windows. Something was wrong. "The door," Miss Marple said quietly, stopping just before the threshold. The large oak front door stood ajar, its heavy brass knob glinting faintly in the light. That in itself might not have seemed unusual in a livelier household, but Willowbank House was no place for carelessness. Sophia's nature was precise, and Edith even more so. Sophia noticed it too. "That's strange," she murmured. "I told Edith to latch it. She never forgets things like that." They exchanged a glance. Miss Marple's hand moved instinctively to the brooch on her coat, an old habit, a quiet gesture of resolve. They stepped inside. The warmth of the morning fire was long faded. Cold air hung in the entrance hall like a warning. No sound came from within, no clinking of teacups, no hum of the wireless, no footsteps. Miss Marple's voice was low, clipped. "Wait here." But Sophia had already gone ahead, calling faintly, "Edith! Edith, dear!" Miss Marple followed her into the drawing room and stopped. Sophia's scream pierced the stillness. There, on the floral-patterned chintz couch beneath the north-facing window, lay Edith. She was completely still. Her head tilted slightly to the side, lips parted as if to speak. But the words had never come. Her eyes were wide open, fixed in an empty stare at the ceiling. Her skin was ashen, and around her neck, tightly wound, was a deep red scarf. The scarf had cut into her throat with such force that the colour had stained the flesh beneath it. Bruises marred both arms, harsh, finger-shaped marks, unmistakable in their intent. Sophia collapsed to her knees beside the couch, weeping incoherently. Miss Marple moved swiftly, her hands calm despite the horror. She touched Edith's wrist, cold, no pulse. Her eyes then fell upon the scarf. There was something odd about it, not merely the violence with which it had been tied, but the faint scent that clung to it. Miss Marple leaned closer. A fragrance, soft, sweet, lingering. Rose, but synthetic. A woman's perfume. She stood silently. The horror of the scene was undeniable, but she had seen such things before, in wartime hospitals, in village tragedies veiled by respectability. Her instincts were now fully awakened. "Sophia," she said gently but firmly, "we must call the police, now." Within 20 minutes, the front drive of Willowbank House was alive with activity. A local constable arrived first, followed by Inspector Cray, a tall, greying man in his early 50s, with sharp blue eyes and a no-nonsense approach. He'd dealt with his share of village incidents, burglaries, the occasional scandal, even a poisoning some years back. But murder in a household like the Merrimans? That was rare, disturbing. The family arrived soon after. Arthur came in breathless, his collar askew, face flushed from the cold. Helen, dressed immaculately as always, had an oddly composed expression, her eyes scanning the scene without blinking. Alfred followed behind, slower, leaning on his cane, his face a mixture of grief and confusion. In the drawing room, the body remained untouched, cordoned off by the constable's rope. A sense of muffled disbelief hung in the air. Inspector Cray cleared his throat. "I'll need to speak with each of you individually. But first, has anyone noticed anything unusual today? Anything missing from the house?" Everyone exchanged glances. "No," Arthur said. "Everything seems as it was this morning." Helen added, "Nothing's been touched in my room. Not that there's anything worth taking." Alfred shook his head slowly. "It's a tragedy. Poor girl. But no, nothing appears out of place." Miss Marple, standing near the fireplace, said nothing. Her eyes moved slowly across the room. Something was out of place, more than one thing. The sofa near the body had been moved slightly, angled oddly compared to the rug's pattern, and near the edge of it, almost tucked beneath, was a small object. She moved carefully and knelt, reaching beneath the skirt of the couch, a stud, a man's earring, silver with a small onyx stone, slightly scuffed. She held it delicately in her hand. Unusual. Certainly no one in this household wore such an item, at least not openly. She tucked it discreetly into her handbag. On the nearby coffee table, magazines were scattered, oddly out of character for the neat, controlled atmosphere Miss Marple had observed that morning. A vase had been knocked slightly sideways, then her eyes drifted toward the far wall. There had once been a shelf there. She remembered noticing it earlier, small, decorative, with a single porcelain bird and a row of miniature books. It was now bare, clean, as though it had been deliberately cleared. She said nothing, only nodded silently when Inspector Cray glanced her way. "Right then," Cray continued. "Cause of death seems fairly obvious, but the coroner will confirm. We'll remove the body shortly and conduct a full sweep of the room. You'll all remain on the premises, please." He turned to Miss Marple. "You were the first to find her?" "Yes," she replied softly. "Sophia and I had been out shopping. We returned shortly after 4. The door was ajar. We found Edith, as you see her now." Cray nodded. "And no one else was in the house?" "No one," Sophia confirmed hoarsely, her face pale. "The maid had the day off. Edith she was supposed to be doing the housework." Cray took down notes. "We'll be checking all entries and exits, and we'll need statements from each of you." The scene continued, quietly efficient. Photographs were taken, fingerprints dusted, the red scarf was carefully bagged. As the body was gently lifted, Miss Marple turned away, but her thoughts were racing. The scarf, the perfume, the bruises. She had seen bruises like that before, grabbing, shaking, control. And that perfume, it wasn't Edith's, she was certain. It was too bold for Edith's nature, too striking. Someone had leaned in very close to do this. Someone the victim had not expected to harm her. In the hallway, Helen stood near a mirror, adjusting her hair, her expression unreadable. Arthur stared out the window, his jaw clenched. Alfred sat quietly in a wingback chair, his eyes glassy. And Miss Marple, standing in the threshold of the drawing room, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Someone in this house knew more than they claimed, and someone had killed Edith. But why? That was the question that stirred deepest in her mind, not just the how or who, but why Edith? Why the quiet one? Why now? And what had been taken from that shelf? As the evening fell and the body was taken away in silence, the rooms of Willowbank seemed darker than before, less a home and more a stage. And somewhere behind the curtains, the murderer was still watching. Chapter 3. White Gloves and Whispered Guilt. The day of Edith's burial had drawn to a close, but the air inside Willowbank House remained stagnant and heavy, as though the walls themselves were mourning. Outside, the sky had turned a dusky lavender, the sun sinking beyond the tall hedge-lined garden. The crows, who had cried out all morning, had fallen silent. A strange hush hovered over the house, thick and uneasy. Miss Marple sat quietly in the drawing-room, the fire before her reduced to pale embers. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway was the only sound to break the silence, marking each passing second like a slow, patient witness. The room had not changed, and yet everything had changed. Edith, the quietest of them all, was gone. Upstairs, Alfred's door remained closed. He had not come down since morning. 5 hours now and not a sound from him. It was understandable, of course, for a father-in-law to grieve, but Miss Marple, with her finely tuned sense of human emotion, could not help but feel that Alfred's sorrow carried an edge of something else. Guilt? Fear? Or was it perhaps knowledge he dare not speak? She had seen it before, in the widowers of village tragedies, in the nervous glances of those who knew too much and said too little. There was something locked inside that man's mind, and Miss Marple, though never one to push, knew it would come to light in time. Sophia finally called everyone to dinner just after 7. The dining room was lit by 2 shaded lamps and a pair of silver candlesticks. The table was laid out with white linen, though only 5 places were set. Edith's seat remained conspicuously bare. A silence accompanied every course. Alfred eventually came down just as soup was served. He said nothing as he sat. His face was drawn, his eyes hollow. Arthur, by contrast, seemed almost irritatingly at ease. He ate his soup, sliced into his roast chicken with focus, and chatted lightly with Sophia about some local builder who had underquoted them on a roof repair. His voice had a cheery quality that grated against the silence of the others. Even Sophia, who normally basked in the normality of routine, seemed subdued, her eyes darting across the table like someone waiting for something, anything, to break the stillness. The only other presence was Annie, the maid, who had returned that morning. She moved between the kitchen and dining room with quiet efficiency, but her eyes betrayed more than routine. As she leaned forward to pour the tea, she whispered just loud enough for Miss Marple to hear. "The house feels strange without Miss Edith, Mum," she said. "She used to make tea for me herself when I was tired." Miss Marple nodded silently. It was an intimate detail, and a telling one. The kindness Edith had shown wasn't visible in grand gestures, but in quiet, consistent humanity. Even to the maid, she turned toward Arthur, who had just taken another bite of potatoes with no apparent concern. "Arthur," Miss Marple said gently, "did Edith have any enemies? Anyone who bore her ill will?" Arthur looked up mid-chew, slightly surprised. "Enemies? Edith?" He chuckled softly. "No, I don't think so. She wasn't the sort. Too timid, really. She could barely tell the grocer if he overcharged her." Miss Marple smiled politely, but didn't drop the question. Yes, she was gentle. But gentle people often suffer silently. Perhaps she had some private distress? Arthur shrugged. "Not that I know of." "Curious," Miss Marple murmured. "No known enemies, no missing items, no break-in, and yet here we are." Arthur's smile faltered. For just a second, Miss Marple saw it, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a hard blink, something small and involuntary. But it passed. Miss Marple turned her attention away before it seemed like too much staring. That was when she noticed Helen's hands. Helen sat upright at the other end of the table, chewing with quiet elegance. But her hands, resting neatly beside her napkin, were gloved, white leather gloves. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed slightly. Not black mourning gloves, not woolen gloves for warmth. These were stylish, too pristine, too deliberate. And yet, at the funeral earlier that day, no one had worn gloves, no one except Helen. Why would a woman wear gloves to dinner, and not remove them even for soup? Miss Marple's mind sifted through the observation with the delicacy of a clockmaker examining gears. Gloves could hide many things, ink stains, a rash, or something darker, scratches, bruises, blood. After dinner, dessert was brought out, a modest apple tart, Edith's favourite, ironically. No one touched it. Alfred was the first to rise, his chair creaking beneath him. He stepped out of the room slowly and passed by Miss Marple in the hallway. For a brief moment, he paused, his lips parted slightly, as if he were about to speak. But then, as though the words had frozen on his tongue, he simply nodded and walked away. Sophia collected the dishes in silence, and one by one the household retired to their rooms. Miss Marple did not go upstairs. Instead, she sat once more in the drawing room, where only faint firelight flickered against the shadows. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a moment, retracing everything she'd seen since arriving. Edith, silent at breakfast, her plate half-touched. Helen, cruel in her remarks, sharp and polished. Arthur, oddly cheerful, disturbingly unaffected. Alfred, grieving but too intensely, and hiding something. And now this, the white gloves, the tension, the absence of any break-in, any robbery. A death that felt personal. Miss Marple reached for her knitting, though her fingers barely moved the needles. Instead, she watched the reflection of the room in the window pane and waited for the house to speak. She didn't have to wait long. Soft footsteps came down the stairs about an hour later. A door creaked open, a figure moved across the hall. Miss Marple remained perfectly still, her breath even. It was Annie. The maid slipped into the drawing room, startled to find Miss Marple still awake. "Oh, I didn't mean to disturb, ma'am. I just forgot the tea tray." "Quite all right, dear," Miss Marple said kindly. "Come, sit a moment. You've had a long day." Annie hesitated, then sat at the edge of a nearby chair. "You were fond of Edith, weren't you?" Annie nodded quickly. "Yes, ma'am, she was kind, soft-spoken, never ordered me about, not like... Well," she stopped herself. "Not like Helen?" Annie's eyes darted up. She could be difficult, always watching. Miss Edith, she was different. As the maid left, Miss Marple stood and walked slowly toward the fireplace. She looked once more at the room, the slightly moved sofa, the bare shelf, the faint scent of rose perfume that still lingered on the cushion. It was a murder born not of theft, but of emotion. And emotions, Miss Marple knew too well, were far more dangerous than money, especially when they were hidden behind white leather gloves. Chapter 4. Secrets Among the Roses. The next morning arrived with a breath of freshness in the air. A soft fog rolled off the riverbanks of Westbury-on-Thames, and dew glistened like scattered pearls upon the grass. Willowbank House remained subdued, its windows half draped as though shielding themselves from the truth that had taken root within its walls. Miss Marple, ever an early riser, finished her tea and stood near the window, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. She had slept only lightly, her thoughts crowded with bruises, gloves, a missing shelf, and Edith's motionless body on that couch. Something about the house still bristled with untold truths, and the pieces were beginning to rustle beneath the surface. She turned to Sophia, who was setting down a tray. "Sophia, it's a lovely morning. Shall we go for a little walk? A bit of air will do us both good." Sophia, though tired, brightened at the suggestion. "Yes, I think we should. I could use a change of scene. The park's just a 10-minute walk. It will be good to see some familiar faces." So the two old friends, wrapped in layers and long wool coats, stepped out into the chilled morning and made their way along the narrow lane toward Westbury Park. Birdsong fluttered in the hedgerows, and the lamplighter's trace still lingered faintly in the scent of extinguished gas. As they entered the park, Sophia smiled and gestured toward a cluster of women chatting by the duck pond. "There's Mrs. Penrose, and that's Mrs. Allen, with her horrid dachshund. Oh, and Mrs. Crowley, we were neighbours once. Shall I introduce you?" Miss Marple nodded with polite interest, though her mind was already on other things. As Sophia drifted toward her group of acquaintances, wrapped in animated greetings and shared grief, Miss Marple chose to sit on a nearby iron bench, half-warmed by the morning sun. She sat in silence, observing the careful rhythms of people going about their routines, children tossing crumbs to the birds, a man in a tweed cap reading his newspaper, and a young couple arguing gently about directions. Suddenly a voice pulled her attention. "You must be a friend of Sophia's." Miss Marple turned to see a thin, elderly woman with a sharp jawline and eyes that held the precision of someone who had spent her life observing more than speaking. She wore a burgundy wool coat and a grey hat adorned with a faded feather. "Yes, I am," Miss Marple replied with a warm smile. "Jane Marple, we were at school together." The woman nodded and sat beside her. "I'm Mrs. Crowley, lived next to the Merrimans for years, moved 2 streets away last spring when the damp got into my bones." They exchanged a few pleasantries, whether the poor state of the grocer's deliveries, the price of eggs. Then Mrs. Crowley leaned in slightly, her voice lowering. "I saw something odd a few days ago." Miss Marple's brow arched ever so subtly. "Did you?" Mrs. Crowley squinted toward the middle distance, as though reviewing the scene again in her mind. "Yes, it was Mr. Alfred. He came out of the house wearing his coat. Looked like he was going for one of his walks, as he often does. He went through the garden gate and down the path, but then he came back only 15 minutes later. She paused. And it was his face, pale, far too pale, as if someone had just told him something dreadful, or he'd seen a ghost. Not a man returning from a walk. His legs could barely carry him. Miss Marple nodded slowly. Did he speak to anyone? No. Mrs. Crowley shook her head, went straight back inside. I almost called out to him, but something in his face told me not to. Miss Marple gave a soft sigh. That pale face could be fear or guilt. Mrs. Crowley tilted her head. Exactly what I thought. They parted shortly afterward, and Miss Marple returned to the house deep in thought. Each thread she pulled seemed to lead to a different knot, but it was becoming clear that Alfred's silence was not born of pure grief alone. Later that afternoon, Miss Marple entered the kitchen where Annie was wiping down the counter. The scent of lavender polish and coal dust lingered in the air. "Annie," Miss Marple said kindly, "you were off the day Edith passed, weren't you?" Annie nodded, looking slightly startled. "Yes, ma'am." "May I ask why? Did you request it?" The girl hesitated, fiddling with her cloth. "No, ma'am. Madam Helen told me the evening before not to come, said it would be better if I took a day off." Miss Marple tilted her head. "That's odd. Helen always complained that Edith didn't manage the chores properly. If she thought so poorly of her work, why wouldn't she ask you to stay and help?" Annie fell quiet. Her lips pressed together. Miss Marple offered a warm, understanding smile. "Don't worry, my dear, I'm not blaming you. But it wasn't just a casual day off, was it?" Annie shook her head. "No, ma'am." Miss Marple gently patted her arm and left the kitchen. She now had a clearer view. Someone had planned for the house to be quiet that day. Too quiet. No visitors, no outsiders, no maid. Just family. That evening, the house sank into its habitual silence once more. The lamps cast long shadows across the corridor walls. But Miss Marple, shawl draped tightly across her shoulders, slipped out through the back door and into the garden. The air was sharp with the scent of earth and winter roses. The bare trees rustled softly above her, whispering in the breeze. She strolled slowly, pausing by the flower beds, her eyes grazing over footprints, broken twigs, the soil disturbed near the hedges. Her shoes crunched softly on the gravel path. And then, just beneath the rose bush near the southeast corner of the garden, something glinted. She bent down. There, half buried in the mulch and dew-speckled leaves, was a silver bracelet. She picked it up carefully. It was delicate, expensive, designer. Not something one would lose and fail to notice. She turned it over in her hand, noting its fine craftsmanship and the tiny clasp. And then she saw it. An engraving on the inside, faint but unmistakable. "To my H, with love, D." Miss Marple's eyes narrowed, and she gently placed the bracelet in her coat pocket. She rose slowly and looked around the garden, her gaze settling on the vantage point it offered. From here, much of the drawing room, the rear hallway, and even parts of the staircase were clearly visible through the large windows. Anyone standing here could watch movements inside without being noticed. She glanced toward the rear of the house, where faint yellow light pooled through the curtains. She knew now this murder had not been sudden. It had been orchestrated with care, with opportunity, and with knowledge. Someone had ensured Edith would be alone. Someone had hidden their guilt beneath politeness. Someone had worn gloves not to mourn, but to conceal. And now, someone had dropped something personal in the very soil of their deception. Miss Marple stood in the garden a while longer, listening not to the wind, but to the silence it carried. And in that silence, she began to hear the faintest hints of motive. She returned inside, her steps slow, her mind sharp. The pieces were falling into place, and someone at Willowbank House was running out of time. Chapter 5. The Whisper in the Dustbin. The morning light filtered softly through the lace curtains of Willowbank House, casting pale golden patterns on the drawing-room rug. The air was filled with the quiet murmur of the house beginning its day, clinking china, the faint hum of the kettle, the rustle of papers being folded neatly for the morning fire. Yet beneath this veneer of domestic calm, something unsettling still simmered, just beneath the surface. Sophia was placing a coffee tray on the table when Miss Marple entered the room, wrapped in her dove-grey shawl, her expression unreadable but alert. "Sophia?" she said with a faint smile. "I was wondering if I might take a look at Edith's room." Sophia glanced up, surprised. "Edith's room? Oh, yes, of course, Jane, if you feel it might help." Her voice faltered slightly, but she nodded and added, "Go on, it's just as she left it. I haven't had the heart to touch anything." Miss Marple nodded, touched the woman's hand gently, and left the room. As she climbed the staircase, her mind worked quietly, steadily. She knew from long experience that the private corners of a person's life, bedside drawers, forgotten notes, a wastepaper basket, often told a clearer story than the grand speeches of grief. The door creaked open, and Miss Marple stepped into the small, neat bedroom. The moment she entered, a distinct chill pressed against her skin. Not just the natural cold of an unheated room, but a spiritual one, the kind that lingers in spaces that have witnessed pain. The bed was still made, the counterpane smoothed down with a certain care that Edith was known for. A simple framed photograph sat on the windowsill, a younger Edith, perhaps 10 years earlier, holding a book, her smile faint but genuine. Miss Marple walked slowly around the room, her eyes moving methodically. The wardrobe was closed, slippers neatly aligned, a plain scarf hung on a hook behind the door. Then her gaze dropped to the small bin beside the writing desk. She bent down slowly, creaking as she moved, and peered inside. Amid a few torn envelopes and the corners of old receipts, something caught her attention. 2 crumpled pieces of lined paper. Carefully, she retrieved the larger one, smoothing it out on the desk. It was a diary entry, pencil-written, hurried, but still legible. "I feel my life is in danger. If something happens to me, seek the truth. I've sent a letter, that will be the proof." Miss Marple exhaled slowly. There it was, Edith's own voice, trembling but resolute. Proof not only that she feared for her life, but that she had taken steps to protect the truth. She folded the paper delicately and placed it in her handbag. Next, she turned to the side table. The top drawer opened with a gentle tug. Inside, she found a few mundane items, paper clips, a small brown bottle that smelled faintly of liniment, a pressed handkerchief, and at the back, something glinting. She reached in and pulled it out. A silver stud earring. Her fingers tightened slightly. It was the very same type found near the sofa on the day of Edith's death, the same sharp-angled design, the same tiny engraved pattern along the rim. This was not a woman's earring. No, it was distinctly masculine. Miss Marple whispered, "So, one was found by the couch, and the other here." She turned it over slowly in her palm. This must belong either to Arthur or Alfred. And if it's here, someone was in her room before. Watching, searching, or threatening. She closed the drawer softly, her mind now clicking together 2 significant pieces of the puzzle. As she descended the stairs, her senses were keen. Each step held the weight of confirmation. This was no random crime of passion. It had been built, quietly, like a trap around Edith. She reached the lower floor just as Helen's voice rang sharply through the hallway. "I still can't find my bracelet," Helen snapped at Annie, who was nervously wiping down the sideboard. "The designer one, the silver one from London. I had it 2 days ago." Annie murmured something indistinct, clearly trying to calm her. But Helen was irritable, flustered. Miss Marple moved past them, her ears attuned. As she approached Helen, the familiar scent washed over her. That same rose perfume. Not sweet or floral, but sharp, artificial, and distinctly memorable. The same scent she had noticed clinging to the red scarf wrapped around Edith's lifeless neck. The same scent lingering in the drawing room even after the body had been taken. Casually, As though making light conversation, Miss Marple said, "Your perfume is quite striking, Helen. A bit strong, but very distinctive." Helen turned toward her, caught off guard. She tried to recover with a small smile. "Oh, thank you. Douglas brought it for me from London. It's from a boutique he likes near Covent Garden." Miss Marple nodded pleasantly. "So thoughtful of him. Not many men know what suits their wives so well." Helen smiled again, this time thinner. She turned and walked toward the stairs, the scent trailing faintly behind her. Miss Marple lingered for a moment. She now had 3 clear threads: Edith's written warning, the matching earring, and the perfume. And then there was the bracelet, Helen's missing silver designer bracelet, now safely in Miss Marple's coat pocket. She had found it beneath the rose bush in the garden the evening before, half buried in dirt and petals. Engraved inside, "To my H, with love, D." A gift from Douglas. For Helen. She had said she hadn't seen it in 2 days. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. 2 days ago had been the day Edith died. She sat in the drawing room once more, watching the house return to its slow, uneasy rhythm. The ticking clock. The low murmur of Alfred's voice on the phone upstairs. The occasional rustle of Sophia's footsteps, pausing just outside rooms before retreating again. Miss Marple leaned back into the armchair, her fingers resting on the embroidery she had not touched in hours. There were still a few details left to gather. A letter, most likely, if Edith had been truthful in her diary. Perhaps mailed, perhaps hidden. That would need to be found. But the direction was clear now. The killer had been inside the house. The killer had worn gloves, not to mourn, but to hide fingerprints. The killer had worn that perfume. And the killer had been afraid of what Edith might reveal. Miss Marple, with her calm presence and weathered hands, had seen this pattern before. People believed cruelty always shouted, but it didn't. It whispered, it wore pearls and silk, it smiled at the dinner table, and sometimes it wore white gloves. She pulled out Edith's note once more, smoothing it in her lap. "I've sent a letter, that will be the proof." Now it was time to find that letter, and time for the truth to come home. Chapter 6. A Witness Who Couldn't Speak. The evening descended over Willowbank House like a velvet curtain drawn slowly over a play nearing its end. A hush had settled upon the rooms and corridors, more profound than mere silence. It was the silence of withheld truths, of guilt that echoed through floorboards and behind locked doors. Miss Marple sat in her room with a cup of tepid tea, the fire in the grate down to its final embers. She was still and composed, but her mind moved like a precision instrument. So much had been uncovered, yet one thread remained loose, elusive, and dangerous. She stood, wrapped her shawl around her shoulders, and stepped softly into the hallway. The lamps glowed low on the walls, casting long shadows like arms stretching out toward the past. She walked with quiet purpose down the corridor, turned left at the end, and found herself before Alfred Merriman's study. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, the room was untouched, a place of order and solemnity, as befitted a retired solicitor. The smell of old paper and ink lingered faintly, comforting and familiar. On the desk, she spotted it at once, a brown leather-bound diary resting unopened atop a stack of legal volumes. Miss Marple's fingers hovered a moment before she lifted it and slowly turned the pages. Most entries were mundane: garden schedules, doctor appointments, and a few clipped notes about neighbours and family affairs. But near the end of the book, in a less steady hand, was a half-page note, its letters slightly more jagged, as if written with a trembling conscience. "I saw Edith die with my own eyes. She was like a daughter to me. But I couldn't do anything, because he is my son. And my daughter-in-law, how could she betray her own husband like that? I wish I could tell someone, but I don't have the courage." Miss Marple read it twice, then gently closed the diary and returned it to the desk. "This," she thought with a deep exhale, is the testimony of a witness, a man who could not speak when it mattered, but who has told the truth now, in ink. Back in her room, the evening deepened into night. A soft fog crept in from the garden, veiling the windows in a thin film. From the upper floor, Miss Marple watched the house through the glass, her eyes tracing the movement of light and shadow. She saw Arthur's door open slightly. A figure slipped inside. Helen. She moved like someone who had done it many times before, with neither hesitation nor urgency. The door shut behind her, and the corridor fell back into stillness. No words had been exchanged, no need for them. Miss Marple narrowed her eyes. The truth, it seemed, was far less tidy than Helen's well-kept hair and diamond earrings. Not long after, a soft knock came at her door. Miss Marple opened it to find Helen standing in the hallway, dressed in her silk robe, her face framed by a faint smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I know you stay up late," she said. "I can't sleep either. Thought you might like to see some of the things I bought. I did a bit of shopping earlier this week. It might help to think about something cheerful." Miss Marple nodded graciously, concealing the flicker of suspicion that lit within her. "Of course," she said. Helen's room was immaculate, scented faintly with rose, the same sharp floral note Miss Marple had detected on the red scarf wrapped around Edith's throat. "I got this silk blouse from the new shop in Westbury," Helen said, holding up an ivory fabric trimmed with lace. "And this perfume? Douglas sent it from London. It's a bit bold, but he likes strong fragrances." Miss Marple smiled politely, her gaze wandering discreetly across the room. And then she saw it. A photo frame resting on the corner of the vanity. Unremarkable at first glance, but to Miss Marple it was like spotting a wolf in a sheep pen. "That," she thought, "is the photo frame that went missing from the drawing room." She stepped closer. The photo was of the whole family: Sophia, Alfred, Douglas, Arthur, and Helen. But there, wrapped proudly around Helen's neck, was the very same red scarf that had been used to kill Edith. The same scarf with its strong rose perfume, its tight grip, its murderous history. Miss Marple looked at the photograph carefully. The scarf stood out even in the muted tones of the image, bold, expensive, distinctive. Helen was watching her closely. "Isn't it a lovely picture?" she said. "Douglas had it framed last year. He always liked the way it turned out." "Yes," Miss Marple replied, her voice calm. "It's very striking." Helen's eyes flickered briefly, then she placed the perfume bottle back on the tray and turned toward her mirror, fussing with her hair. "I've always said," Helen continued lightly, "that a woman should keep her things in order. Life's messy enough." Miss Marple gave a soft smile. "Yes, but some messes leave a stain." Helen turned, momentarily confused, but Miss Marple was already moving toward the door. "Thank you, dear, I should rest now," she said, and slipped out before Helen could respond. In her own room, Miss Marple placed Alfred's diary and the photo frame side by side on her writing table. The fire had long since burned out, but her eyes burned with clarity. Alfred had watched his son and daughter-in-law entangle themselves in something unspeakable. He had not intervened, not out of cruelty, but paralysis. Love, misplaced and confused, had bound him in silence. But the evidence, scattered between discarded notes, buried bracelets, and now captured in a frozen smile within a photo, had spoken louder than any confession. Helen, polished and cruel, had manipulated the family, all while covering herself in the scent of roses and smiles. And Arthur, complicit or perhaps ensnared by guilt or love, had silently let it happen. Edith had sent a letter before she died. That proof still remained. But Miss Marple knew something even more powerful now. Motive and opportunity had been laid bare. She would wait no longer. She whispered to herself as she gently touched Alfred's diary. "What Alfred could not say, I will. The time is near when lies will unravel themselves. And when they do, the killer's steps will stumble. The stage was nearly set. The truth was no longer hidden, and very soon the final act would begin. Chapter 7. The Truth in the Drawing Room. Evening had fallen at Willowbank House, but inside, the warmth of firelight was no match for the chill of unspoken truths. The air was brittle, like glass stretched too thin. Every corridor held its breath, and every shadow seemed to inch closer to the light. Miss Marple, wrapped in her pale blue shawl, sat alone in the drawing room for a long moment, allowing the silence to settle. Then, with quiet authority, she rang the bell and requested that all the members of the household join her. One by one they came. Arthur entered first, looking irritated by the summons. He slumped into the corner of the sofa, his posture lazy, but his eyes wary. Helen followed, her movements graceful and controlled, though her skin had lost its colour. She wore a cream blouse, her hair in its usual elegant twist. A faint scent of rose perfume lingered behind her. Sophia arrived next, her face pale with confusion, a knitted shawl clutched tight in her fingers. She glanced between the others with increasing nervousness. Alfred came last, slow and deliberate in his movements. His cane tapped once against the wooden floor as he sank into a nearby armchair, eyes avoiding everyone else in the room. Miss Marple waited until the door closed softly behind them all. Then, without flourish, she stood and placed 3 items on the polished oak table in front of her. A bracelet, a framed photograph, and a silver stud earring. The room seemed to contract. She began quietly, her voice gentle but resonant. I have been thinking a great deal about poor Edith, about her life, and about her death. The evidence, though scattered, has come together in a way that cannot be ignored. She picked up the bracelet. This bracelet was found beneath the rose bushes in the southeast corner of the garden. It is engraved with the words, "To my H, with love, D." She turned to Helen. "Helen, is this the bracelet you reported missing?" Helen stiffened, her eyes narrowing. Yes, that's mine. I hadn't seen it for, several days." "Precisely," Miss Marple nodded. "It disappeared the same day Edith was murdered, and yet you never mentioned it until yesterday." Helen said nothing. Miss Marple set the bracelet down and lifted the photo frame. "This frame was missing from the lounge. Sophia, you confirmed that yourself?" Sophia nodded hesitantly. "Yes, I noticed it was gone the day she died." Miss Marple turned the frame to face the others. The photograph inside was striking. Helen in the foreground, laughing, wrapped in a bold red scarf. "The same red scarf," Miss Marple said quietly, "that was used to strangle Edith." Gasps came from Sophia and Alfred. Arthur leaned forward, his knuckles whitening. This frame was removed because it showed Helen wearing that scarf, and the scarf itself, when I examined it, carried a distinct fragrance, synthetic rose, the very same perfume Helen wears. Helen opened her mouth, but Miss Marple held up a hand. "I'm not done." She then picked up the final item, a small silver stud earring. This was found near the drawing room sofa, beside where Edith's body was discovered, a match to another stud I later found in Edith's bedroom drawer. She turned to Arthur. "These belong to you, do they not?" Arthur's eyes widened. He glanced at Helen, then back at Miss Marple. "Yes, but how did it get there?" "I imagine you lost one during the struggle. The other perhaps dropped earlier while you were in her room. The exact sequence may differ, but the implication is clear." Arthur shot up from his seat, furious. "You think I killed my wife? That's absurd. She was my wife, damn it. Why would I—" "Because she found out the truth," Miss Marple interrupted softly, "and she tried to stop you." Helen rose too now, trying to retain her poise. "This is ridiculous. Edith was unstable. She imagined things. She wrote a letter," Miss Marple said, cutting her off. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Everyone turned. Sophia, wide-eyed, hurried to the entrance. A moment later, Douglas entered the room, his overcoat still on, his hair damp from the evening mist. In his hand, He held a worn envelope. I just arrived, he said, his voice low, almost shaking. This letter came to me yesterday. It was written by Edith. I didn't realize until I read it. He opened the letter and began to read. Douglas, Helen is betraying you. She and Arthur are involved. I caught them together. When I confronted them, they threatened me. Helen said, if you say anything, you won't live to regret it. If you are reading this, something has happened. Please come quickly. A heavy silence fell. Even the fire seemed to still. Helen sank slowly into her seat, as if the weight of the room had finally pressed her down. Arthur remained standing, his face rigid with disbelief or fear. It was hard to tell. And Alfred, quiet until now, closed his eyes and sighed. Miss Marple looked at him gently. Alfred, would you like to tell them what you saw? He opened his mouth, then closed it. His hands trembled slightly. I returned to the house that afternoon, he said at last, voice brittle. The front door was locked. I circled round the back, and I saw through the drawing-room window. His voice cracked. I saw Arthur and Helen. They were both standing over Edith. I saw the scarf being pulled tight. I saw her collapse. And I did nothing. Arthur turned on him, shocked. You're lying. Why would I hurt her? She was my wife. Alfred's eyes were full of sorrow. You and Helen were in it together. I saw it. I saw everything. Helen stood now, pale as death. She was going to ruin everything. She was obsessed, jealous. She wouldn't stop interfering. No, Miss Marple said quietly. She wouldn't, because she believed in love. She believed her husband deserved the truth, and she believed you were capable of terrible things. Miss Marple turned to Douglas. She wrote to you, even knowing you might never come, because she hoped that's who Edith was. Douglas said nothing, but his hand clenched around the letter. Miss Marple surveyed the room once more. People often assume that evil shouts, she said softly. But it doesn't. It whispers, in silk blouses and rose perfume, in glances exchanged across a dinner table, in silence that lingers too long. She paused. But truth has a voice of its own, and tonight it has spoken. No one argued, no one moved. Helen sat in perfect stillness, her mask broken. Arthur stood like a man who had stepped off the edge and only just realized he could fall. And Miss Marple, quiet as ever, took her seat again. She reached for her knitting. There was still one final chapter to come, one last piece of the puzzle to uncover. But now the storm had broken, and the house, at last, had spoken. Chapter 8. The Final Unmasking. The grandfather clock in the hallway struck 8. Its chimes echoed through the cold, silent corridors of Willowbank House, each note landing like a soft knock on the past. The shadows on the drawing-room walls stretched long and uncertain, and the scent of lavender polish, so familiar to the house, could not conceal the staleness of grief that had now taken root. Miss Marple sat alone for a moment, her knitting untouched on her lap, her gaze steady on the flickering fire. She had requested that no one leave the house until Inspector Cray arrived, and she had made sure the constable on duty outside knew to allow him in immediately. She had also sent a telegram that afternoon, concise, direct, supported by all the evidence she had gathered over the past days. When the front door opened and Inspector Cray stepped in, his overcoat damp with evening fog, Miss Marple rose to meet him with quiet dignity. "Thank you for coming so promptly, Inspector," she said. "I received your wire," he replied. "I assume we're past the point of speculation?" Miss Marple gave a single nod. "We are. You'll find all the threads tied, I believe." He looked around the room. Douglas was seated in the far corner, the letter from Edith still in his hand. His expression was unreadable, somewhere between sorrow and fatigue. Alfred was slouched in his armchair near the fire, his eyes vacant and dim. Sophia, standing by the window, looked more fragile than ever before, her eyes red from weeping, a handkerchief clenched in her hand. But it was Helen and Arthur who drew the inspector's gaze. They sat together on the sofa, not touching, but close enough to suggest an understanding had passed between them, a dark, binding understanding. Helen's back was perfectly straight, her hands folded in her lap. Arthur sat slouched, but his foot tapped faintly, a sign of the storm inside. Cray cleared his throat. "Arthur Merriman, Helen Merriman. Before I proceed further, is there anything you wish to say?" Arthur looked up sharply, his jaw clenched. His eyes, red-rimmed and stormy, darted between the inspector and Miss Marple, then landed on Douglas, silent, wounded, a man whose entire world had changed with one letter. For a long moment, Arthur said nothing. Then, suddenly, as though a dam inside him had cracked, he stood. His voice was loud, brittle with fury, and something else, something darker. "Yes," he shouted. "Yes, I did it." Sophia let out a soft cry. Douglas did not move. Helen lowered her gaze, her expression unreadable. Arthur's voice trembled, not with regret, but with rage. "I killed her, and do you know why? Because I couldn't bear her anymore. That woman, my wife, she made my life a living hell." He paced a step, hands shaking. She was a burden, always meek, always clinging, always heavy. I couldn't even take her to a dinner party without people staring at us, at me, whispering, judging. I deserved someone better, someone who matched me. His gaze flicked to Helen. She did. Helen is everything Edith wasn't. Graceful, intelligent, beautiful. When we were together, I finally felt free, alive. He paused, breath ragged, as though the confession itself had taken something out of him. Helen stood then, slow and poised. Her face was pale, but her voice, when it came, was cold and clear. "I wasn't happy with Douglas," she said softly. "He was a kind man, but kind isn't enough when there's no connection. He was 10 years older than me, always away in London, always tired. I felt invisible." She looked toward Arthur. "Arthur made me feel seen. Every day he was here, every glance, every quiet moment, it became something I couldn't walk away from." Her tone never rose. There were no tears. Only a weary resignation. "I know what we did was wrong, but it wasn't just lust. It wasn't convenience. There was love in it, even if it ended in something terrible." Inspector Cray said nothing. His gaze was hard. Miss Marple, who had remained silent through the confession, now stepped forward. She held something in her hand, a folded sheet of paper. "This," she said softly, "is a page from Alfred Merriman's diary. It was written the night Edith died." She glanced toward Alfred. He nodded faintly, his face hollow. Cray unfolded the page and read, "I saw Edith die with my own eyes. She was like a daughter to me, but I did nothing, because the man who killed her is my son, and the woman who helped him is my daughter-in-law. I wish I had the courage to speak." The silence in the room was absolute. Miss Marple turned to Arthur and Helen. "You both believed you were clever. You timed it when the maid was away. You moved the photo frame that showed Helen wearing the red scarf. You made sure Edith would be alone. You wore gloves to hide your fingerprints. You assumed she was too weak to do anything." She paused. "But Edith did do something. She wrote a letter to her brother-in-law. She recorded your betrayal, your threats, your cruelty, and she hoped against reason, that he would come in time." Douglas looked up, his eyes damp. "She was brave," he whispered. Miss Marple nodded gently. "And she was kind. Too kind, perhaps. She didn't want to destroy your lives. She just wanted to be free from them." Inspector Cray stepped forward, removing the handcuffs from his coat. "Helen Merriman, Arthur Merriman, you are hereby under arrest for the murder of Edith Merriman. Anything you say may be used in evidence against you." Arthur's shoulders slumped. Helen, still composed, turned to Douglas and said quietly, "I'm sorry." But Douglas said nothing. As the constable escorted them out, the house fell quiet again. Only the fire crackled softly in the grate. Alfred reached for his cane, but did not rise. "She was like a daughter to me," he murmured. "All these years, I watched her fade. And when she finally found her voice, I let her down." His voice cracked. I should have stopped them. I should have spoken. Miss Marple sat beside him, her hand resting lightly on his. You did speak, she said gently. Not aloud, perhaps, but your heart found a way. She stood then and walked to the mantel. From the shelf she picked up the photo frame, the one with Helen in the red scarf, laughing beside the very woman she helped murder. Without a word, Miss Marple opened the fireguard and tossed the frame into the flames. The photograph curled, blackened, and dissolved into ash. Gone. And yet something had been restored. Not Edith's life, but her dignity, her truth. Her final plea had been heard. The firelight danced across Miss Marple's calm face as she returned to her chair. For a long moment, no one spoke. Outside, a wind stirred the hedgerows of Westbury-on-Thames. The village would sleep tonight, unaware that justice had quietly passed through one of its oldest homes. Inside Willowbank House, a different kind of silence now lingered, not of guilt or grief, but of release. Miss Marple leaned back, reached for her knitting once more, and smiled faintly. The threads had all been tied, and at last the house could breathe again. Miss Marple and the Finger in the Forest. Chapter 1. The Fire in the Woods. Spring had settled softly over the countryside of East Wexley, draping the meadows in a delicate veil of green and painting the hedgerows with the first blush of wildflowers. Birds chirped enthusiastically in the treetops, and bees hovered over the early blooms with sleepy determination. It was the sort of morning where troubles felt far away until they didn't. Miss Jane Marple was seated in the garden of her old friend Hilda Danvers, sipping her morning tea with contentment. The two ladies had been reacquainting themselves after many years apart. Hilda's stone cottage, nestled on the outskirts of East Wexley, was surrounded by rolling hills and a patch of woodlands that stretched toward the distant moors. It was an ideal retreat for a few quiet days, until that peace shattered. A sudden, thunderous explosion tore through the air, making the ground tremble beneath their feet. Birds scattered from the trees in frightened flocks, and the tea in Miss Marple's cup trembled in its saucer. From the direction of the woods, a thick plume of black smoke curled into the sky, dark against the pale blue of morning. "My word," Miss Marple murmured, adjusting her hat and setting her cup down with practiced precision. That didn't sound like a simple bonfire. Hilda was already on her feet, her expression stricken. "That came from the woods behind the village, near the old miller's path, I think." Without delay, villagers began rushing down the lane toward the source of the smoke, their boots pounding the dirt paths. Drawn by both curiosity and concern, Miss Marple and Hilda joined them, weaving through the trees as the smell of burning petrol grew thicker in the air. As they reached the clearing, the scene that unfolded was one of chaos and horror. A small saloon car, completely engulfed in flames, stood crooked in a ditch, the fire consuming its frame with a roaring fury. The heat radiated outward in waves, and even from several yards away, it was almost unbearable. Smoke hissed and billowed into the canopy, and somewhere nearby, a fire brigade bell could be heard in the distance. A team of local firefighters, red-faced and grim, had arrived and begun the difficult task of extinguishing the flames. Hoses sprayed heavy streams of water, steam rose in clouds, and slowly, agonizingly, the fire began to die. The moment the flames were subdued enough to approach the wreckage, the lead officer called for a crowbar. The boot of the car, its metal warped and blackened, was forced open. The smell that escaped was unforgettable. Inside, barely recognizable through the char and ash, was the remains of a human body, folded unnaturally and scorched beyond recognition. A collective gasp passed through the crowd. Some turned away, a few villagers crossed themselves or whispered prayers. But Miss Marple remained where she was, her expression unreadable. Just then, a woman came stumbling through the underbrush, breathless and wide-eyed with panic. Her clothes were torn at the sleeves, and her face was streaked with tears. It was Clara Hastings, the wife of local businessman Edward Hastings. She took one look at the car and collapsed to her knees. "No, no, that's my car," she wailed. "That's Edward, my husband. That's his chain around the neck. I know it. I gave it to him last Christmas." Miss Marple moved slightly closer, observing with calm attentiveness. The inspector on site, a tall, stocky man with a broad chin and thinning hair, gently stepped forward to question Clara. "Mrs. Hastings, can you explain how your husband came to be inside the boot of your own car?" Clara choked back a sob. "He was kidnapped. I didn't know what else to do. I received a letter this morning, left at my front door. It said to bring £10,000 to the old farmhouse near the moor. No police, no delays. I thought it was some cruel prank, but—" She broke off, her hands trembling. "I drove there," she continued. "It was silent, empty, not a soul in sight. And then the brakes gave out. I tried to turn around, but I lost control. I had to jump from the car to save my life. I don't know how Edward got into the boot. I swear I don't know." The inspector frowned and called over one of the constables to escort Clara to a nearby bench. Miss Marple, meanwhile, had been examining Clara's posture, her speech, and more notably, her hands. On Clara's left wrist, just beneath the cuff of her sleeve, was a fresh scratch, reddened and unmistakably recent. "Inspector," Miss Marple said softly, drawing closer. "Perhaps Mrs. Hastings ought to be seen by a doctor. That wrist may require attention." The inspector nodded and gave the order to have Clara transported to the village hospital. As she was helped away, Miss Marple turned back to the smouldering vehicle. Her eyes scanned every inch of it, the warped metal, the melted tires, the blasted windscreen, the collapsed roof. She stepped carefully around the edges of the scene, peering into the surrounding foliage. Then she saw it. About 20 paces from the car, nestled in a patch of singed grass near a moss-covered log, was something small, dark, and grotesquely out of place. Miss Marple crouched low and drew in a sharp breath. It was a human finger, charred at the edges but unmistakably fresh in its severing. It looked to have been cut cleanly with a sharp instrument, not torn or burned away. "Curious," she whispered to herself, inspecting the ground nearby. "Very curious indeed." When the inspector returned, she called him over quietly. "Inspector, I believe we have something significant here." He frowned and crouched beside her. His face paled as he saw the finger. "Dear Lord," Miss Marple's voice was calm, composed, but purposeful. "This was no accident. Someone wanted the body in that car to vanish without a trace, but as is often the case, they left behind just enough for us to follow." The inspector barked orders for the evidence to be bagged and sent immediately to the forensic lab. "I want a DNA report, and I want it fast. This might not be Edward Hastings at all." "Quite," Miss Marple said, straightening her hat. "And if it isn't Edward, then we must ask, where is he really?" They began gathering more clues from the site. A burned number plate was pulled from the wreckage, its markings warped but not unreadable. Muddy footprints, at least 2 different sets, were spotted leading to and from the woods. A broken clasp from a bracelet lay near the finger, partially melted but still bearing a tiny sapphire. Whoever staged this scene, Miss Marple mused aloud, knew what they were doing, but they made one critical error. They underestimated how much detail remains, even after fire. The inspector glanced at her with respect. "You've quite the eye, Miss Marple." She gave him a small, modest smile. "Well, one learns to notice things, even in gardens and village fetes." Just then, a constable returned with a bag recovered from the ditch, a brown leather satchel with burn marks around the edges, but inside were a few half-melted documents. One page, partially intact, bore the embossed seal of Hastings Holdings. Miss Marple took a glance and raised an eyebrow. "Edward Hastings hadn't been seen in town for the last 3 days, has he?" Miss Marple tapped her chin. "Then perhaps it's time we checked his bank accounts, his travel records, and, most importantly, the handwriting on that ransom note." The sun had risen higher now, and the clearing had lost some of its menace, but not its mystery. Villagers had been dispersed, yellow tape surrounded the wreckage, and officers continued to comb the area for evidence. Miss Marple lingered a moment longer at the spot where the finger had lain. She glanced into the woods, eyes narrowing as if reading the story written in trampled grass and scorched earth. Behind her, the inspector cleared his throat. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Marple. I imagine we'll be needing your insight as the case progresses." "Oh, I don't doubt it," she said softly. "I have a feeling this case has only just begun." As she turned and walked slowly back toward the village road, her steps quiet and measured, the wind shifted ever so slightly, carrying with it the faintest trace of smoke, secrets, and something far darker that had yet to come to light. Chapter 2. Shadows Beneath the Surface. The morning in East Wexley dawned cool and grey, with clouds rolling in from the east, casting a silvery hue over the countryside. Birds chirped faintly from hedgerows, and chimney smoke drifted lazily skyward. Miss Marple sat at the breakfast table in Hilda Danvers's sunlit cottage, stirring her tea absent-mindedly. Her thoughts, however, were far from toast and marmalade. She had slept little the night before. The events surrounding the burnt-out car, the unidentified body in the boot, and Clara Hastings's disjointed tale of ransom and kidnapping refused to leave her mind. Something was not right, not in the sequence of events, nor in the way Clara had delivered her account. After breakfast, Miss Marple rose, retrieved her gloves and hat from the coat stand, and turned to Hilda with a faint smile. "I believe I shall visit the police station this morning," she said. "There's a conversation I feel I must have with Inspector Graves." The police station in East Wexley was modest, brick walls, frosted windows, and a single front desk manned by a constable with a tired expression. Inspector Graves was in his office, poring over a file. He looked up as Miss Marple entered, greeting her with a polite nod. "I do hope I'm not intruding," she said. "Not at all. Please have a seat." She sat, composed as ever, and folded her gloved hands in her lap. "Inspector, I'd like to speak with Mrs. Clara Hastings, if you have no objection, of course." Graves raised an eyebrow. "May I ask why?" "In my experience," Miss Marple said gently, "a distressed person doesn't always lie effectively. Under pressure, the truth has a curious way of leaking out, sometimes unguarded, sometimes in fragments. If Clara knows more than she's saying, I suspect it may slip through if we ask the right questions at the right time." Graves studied her face for a moment, then nodded. "Let's go." They arrived at the Hastings residence shortly after 10. The house stood on a sloped street lined with cherry blossom trees. It was a handsome stone building with ivy crawling up its walls and neatly clipped hedges. The gravel drive was flanked by white roses just beginning to bloom. A maid opened the door and showed them into the drawing room. It was large and tastefully furnished, elegant without being ostentatious. An antique clock ticked quietly on the mantel, and sunlight streamed through tall bay windows onto polished wood floors. Clara Hastings sat in an armchair near the fireplace. She looked pale, her features drawn with exhaustion. Shadows clung beneath her eyes, and her posture was tense, as if sleep had eluded her completely. Miss Marple's sharp eyes immediately noticed something else, a new scratch on Clara's wrist, redder, more recent than the last. "Thank you for receiving us," Miss Marple said softly, settling into a nearby chair. Also present in the room was George Hastings, Edward's father. A man in his late 60s, he wore a dark cardigan over a shirt buttoned to the throat. His hands trembled slightly as he clutched a mug of tea. His eyes were dull with worry, his brow furrowed. Clara looked up. "Would you like some tea?" she offered, her voice faint. "Yes, thank you," Miss Marple replied warmly. Clara motioned to the maid, who brought in a tray with tea, milk, and biscuits. The ritual brought a brief artificial calm to the room, but it could not dispel the unease hanging in the air. The inspector and Miss Marple exchanged a glance before the old lady leaned slightly forward. "Clara, dear," she began, "I must ask something difficult. In the days before Edward disappeared, did he seem troubled in any way? Was there any change in his behavior, irritation, anxiety, or secrecy?" Clara looked down into her teacup. Her fingers tightened around the handle. She did not speak. The silence hung thickly. Then George Hastings cleared his throat. "Edward was upset 2 days ago," he said. "He received a letter, came in a plain white envelope, no return address. I don't know what was in it, but it clearly disturbed him. After reading it, he left the house. Didn't say a word to Clara. He never came back." Inspector Graves leaned forward. "Do you have that letter?" George shook his head. "Edward kept it in his personal locker in his study, but we don't know the combination." Graves exhaled slowly. "We'll bring someone in to open it. If that letter sparked all of this, it could hold our answers." Miss Marple nodded slowly, eyes thoughtful. "And Clara?" she said softly. "Would you be so kind as to give me the exact address of the farmhouse you were told to go to, the one mentioned in the ransom letter?" Clara rose silently, walked over to a desk, and returned with a small leather-bound diary. She flipped to a marked page and handed it over. "Old Moorview Lane, just past Birchwood," she said. Miss Marple noted it, closed the diary, and placed it gently on the side table. Then, quite casually, she stood and began walking slowly around the drawing room, her eyes moving from one object to another. She took in the ornate fireplace, the intricate tapestries, and the crystal figurines arranged on the mantel. Every corner of the room spoke of wealth and taste, but also of control. Nothing was out of place, nothing was accidental. A large oil painting of Edward Hastings hung above the fireplace, a confident man in a grey suit, arms crossed, standing on what appeared to be a balcony. His expression in the portrait was hard to read, prideful, perhaps, or simply distant. Miss Marple paused in front of it. "Tell me," she said softly, "was Edward always a man who liked to be in control?" Clara hesitated. He liked order." George looked down at his hands. Miss Marple turned back toward Clara and once again glanced at her hands, still tightly clenched. The new scratch on her wrist was deep, unbandaged and angry. She said nothing. Instead, after a moment of silence, she turned to the inspector. "I believe we've learned enough for today." As they walked down the gravel path toward the car, Inspector Graves finally spoke. "The address, Old Moorview Lane, we'll need to go out there. I suspect we might find more than Clara's broken-down car." Miss Marple nodded, but said nothing. Her mind was turning rapidly behind her calm expression. They parted ways shortly after. The inspector headed to the station, and Miss Marple returned to Hilda's cottage. That evening, she dined quietly, barely tasting her meal. Her mind circled around Clara's body language, the absence of the ransom letter, and the contradiction between Clara's story and the evidence. If her husband had been kidnapped and the ransom wasn't paid, why would he be found dead in her own car? And what of that severed finger? Later, in bed, Miss Marple lay awake, staring at the moonlight pooling on the ceiling. Her thoughts churned. There were too many unanswered questions and too many details that didn't align. Why were the brakes of the car tampered with if she claimed to have jumped out safely? And that letter in the locker, what did it say? She closed her eyes and murmured aloud in the stillness of the room. Secrets don't stay buried for long in quiet villages, even when bodies do. Sleep came slowly that night, but the fire of her curiosity burned ever brighter. Chapter 3. The Broken Wire. The morning mist still clung to the hedgerows as Miss Marple stepped out of Hilda Danvers' cottage, dressed neatly in her grey wool coat and a modest hat pinned precisely in place. She carried a small notebook in her handbag, though she rarely needed to write things down. Her mind, like her knitting, held patterns remarkably well. Inspector Graves was already waiting outside in a black motorcar, engine quietly purring. He nodded respectfully as Miss Marple climbed in. "Shall we?" he said. Miss Marple offered a polite smile. "Yes, Inspector. I do believe the farmhouse may hold more than weathered timber and dust." Their destination lay just beyond the village of Birchwood, down a winding dirt track known as Old Moorview Lane. The road was narrow and uneven, overgrown in places where brambles and nettles reached greedily for passing tires. Birds startled from the underbrush as the car approached. Eventually they pulled up in front of a sagging iron gate, its hinges rusted and bent. The structure behind it was an old stone farmhouse, 2 stories tall, its windows boarded or broken, and ivy consuming much of its left wall. It stood like a forgotten relic, weathered and watchful. "This is where Clara Hastings claims she was told to bring the ransom," Inspector Graves remarked, stepping out. Miss Marple surveyed the scene. "Yes, though I rather think no ransom was ever meant to be exchanged." The inspector waved toward his team. "Search the entire premises. Look for signs of forced entry, recent disturbance, anything out of place." While the constables spread out, Miss Marple moved quietly along a narrow path around the side of the house. The garden was a wilderness of waist-high grass, dandelions and creeping vines. The silence here was eerie. The wind stirred the grass in soft waves, but otherwise the property felt forgotten. At the rear of the house stood a wooden shed, its door swinging lazily on a broken hinge. Miss Marple paused. She stepped inside carefully, her boots creaking on the rotting floorboards. The air was damp and stale. Inside, cobwebs hung like lace from the beams, and an old wooden table leaned awkwardly against one wall. Tools lay scattered in the shadows. Then she saw it. A rusted metal toolbox half open sat near the far corner. She crouched and peered inside. Amid the cluttered contents, old screws, bolts, a broken spanner, something gleamed faintly. It was a steel wrench. Heavy, industrial, and stained. Miss Marple picked it up delicately with her gloved hands. One edge of the wrench was discolored, dark brown, crusted. She examined it closely. Blood. And not old blood either. It hadn't yet turned black with age. She turned toward the inspector, who had just entered behind her. "Inspector Graves," she said softly, holding out the tool. "This may be important." Graves took the wrench carefully and narrowed his eyes. Good heavens! At that moment, Miss Marple's attention was drawn to something else, a piece of wire half tucked behind the toolbox. She lifted it with her handkerchief. It was a segment of brake cable no more than 6 inches long. The cut was clean, a sharp, surgical slice, not torn or frayed. It matched the kind used in car brake systems. Inspector Graves whistled low. "That looks like the real story, doesn't it?" Miss Marple nodded. "Yes. The story of a brake failure told by Clara Hastings seems less and less like misfortune, and more like planning." The inspector radioed for the items to be collected and sent immediately for forensic testing. "Get this wrench and wire to the lab, check for fingerprints, fibers, and blood typing. I want DNA results as soon as possible." Miss Marple, meanwhile, moved to the rickety table. On it lay a notepad, plain, unused, but with a few pages torn from the top. The paper was cream-colored, bordered with delicate gold dots. She held it up slowly. "I've seen this before," she murmured. "Clara's drawing room. A notepad just like this sat near the telephone. Same color, same markings." She looked up at the inspector. "If this pad came from Clara's home, someone's been here before." Inspector Graves frowned. "You think she's hiding something?" Miss Marple didn't answer directly. Instead, she walked slowly to the doorway of the shed and looked out over the garden, where a constable was examining tire tracks in the mud. Then she turned back. "Inspector," she said, "evidence can lie. It can be planted, staged, manipulated, but it always leaves behind a question, and sometimes, in answering that question, the truth appears where we least expect it." Graves nodded slowly, clearly both frustrated and intrigued. Back in the car, as they prepared to return to the village, Miss Marple sat in thoughtful silence. The wrench, the blood, the brake wire, the notepad. They weren't pieces of random chaos. They were a message, carefully written, but perhaps not carefully enough. And Clara Hastings was at the center of it. Chapter 4. Mismatched Truths. The following morning dawned with a soft drizzle that clung to the hedges and rooftops of East Wexley like a veil. Miss Marple sat in the drawing room of Hilda Danvers's cottage, sipping her morning tea and discussing village gossip, Mrs. Ellingham's sick cat, the vicar's new sermon topic, and whether the jam at Tibble's grocer's had been diluted with more sugar than usual. They were mid-conversation about the quality of sponge cakes at the Women's Guild when the doorbell rang sharply, cutting through the calm like a knife. Hilda raised an eyebrow and stood to answer it. A moment later, she returned, her expression notably altered. "It's Inspector Graves. He's here to see you." Miss Marple rose, adjusted her spectacles, and stepped into the hall. The inspector stood in the doorway, hat in hand, his face wearing the unmistakable look of unease. "Good morning, Miss Marple," he began, his voice measured. "I thought it best I come in person. The forensic report has arrived, and well, it's peculiar." "Peculiar is almost always interesting, Inspector," she said gently. "Please come in. Let's sit." They returned to the drawing room, where the fire was low but comforting. Hilda quietly excused herself, sensing the gravity of the exchange. Inspector Graves opened the file folder he had tucked beneath his arm. "Let me start with the severed finger found in the woods near the burnt car. Forensics confirms it was freshly cut, not long before the car was set ablaze. But the truly troubling part is, it does not belong to the charred body found inside the car." Miss Marple tilted her head, her interest sharpening. "I see. So the finger was meant to mislead." Graves nodded. "Yes, the DNA doesn't match the body in the vehicle at all. Whoever that finger belonged to, they weren't in the car at all. It was planted." Miss Marple's eyes narrowed behind her glasses. "Go on?" Graves hesitated, then continued. "We ran DNA on the body, of course, and that brought another surprise. The body is Edward Hastings, but his DNA doesn't match George Hastings." She blinked slowly, absorbing the implication. "You mean Edward wasn't George Hastings' biological son?" Graves exhaled. "That's correct. There's no genetic relation between them. George may have raised him, but he wasn't his blood father, and so the questions deepen." Miss Marple didn't reply immediately. She leaned back into the chair, her fingers folding around the teacup in her lap as her gaze drifted toward the window where a robin pecked along the stone path. Her mind was racing. "And so now," the inspector murmured, "we have to ask not just whose finger that was, but why it was placed at the scene. A message, a diversion, or something else entirely?" Miss Marple finally looked back at him. Her voice was soft. Or perhaps someone knew Edward's identity was already complicated, and they wanted to confuse it even further. Graves gave a slow nod. "We're chasing ghosts now, Miss Marple. Ghosts, and very carefully laid deceptions." He left shortly after, offering a polite farewell. Miss Marple remained in the drawing room, staring into the embers of the fire, letting the details settle into the ever-growing tapestry of clues within her mind. That afternoon, the skies cleared, and Miss Marple accompanied Hilda on her errands through the village. The streets of East Wexley were bustling with cheerful chatter, wicker baskets clutched in hands, and the fragrant pull of fresh bread from the local bakery. They visited the greengrocer first, then the bookseller, and finally strolled toward the market square where vendors sold everything from fresh honey to woolen mittens. As they passed the bench near the fountain, a spot usually occupied by gossiping pensioners or tired mothers, Miss Marple stopped in her tracks. There, seated on the weathered wood, was Clara Hastings. She wasn't alone. With her sat a man, tall and rigid in posture, wearing a long, dark trench coat, a wide-brimmed felt hat, and a face mask that covered nearly all his features. Gloves concealed his hands. From head to toe, he was entirely covered, no visible trace of identity. Clara was speaking to him in a hushed, quick tone. Her body language betrayed tension, her fingers twisting nervously, eyes darting left and right, mouth tight with anxiety. Miss Marple's step slowed. She leaned ever so slightly toward Hilda and whispered, "Don't stop. Just walk naturally." As they drew nearer to the bench, Clara caught sight of them. Her reaction was instant and unmistakable. She flinched, visibly, and her words trailed off into silence. Her body stiffened, and she gave a tight, mechanical smile. Miss Marple greeted her calmly. "Good afternoon, Clara. Lovely day for tea outdoors." Clara stumbled over her reply. "Oh yes, Miss Marple, this is Henry. He's a private detective, hired to look into Edward's disappearance. He's helping." The man, Henry, nodded and offered a polite, muffled good afternoon through the face covering. He made no effort to remove his hat or mask. His gloved hand barely twitched in acknowledgement. Miss Marple gave him a measured smile. "Pleasure to meet you. It's always good to see devoted investigators on the case." Clara gave a forced laugh, clearly unsettled. She fumbled with a small thermos at her side, unscrewed the lid, and shakily poured some tea into 2 paper cups. But her hands trembled too much. With a soft gasp, the cup in her right hand slipped, sending a splash of hot tea straight onto Henry's coat. He recoiled slightly, his coat now stained with the steaming liquid. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Clara stammered, fumbling for napkins, trying to dab the tea from his sleeve. Henry muttered something indistinct, but didn't raise his voice. He simply took the napkin and began cleaning himself with slow, deliberate movements. Miss Marple, observing every second, said nothing. She noted Clara's over-apology, Henry's surprisingly muted response, and most of all, his refusal to uncover even the smallest part of himself. No face, no voice, no proof of identity. The disguise was theatrical, intentional. When the awkward moment had stretched long enough, Miss Marple nodded to both and resumed walking with Hilda. Once they were around the corner and out of sight, Hilda whispered, "Well, that was odd. Who on earth drinks tea in a full trench coat and gloves?" Miss Marple didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "That man wasn't a detective, Hilda. I suspect he's something far more dangerous." "Dangerous?" Hilda blinked. "You mean to Clara?" Miss Marple looked up at the sky. Perhaps Clara is not quite as helpless as she appears. They walked on in silence, but in Miss Marple's mind a thread had been tugged, one that connected a severed finger, a burnt car, a hidden parentage, and now a man in disguise. Someone was lying. And the real mystery was how many people were playing a role in this carefully staged performance. Chapter 5. A picture holds the truth. The fire crackled softly in the library lounge of East Wexley on that damp and chilly evening. The wooden beams above cast long shadows on the walls, and the ticking of a brass clock echoed faintly through the otherwise quiet room. Shelves lined with old books surrounded the corners, and just beyond the frosted windows, the wind brushed against the glass with an almost melancholic rhythm. Miss Marple sat comfortably in one of the high-backed armchairs, her grey-gloved hands wrapped gently around a teacup. Across from her, Inspector Graves looked unusually tense, his fingers resting on a thick, brown envelope placed on the small table between them. He broke the silence first. "The locker's been opened, Miss Marple," he said gravely. "We've had our forensic team go through everything. Not much was inside, but what we did find may be quite telling." Miss Marple nodded, eyes bright behind her spectacles. "Let's see it then." Graves opened the envelope and withdrew several items, folded documents, a handwritten letter, and 2 old photographs, one slightly more recent than the other. He carefully placed them on the table. "This photograph," he said, pointing, "was identified by George Hastings. He says it's Edward's childhood photo. The handwriting in the corner. My brave boy, love always dad. He believes it was written by Edward's late mother." Miss Marple leaned forward and picked up the photograph. It was yellowed with age, but the image was still clear. A boy no older than 10 stood beside a tall man whose face was just slightly out of frame. The lighting was soft, almost golden, as though taken near a window in the early evening. What caught Miss Marple's attention, however, wasn't the sentiment in the inscription or the man beside the boy. It was the mole, a large, unmistakable mole, just beneath the boy's left cheekbone. She stared at it for a long moment, the corners of her mouth tightening just slightly. "This mole," she said quietly. "I don't recall ever seeing such a mark on Edward's face." Graves looked puzzled. "You think this might not be Edward?" Miss Marple tilted her head. "Possibly, or it might be someone else entirely, someone close." Graves frowned. George Hastings seemed confident in his identification. Miss Marple gave a soft, non-committal hum and placed the photograph carefully between the pages of her notebook. "It's often the case, Inspector, that certainty is more dangerous than doubt, especially in families." He leaned back in his chair, his curiosity piqued. "You're suggesting this photograph may not be as straightforward as it appears?" "I'm suggesting," said Miss Marple with a slight smile, "that photographs tell the truth, unless someone has told you a lie before you look at them." The inspector raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. He had learned, as many others had before him, that Miss Marple never revealed everything at once, not until she was ready. Later that evening, the air outside had grown sharper, and fog clung low to the roads as Miss Marple made her way to Clara Hastings's home. The house, elegant and dimly lit, stood silent under the grey sky, its warm glow from the windows offering a stark contrast to the tension that seemed to inhabit its walls. Clara received her at the door, offering a polite smile, though her eyes looked weary and unsettled. She led Miss Marple into the drawing room, where the coffee had already been prepared, served neatly in porcelain cups, accompanied by delicate shortbread biscuits. They chatted lightly at first, comments about the weather, the bakery's fresh cinnamon rolls, and the shortage of cream at the grocer's. But Miss Marple, ever the master of casual questioning, gently shifted the conversation. "Clara dear," she said, stirring her coffee with a silver spoon, "I meant to ask you yesterday. The gentleman you were speaking with in the village, the one in the dark coat and face covering, you called him Henry, didn't you?" Clara looked up too quickly. Her fingers froze around the handle of her cup for a brief second. Then came a practiced smile. "Yes, Henry. He's a private detective. I hired him some time ago after Edward went missing. He's still working on the case." "I see," Miss Marple said kindly, though her gaze lingered for a second longer than necessary. "Well, I was thinking, would it be possible for you to invite him here tomorrow evening?" Clara blinked. "Here? Why?" "Oh, nothing formal," Miss Marple said lightly. "It's just that this case is no longer quite as puzzling as it once seemed, and I could use his assistance on a small matter before I speak with Inspector Graves again." Clara hesitated, her cup midway to her lips. "Yes, of course," she said after a pause. "If that would help." Miss Marple gave a warm smile. "Lovely. I'll stop by around 7 then." They finished their coffee in silence. Miss Marple occasionally glanced around the drawing room, noting the familiar layout, the portrait of Edward above the fireplace, the framed wedding photo on the sideboard, and the notepad by the telephone that matched the one she had found in the farmhouse shed. When the visit concluded, Miss Marple rose slowly, placing her gloves back on. "Thank you for the coffee, Clara, and for your help." "It's nothing," Clara replied, her tone polite, but her eyes didn't meet Miss Marple's. Miss Marple stepped out into the evening cold, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The fog had thickened, the gaslights lining the village road glowed faintly through the mist. She walked slowly. The boy in the photograph was not Edward. She was certain of that now. The mole alone proved it, but so did the posture, the expression, the eyes. That boy had grown into someone else. And if that picture had been deliberately planted in the locker, then someone had wanted it to be found, Someone had wanted Edward to appear as someone else. But why? Miss Marple stopped beneath a lantern post and opened her notebook. She took out the photograph and studied it again. My brave boy, love always, Dad. Such words could mean many things. Love, guilt, secrets. She tucked the photo away and looked ahead into the mist. Tomorrow she would meet Henry, and perhaps, just perhaps, the masks would begin to fall. Chapter 6. The Face Behind the Mask. The next day, the drawing room of Clara Hastings' residence was unusually still. The rain outside had quieted, leaving only the faint tapping of water dripping from the rooftop. A heavy tension hung in the air. Present in the room were 4 people: Inspector Graham, seated upright near the fireplace; Clara Hastings, nervously wringing her hands in her lap; Henry, rigid in posture, gloved and hat resting beside him; and finally, Miss Marple, sitting gracefully in her usual composed fashion with her handbag and small diary beside her. Miss Marple opened her purse with quiet deliberation and retrieved a stack of photographs, placing them one by one on the table at the room's centre. The first few were photographs of Clara and Henry together, in cafes, in parks, one taken near a lakeside. Each one, on its own, might pass unnoticed, but together they revealed an undeniable intimacy, a relationship far more personal than professional. Miss Marple spoke softly, her voice gentle but firm. "Clara dear, I believe the time for secrets has passed. Your connection to Mr. Henry here, it wasn't just about a private investigation, was it?" Clara's eyes filled with tears almost instantly. She looked down, her voice breaking as she spoke. "I was tired. So tired of being ignored. Edward stopped caring about me long ago. I was just a fixture in his life, like furniture. But Henry, he saw me, he listened to me. At first it was innocent. Conversations, walks, but then I got lost in it." Inspector Graham leaned forward, voice now sharp, accusatory. "And when Edward saw these photographs, when he realized what had been going on, he confronted Henry. That's why he was furious that day. That's why he threatened him. And then—" His eyes narrowed at Clara. "Edward ended up dead, burned in the trunk of a car. Convenient, isn't it?" Clara flinched as if struck. "No," she cried. "I didn't kill Edward. I swear I had nothing to do with it." Miss Marple, however, did not look at Clara. Instead, she reached into her diary and pulled out another photograph, this one older, creased at the edges, and faintly discoloured with age. She placed it silently on the table. It showed a young boy around 8 years old, standing beside a tall man. But the boy's face was clearly visible, and there on his left cheek, just below the eye, was a prominent mole. In the corner of the photo, written in faded handwriting, "To my brave boy, love, Dad." Miss Marple turned her eyes toward Henry and spoke in her usual gentle tone, but now her words held weight. Edward's killer wasn't Clara. It was the boy in this photograph, the one with the mole, the very same mole that still exists, right there on your cheek, Mr. Henry. The entire room went quiet. Clara turned her head slowly. Inspector Graham narrowed his eyes. All focus now centered on Henry, who shifted uncomfortably in his seat. A flicker of something crossed his expression, fear followed by defiance. He opened his mouth, but Miss Marple cut him off gently. "You are George Hastings' biological son, the real son, the child he never claimed, the child who was set aside, replaced by Edward." Henry's mouth twitched. He forced a thin, bitter smile. "So I'm the villain now, because of a mole?" Miss Marple did not react. Instead, she reached once again into her bag and pulled out a sealed evidence pouch. Inside, visible to all, was a severed human finger. A collective gasp went around the room. Clara covered her mouth. Inspector Graham leaned forward. "You wore gloves every time we saw you," Miss Marple continued, unshaken. "Even in the marketplace. At first, I thought it a stylistic choice. Then I noticed something odd when Clara accidentally spilled hot tea on you." She turned to Clara. "You remember that, don't you? The day you met Henry on the bench?" Clara, eyes wide with recollection, nodded. "Yes." He flinched badly. Except one hand didn't move at all. Miss Marple gave a small nod. Exactly. The hand with the missing finger, that finger didn't feel the heat, because it wasn't real. You replaced your severed finger with a prosthetic, and you left the real one behind near the scene. A red herring, a false clue. Clever, but not quite enough. Chapter 7. The Confession. Henry's face turned pale, the colour draining from his cheeks as if the truth itself had reached up and stripped away the mask he had worn for so long. Silence thickened in the drawing room, wrapping itself around the polished oak panels and velvet curtains like a shroud. With a trembling hand, Henry slowly removed his gloves. One by one he peeled them off with deliberate care, like someone unwrapping a secret they could no longer hide. On his right hand, where there should have been 5 fingers, there were only 4. The middle finger was missing, cleanly severed. "I only wanted justice," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "That's why I killed Edward." A gasp echoed from Clara. Her lips parted, but no words came. The pain in her eyes said enough. Inspector Graham, standing nearby, stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Henry's shoulder. His face was grim, eyes sharp with the authority of the law. "Henry Hastings," he said, in a low, steady voice, "you are under arrest for the murder of Edward Hastings." Henry did not resist. He simply nodded, slowly, wearily. Clara broke down in sobs, burying her face in her hands. The room fell into an eerie stillness, as if every item, the portraits, the furniture, even the ticking clock on the mantel, had frozen in quiet disbelief. The occupants of the room, Inspector Graham, Clara, George Hastings, and Henry, sat in that stunned silence. Henry, despite his confession, still tried to hold on to a shred of composure, as though he were bracing himself for a storm that had already arrived. Miss Marple, poised as always, reached into her handbag and placed a photograph on the table between them. It was the same one she had studied days before, a young boy standing beside an adult man, a gentle light behind them, and a large, unmistakable mole on the child's left cheek. Her eyes met Henry's. Her tone was soft, but firm. "The truth doesn't stay hidden for long, Henry, and now it's time to tell everything." Henry took a deep, rattling breath. The lines on his face deepened. For the first time in a long time, he looked his real age, tired, burdened, and wounded in ways the eye could not see. He removed his gloves again, more slowly this time, laying them carefully beside the photograph. Everyone in the room stared at his disfigured hand, the absent finger, now a chilling confirmation of Miss Marple's deductions. "Yes," he said hoarsely. "I am the killer." He looked over at George Hastings, his father, whose mouth had gone dry with shock. "When I was a child, my father, George, abandoned my mother and me. He left us in a damp, one-room flat and went off to marry a rich woman. He never looked back. He started a new life with her son, Edward, the golden boy, the heir, the favourite." Henry's voice cracked with rage. "Meanwhile, my mother and I, we had nothing. We lived off charity and resentment. I grew up wondering why I wasn't good enough. Why my father could smile so easily for another boy when he couldn't even write to me on my birthday." Clara looked away, tears spilling from her eyes. She had seen glimpses of Henry's sorrow, but never the full storm that now burst forth. "I trained as a private detective, not because I was passionate, but because I was obsessed. I needed to find him, to see him, to understand the man who had left me behind like garbage." Henry clenched his fists. "When I finally tracked him down, I didn't know how to feel, but when I saw Edward, living in comfort, adored, everything I never had, I felt hate. Pure, undiluted hate." He turned to Clara now, and the pain in his voice softened. "And then I met you. You were kind, you listened. You didn't know who I was, not at first. You didn't know about the plan forming in my head." Clara gasped. Her voice cracked. "You used me." Henry nodded. "Yes. I manipulated your loneliness, I pretended to help you investigate Edward's odd behavior, but the truth is, I was waiting for the right moment. And then it came." He paused, the silence almost too heavy to speak through. "Edward found out. He confronted me in the alley behind the library. He told me I was filth. He threatened to ruin me. He called me a bastard. And then he struck me. He struck." Henry's eyes were full of rage now. "We fought. He grabbed a metal pipe. I reached for the knife in my coat. During the struggle, he sliced off one of my fingers. He held up his hand again, more defiantly now. He laughed while I screamed, but I saw red. I stabbed him again and again. And then..." His voice turned hollow. "I panicked." Inspector Graham didn't move. He let Henry speak. "I didn't want to be caught, so I left the finger in the forest to make you all believe it was someone else's. I stuffed Edward's body into the boot of Clara's car. Then I forged the ransom note. I knew Clara would follow the instructions. She's trusting like that." Clara's hands trembled in her lap. "And the brakes?" she whispered. "I cut them," Henry admitted. "I wanted the car to crash. I wanted you to die too, Clara. If you died, there would be no loose ends. It would look like you were part of it. That way, no one would think of me." Clara recoiled, as if struck. Her voice broke. You wanted me dead." "I didn't want to," Henry whispered, "but I needed to." Inspector Graham stepped forward, voice like thunder. "Revenge is not justice. You killed a man. You nearly killed an innocent woman, and all to silence your past." George Hastings finally stood, tears running freely down his face. "I didn't know," he said, shaking. "I didn't know you were my son." "But you should have," Henry snapped. Miss Marple quietly closed her diary and tucked it into her handbag. Her voice, though calm, carried all the weight of the truth. "They say time heals all wounds, but not always. Some wounds, when ignored, become infected. And some, Mr. Hastings, come back demanding blood." Inspector Graham nodded, then addressed Miss Marple. "Without you, we would have stumbled in the dark. Again." Miss Marple smiled gently. "No, Inspector, I just do what anyone would, if they cared to look closely enough." Later that evening, as the stars blinked above the quiet countryside, Miss Marple returned to her friend Hilda's cottage. The world had grown still again. The fire crackled in the hearth, and the scent of Earl Grey wafted in the air. She didn't speak of the case again. She didn't need to. Justice had been done, and another dark thread had been untangled by her steady, wise hands. A Requiem in Crimson. Chapter 1. The Crimson Prelude. Evening had settled gently over the quiet village of St. Mary Mead, casting long shadows along the cobbled lanes and bathing the hedgerows in a muted golden hue. The air was crisp, touched by the scent of lilacs drifting in from the gardens. Within her cosy, ivy-draped cottage on Church Lane, Miss Jane Marple sat comfortably in her wingback chair, knitting needles, clicking rhythmically. The small lamp beside her glowed warmly, casting a soft circle of light over her pattern of a delicate lace shawl. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and all was peaceful when a sudden knock broke the stillness. Miss Marple paused mid-stitch, tilting her head slightly like a bird, alerted to a distant sound. With practiced grace, she rose, adjusted her cardigan, and made her way to the front door. Upon opening it, she found a tall, good-looking man in his late 20s, dressed in a smart tweed coat and carrying the unmistakable charm of urban manners. His name was Mr. David Langley, a recent resident of St. Mary Mead, who had taken up tenancy in the cottage next door. The villagers had quickly come to regard him as a pleasant, slightly elusive sort, known for his polite nods and regular deliveries of musical equipment. "Miss Marple," he said with an easy smile, "there's a concert tonight at the St. Luke Memorial Hall. Our band, the Crimson Notes, is performing live for the very first time. I'd be honored if you'd join us. Consider this a personal invitation." Miss Marple's blue eyes twinkled with amusement. She placed a hand over her knitting and replied, "Oh, how lovely! I've always enjoyed music, though I must confess I'll need to brace myself if there's a great deal of shouting. Youthful enthusiasm can be rather loud, don't you think?" David laughed. "It'll be refined chaos, I promise." By 7:30, Miss Marple had bundled herself in a tweed coat and pale blue scarf, making her way up the gravelled path toward the memorial hall. The building, an imposing structure of red brick with arched windows and wrought iron lamps, had stood since the late 1800s. Its recent renovation had been the talk of the village for months, and tonight it glowed with festive light and activity. Inside, the transformation was nothing short of remarkable. The stained glass windows had been restored, the chandeliers gleamed, and the velvet curtains flanking the stage were a deep royal blue. Miss Marple took her seat near the centre, just close enough to see without straining, but far enough from the speakers to avoid injury to her ears. The crowd was a mix of villagers and out-of-towners, young couples in leather jackets, elderly couples holding hands, and even a group of teenagers who had dragged folding chairs together in the back. There was an air of eager anticipation, a buzz that always precedes a performance. At precisely 8 o'clock, the lights dimmed. A single spotlight illuminated the stage as the crimson notes took their places. The audience applauded politely, which soon escalated into loud cheers as the band settled in. Then came the lead singer, Henry Cavill, a striking young man with tousled dark hair, a jawline that could cut stone, and the kind of presence that made the room lean forward as one. Dressed in a crimson blazer and black trousers, he stepped into the light with confidence. When he sang, it was electric. His voice had a raw, soulful edge, velvety in the lows and soaring in the highs. The audience was instantly captivated. Beside him on the baby grand piano sat Hazel, the band's pianist, a quiet girl with honey blonde hair tied back in a low bun. Her fingers danced over the keys with remarkable control. She barely glanced up, utterly focused on her notes. Behind them, two guitarists, Ronnie and Blake, and a drummer named Tim, held the rhythm with cool efficiency. The chemistry between them was palpable, like the cogs of a fine watch all spinning in harmony. Miss Marple, though not one to fawn, was quietly impressed. She appreciated skill, and there was no denying that what she witnessed was a performance of professional quality. But halfway through their third song, a haunting ballad titled Ashes in the Wind, a subtle change crept into the atmosphere. A faint scent, sharp and metallic, drifted into the air. Miss Marple sniffed delicately. Something acrid. Burning? Within moments, the source became clear. Wisps of smoke began to curl upward from the left side of the stage. The applause faltered. The spotlight, which had bathed Henry in a halo, began to flicker erratically. "Is that part of the show?" someone whispered near Miss Marple. But no. Panic, like a ripple in still water, began to spread. The smoke thickened, turning from wisps to clouds. Then, suddenly, flames erupted at the edge of the stage, licking up from beneath the floorboards with a hungry roar. Screams rang out. People scrambled from their seats. The younger audience bolted for the exits, while the elderly struggled to their feet. A woman tripped and fell against the aisle railing, shrieking. The band members froze, stunned. The management hastily pulled the curtains shut, but the fire had already breached the edges. The heavy velvet caught flame, sending sparks into the air. On stage, Henry turned in panic. "Backstage!" he yelled, but as he moved, a burst of fire surged from beneath the platform, engulfing the area near the amplifier wires. The cables, Miss Marple noticed, looked strangely tangled, frayed in places. Some even poked out from beneath the stage carpet near the corner where the fire had started. David rushed toward the stage from the wings, shouting something inaudible, but it was too late. In a horrifying moment, the fire wrapped around Henry like a living thing. He flailed, screaming, a sound that cut through the chaos with haunting finality, then crumpled to the ground, consumed in smoke and flame. Miss Marple stood unmoving in the midst of the bedlam. Her eyes, sharp as ever, scanned every detail even as others fled, the particular point where the fire had begun, the way the stage curtains seemed to delay, then catch fire, the moment Hazel dropped from her bench and bolted while the others hesitated. Eventually the fire brigade arrived. Hoses blasted water into the now charred auditorium. The smell of burnt fabric and scorched wood filled the air. Paramedics carried out limp forms and officers began to cordon off the scene. Outside the hall, dazed attendees gathered in small clusters. Some sobbed, some called relatives. Others simply stared at the smoke rising from the roof. Miss Marple wrapped her scarf tighter around her neck and turned to leave, but not before casting one last look at the building's charred doorway. She had seen fires before, but this was no accident. And Miss Marple, with the quiet certainty of long experience, knew one thing above all. Where there is smoke, there is often more than fire. There is a motive, and there is always a killer. Chapter 2. The Flames Beneath. The air in the concert hall was heavy with smoke and silence. Ash floated through the dim light, drifting like black snow over the stunned faces of the crowd. Where moments earlier there had been applause and music, now there was only the thick, bitter scent of burnt wood, melted plastic, and something far more morbid: charred flesh. People stood frozen. A woman in a red coat sobbed quietly into her handkerchief. A teenage boy stared blankly at the scorched remains of the stage, and there, at the very center, lay what was left of Henry Cavill, his once vibrant presence reduced to a blackened, twisted shape that no longer resembled a man. A low murmur ran through the audience as the front doors were thrown open and uniformed officers strode in. At their head was a tall man with greying temples, a long wool coat, and the brisk, no-nonsense gait of a man used to command. Inspector Arthur Finch. He paused just inside the doorway, quickly taking in the scene with a practiced eye. A constable moved to brief him, but the inspector's gaze caught a familiar face across the hall. Miss Marple, standing calmly amid the chaos, her hands folded over her handbag, her eyes sharp as ever. "Miss Marple," he called, making his way through the clusters of dazed villagers. "You're here too? I'm sorry you had to witness the concert in such a state." He extended a hand. Miss Marple, ever composed, accepted it with a small nod. "I'm sorry as well, Inspector," she said in a low voice. "It's a terrible tragedy, but I fear this is no mere accident." Finch furrowed his brow. "You think not?" Miss Marple gestured slightly toward the stage. "There's something about the origin of the fire and the pattern of panic. It doesn't quite feel like an electrical fault." The inspector turned to the remnants of the stage, now reduced to a charred husk of timber and scorched cables. "The sound system was new," he murmured, "but the rest of the hall's wiring is old. It looks like a case of short circuit. Too much load, perhaps." "Would you mind humoring me a moment?" Miss Marple asked gently. Finch hesitated only a second before nodding. "Of course." They crossed the hall together, stepping carefully over damp patches and fallen stage props. A few officers worked to cordon off the scene, and one young technician knelt near the lighting rig taking photographs. Miss Marple bent near the edge of the scorched carpet, her fingers surprisingly steady. She lifted a corner, revealing a narrow line of electric wire running parallel to the stage's base. It was unusually neat, secured with small metal clips and guided with precision. "This isn't the haphazard work of old wiring," she said quietly. "This was placed intentionally and carefully hidden." Inspector Finch knelt beside her, his face darkening as he examined the wire. "You're right. These clips are new, and the cable itself, it's a different gauge from the hall's mains. This was brought in concealed." Before he could say more, one of the technicians nearby called out, "Sir, you might want to see this. There's something under the stage. Looks like a trapdoor." Finch stood at once, striding over to the technician who was pointing toward a patch of scorched flooring near the back corner of the stage. With the help of two constables, the charred boards were pried open, revealing a square iron handle embedded in the floor. With effort, the trapdoor creaked upward on its hinges. A narrow ladder led downward into a dark, compact space beneath the stage. Flashlights were quickly fetched, and Finch descended first, followed closely by a constable. Miss Marple waited above, watching carefully. A few minutes later, Finch re-emerged, his face grave. He turned to Miss Marple. There's a small chamber under there, about 6 feet by 6. Inside, there's an electric mainboard, new, several sealed containers of petrol, and a wired relay that connects directly to the stage's lighting and amplifier rigs. Miss Marple's lips tightened. So it was no accident. No, Finch agreed grimly. It was a setup, purposeful, premeditated. Someone knew exactly what they were doing. By now, the remaining crowd was being ushered out of the hall. The police cordoned off the entrances, and murmurs spread like wildfire through the gathering crowd outside. People clutched coats tighter against the night air, whispering to one another in disbelief. Back inside, the hall was now a crime scene. Finch motioned to his sergeant. Get full photographs of the wiring under the carpet. Seal the trapdoor and have forensics down here first thing in the morning. I want the technician team to check every single piece of the lighting system and find out who last had access to this building. Miss Marple remained where she was, her eyes drifting back to the stage. The image of Henry, so full of life only minutes ago, flickered again in her mind. The band. She turned to Finch. Inspector, I believe we must speak to the other members of the band immediately. He nodded. Already on it. My constables are gathering them in the back green room. Would you care to join me? I would, she said quietly. They made their way through the side corridor to the modest green room where 4 shaken young people sat in various stages of disbelief. Hazel, the pianist, was curled up on a settee, her arms tightly wrapped around herself. Ronnie and Blake, the guitarists, sat side by side, both pale and wide-eyed. Tim, the drummer, was pacing like a trapped animal. Inspector Finch stepped into the room with authority. I'm Inspector Finch of the County Police. I know this is a difficult time, but I need to ask some questions about what happened tonight. No one spoke. Miss Marple gently interjected, her voice soft but clear. We understand how terrible this must be. But anything you remember, even the smallest detail, may help us understand what happened to your friend. Hazel looked up slowly, her voice trembling. We were playing, and then the lights flickered. Henry turned to say something, and then the fire started. Did any of you notice anything unusual earlier this evening? Asked Finch. There was a smell, said Tim, stopping mid-step. Like fuel. I thought it was just the generator kicking in. We don't usually use petrol, but I figured it was just part of the setup. Did Henry seem nervous, or say anything odd before going on stage? Miss Marple added. Ronnie hesitated. He had an argument with someone, backstage, a woman. I didn't see her clearly. She had red hair, I think. Blake nodded. Yeah, she was shouting, something about him betraying her. Finch scribbled something in his notepad. Did any of you recognize her? No, Hazel whispered. But she wasn't from the village. Miss Marple looked at Finch. Someone came to confront him. Perhaps someone from his past. As they left the room, Miss Marple paused by the hallway window. Outside, the moon cast a pale glow over the rooftops of St. Mary Mead. Somewhere in this village, someone had planned murder, methodically, deliberately. And they were still out there, but not for long, not if Miss Marple had anything to do with it. Chapter 3. Shadows in Scarlet Ink. The once vibrant St. Luke Auditorium, filled just an hour ago with music and cheers, now wore the cold hush of death. The air still held the sting of smoke and burnt fabric, lingering like an unwelcome ghost. The main stage, scorched and silent, was now encircled by yellow police tape. Charred wires snaked across the floor like black veins, and technicians in gloves moved cautiously through the debris, collecting evidence as the smell of fire clung to every surface. Inspector Arthur Finch stood near the stage, arms folded and jaw clenched. Miss Marple, ever composed in her pale grey coat and lavender scarf, moved quietly from group to group, speaking gently, her eyes watching everything. The band members had been separated for questioning. Each sat in a different part of the auditorium or dressing rooms, under the quiet scrutiny of officers and the occasional flash of a camera. Their reactions to the night's horror varied wildly. Martin, the bassist, a lean young man with scruffy hair and trembling hands, sat hunched on a bench backstage. His eyes were glassy, rimmed red with tears. He stared at the floor, unmoving, as if frozen in a personal world of grief. Edward, the rhythm guitarist, stood nearby with clenched fists, his jaw tight, pacing back and forth. He looked angry, more than shocked, muttering to himself. Thomas, the drummer, however, seemed oddly unaffected. Though his hands twitched nervously, he even managed to smile slightly as he answered Finch's questions, as if he were trying to keep up appearances. Miss Marple watched Thomas with quiet focus. The smile he wore didn't match the gravity of the moment. It wasn't grief, it was tension. Performance, perhaps. Something about it didn't sit right. In a far corner of the dressing room, Hazel sat curled into herself, her head lowered, sobbing into the sleeve of her blouse. Her long hair fell in disarray across her face, and her shoulders shook with silent weeping. No one had approached her, until now. As Miss Marple turned to make her way toward Hazel, the main entrance of the auditorium banged open. David Langley, the band's director and manager, strode in breathless, his face pale and drawn. His scarf was askew, and a faint line of sweat ran down the side of his face. "Oh God," he murmured, his voice catching. "What happened? Henry is dead?" Inspector Finch stepped toward him. "Mr. Langley, you're late to the scene." I was in the washroom," David stammered. "When I came back, there was already smoke, people screaming. I had no idea." Miss Marple, who had arrived beside Finch, tilted her head. "And where exactly is the washroom located?" David hesitated, just slightly. "Near the back corridor, just behind the right wing of the stage." "Strange," Finch murmured. "None of the ushers recall seeing you pass through the hallway during the fire." David's eyes darted. Perhaps they were too distracted. It was chaos. Just then, Thomas stepped forward, rubbing his hands together and offering a half smile. "I was backstage the whole time," he offered. "Didn't see much, but I heard the speakers pop, then fire. Everything just exploded." Miss Marple didn't blink. "Stage left or stage right?" Stage left," he replied too quickly. But before the conversation could go further, a man in a dark overcoat, one of the hall's staff, stepped quietly beside Miss Marple. He leaned in and spoke low. "Madam, I thought you should know. I saw Mr. Thomas just before the fire. He was in the guitar room alone. Around the same time the first smoke appeared." Miss Marple's eyes narrowed slightly. She turned to look at Thomas. His face had gone pale. He stammered, That's not true. I went in briefly to get my sticks, that's all." But Miss Marple didn't reply. She turned instead to Hazel, who had now stood and approached her. "Miss Marple," Hazel whispered, "I need to speak with you. Alone." The elder woman gave Finch a look, then placed a gentle hand on Hazel's arm. "Come with me, dear." They moved quietly down the corridor to a private side room, used sometimes for costume changes or storage. Inside, Hazel shakily locked the door, then pulled a small wooden box from beneath a pile of coats. "I didn't know who else to trust," she said, her voice hoarse. "But you see things others don't." Miss Marple gave her an encouraging nod. Hazel opened the box with trembling fingers. Inside were several old letters, their paper yellowed and creased. Each was written in a thick red ink, smudged and uneven as though smeared in haste. The handwriting was jagged, erratic. Miss Marple picked up the top letter. "If you become the lead singer, this will be your final performance." She raised the paper to her nose and sniffed. "This ink," she said softly. "It smells of iron. I believe it's real blood." Hazel nodded. "Henry showed them to me. He found them in his locker about 3 weeks ago. At first he laughed. Thought it was some sick prank. He told David, but David brushed it off. Said someone was just jealous." "Did he keep receiving them?" "Yes. One almost every week, always the same threat, and always that red ink." Hazel's voice cracked. "I told him to go to the police, but he was proud, said he wouldn't be scared into silence." "Did he suspect anyone?" Miss Marple asked. Hazel hesitated. "He mentioned Edward. Once. Said Edward had been acting strange since Henry was made lead singer. Said he caught him once going through his locker." Miss Marple's brow furrowed. "Edward? Was he the lead singer before Henry?" Hazel nodded. "Yes. But David made the change 6 weeks ago. Said Henry had better stage presence and the crowd responded to him more. Edward didn't take it well. He stopped showing up to rehearsals for a few days." Miss Marple folded the letter and placed it back in the box. "Jealousy can be a quiet poison," she murmured. "It drips slowly, until it kills." Hazel looked up at her, eyes pleading. "You think it's Edward?" Miss Marple didn't answer immediately. "I think it may be someone who wanted more than music, someone who had something to lose." Back in the main hall, Finch was organizing statements and sending the letters for forensic analysis. Miss Marple rejoined him quietly and shared what Hazel had revealed. Finch took a deep breath. "We'll hold Edward for questioning, and Thomas too, based on the watchman's report. We can't rule out collusion." Miss Marple's gaze returned to the scorched stage. This wasn't just a case of a fire. It was ambition twisted into rage, jealousy nurtured in silence, and a calculated plan brought to deadly execution. Someone had laced the wires, planted the petrol, and timed the ignition. Someone had sent warnings in blood. And now Miss Marple had to follow the trail. One letter, one lie, and one motive at a time. Chapter 4. A paper trail and the scent of blood. The sun was already beginning its slow descent when Miss Marple placed the letters, still stained in that ominous red, gently into an envelope and handed them to Inspector Finch. The day had grown long and the tension had settled over St. Luke's auditorium like dust on a forgotten shelf. Even the crackling of the fire's aftermath seemed to have grown quiet. Finch took the envelope and carefully slipped on a pair of gloves. One by one he extracted the letters, holding each up to the light. The red substance that streaked across the pages had dried into a crusted sheen, making the paper stiff at the edges. His eyes narrowed as he examined the handwriting, each letter scrawled with deliberate threat, devoid of humor or prankish mischief. "It seems like real blood," he said grimly. "But we'll need confirmation. I'll have these sent for forensic testing immediately." Miss Marple nodded. "Yes, do. The texture, the color, it's disturbingly convincing." One by one, the remaining band members gave their formal statements to the police, brief, shaken accounts of a fire that had come without warning. After that, they were released to return home, though none left without casting one last, uneasy glance at the now blackened stage where their friend and bandmate had died. Miss Marple remained behind. She watched the young men and Hazel disappear into the twilight, and then approached Inspector Finch once more. "I'd like permission to inspect the dressing rooms," she said, gently but firmly, "before the hall is sealed." Finch looked at her with a mixture of admiration and resignation. He knew she wouldn't ask without reason. "Granted," he said. "But be careful. The floorboards are unstable in places." Miss Marple nodded and stepped softly into the backstage corridor, her small frame moving with surprising steadiness. She took no notebook, no torch, just her eyes, her memory, and her instincts. The first two dressing rooms belonging to Edward and Martin were sparsely decorated. A few jackets hanging from pegs, music sheets folded atop stools, a comb, a half-empty bottle of cologne. Miss Marple's eyes swept the rooms with practiced efficiency. Nothing seemed unusual. Then she reached Thomas's room. It was slightly more cluttered than the others, crumpled energy drink cans, cigarette butts in a chipped ashtray, and a long black coat slung carelessly over a chair. At first glance, it was the same disordered chaos any touring musician might leave behind. But Miss Marple didn't just glance. She examined every inch, every drawer, every shelf. It wasn't until she lowered herself to look beneath the table that she saw it, a single folded sheet of paper partly caught under one leg. Her heart gave a quiet jolt. She pulled it free and unfolded it. The paper was smudged at the edges but intact. It was a technical stage wiring diagram, detailing the electrical systems beneath the stage, the lighting circuits, the amplifier routes, and more. But what caught her eye were the red pencil markings. Several areas had been circled, the section beneath the carpet where the fire had started, the hidden trap door that had revealed the petrol containers, and another segment near the sound control booth. Arrows and notations had been added in small, tight handwriting, and in the bottom corner 3 chilling phrases were written: spark point, carpet trap section. Fuel control, below grid. Timing relay, match sound cue. Miss Marple exhaled slowly. This wasn't just a wiring plan, it was a blueprint for murder. She folded the paper carefully and slipped it into her bag. Without a word, she exited the dressing room, nodded politely to the constable standing outside, and left the auditorium. The village was quiet now, bathed in soft twilight. She walked home slowly, her thoughts already forming the questions that would need answers. That evening, as the golden light gave way to dusk, Miss Marple stood in her garden, watering her roses. Her hands moved gently over the blooms, though her mind was elsewhere entirely. Red petals, lush and velvety, caught droplets of water and glistened under the porch lamp. Red, like blood, like the letters. A knock came at the door. Her maid appeared moments later in the garden. "Miss, Inspector Finch is here." "Show him into the lounge, please," Miss Marple said calmly, placing down her watering can and dusting her hands on her apron. When she entered the lounge, Finch was already seated on the armchair by the fireplace, holding a manila envelope. "I've just come from the lab," he said. "The forensic report on the letters is in." Miss Marple tilted her head slightly, waiting. "It wasn't human blood," Finch said. "It was sheep's blood." Miss Marple blinked in surprise. "Sheep's blood? How very theatrical." Finch nodded. "The chemical makeup is very specific. Fresh, too. Less than a week old." Miss Marple pursed her lips in thought. That would suggest someone with ready access to raw animal blood. Not something one finds in a normal household. "No," Finch agreed, "but in a butcher's shop, perhaps." Miss Marple gave a small, satisfied nod. "We have 3 in the village, don't we? Oliver's Butchery near the grocer's, Hindley and Sons on River Lane, and Harper's Meats on the High Street." "I'll begin inquiries in the morning," Finch said. "I'll request their supply logs and question the staff. We'll see who sold fresh sheep's blood in the last week." Miss Marple stood and walked over to her writing desk. From the drawer, she pulled the folded stage diagram and handed it to the inspector. "I found this beneath the table in Thomas's dressing room," she said. Finch unfolded the sheet. As his eyes moved over the red pencil marks, his expression changed. "This isn't just a maintenance map. This is a plan with deadly precision." "Indeed," Miss Marple said. "Whoever made this diagram knew exactly how the stage systems worked. They didn't just want to start a fire, they wanted it to erupt at the right moment beneath the lead singer and cause maximum panic." Finch tapped the paper thoughtfully. "We'll need handwriting comparison. I'll have Thomas's notebooks collected first." Miss Marple sat quietly, her mind ticking like a clock. "So someone writes anonymous threats in blood, or the illusion of it. Someone engineers a fire beneath the stage using hidden wires and petrol. Someone times it perfectly with the performance. And someone plants the blueprint in Thomas's room, or perhaps forgets to remove it." Finch looked up. "You think it could be a setup?" "I think," Miss Marple said, "that we are no longer looking at one straightforward suspect. We are looking at a web, and someone is tugging its strings very carefully." Finch leaned back in his chair. "So we pursue the blood and the blueprint. We start with the butchers tomorrow. What will you do?" Miss Marple smiled faintly. "I shall do what I always do, observe, listen, and nitpick. People often talk when they think no one's really listening. As the inspector left into the cool night, Miss Marple returned to her armchair. She picked up her needles and yarn, but her eyes weren't on the stitches. They were on the firelight. In it, she saw a hidden hand, moving pieces like chess. But soon the board would be hers. Chapter 5. The Page That Shouldn't Exist. The afternoon sun was mild, draping St. Mary Mead in a golden, sleepy glow. Miss Marple sat quietly in her terrace garden, a bone china teacup resting delicately in her hand. The birds chirped now and then, and the air smelled faintly of lavender and trimmed hedges. It was the sort of day that made the troubles of the world feel momentarily distant. But not for Miss Marple. Her eyes, sharper than most and always alert despite her frail appearance, had drifted from the page of her knitting pattern to the lane outside. There, just across the hedgerow and down the gravel path, she saw something that made her lean forward ever so slightly. Thomas and Edward. The two young band members were approaching David Langley's front gate. The band director's modest cottage sat just 3 houses away from Miss Marple's, its windows always shuttered in the afternoons, and the garden always impeccably trimmed. But today, the calm facade was disrupted. She watched as the gate creaked open and the 2 men stepped inside. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Those 2, at David's house?" she murmured to herself. Minutes passed. The birds kept singing. The wind gently stirred the garden roses, but the tranquility was once again broken, this time more dramatically. The front door of David's house swung open with force. Miss Marple rose ever so slightly in her chair as the watchman from the lane, normally passive and polite, physically shoved Thomas out of the house. The young drummer stumbled, caught his balance, and looked flustered. Edward stood at the doorway, arguing in heated tones. David's voice cut through the air, sharp, angry, and then with a loud thud, he slammed the door shut. Even from her distance, Miss Marple could hear raised voices. The words were muffled, but the tension was unmistakable. She set her teacup down. Something was stirring beneath the surface of this seemingly straightforward tragedy, and she intended to find out what. Within 10 minutes, Miss Marple had crossed the lane and stood at David Langley's modest front step. His cottage, painted a cheerful off-white with forest green shutters, looked harmless enough, but Miss Marple knew well that danger often hid in plain sight. She rang the bell. The door opened soon after. David stood there trying to offer his usual warm smile, but his eyes betrayed him. There were dark circles under them now, and his jaw was tight with stress. "Miss Marple," he said with forced cheer. "What a pleasant surprise. Please, come in." "I only came by to check if everything was all right," she said gently. There seemed to be quite a commotion just now. Raised voices, a scuffle. It rather startled the peace of the lane. David gave a tight laugh. "Nothing too serious. Thomas and Edward came round demanding payment from the concert proceeds. I told them I'd already settled their shares, but they were insistent." "I see," said Miss Marple, with a mild nod, though inwardly she did not believe it was just about the money. "That must have been unsettling for you." David gestured toward the lounge. "Would you like some tea? I was just about to put the kettle on." "That would be lovely, thank you." As David disappeared into the kitchen, Miss Marple remained standing. The room was neat and tastefully arranged. Paintings of musical performances hung on the walls, a record player stood in the corner, and a few concert programs were laid out on the side table, but it was the tall bookshelf against the wall that caught her eye. One book, near the middle of the second shelf, had a page sticking out. To a less observant guest it might have seemed accidental, an untidy bookmark perhaps. But to Miss Marple, whose mind worked like 1,000 little threads weaving into patterns, it was an invitation. She stepped closer. The book was a thick manual. Stage lighting and sound control, a technical guide. Oddly fitting, she thought. The page sticking out was not part of the book. It had been tucked in loosely as though hastily hidden. Driven by curiosity and caution, Miss Marple carefully slipped it out. And there it was, the same map. An exact replica of the stage wiring diagram she had discovered beneath the table in Thomas's dressing room. The red pencil markings were identical, circles drawn around the trapdoor area, arrows pointing to fuel control, below grid, and a chilling notation, spark point, carpet trap section. Her heart beat a little faster. If Thomas had this map, now David had an identical one in his possession. What did it mean? Had David drawn it? Had Thomas? Or had someone else planted it in both their spaces? Miss Marple quickly slipped the page back into the book and returned to her seat just as David re-entered the room, carrying a tray with tea and biscuits. "Here we are," he said. "It's chamomile. I thought it might be calming." "How thoughtful," Miss Marple replied with a smile. They chatted briefly about the band, about how tragic Henry's death had been, about the emotional impact on the village. David played his role well, but Miss Marple now saw it all with new eyes. His unease, his carefully chosen words, his feigned surprise at the tragedy, all laced with something else. When she'd had enough, she set her cup down. "Thank you, David, for the tea. But I've just remembered, I left something on the stove at home. I really must go." "Of course," David said, standing politely. "Do let me know if you need anything." "I will," she said softly, walking to the door. She turned at the threshold. "And do take care of yourself. You seem rather overburdened." He gave her a tired smile, and then she was gone. Back at her cottage, Miss Marple settled into her armchair and stared into the fireplace, her mind working like clockwork gears. If Thomas's map was in David's house, then someone was lying. There were only a few possibilities. Either David had given the diagram to Thomas, or Thomas had planted it himself. But Miss Marple doubted Thomas was clever enough to draft something so technical, and if David truly had created the diagram, why was he so nervous now? More importantly, why was David trying to convince her that he had no connection to the fire? She began to think back about David's relationship with Henry. It had been professional, yes, but there were rumors. Quiet conversations in the village pub, whispers of tension between them, a disagreement about who should front the band. Henry had won that argument, but had he paid for it with his life? Miss Marple knew she needed more than intuition. She needed something solid. And perhaps, just perhaps, the answer lay in the timing. Why had Thomas and Edward come to David's house today? What had they known? And why had David slammed the door so fiercely? That evening, as dusk settled over St. Mary Mead, Miss Marple made one more note in her small journal. 2 identical diagrams, one in Thomas's dressing room, one in David's home. Intentional sabotage, premeditation, hidden connections. She closed the book and looked out the window where the lane was now quiet again. But she knew better than to trust the stillness. Because behind the hedges and curtains of St. Mary Mead, a murderer was hiding. And Miss Marple had just found his scent. Chapter 6. Secrets in the Shadows. The following morning dawned misty and cool over St. Mary Mead, the village still humming quietly with speculation about the tragedy at St. Luke's Hall. But behind the gossip and glances, the truth was beginning to take shape, dark, tangled, and far more deliberate than anyone had dared to imagine. Miss Marple rose early. After her usual breakfast, 1 boiled egg, lightly toasted bread, and a small pot of Darjeeling, she made her way directly to the police station, the map from David Langley's home safely tucked in her handbag. Inspector Finch was already at his desk, poring over notes. His eyes looked slightly sunken from lack of sleep, but his manner remained brisk and measured as Miss Marple entered. "I believe we need to speak to Thomas and Edward again," she said, without preamble. "There's something you must see." She pulled out the wiring diagram, the one she had found hidden among the books in David's living room, and laid it on the desk. Finch's eyebrows rose slightly as he examined it. This is identical to the map we found in Thomas's dressing room. Precisely, Miss Marple nodded. And yet this one came from David's personal collection. The inspector stared at the paper for a moment longer, then stood. Come with me. It's time we turned up the pressure. At the police station, Thomas and Edward sat in a small, plain interrogation room. The fluorescent light buzzed faintly overhead, and the air was heavy with tension. Both young men appeared pale and unsettled, their legs jittering beneath the table, fingers tapping nervously on the metal surface. Inspector Finch entered first, with Miss Marple following quietly behind. "Gentlemen," the inspector began, "we're going to revisit what happened the night of the concert. We have new evidence, and this time we expect honesty." Thomas crossed his arms tightly. Edward shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Miss Marple stepped forward and spoke calmly, her voice soft but cutting. "I'm certain the plan was made by both of you." Thomas shook his head almost immediately. "No, that's not true." But Miss Marple's eyes didn't leave his face. "You were in the instrument room when the fire started. That's been confirmed. Why did you hide it?" Thomas opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated. Edward glanced at him with a mixture of guilt and dread. The silence in the room thickened. "You see," Miss Marple continued, "the moment you lie about small things, people begin to suspect the larger ones. You weren't just in the instrument room by chance." Still, neither spoke. Inspector Finch leaned forward. "We have a witness who saw you, Thomas, and a map. A very specific wiring diagram, one that shows deliberate sabotage, not just a prank." Edward's composure cracked first. "Yes," he blurted. "It was our idea. We just wanted to rattle Henry. He always stole the spotlight. Every show, every rehearsal, it was always him." Thomas lowered his gaze. "We thought if we faked a short circuit, it would mess with the lights, maybe startle him. But we never planned a fire. We didn't even use real connections, just a dummy setup." Edward added quickly, "We swear we didn't plant the petrol. We didn't rig anything dangerous. We're being framed. Someone turned our prank into something deadly." Miss Marple's tone remained gentle. "Who else knew about your plan?" Thomas hesitated. "No one. We made sure of that." "Except," Miss Marple said thoughtfully, "someone must have been watching." Thomas's voice dropped to a whisper. "I went to shut off the circuit just before the second set. But when I got to the maintenance panel, someone was already there." "Who?" Finch asked sharply. "The sweeper, Norman. He was just standing there near the trapdoor. I didn't say anything. I just left." Edward looked confused. "You never told me that." "I thought it wasn't important," Thomas mumbled. Finch straightened. "That's enough for now." As they exited the room, the sky outside had already turned the silver blue of early evening. The station felt quieter, heavier somehow. Miss Marple and Finch returned to his office. Finch sat down with a weary sigh. "They may be telling the truth. I believe they didn't intend murder." "But someone certainly did," Miss Marple replied. "And they used the perfect opportunity, an existing prank, to hide their intent." Just then, an officer knocked and handed Finch a sealed envelope. He opened it, scanned the contents, and looked up sharply. "Miss Marple," he said, "there's something new in the blood analysis report." Her eyebrow arched. "The sheep's blood used in the letters. It didn't come from a butcher. It came directly from the regional slaughterhouse." Miss Marple's expression darkened. "That narrows it, doesn't it?" Finch nodded. "And there's more. We cross-checked the employment logs. David Langley's sweeper Norman used to work at that slaughterhouse 6 months ago." Miss Marple leaned forward slightly. "Then Norman had access and perhaps motive, but why would a sweeper do such a thing?" "That's the question," Finch said grimly. Later that night, as Miss Marple prepared to settle into bed, a soft bell rang through the house. Her maid appeared at the bedroom door, whispering, "Miss Marple, someone's here to see you." It was Hazel. The girl looked drained, but there was a flicker of determination in her eyes as she stepped into the lounge. She held an envelope in her hand. "I know it's late," she said softly, "but I found something that might help. It's Henry's rehearsal schedule. I thought maybe it could be important." Miss Marple took the envelope, thanked her gently, and invited Hazel to sit while she opened it. But as she unfolded the paper inside, her eyes widened. It wasn't just a rehearsal schedule, it was a log, meticulously written in Henry's own handwriting, a private journal of sorts, detailing not only his practice times, but notes on recent tensions within the band, and, more alarmingly, names. Thomas, acting strange, spotted in the wings last week during sound check. Edward, mood worsening, snapped at me twice today. Norman saw him lurking behind equipment box, not supposed to be there. Mentioned something about David promising extra. Miss Marple's heart skipped a beat as her eyes scanned the final entry, dated the night before the concert. Something feels wrong. I don't know who to trust anymore. If anything happens tomorrow, I hope someone will look beyond the surface. She looked up at Hazel, who had tears in her eyes. "I just want him to have peace," Hazel said. He knew something was wrong. Miss Marple placed the paper down gently and stood. "And he was right," she said quietly. "Someone planned this very carefully, and now we're closer to understanding why." She paused by the fireplace, staring into the flickering flames. If Norman was promised something by David, then we may no longer be dealing with jealousy alone. Hazel's voice trembled. "What do you mean?" "I mean," said Miss Marple, "this wasn't just a crime of emotion. This was business, and that makes it far more dangerous." She walked to her desk and began making notes. The rehearsal log changed everything. Now she had motive, manipulation, and names, and soon she'd have the truth. Chapter 7. The Mastermind Unveiled. The morning air drifted gently through the curtains of Miss Marple's drawing room, bringing with it the scent of dew-wet roses and the faint chirping of birds. The village of St. Mary Mead, still reeling from the tragedy at St. Luke's Hall, seemed unaware that the mystery was on the verge of resolution. Inspector Finch sat opposite Miss Marple at a round table laid with a teapot, 2 cups, and a plate of buttery shortbread. Though he had conducted countless investigations over the years, something about this particular case had unsettled him deeply. Perhaps it was the way suspicion had shifted so many times, like a play within a play. Miss Marple, always collected and precise, added a cube of sugar to her tea and stirred slowly. She looked up at Finch with the calm gaze of someone who had walked through the chaos and emerged with a thread of truth. "I've been thinking," she said at last, "and I believe we've misunderstood Norman's role entirely." The inspector raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Miss Marple leaned forward, her voice still gentle but firm. "Norman is not the orchestrator. He's a pawn. Someone else was directing the moves." Chapter. Finch narrowed his eyes. "And you believe that someone is David?" She nodded. "Yes. Everything points to him. Yesterday, Hazel gave me this." She reached for an old envelope and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, Henry's rehearsal schedule. "All rehearsals took place in David's backyard," she explained. "And during each one, Norman was present, helping with equipment or cleaning up. There was, however, one recurring issue." Finch read the notes. "Lighting circuit, always delayed." "Exactly," Miss Marple said. "Every single time. It was the perfect cover to tamper with the wiring, bit by bit over time. No one would suspect an issue with the lighting system when it had been malfunctioning all along." Finch sat back, stunned by the implications. So the sabotage didn't begin the night of the concert. It began during rehearsals. At that moment, there was a hesitant knock on the front door. Miss Marple's maid entered, whispering, "A man named Norman wishes to speak with you, ma'am. He says it's urgent." "Send him in," Miss Marple said calmly, though she already sensed what was coming. Norman entered the drawing room slowly, his cap crushed in his hands, his eyes sunken with guilt. His clothes were wrinkled, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Miss Marple," he said, his voice shaking. "I had to come before they take me in. I need to say something." Miss Marple gestured to the empty chair. "The truth, Norman, will be enough." He sank into the seat, his hands trembling on his knees. "It was David," he began. "He came to me weeks ago, told me Henry was a problem, that his ego was tearing the band apart, that the show would fail because of him. He said it would be Henry's last performance." Norman paused to wipe his eyes. "He told me to tamper with the wiring, said to remove the fireproof coating from the cables beneath the stage, but not to do anything dangerous, just enough to cause a fright, to ruin the performance. Then he gave me the petrol, said it was a backup if the wiring didn't work. And he gave me blood. From the slaughterhouse, I used it to write those letters. I didn't come up with the words, he dictated them to me. I just wrote what I was told. He paid me well." Inspector Finch's jaw was tight with anger. "So you confirm David planned it all?" Norman looked directly at him now, voice clearer. "Yes, sir. It was all David's idea," he said. "Henry has to go. I don't care how it happens, as long as it's done before the tour starts." Miss Marple, who had been listening with her usual composed attention, finally spoke. "So you see, Inspector, the wiring diagram at David's house, the petrol, the letters, even the rehearsal delays, it all fits. David orchestrated the entire thing. Thomas and Edward were merely misled by their own envy. David took advantage of it and used Norman to carry out the physical parts of the plan." Finch stood slowly, his expression hard. "I'll issue the arrest order now. He'll be charged with murder, manipulation, destruction of evidence, and conspiracy." It didn't take long. Within the hour, 2 police officers arrived at David Clifford's cottage. The band director answered the door with a strained smile, but it quickly faded as he saw Finch and Miss Marple behind them. "What's this about?" he asked, eyes darting. "You're under arrest," Finch said, "on multiple counts, including the murder of Henry Cavill." David's face twisted in disbelief. "What? That's absurd. I had nothing to do with—" "We have testimony from Norman," Finch interrupted. "Detailed, signed, and corroborated. We also have the wiring diagram from your bookshelf and evidence tying you to the blood used in the threatening letters." David's composure cracked. "He's lying. He's trying to save himself." "You coached him, Mr. Clifford," Miss Marple said quietly. "From the moment you realized Henry had become the band's true star, you began plotting. You delayed rehearsals under false pretenses. You manipulated 2 jealous young men, and when they weren't enough, you turned to sabotage and murder." The facade dropped. Chapter 8. Ashes of a Song. The interrogation room inside the village police station had grown unusually quiet. The dim light above flickered faintly, casting a cold hue over the walls as if the very room itself braced for the weight of what was about to be spoken. David Clifford sat with his hands clenched tightly on the table, wrists still cuffed. His greying hair clung damply to his forehead, and the pride he once carried like a banner had been replaced by a look of bone-deep weariness. Inspector Finch stood to the side, arms folded, his face stern but not without a hint of sadness. Miss Marple sat opposite David, silent, still, her hands folded calmly in her lap. But her eyes, keen and steady, watched every nuance of his expression. "David," said Inspector Finch quietly, "you are charged with the murder of Henry Cavill. A wiring map was found in your home. Norman, the stage sweeper, has provided a full confession implicating you. It's time you spoke." At first, David said nothing. His shoulders sagged. Then came a long exhale, like a soul releasing something it had held far too long. He lifted his head. There were tears in his eyes. "I confess," he said, his voice hoarse and low. A hush fell across the room. Even Finch, for all his hardened experience, felt the weight of those words. David cleared his throat, and the words came slowly, like pulling thorns from flesh. "My son, Louis." He had a voice like honey, soft, pure. He dreamed of becoming a singer, just like Henry, only... He trailed off, struggling. Only Henry became everything. The face of the band, the voice everyone adored. The crowd cheered for him. Posters, magazine spots. You couldn't escape his name. Louis faded into silence. David looked at Miss Marple and something in his face crumbled. He couldn't take it. No matter how much I tried to keep him steady, he stopped eating, stopped singing. I caught him once tearing his songbook into pieces, said he felt invisible. He choked back a sob. And then, one day he was just gone. I told everyone he had moved to London, that he wanted to try his luck in the city, but the truth, his voice cracked. He'd taken his own life in the attic. I found him. I buried him quietly. I couldn't tell the truth. Miss Marple's voice was gentle. You were a grieving father, David. But you let your grief turn to vengeance. He nodded slowly, eyes bloodshot. I didn't plan to kill Henry, not at first. I just wanted him to fail, to feel what my son had felt. Worthless, forgotten. He paused, drawing in a trembling breath. Then one day, I overheard Thomas and Edward talking outside the rehearsal room. They were planning something petty, sabotage to throw Henry off during the performance. That's when the idea came. If they were willing to cause a little panic, why not make it something more? I knew the wiring layout well. I had worked closely with the electrician during the hall's renovations. I knew where the vulnerabilities were. David looked down at his hands. I marked the locations on a map. I gave it to Norman along with instructions: remove the fireproof coating on the cables, pour the petrol I provided beneath the stage, just in the grid areas I highlighted. I gave him the blood for the letters too, all theatrical, nothing deadly, at least that's what I told myself. And the night of the show? Inspector Finch asked. David swallowed hard. Thomas went backstage to shut off the circuit, just as planned. But I had already told Norman to be there, to block him. He pretended to be cleaning, just lingering, making it look unintentional. That delay gave me the window I needed. I was near the sound booth. When the moment came, I triggered the fault line manually, at the point where the fuel had soaked deepest. All it took was one spark. He closed his eyes. And then, fire. The room was silent. Miss Marple finally spoke. You didn't just destroy Henry, David. You destroyed your son again. You destroyed music. You destroyed trust. You burned through the lives of everyone who tried to build something honest. David lowered his head until his chin touched his chest. I know, he whispered. I was just a father, but somewhere along the way I forgot how to be human. 2 days later, a formal announcement was made by the village council. St. Luke Auditorium would be permanently closed. The charred remains of the stage would be torn down. A memorial plaque was to be installed in Henry Cavill's name, not to celebrate his fame, but to remember the tragedy that consumed him. Hazel left the band quietly. She declined interviews, never returned to the rehearsal rooms, and was last seen volunteering at the village library's music corner, reading to children. Martin, the bassist, decided to leave the limelight entirely. He applied to a music conservatory in Devon and was accepted. When asked why, he said softly, I want to help others learn what I forgot to respect: discipline, patience, and the meaning of playing together. Thomas and Edward, having served brief sentences for reckless endangerment, never played in a band again. Rumour had it that Thomas took up carpentry and Edward worked at a local repair shop. They rarely spoke of the night again. Norman, the sweeper, was given leniency in exchange for full cooperation. He disappeared from St. Mary Mead soon after. No one asked where he went. David Clifford, once the respected manager of the Crimson Notes, was sentenced to life imprisonment. His trial was quiet, overshadowed by public sorrow rather than outrage. Some still whispered, he was a broken man before he ever committed the crime. Miss Marple remained quietly present through it all. She attended Henry's small memorial service and placed a single red rose beside the plaque. She never made a speech, never sought praise. But people would say later that had it not been for the elderly lady with the quiet eyes and gentle manners, the truth might never have surfaced. And one evening, as she sat once again on her terrace with her knitting and tea, her maid approached her with the post. Among the letters was a small envelope with a single note inside. It read, "Thank you for giving Henry justice. He believed no one would ever look beyond the stage. But you did." Hazel. Miss Marple smiled faintly. Justice, like music, required not just sound, but silence too. Silence to listen between the notes. And someone willing to hear what wasn't being said. As she returned to her knitting, the soft wind rustled through the garden. The melody of the truth, though painful, had finally played its last note. Miss Marple and the coma that lied. Chapter 1. The Silence of Blackwell Manor. The village of St. Mary Mead stirred gently beneath a pale gold sky. It was a picture of serenity, wrapped in the gentle hush of early morning. Smoke coiled from the crooked chimneys of stone cottages, disappearing into the brisk autumn air. The lanes were still damp from last night's dew, and the hedges, meticulously trimmed, stood like silent sentinels along the winding paths. In the midst of this sleepy calm sat Miss Marple, dressed in a faded lilac cardigan, her silver hair tucked neatly under a straw hat, her fingers expertly moving through a skein of soft blue yarn. She sat on a white wooden bench in her rose garden, where the last blooms of the season lingered in pink and apricot shades. A gentle hum of bees could be heard, but even they seemed unhurried this morning. She worked her needles steadily, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the horizon, toward Blackwell Manor. The great estate, once a bustling symbol of social prestige, had stood deserted for the past few months. Its windows remained shuttered, ivy crept hungrily along the sides, and the grand lawn had lost its careful grooming. Rumours had trickled through the village about Sir Harold Blackwell's health. A stroke, then silence, and eventually absence. But today something had changed. The iron gates of Blackwell Manor creaked open with a slow metallic groan, long silent. A black motor car rolled in, its tyres crackling softly against the gravel. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed just slightly, her hands pausing. Two figures stepped out, a tall, graceful woman in her 40s, dressed in deep navy with a matching hat, and beside her a young man in his early 20s, well-groomed, handsome, with a certain restraint in his movements that spoke of upbringing and perhaps weariness. The pair stood for a moment, gazing up at the house. Then, as if steeling themselves, they moved up the stone steps and disappeared through the grand front door. Miss Marple didn't move. Her needles remained still. Just then, the garden gate creaked open, and Mrs. Beckett, the gardener's wife, stepped in, wiping her hands on her apron. Her cheeks were red from the morning wind, and her eyes twinkled with quiet curiosity. "They're back," she said, without preamble. Miss Marple looked up. "Indeed." "Lady Margaret and her boy Edward. I saw them with my own eyes, just stepped out of a big black car like something out of a film. And would you believe it? They've brought Sir Harold back too. Still in a coma, mind you, but the doctors moved him home now. Safer, I suppose." Miss Marple gave a gentle nod, then folded her knitting and laid it on her lap. "Bring me my tea in the sitting room, Elsie," she said to her maid, who appeared just inside the door, "and tell Martha to fetch the lemon biscuits from the tin. I believe we may have a visitor or two in the coming days." That evening, the wind picked up over St. Mary Mead, stirring dry leaves into lazy spirals across the paths. Miss Marple sat by her fireplace, the flames casting flickering shadows across her patterned carpet. Her teacup rested on a saucer beside her, but her thoughts had drifted far from the coziness of her drawing room. She remembered Lady Margaret well. A poised woman with sharp eyes and a voice that could silence a drawing room with grace alone. And Edward, the boy who had once played cricket on the village green and attended Sunday service in pressed collars. Now he was a man, graver, more careful in his expressions. It was nearing 9 when Miss Marple slipped on her cloak and hat. A visit to Blackwell Manor felt in order, not out of curiosity alone, though curiosity was rarely far from her nature, but from an instinct she had come to trust. Something, she thought, did not quite sit right in the return of the Blackwells. The night was cool as she made her way up the path to the manor. The house loomed against the moonlight, windows dark save for a warm glow from the east wing. She knocked gently on the oak door. After a moment, it opened to reveal Edward. He looked surprised, but then smiled politely. "Miss Marple," he said, stepping aside. "Please, come in." "I do hope I'm not intruding," she said softly. "I thought perhaps I might offer a bit of help." "With Sir Harold, that is," Edward nodded. "It's very kind of you. Mother is upstairs with him." The corridors of Blackwell Manor still smelled faintly of lavender polish and aged wood. Portraits of ancestors lined the walls, their gazes cold and timeless. Edward led her up the carpeted stairs and along a corridor to a heavy door. He knocked gently. Inside, the room was dimly lit by a single lamp. The curtains were drawn. The air was heavy with the scent of old books and fresh linens. Sir Harold lay in a large canopy bed, his face pale, his form motionless beneath thick covers. Tubes and machines hummed softly beside him. Lady Margaret sat beside him, her posture erect, but her eyes shadowed with fatigue. She turned and stood as Miss Marple entered. "Jane," she said quietly, "it's been some time." Miss Marple reached out and took Margaret's hand. "Too long, dear. I came to see if I could offer any assistance. A familiar face can be comforting." Margaret's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. "You're very kind." Miss Marple approached the bed, her sharp eyes scanning Harold's face. His features were sunken, but not lifeless. There was a peculiar stillness about him, something that caught her attention. Not the stillness of sleep, but of something waiting. "How is he?" Miss Marple asked gently. Margaret exhaled slowly. "Still in a coma. The doctors say he's stable, but he doesn't respond to anything." Miss Marple looked to Edward, who stood at the foot of the bed, hands folded. "And the doctors? What do they say beyond that?" Edward spoke quietly. "They believe he could wake at any time. Or he might not. It's uncertain. They said there's no brain damage, but something's holding him back." Miss Marple's brow furrowed slightly. "And when was the last time he spoke, moved?" 4 months ago, Margaret answered. "The day he collapsed. He was in his study. I heard a crash and found him unconscious by the fireplace. He's never spoken since." There was silence in the room, filled only by the soft hiss of the oxygen machine. Miss Marple remained still, observing, thinking. She knew from years of quiet deduction that the body often followed where the heart and mind led, and something about Harold's condition felt less medical and more deliberate. "Well," she said at last, "if you need anything, you know where to find me." Margaret smiled faintly. "Thank you, Jane." Edward escorted her back to the door. As he opened it, he paused. "Do you think he'll wake up?" Miss Marple studied the young man's face for a moment. "Sometimes," she said slowly, "people don't wake because they are afraid of what they'll face when they do." She gave him a gentle smile, then stepped out into the night. The door closed softly behind her. Somewhere in the hedges, an owl called. And as Miss Marple made her way down the gravel path back toward the village, the stillness of Blackwell Manor echoed behind her, thick with the weight of silence and secrets yet to be spoken. Chapter 2. The Visitors and the Velvet Thread. The sun was gentle the next afternoon, hanging low behind the lacework of branches in Miss Marple's garden. The air smelled faintly of chamomile and wood smoke. Miss Marple sat on her wicker chair on the terrace, sipping Earl Grey and nibbling a lemon biscuit. A small checked blanket lay over her knees. She was not knitting today. Her hands rested calmly in her lap, eyes fixed absently in the direction of Blackwell Manor's iron gates. Suddenly her gaze sharpened. A rusty green Austin, humming with age and stubborn endurance, rumbled up the winding road and passed through the manor gates, which creaked open as if resentful at being disturbed. The vehicle came to a slow halt on the gravel. Two figures emerged. The man was in his mid-40s, perhaps older, dressed in a suit that had once been stylish but now sagged slightly at the shoulders. He had thinning hair, a moustache too meticulously trimmed, and an uncertain air about him. The woman who stepped out next was rather sharp-eyed, her dark dress plain but neat, and in one hand she carried a brown leather handbag, in the other a bulky camera. Miss Marple leaned slightly forward, adjusting her spectacles. "That might be a friend," she murmured, her tone pensive. "Edward's old schoolmate, Thomas Reed, and this must be his wife." As if summoned by curiosity, Mrs. Beckett, the gardener's wife, appeared with a basket of cut herbs and a knowing look on her face. "They came yesterday too," she said, setting the basket down on the terrace rail. "And the day before that, every day this week, in fact." Miss Marple raised an eyebrow, more intrigued than surprised. "I imagine it takes some dedication to visit an old friend so often, especially when one's old friend is occupied with a house full of grief." Mrs. Beckett gave a quiet nod. "And they always come at odd hours. Sometimes they stay only 10 minutes, sometimes near an hour. Always together, but always doing different things." For the next few days, Miss Marple's observations continued, quietly, without suspicion, but with increasing curiosity. From her terrace, or during slow, deliberate walks along the path bordering the manor's garden wall, she took note of the pattern. Thomas and Martha Reed were consistent in their presence. One afternoon they brought a floral arrangement for Lady Margaret. Another day it was a collection of old photographs for Edward. On Thursday, Martha wandered the grounds with her camera, claiming to be capturing the history of English country estates. But Miss Marple was not a woman easily fooled by surface pleasantries. She noticed how Thomas would always find an excuse to go inside the manor when Edward was outside. His footsteps light, as if rehearsed. Martha, on the other hand, never entered the house, but always had her camera at the ready. Sometimes she stood near the hedge by the dining room. Sometimes she lingered around the rose trellis at the back of the house, her lens trained on Lady Margaret's private garden. Then came the evening that shifted everything. It was nearly dusk. The trees cast long shadows across the Blackwell lawn. Miss Marple, on one of her customary walks, slowed her steps near a break in the hedge. Through a gap in the greenery, she had a clear view of the library windows. There, inside, sat Lady Margaret, still elegant in her grey silk shawl, leaning forward in her chair, speaking with evident intensity. Across from her, Thomas Reed sat, hands clasped together, nodding slowly. His eyes, however, looked downcast, not quite meeting hers. What caught Miss Marple's attention wasn't the conversation, but the flash of silver just beyond the glass. Martha was standing in the garden, half concealed behind a weeping birch, her camera pointed directly at the window, the lens aimed at the two figures inside. She waited until Lady Margaret turned her head slightly, and then clicked. Miss Marple narrowed her eyes. The next morning shattered the fragile calm of the village. At exactly 8 a.m., a sharp cry echoed across the lawns of Blackwell Manor. Birds scattered into the trees. Miss Marple, still in her night robe, looked up from her window toward the sound. It was a scream, raw and filled with disbelief. It was Edward. Within minutes, the news spread like spilled ink through St. Mary Mead. Lady Margaret was dead. Miss Marple arrived at the manor shortly afterward, her walking stick tapping softly on the polished floor as she entered. The household was in chaos. Edward sat on the stairs, face buried in his hands. The servants huddled in corners, speaking in hushed tones. Inspector Walsh, a man Miss Marple had crossed paths with before, was already on the scene, pale and tight-jawed. In the drawing room, Lady Margaret's body lay motionless near the fireplace. She wore her usual morning attire, a dark blue dressing gown. Her face was oddly pale, waxy. Around her neck were distinct bruises, finger-shaped, unmistakable. A silvery thread trailed from the bruises down her shoulder, tangled in the folds of her robe. Nearby, just beneath the edge of the sofa, lay Martha's camera. The strap had snagged on the corner of the footrest, and the shutter was half pressed, as though the photo had been taken mid-motion, or interrupted. Miss Marple bent slowly, her joints stiff with age, but her mind sharp. She picked up the camera with delicate fingers. "This strap," she said aloud, mostly to herself. "Caught, yes, but not dropped in haste, almost placed." Inspector Walsh approached, his eyes narrowing. "You noticed something, Miss Marple?" She handed him the camera. "Perhaps it should be sent to the lab. The last photo may tell you something, or perhaps show you someone." He nodded and signalled to his constable. "Bag it!" Then quietly, Miss Marple made her way upstairs to Sir Harold's room. The corridor was quiet, eerily so. The curtains were drawn halfway, allowing just enough light to cast a long shadow along the floorboards. The door to Harold's room stood ajar. Sir Harold lay in his usual position, unmoving, eyes shut in a deep coma. A faint beeping from a medical device echoed steadily. But Miss Marple wasn't focused on Harold. She crouched beside the bed, her cane resting against the wall. There, near the side of the mattress, were smudges of soil. Faint but recent, fresh dirt, scattered in small clusters across the floor, leading toward the garden door that connected the bedroom to the outside terrace. Her eyes flicked toward the slippers placed neatly beside the bed. Untouched. She stood slowly and exited the room, pausing only once to glance at Sir Harold. His face was peaceful, perhaps too peaceful. Outside, the sky had turned a pale, ominous grey. By midday, the village was buzzing. Rumours flew like birds startled from the hedgerows. "Suicide," said one. "A burglary gone wrong," said another. But Miss Marple knew better. The bruises on Margaret's neck were not self-inflicted. The thread, the soft silver thread, was familiar, dressing gown fabric, likely a man's. A deliberate choice, not rope, not a scarf, something close, personal. Miss Marple returned home and sat at her writing desk, fingers steepled in thought. Thomas and Martha Reed, visiting too often. Martha always with her camera, and now Lady Margaret dead, her final moments perhaps captured on film, and the fresh mud by Harold's bed. Someone had come in from the garden, someone who knew the layout, who could move quietly. She jotted a note in her small green notebook. Camera strap, deliberately caught, mud in Harold's room, entry from terrace. Why? Thomas inside when Edward outside, repeatedly. Martha's angle of photo, a piled library window, but why hide? The pieces had not yet aligned, but Miss Marple felt them shifting, like a puzzle in the hands of someone who already knew the final image, just waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. The answers were close. Very close. She poured herself another cup of tea and waited. Chapter 3. A Glint of Silver. The morning after the tragic death of Lady Margaret Blackwell broke with a veil of grey mist. A gentle drizzle tapped softly against the windows of Miss Marple's cottage. Inside, the air was warm with the scent of toast, marmalade, and freshly steeped tea. But despite the coziness, Miss Marple's eyes were distant as she sat at her breakfast table, absently stirring her tea, while her boiled egg remained untouched. The events of the previous morning lingered heavily in her thoughts, the lifeless form of Lady Margaret, the bruises on her neck, the silver thread around it, and the curious presence of the camera with its strap half caught, and the mud in Sir Harold's room. Nothing about it sat easily with her. She had seen too much in her lifetime to believe in surface appearances. A sharp ding of the doorbell broke the stillness. Miss Marple looked up, her fingers pausing mid-stir. A moment later, her maid Elsie appeared at the doorway, drying her hands on her apron. "It's the inspector, ma'am," she said. "He's at the door." Miss Marple nodded calmly. "Please show him into the lounge." She rose slowly, her joints still stiff from the damp air, and made her way to the sitting room. A few moments later, Inspector Walsh entered, removing his hat respectfully. He was a tall man in his 50s, with a stern but fair face, and a manner that suggested he was used to being listened to. "Good morning, Miss Marple," he greeted her with a nod. "Good morning, Inspector," she replied, gesturing for him to take a seat. "You must forgive the lack of ceremony. I was just finishing breakfast." "I won't take much of your time," he said, sitting down. "I'm here about Lady Margaret's murder. As you know, being her neighbour, I'm hoping you might have seen or heard something unusual." Miss Marple folded her hands in her lap. Her voice was calm, but her words carefully chosen. "It was only a few days ago that the Blackwells returned. I visited soon after. Harold was still in a coma, of course, and everything in the house seemed normal." She paused. "But then Edward seemed to disappear. I didn't see him for days. Meanwhile, his friend Thomas and Thomas's wife Martha were visiting daily. Sometimes they brought gifts, other times they simply wandered the grounds, but on the morning of Lady Margaret's murder, I didn't see either of them." The inspector raised an eyebrow. "And have you asked around? Did anyone else see them that day?" "I haven't spoken to anyone else yet," she said mildly. "But you might want to ask Mrs. Beckett, the gardener's wife. She sees more than most. Still, I find it odd that the Reeds, after visiting daily, would skip that one particular morning." Inspector Walsh scribbled something into his notebook. Then he looked up again. "You mentioned Edward. We've spoken with him. According to his statement, he had been in London on business for the past few days. Arrived back only the morning Lady Margaret died." "Convenient timing," Miss Marple murmured. Walsh nodded grimly. "Yes, though we have no reason yet to doubt his word. A few of the staff confirm that he wasn't seen around the manor for several days." "And the film?" Miss Marple asked. "From the camera found near Lady Margaret?" He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small envelope. "The lab processed it. Unfortunately, the image was blurred. Movement during the capture, perhaps, but it wasn't entirely useless." He opened the envelope and slid out a photograph, placing it gently on the coffee table. Miss Marple leaned forward, adjusting her glasses as she examined the image. It was dark and slightly out of focus, but one thing was unmistakable: a hand, tense and contorted, wrapped firmly around a woman's throat. Lady Margaret's face was barely visible, her features half obscured by the movement. But the hand stood out, its wrist adorned with a distinctive, shiny wristwatch. "It's not much," the inspector said, "but it gives us a direction." Miss Marple stared at the photograph. "And no face, I assume?" "None, just that hand, and the watch." Miss Marple's eyes narrowed slightly. "Did anyone in the house have a similar watch?" "Possibly," the inspector said. "We're still checking, but Edward wears one, and so does Thomas Reed. Both of them, interestingly, wear silver watches. Thomas's has a distinctive square dial. Edward's is round, more modern." Miss Marple looked thoughtful. "And Lady Margaret was found in the drawing room?" "Yes, slumped by the sofa. The camera was lying nearby, strap caught, as though it had fallen while in use." "Or," Miss Marple said softly, "perhaps it was placed there." Walsh glanced up. "What do you mean?" "Well," she continued, "a strap doesn't catch that precisely unless it's meant to. And if someone was trying to remove evidence, why leave the camera at all, unless they wanted us to find it?" The inspector nodded slowly, as though considering the idea for the first time. "A staged scene?" Miss Marple nodded. "Possibly. Perhaps someone wanted us to believe the victim was in the act of being photographed during the murder. But then the shutter wasn't even fully pressed. The photo seems like an afterthought." There was a silence between them. Then Miss Marple said quietly, "Inspector, I'd like to help you in this case." Walsh looked at her for a long moment, then gave a small smile. "Frankly, I was hoping you would. I've heard of your talent. And if anyone in this village knows how to separate fiction from fact, it's you." Miss Marple nodded once. "Thank you, Inspector. I'll begin by visiting a few neighbours, and I may want to look at that wristwatch of Edward's, if he doesn't mind, of course." "I'll make sure it's available," Walsh replied, standing. "Thank you, Miss Marple. If anything else comes to mind, let me know immediately." With that, he tipped his hat and left, his boots echoing on the flagstones as he disappeared down the path. Miss Marple returned to her breakfast table, though her appetite had vanished. Her mind was already turning over the puzzle, carefully, deliberately. There were threads here, a silver one around Margaret's throat, a muddy footprint near Harold's bed, a camera, used not as evidence, but as bait. And most of all, a watch, its glint captured forever in a moment of blurred violence. Something didn't fit. If Edward had been in London, who stood to benefit from Margaret's death? She picked up her small green notebook and wrote, "Watch, square or round, who wears which, why leave camera behind, message, warning, panic, mud in Harold's room, entry from garden." Could Harold have seen something? What was in the photo Martha took earlier in the library? Who staged the scene, and for whom? She set her pen down and poured herself another cup of tea. It was time to pay a visit to the gardener's wife and perhaps make a discreet inquiry about wristwatches, muddy shoes, and marriages where one partner always carried the camera and the other always vanished at the right moment. St. Mary Mead was no stranger to tragedy, but it had never faced a murder so close to home, nor one cloaked in such deliberate layers. And Miss Marple, sharp as ever, was just beginning to peel them back. Chapter 4. The Stillness and the Cane. Evening in St. Mary Mead was always a quiet affair. Chimneys exhaled their soft plumes of smoke into the amber air, and the gardens seemed to hold their breath in the long shadows of dusk. The postman had completed his rounds, the baker had shut his shop, and the town square had surrendered to silence. But for Miss Marple, the evening held something more than the usual comfort of routine. It held purpose, and perhaps a secret waiting to be seen. She stood in her hallway, adjusting the lavender scarf around her neck and inspecting a small bouquet of lilies and late roses she had arranged herself. They were gentle blooms, chosen not only for their beauty, but for their message, respect, condolence, and quiet observation. With the bouquet in hand and a purse tucked under her arm, she stepped out into the chill of the evening and made her way toward Blackwell Manor. As she walked up the pebbled path to the tall, ivy-wrapped house, a crow took flight from the hedges, its wings heavy against the wind. The great estate loomed before her like a slumbering giant, the windows catching the last light of the setting sun. It had once been full of laughter and polished shoes and music drifting from the piano room. Now it seemed to hold its breath. Edward opened the door before she knocked. His expression was pale, and the skin beneath his eyes was shadowed with fatigue. His shirt was slightly wrinkled, and his voice was low as he greeted her. "Miss Marple, thank you for coming." She looked at him with sincere sympathy. "Edward, I'm truly sorry for Lady Margaret's passing. She was such a graceful and wise woman. I can only imagine how difficult this must be for you." He nodded slowly, his eyes glassy. "Thank you. I never thought it would all end so quickly. I thought we had more time." There was a moment of silence. Miss Marple didn't press. She knew that grief didn't need to be filled with words, but when she did speak, it was with the lightest of tones, as if merely making conversation. "By the way," she said, "your friend Thomas, I haven't seen him lately. He and his wife used to be quite the frequent visitors." Edward looked slightly puzzled. He blinked and then answered, "Thomas? No, I haven't seen him since I left for London. Our last meeting was just before I travelled. I assumed he might have returned to the city." Miss Marple inclined her head slightly. Curious, they used to come daily, sometimes even twice, and now not a single visit since Lady Margaret's death. Edward gave a tired sigh. "I hadn't noticed, honestly. Things have been a blur, but yes, I suppose they've disappeared." He stood aside and opened the door a little wider. "Would you like to come in?" "If you wish, you can see Father. He's upstairs, though he's still unresponsive." Miss Marple gave him a gentle smile. "Thank you, I'd like that." They ascended the old wooden staircase, the banister cold under Miss Marple's gloved hand. The hallway on the upper floor was dim, lit only by a small lamp and the muted rays of the sinking sun. A nurse nodded as they passed, then silently excused herself from the room where Sir Harold lay. Inside, the air was still. Too still. Sir Harold was propped up in his grand bed, pale as parchment, his chest rising and falling with mechanical regularity. His eyes were shut, and his expression peaceful, unnaturally so. To the untrained eye, he was simply a man lost in deep unconsciousness. But Miss Marple had seen enough in her long life to know that appearances were rarely the whole truth. She didn't speak at first. Instead, her eyes moved around the room, lightly, almost lazily, though every glance was deliberate. And then she saw it. A walking cane, propped carefully near the bedside. It was an elegant piece, ebony wood, polished smooth, with a distinctive silver handle shaped like the head of a fox. She said nothing. She simply walked to the foot of the bed and stood silently looking at Harold. Edward spoke softly. He's been like this for months. No reaction, no sign of awareness. The doctors say it's neurological, but stable. Miss Marple nodded faintly, not taking her eyes off Sir Harold. Has he moved at all? She asked. Shifted position? Opened his eyes? No, Edward said with quiet finality. Not once. We move him every day, of course, but he hasn't made any movements on his own. Miss Marple glanced again at the cane. Does he use that cane when he's well? Edward followed her gaze. That? Yes, it was his favourite. He used to take walks with it every morning through the garden path. He always said it made him feel more dignified. Odd, Miss Marple said softly. Edward looked at her, confused. What do you mean? She turned toward him. There's no reason for it to be muddy, not unless someone recently used it outdoors. Edward frowned. I don't know. Perhaps a staff member moved it. Perhaps, she echoed, unconvinced. She walked over to the bedside and leaned in gently. Sir Harold's face was calm, unmoving. She studied his eyelids, his breathing. She had seen men feign illness before, in war hospitals, in villages, in family estates, where inheritance was a powerful motivator. But what if it wasn't him? What if someone else used the cane, took it from this room, walked out into the garden, returned before anyone noticed? Or worse? What if Sir Harold wasn't as unconscious as he seemed? She straightened up slowly. Well, she said gently. Thank you, Edward. I think I'll take my leave now. Please let me know if anything changes. Edward walked her to the door. Thank you for coming. It means a lot. Miss Marple stepped out into the cool night. The moon had risen above the trees and a faint breeze stirred the hedges. She walked back to her cottage, slowly, thoughtfully. The mud on the cane's tip was not a coincidence, nor was the sudden disappearance of Thomas and Martha. And the fact that Edward had no knowledge of their absence, that was telling in itself. Either he was too lost in grief to notice, or he was playing his part very carefully. She poured herself a cup of tea and sat in her favourite chair, notebook in hand. She wrote, Sir Harold's cane, muddy tip. Why? Who used it? No sign of Thomas or Martha since murder. Disappearance timed. Camera photo, murderer's hand had a silver watch. Does Thomas wear one? If Harold is faking coma, what's his motive? If not, who accessed his room? Then she paused and added, check if any staff saw Harold move or heard sounds at night. She closed the notebook. There was something dark at the heart of Blackwell Manor, something more than grief. A performance was unfolding, but Miss Marple had spent a lifetime backstage, and she was starting to see the strings. Chapter 5. A Smile Too Bright. The morning sun filtered through the curtains of Miss Marple's cosy drawing room, casting golden squares upon the polished floorboards. Outside, the sky was pale blue, and a soft breeze carried the scent of early roses and baker's yeast. Yet despite the pleasant weather, a sense of unease lingered in Miss Marple's thoughts. She stirred her tea absently, her toast left untouched on the plate. Lady Margaret's sudden and suspicious death continued to weigh on her mind, and the pieces of the puzzle refused to align neatly. After finishing her tea and donning a wide-brimmed hat, she picked up her shopping basket and set out toward the village market. There was little she needed, truthfully, a few lemons, perhaps some soap, but her instincts told her to go. Something stirred inside her, a quiet tug of intuition she had learned never to ignore. The marketplace was alive with colour and sound. Vendors called out cheerfully over their carts of vegetables, cheeses and spring flowers. The clinking of scales, the rustle of paper bags, and the murmur of gossiping townsfolk blended into a gentle chorus. Miss Marple walked slowly past the bread stall when her eyes suddenly caught sight of two figures by the vegetable stand. She stopped mid-step. It was Thomas Reed and his wife Martha. They were standing close together, laughing as if sharing a private joke. Martha wore a red scarf wrapped fashionably around her hair, her cheeks slightly flushed, while Thomas looked surprisingly well-dressed in a crisp new blazer. They seemed utterly at ease, their faces free of worry. From a distance, Miss Marple watched them. Something wasn't right. Not merely the laughter or the new clothes, but the ease, an ease too convenient, too timely. Just then, Martha leaned forward to peer into the window of a nearby jeweller's shop. Her eyes widened with delight, and she grabbed Thomas's hand in excitement, pointing towards something inside. He leaned down and said something softly, and they both chuckled again. Miss Marple's lips pressed into a faint line. Only days ago she thought Lady Margaret had been murdered, and Martha, who had once called her a dear friend, was now window shopping and laughing. She stepped forward deliberately, her pace calm but purposeful. "Thomas, Martha," she called, her voice light and cheerful. "What a surprise to see you here." Both of them froze for the briefest second, just long enough to reveal their discomfort. Then Thomas turned with a quick smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Oh, Miss Marple, what a surprise indeed." He gave a nervous chuckle. "We were just out picking up a few things. Martha is feeling a bit better now." Martha nodded quickly. "Yes, we thought we'd get some fresh air. The stress of the city had become a little much." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes gently searching theirs. "I'm glad to see you out and about. You both looked quite happy just now." There was a beat of silence. Then she added casually, "Margaret's death was rather shocking, wasn't it? You both were very close to her, I believe." Thomas looked away, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yes. Very shocking? We still can't make sense of it." Martha quickly added, "I haven't even been back to the manor since then. The police investigated thoroughly, and we thought it was best to give Edward some space." Miss Marple gave a soft, almost imperceptible nod, but inside she was studying everything, every nervous twitch, every forced smile. There was no weight in their words, no grief, no guilt, just performance. And she had spent her life watching performances unravel. "Oh yes, the police have been very thorough," she said smoothly. "By the way, Martha, that camera you used to bring to the manor, does it have any pictures of Margaret? I believe she picked it up during her final moments." Martha stiffened ever so slightly. "Oh, the inspector took it?" "Yes, I heard," Miss Marple replied, gently. "But were there any photos that might help? Something from earlier, perhaps?" Martha's voice wavered just a touch. "No, they were all blurry, honestly nothing usable." Miss Marple smiled faintly. "I see, so everything was blurry?" The silence that followed was telling. Thomas cleared his throat and said quickly, "Well, Miss Marple, we should get going. We have a bit of an appointment." "Of course," Miss Marple said. "Don't let me keep you." As the couple turned to leave, Miss Marple's eyes caught something on Martha's wrist, a glimmer of gold, a delicate bracelet newly polished and remarkably beautiful. It shimmered in the sunlight as she adjusted her scarf. Now that, Miss Marple thought, is new, very new, and for a woman supposedly mourning a friend, she was wearing it with a bit too much sparkle. Miss Marple watched them walk away, her expression unreadable. Then turning, she made her way back through the market, her basket still mostly empty. Back at her cottage, she set her things aside and sat down at her writing desk. She opened her notebook and jotted a few new entries. Thomas and Martha seen laughing at market. Dressed well, not grieving. Martha's red scarf, gold bracelet, expensive, recently purchased. Martha claimed not to return to Manor since death, but why lie? Camera photos all blurry, too convenient. Were they erased, switched? She tapped her pen against her chin. There was something about Martha. That woman had always played the part of the quiet, observant wife, content to follow her husband's lead, always with her camera, always one step behind. But Miss Marple had seen enough of life to know that it's often the ones on the margins who know the most. And now she had a question. Where had the bracelet come from? Lady Margaret had been known for her fine taste in jewellery. She also kept a modest collection of heirlooms, nothing too extravagant, but a few valuable pieces passed down from her grandmother's estate. Miss Marple thought back to her last visit to Blackwell Manor. Lady Margaret had not been wearing any jewellery at the time of her death. No bracelet. No earrings. Only the thin silver thread twisted around her throat, an unusual touch that suggested personal symbolism more than impulse. Could something have gone missing? She decided her next step would be to visit the inspector. If anyone had taken an inventory of Margaret's belongings, it would be him. But before that, she pulled out a small velvet pouch from her drawer. It contained her late friend Beatrice's locket, which had been stolen and returned during another case years ago. She turned it over in her palm, remembering. Murder, in her experience, was rarely just about violence. It was about desire, sometimes revenge, sometimes fear, and often greed. She set the locket down and added one more line to her notes. Was Margaret's jewellery examined after death? Missing items? Then she underlined it. The smiling faces in the marketplace, the bracelet that gleamed too proudly, the evasive answers. They weren't just inconsistencies. They were clues. And like weeds in a garden, the truth had a habit of growing through the cracks. She poured herself a cup of tea and settled into her chair. The pieces were beginning to shift. But the full picture, that would require one more visit to someone who knew the difference between what was blurred by chance and what was blurred on purpose. Chapter 6. Threads of the Unspoken. The morning air in St. Mary Mead was still and cool, filled with the quiet comfort of a village rising slowly to life. The ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece marked the minutes, precisely, as Miss Marple sat down to her breakfast, lightly buttered toast, a boiled egg, and a pot of fresh Darjeeling. Her eyes were on the teacup, but her thoughts were elsewhere. She had barely taken her second sip when Elsie, her maid, appeared at the doorway. "Ma'am," she said, "Mr. Edward from the Manor is here. He's asked if you could come over. Says he needs to speak with you." Miss Marple blinked once, then folded her napkin and rose without hesitation. "Very well, Elsie. Please tell him I'll be there directly." By the time she reached Blackwell Manor, the sun was beginning to warm the ivy-clad walls. The manor still seemed unusually quiet, its grandeur dimmed under the weight of recent tragedy. Edward opened the door himself. He looked dishevelled, his collar askew, hair untamed, and worry deeply etched into his brow. His eyes were rimmed red, though not from crying. More likely, from sleepless nights. "Miss Marple," he said, stepping aside. "Thank you for coming." She gave him a small, reassuring smile. "You seemed troubled in your message, Edward. I thought I might be able to help." "I need to speak with you," he said urgently. "But not just yet. There's something you must see first." He led her into the drawing room. It was just as she remembered it. Polished oak floors, floral drapes, and the scent of old books and lemon wax. On the wall above the fireplace hung the portrait of Lady Margaret, dignified and poised in her blue satin dress. Miss Marple's eyes lingered on the painting, and then they narrowed slightly. On Margaret's right wrist in the portrait was a gold bracelet, elegant, finely crafted. Miss Marple had seen that bracelet before. Only yesterday she had spotted it on Martha's wrist in the village market. Her breath caught slightly. Coincidence? Highly unlikely. Before she could comment, Edward reappeared, holding a leather-bound folder. He set it on the table between them. "This," he said, "came from Mother's personal drawer in the study. She kept everything here, legal documents, old letters, and a list of her jewellery. But the list is missing." Miss Marple opened the folder and flipped gently through the contents. Indeed, there were property deeds, insurance papers, a few receipts, but the itemized list of Lady Margaret's jewellery was not among them. She looked up. "Was this drawer locked?" Edward nodded. "Yes, only Father and I knew the combination. No signs of tampering, no damage." "And your father?" she asked delicately. "Still in the same condition?" Edward sighed. "Yes. Unchanged. Still in the coma." Miss Marple's voice was calm. "Then if your father hasn't moved, someone else must have had access. Someone who knew how to find that list without forcing the drawer." Edward ran a hand through his hair. "But how? The drawer isn't broken. It's exactly as we left it." Miss Marple paused. "May I see your father's room again?" "Of course," Edward said immediately. Together they climbed the staircase and stepped into Sir Harold's room. The curtains were half drawn. Sunlight spilled faintly across the carpet. Sir Harold lay in bed, eyes closed, expression neutral, just as he had for months. But Miss Marple was not looking at him directly. Her eyes moved methodically, noting every detail. She first observed the empty glass of water on the bedside table, one that had been full during her last visit. Then the door to the washroom stood slightly ajar, the light switched off, but a faint scent of soap still lingered. More telling, however, was the thin trail of dust on the floor, light almost invisible to the untrained eye. But Miss Marple noticed it clearly. It began near the window and curved toward the large wardrobe in the corner. Miss Marple bent down, tracing the pattern with her gaze. "Was this room cleaned recently?" she asked. "Every morning," Edward replied. "The nurse tidies it, but I don't think anyone checks at night." She stood straight again. "Has anyone, to your knowledge, entered this room during the night?" Edward looked puzzled. "Not that I'm aware of." Miss Marple didn't reply at once. She walked to the wardrobe and opened it. Inside were neatly pressed suits, walking shoes, and a few silk ties. Nothing out of place. But the faint layer of dust on the floor near the base had been disturbed. A smudge, almost like a footprint, half-brushed, but still detectable. She turned her attention to the bedside. "Edward," she said softly, "do you know if your father's walking cane was moved recently?" Edward furrowed his brow. "The one with the silver handle?" "It's been by his bed for months." Miss Marple nodded slowly, as if confirming something to herself, and then she stepped closer to the sleeping figure of Sir Harold. She examined his face again. Pale, calm, almost too calm, his breathing steady, lips slightly parted. She leaned in, eyes sharp. "If he truly is in a coma," she said, "why does everything in this room suggest movement? Water drunk, bathroom used, dust disturbed. Someone moved here and it wasn't the nurse." Edward's eyes widened. "You think?" "I think," she said carefully, "that either your father is not truly in a coma, or someone is using his presence here to conceal something else." She walked toward the window and looked out over the gardens. The path leading toward the rear of the manor was partially hidden by trees. If someone were to enter or exit quietly in the night, it would be the perfect place to do so. She turned back toward Edward. "You said only you and your father knew the combination to that drawer?" "Yes." "And you were in London during the time the list went missing?" "Yes." She met his gaze steadily. "Then I suggest we consider the possibility that someone else, someone who had access to this room and knew what to look for, took the list." Edward looked stunned. But why take a list? Why not the jewellery itself? Miss Marple smiled faintly. Oh, perhaps they took that too. You see, lists can be very dangerous things. They make it harder to lie about what is missing. She didn't say what she was thinking just yet, but she had her suspicions. The bracelet that now adorned Martha's wrist, it had not been purchased at a jeweller's shop. It had been taken from Lady Margaret's private collection. Miss Marple gently closed the wardrobe door and walked toward the exit. Edward, I won't keep you longer, but please, watch who comes and goes, especially after dark. He nodded solemnly. I will. As she descended the staircase and stepped out into the soft afternoon sun, Miss Marple's mind was already arranging the clues like chess pieces on a board, the faked coma, the stolen list, the bracelet, and the sudden disappearance of Thomas and Martha after Margaret's death. It was all too neatly aligned. The illusion was beginning to crack. Now, she thought, it was time to speak to the inspector, about fingerprints, about forged illness, and about greed that could wrap itself in the quiet of an old manor house, hiding in plain sight. The silence of Blackwell Manor was no longer peaceful. It was suspicious. Chapter 7. The Silent Witness. It was a grey and early morning in St. Mary Mead. A thin fog clung to the hedgerows and rooftops, and a pale light filtered through the windows of Miss Marple's cottage as the old clock in the hallway struck 7. Miss Marple had been up since dawn, meticulously reviewing every detail of the case in her mind, every word, every glance, every thread that had led to this moment. Now, at last, the pattern was clear. She put on her pale blue coat and soft hat, fastened the clasp of her handbag, and stepped out into the cool air. Her footsteps were purposeful as she made her way down the cobbled path and toward the St. Mary Mead police station. Inside the station, Inspector Graves sat at his desk, already knee-deep in paperwork. A stack of case files lay open in front of him, and his pen scratched steadily across the top page. He looked up in surprise when the door opened, and Miss Marple stepped inside. "Miss Marple?" he said, blinking. "You? At this hour?" She gave him a calm but pointed look. "I've come to tell you everything, Inspector. It's about Thomas and Martha, the truth." Graves's expression shifted at once. He stood, gesturing toward the chair opposite his desk. "Please, sit. Tell me everything." Miss Marple took her seat and began to speak, quietly, clearly, and with the same methodical precision she had used to stitch countless rows of lace. She began with the strange reappearances of Thomas and Martha at Blackwell Manor. The daily visits, the camera, the evasive answers at the market, the bracelet that once belonged to Lady Margaret, now seen glittering on Martha's wrist. She described the missing jewellery list, the drawer with no sign of forced entry, and the cane with the muddy tip. Then she detailed the inconsistencies in Harold's room, the glass of water that had been emptied, the faint trail in the dust. When she finally concluded, Inspector Graves sat back in his chair, stunned. "It's all there," she said simply. "They were blackmailing Lady Margaret, and after she refused to pay them further, they threatened her life. I believe that confrontation ended far worse than they anticipated." Graves remained silent for a moment, absorbing the depth of what she had laid before him. Then he stood up and turned toward the hallway. "Constable Hughes," he called out sharply, "prepare a team. I want Thomas and Martha Reed in custody within the hour." 2 hours later, the heavy wooden doors of Blackwell Manor opened with a creak. Inside the drawing room, Edward was pacing restlessly, hands in his pockets, a deep line carved into his brow. When the bell rang, he turned quickly, his nerves taut. Inspector Graves entered first, followed by 2 uniformed constables. Between them, in handcuffs, stood Thomas and Martha. Their faces were pale, and their eyes did not meet Edward's. Edward stared at them in disbelief. "You two," he breathed. "You two did this. You killed my mother." Martha's lips trembled, and her voice cracked. "No, Edward. We didn't kill her, I swear to you. We didn't mean to. We didn't—" Miss Marple, stepped forward and opened her handbag. From it, she withdrew a small object wrapped in a handkerchief. It was the gold bracelet, ornate, delicate, unmistakable. The same bracelet Martha had worn at the market, the same one clearly visible on Lady Margaret's wrist in her portrait. She held it out. "This," she said, "belonged to Lady Margaret." Edward's eyes widened. "That's my mother's." He turned to Martha. "You wore this. Where did you get it?" Martha stammered, but before she could answer, Thomas's shoulders slumped. He closed his eyes and drew a shaky breath. "I'll tell you," he said, his voice low. He looked up at Edward, his face ashen. "When you left for London, I started spending time with your mother. At first, it was innocent, friendly. She was lonely and I wanted more, but she didn't. She made that clear." He swallowed hard. "But one afternoon, I tried to get closer. She allowed it for a moment, but nothing more. Martha had followed me. She took a picture, without us knowing, and then we decided to use it." He glanced at Martha, whose hands were trembling. "We told her we'd show it to you, that we'd ruin her name if she didn't pay us. We told her no one would believe she was innocent." Miss Marple remained still, listening. "At first," Thomas continued, "she gave us money, but then she refused. She threatened to go to the police. That's when we lost control. We told her if she didn't give us more, we'd expose her publicly. We didn't mean to hurt her. Truly, we didn't. We just wanted to scare her." Martha spoke up, her voice barely audible. "She screamed at us, told us to leave the house. I left the room, but—" Thomas stayed. "When I came back, she was on the floor." Edward's voice rose, choked with fury. "You took her peace, you blackmailed her, and then you left her to die." The room fell into silence. Inspector Graves cleared his throat and closed his notebook. "Well, we've got a clear case for blackmail and theft," he said. "But for murder, there's still no direct evidence tying them to the act itself." Miss Marple, who had been quiet until then, stepped forward. "No," she said, "because they didn't kill her." Graves turned to her, confused. "But you just said—" "I said they drove her to desperation, but they didn't take her life. That was someone else." Edward looked startled. "Then who—" Chapter 8. The Curtain Falls. The drawing room of Blackwell Manor had never held so much silence. Heavy tapestries seemed to muffle the air, as if the very walls were listening. Sunlight filtered faintly through lace curtains, falling upon the tense faces of those present: Edward, pale and disbelieving; Inspector Graves, standing rigid, with his notebook tucked under his arm; Thomas and Martha, cuffed between two constables, eyes cast low. And then there was Miss Marple, sitting in her modest tweed coat and straw hat, her expression calm, but every word she spoke slicing through the silence like a blade. Her focus was fixed not on the pair in handcuffs, nor on Edward. It was on Sir Harold Blackwell, still reclining in his grand high-backed bed, a silk blanket draped across his chest, his face serene. But Miss Marple had never trusted stillness. Stillness often hides storms. "Sir Harold," she said, in a voice both gentle and unyielding, "you're quite the actor, but the curtain has now lifted." The inspector looked up, startled. Edward turned sharply, his gaze fixed on his father's motionless face. But there was no response from the man in the bed, not a twitch. And then ding-dong, the chime of the front bell shattered the tension. A butler stepped in, nodding respectfully before ushering in a sharply dressed man with a leather satchel tucked under one arm, the family solicitor. He moved swiftly toward Edward, pulled out a set of papers, and said briskly, "Mr. Edward, these concern a recent amendment to the Blackwell property deed. I believe they require only your signature." Edward blinked. "Amendment? But these papers were locked up. How did they get to you?" The lawyer replied, "Your father sent them 2 days ago." A beat passed. Then, to the astonishment of all, Sir Harold stirred. In one sharp motion, he sat upright in bed. Gasps echoed around the room. Thomas's mouth fell open. Martha stumbled back slightly, bumping into a constable. Even the inspector's hand moved instinctively toward his holster, though he did not draw. "What is the meaning of this?" Sir Harold asked, his voice hoarse but firm. Miss Marple remained perfectly composed. "It would be best if you told the truth now." Harold frowned. "What truth?" Miss Marple stood slowly, her voice low and steady. "The dust trail leading to the window, the soil clinging to the tip of your cane, the footprints near the bed, the water left outside the washroom, your lips moist as if you'd just drunk. And yet your nurse claims no one has entered your room at night." These details kept changing, small things most would overlook. But they told a story. Sir Harold's jaw clenched. "And then there's the camera," Miss Marple continued. "The reel that captured Lady Margaret and Thomas in the library, caught through the window. In the mirror behind them there's a reflection, a tall figure standing just out of frame, barely visible, but it was there. And that mirror only reflects someone standing directly opposite it." She turned to Inspector Graves. "A person in a coma doesn't stand in front of a mirror, doesn't watch conversations, doesn't move through rooms silently at night." Edward, now visibly shaken, stepped forward. "Father, is this all true?" A long pause, then Sir Harold, who had once been the quiet patriarch of a crumbling legacy, looked toward the ceiling, as though trying to find his answer among the old wooden beams. Finally, in a voice filled with the ache of years, he said, "Yes, it's all true." He looked down, his eyes glassy. "I was never in a coma. I pretended. It was the only way I could retreat without consequence. But I saw things, heard them. I knew about Margaret and Thomas, their secret meetings in the library. At first, I told myself it was innocent, that she was lonely, that he was just a friend, but I saw her face one evening. The way she smiled at him, not me. That was mine." He shook his head, trembling slightly. "That night I got out of bed. I took my cane. I knew Martha had the camera set up outside. I knew she'd been photographing them. She was watching. Everyone was watching, but Margaret was mine. I went downstairs. I saw them." He paused, swallowing hard. "I knocked over the camera. I didn't want the photo taken. I didn't want the evidence. I didn't want Edward to ever know." Margaret turned to me in shock. She said something, I don't even remember what, but in that moment, I saw her not as my wife, but as someone who had betrayed everything I believed in, my pride, my name. He covered his face with his hands. "I strangled her. I didn't think, I just acted. And then I returned to bed. The performance resumed." Silence gripped the room once more. Inspector Graves stepped forward, slipping a pair of handcuffs from his coat pocket. "Sir Harold Blackwell," he said solemnly, "you are under arrest for the murder of Lady Margaret Blackwell." Harold didn't resist. He merely nodded. Edward stood frozen. His eyes searched his father's face but found nothing he recognized. "You," he whispered. "You were supposed to protect her. You were supposed to love her." Harold didn't answer. Thomas and Martha were escorted toward the door, their faces pale. Martha broke into quiet sobs. "We never meant for this to happen," she whispered. "We only wanted money. Just money." Miss Marple stood alone now, her hands calmly folded. She looked at Edward, who was still rooted to the floor, as though the foundation beneath him had cracked. She approached him gently. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Edward finally turned to her. His eyes were red, but his voice steady. "Thank you for uncovering the truth." Miss Marple gave a small nod. "Sometimes the truth is hidden, not because it's far away, but because we aren't ready to see it." Inspector Graves guided Sir Harold out of the room. The house seemed to exhale, a long, slow breath after weeks of suffocating tension. Outside, the sky had turned pale and clear. As Miss Marple walked back down the path from the manor, the air smelled of wet earth and fading roses. The Blackwell name would never carry the same dignity again. But the truth had come to light, and justice, however painful, had been served. In the village that afternoon, quiet talk spread like ripples through a pond, whispers over tea, cautious glances exchanged at shop counters. But Miss Marple did not stop to entertain any of it. She returned to her garden, to her roses, to her knitting needles, and her teapot. The mystery was over, and in the silence, a peace, however sorrowful, had settled over St. Mary Mead once more. Miss Marple and a Marriage of Lies. Chapter 1. An Invitation Among Roses. Spring had gently unfurled across the countryside far from the sleepy lanes of St. Mary Mead, casting its charm upon hills and hedgerows. It was that rare kind of spring day that seemed neither hurried nor still, just the perfect balance of warmth, birdsong and quiet possibility. The scent of early roses mixed with freshly turned earth, and somewhere in the distance a cuckoo sang its two-note refrain. Miss Jane Marple, never one to ignore a change of season or scenery, had come to spend a week or two at the cottage of her nephew, Raymond West, and his wife Joan. Their home, a modest but tastefully appointed cottage, sat snugly between gentle green hills just outside the village of Little Compton. It was a place where time seemed to take longer steps, less rushed, more deliberate, and where, Joan liked it to say, one could hear their own thoughts again. The afternoon light slanted in through the lace-curtained windows of the drawing room, catching the edge of a delicate tea set arranged on a round mahogany table. Fine china, floral patterned with gold trim, glinted softly in the golden hour glow. A plate of lemon sponge sat between a bowl of sugared violets and a dish of shortbread. The ticking of a brass clock on the mantel marked the passing minutes with soft precision. Joan, ever the attentive hostess, placed a generous slice of sponge cake on Miss Marple's plate and smiled fondly. "I must say, Aunt Jane, the country air has done wonders for you. You look years younger than when you stepped off the train." Miss Marple, who was gently folding her napkin with thin but steady hands, picked up her teacup and gave a wry smile. The country has a way of peeling away the years, or perhaps simply reminding us of what matters. She took a sip. "It's peaceful here. Every moment feels as if it's waiting to whisper something, if only one listens carefully." Raymond, seated in a winged armchair near the window, nodded in agreement. "It's true. There's a stillness in these hills that you can't find in London. Even the silence feels thoughtful here." Before another word could be said, the bell above the front door rang, one crisp chime that cut through the quiet like a note of punctuation. Joan turned her head and called out to the maid, "Please see who that is, Edith." They returned to their tea. A few minutes later, the maid stepped in and announced, "Ma'am Mary is here, Mr. Raymond's neighbour." Joan's eyes lit up with polite warmth. She turned to Miss Marple and said, "You remember Mary, don't you? She's an old friend of yours too, though it's been ages since you last crossed paths." Miss Marple's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Mary? George's wife?" Joan nodded. "The same. She's just across the field, Beech Hollow." The door opened again, and in stepped a tall woman with chestnut hair, pinned neatly beneath a felt hat. She carried herself with a certain poised elegance, neither overbearing nor diffident, but rather composed in a way that seemed deliberate. Her dress, though simple, was well tailored, and a brooch in the shape of a lark shimmered on her lapel. "Jane!" Mary exclaimed warmly, crossing the room with outstretched hands. "I can't believe it's really you. What a joy it is to find you here, of all places." Miss Marple stood and returned the greeting with equal warmth, her blue eyes softening. "And you, my dear, it's been, what, over 10 years?" "Nearly 12, Mary said with a small laugh. "But you haven't changed a bit. Still sharp as ever, I imagine." She reached into her handbag and pulled out an elegant envelope, the paper thick and cream-coloured, embossed with pale gold leaves. "I hope you'll forgive the unexpectedness, but I wanted to hand-deliver this." She placed the envelope gently into Miss Marple's hands. "It's Lily's wedding invitation. She's to be married in 3 weeks, and we would be honoured, truly, if you would come." Miss Marple's fingers paused on the seal for a moment before opening it. She read the neatly printed script with careful eyes, then looked up and smiled. "How lovely. I remember when Lily was just a child in pigtails, and now she's to be married. Of course I'll come. I wouldn't miss such a day." Mary clasped her hands with evident relief and pleasure. "Thank you, Jane. Lily will be delighted. You always had a special place in her heart." With that, Mary excused herself politely, promising to return another day for a proper visit. As she disappeared through the doorway, Joan let out a thoughtful sigh and refilled Miss Marple's teacup. "She really is quite remarkable, isn't she?" Joan murmured. "A good woman, through and through. You'd never guess she was Lily's stepmother." Miss Marple gave a slight nod. "She wears that role quietly. Not all women would raise another's child with such devotion." Raymond leaned back in his chair, arms folded. "George, her husband, is 15 years older than she is? But they seem content, solid. I've never seen either of them raise their voices." Joan hesitated, then added softly, "Mary still looks young, though. She must have had to put aside a great deal for Lily's sake." Miss Marple stirred her tea gently. "She's wise, no doubt, perhaps a little too perfect." Her words hung for a moment in the air, lightly spoken, but not without weight. Joan looked over but said nothing, merely smoothed the napkin in her lap. That evening, dinner was a warm, cheerful affair. The dining room, with its old sideboard and rose-painted wallpaper, glowed under candlelight. They shared laughter over Raymond's old university anecdotes, remembered family holidays, and toasted to spring's arrival. Chapter 2. A Death Before the Wedding. It was Saturday evening, just past 9 o'clock, when Raymond West returned to the cottage, his face pale and his expression tense. The door creaked slightly as he entered, and the warmth of the drawing-room, lit softly by lamplight, offered little comfort against whatever news he carried. Miss Marple, seated beside the fire with a basket of wool at her feet, immediately looked up. "Raymond, you look quite shaken," she said gently, folding her knitting with care. Raymond shrugged off his coat but didn't sit down. His eyes darted toward the window, as though still watching some unsettling scene play out beyond the hills. "I've just come from the village," he said, his voice quieter than usual. "There was a crowd outside George Hargrave's house. I thought perhaps something had happened to the dog or one of the servants, but then I saw it. George, he was lying there, on the ground, completely still." Miss Marple's hands stilled. "George Hargrave?" Raymond nodded. "People said he fell down the stairs. He was lifeless. There was blood on his head. It looked very bad." Miss Marple stood up calmly, already drawing her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "His daughter's wedding is just days away. What a dreadful thing." "I know, everyone was whispering about it, calling it an accident. But it didn't look right to me, Jane. I don't know why, but something felt off." Miss Marple regarded him with a thoughtful gaze. "Would you take me there, Raymond? I'd like to see for myself." A short walk later, they arrived at Beech Hollow, the home of George and Mary Hargrave. The house sat solemnly in the moonlight, ivy clinging to its stone facade like creeping sorrow. Villagers had begun to disperse, but a hush still hung over the house, broken only by the murmurs of those gathered at the edge of the property. Inside, the air was heavy with grief and tension. A police inspector stood near the hallway, conferring with an officer in hushed tones. George's body lay in the middle of the corridor floor, not at the base of the stairs, but some distance away from it. His head was turned slightly to one side, and a patch of blood stained the floor beneath him. Miss Marple stepped in quietly. Her eyes scanned the surroundings with the practiced eye of someone who missed very little. She moved slowly toward the body, her steps deliberate, her gaze observant. Lily and Mary sat together in the sitting room, their faces pale and drawn. Lily's eyes were red from crying, and Mary held her hand with a grip that was both comforting and desperate. When the inspector noticed Miss Marple's presence, he approached with a respectful nod. "Ah, Miss Marple," he said, "I've heard a great deal about you. Some even call you the mother of all detectives. Might I ask, what's your impression, accident or something else?" Or Miss Marple didn't answer immediately. She moved closer to the staircase, inspecting the carpeted steps. After a few moments of quiet observation, she turned to face him. "No, Inspector," she said, "I do not believe George fell down the stairs." The inspector raised a brow. "You don't?" She nodded toward the body. If he had slipped, his body would likely be at the base of the staircase, not several feet away. He appears to have collapsed in a direction inconsistent with a fall. The inspector considered this. Could he have stumbled, taken a few steps, then fallen? Miss Marple shook her head lightly. Perhaps. But then look at the injuries. The wound is singular. On the back of his head, there's no bruising on his arms, no broken wrist, no signs of an effort to break his fall. A man who tumbles downstairs rarely does so without collecting a few marks elsewhere. The inspector rubbed his chin, intrigued. Miss Marple then gestured delicately. "Also, please note the stairs themselves, clean. No blood, no scuff marks, no disruption of the runner. If George had hit his head on the steps or railing during the fall, wouldn't there be some sign of it there?" The inspector moved toward the staircase, crouching to take a closer look. Indeed, not a speck of blood was visible. Miss Marple knelt briefly beside the body and lifted one of George's hands gently, examining the fingertips. "But here, this is rather interesting. There's dried blood beneath his fingernails. That suggests a struggle. Perhaps he tried to fight off an attacker, or grabbed at something." The inspector leaned over, peering at the nails himself. "Well, You've a sharper eye than half the chaps I've trained. I hadn't even noticed that." Miss Marple stood slowly and gave a slight smile. "It's the small things, Inspector, the things most people step over in a hurry to declare what they already believe." The inspector sighed. "It did seem a bit too tidy for a fall. I suppose we'll know more after the post-mortem. I'll send the body in immediately. We'll also test the blood under the nails, see if it belongs to George or someone else." He barked a few quiet orders to his constables. As they began preparing to transport the body, Miss Marple stepped away, glancing again at Mary and Lily. Mary looked up and met her eyes, just briefly, but in that moment Miss Marple noticed something flicker across the woman's face. It wasn't quite grief, it wasn't fear either, it was something closer to calculation. A hidden thought held just behind the curtain of mourning. She didn't say anything aloud, she merely turned to Raymond, who had been quietly observing everything, and said softly, "Let's go back now. There's nothing more we can do tonight." As they stepped out into the night air, the moonlight stretched across the fields like a silver veil. The village lay quiet once more, but for Miss Marple, the peace of the countryside had shifted slightly. There had been a death before a wedding, and while others were content to call it an accident, she had seen enough to know otherwise. And she had a feeling the truth would not remain buried for long. Chapter 3. Whispers Beneath the Garden Soil. The next morning arrived in a hush. The weather, grey and still, mirrored the mood that had settled across the village since George Hargrave's sudden death. It was not just the loss of a man, but the abrupt interruption of joy, the kind that a wedding brings, now replaced by hushed tones, closed curtains, and uncertain glances. After a quiet breakfast, Miss Marple took it upon herself to call on Mary Hargrave. She had, of course, the natural excuse of offering condolences, but truthfully, her instincts, so rarely wrong, had been stirred by the details she'd observed the night before. Beech Hollow, the Hargrave home, stood in a state of sombre stillness. The roses near the front steps were wilting slightly, left unwatered in the midst of recent events. Miss Marple noted it all. Plants neglected, drapes drawn unevenly, a cracked pot by the garden gate. The door was opened by the maid, a thin girl with downcast eyes who said little more than, "This way, ma'am," before leading her into the lounge. The atmosphere inside the house was thick, not just with grief, but with tension. From down the hallway, Miss Marple heard voices. Mary and Lily arguing. Their tones were low but heated, and though the words were muffled, the strain in them was unmistakable. As Miss Marple stepped forward, Lily caught sight of her and stopped mid-sentence. Her cheeks flushed, she turned away and, without a word, climbed the stairs to her room, the sound of her footsteps quick and uneven. Mary, composed but clearly rattled, turned to greet her visitor. "Miss Marple," she said, forcing a smile, "how kind of you to come." "I hope I'm not intruding," Miss Marple said softly, setting her handbag on a side table. "I came to offer my condolences. Such a terrible tragedy." Mary nodded, motioning for her to sit. "Yes. Thank you. It still feels unreal." There was a brief silence as the two women sat opposite each other. Mary's face, though elegant and composed, seemed drawn today. There were lines around her mouth that hadn't been there just days ago. "I couldn't help but overhear Lily's voice," Miss Marple said gently. "Is everything all right?" Mary hesitated, then let out a small sigh. "It's just emotions. These last few days have been difficult for all of us." She seemed quite upset. Mary folded her hands. "We had a disagreement. I told her I didn't see the point of a post-mortem report. George is gone, and dissecting him won't bring him back. That's all I said. But Lily flared up, accused me of trying to avoid the truth. She gets that from her mother, I suppose, always too sensitive." Miss Marple tilted her head slightly. "Some might say that sensitivity is a form of strength, especially in times like these." Mary looked away, brushing something invisible off her skirt. "Perhaps." There was a long pause, broken only by the ticking of a clock on the mantel. "Mary," Miss Marple said after a moment, "how exactly did it happen? What were George's last moments, to your knowledge?" Mary's voice softened. "He went out for his evening walk, as he always did. Came back just before 9. Then there was a sound, a heavy thud. We rushed down and found him at the foot of the stairs. I thought perhaps he'd missed a step, lost his balance." Her voice trembled slightly and she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. Miss Marple leaned forward. 10 steps, wasn't it?" Mary blinked. "Yes, 10. Miss Marple gave a small nod. "It's just that I find it curious. He landed rather far from the staircase, didn't he?" Mary didn't reply at once. "I'm so sorry, Mary," Miss Marple added gently. "Please don't let me press you." Mary exhaled shakily. "I suppose you're right. It was odd, but death always is, isn't it?" Miss Marple stood, offering her hand. "Thank you. You've been very brave. I won't keep you longer." Mary walked her to the door, but Miss Marple did not take the usual route out. Instead, she made a quiet detour through the garden, her eyes carefully scanning the hedges and flower beds as she walked. Something had tugged at her attention the night before, and now, in the daylight, she saw it more clearly. Near the far edge of the garden, half concealed by a climbing vine, a patch of grass bore dark stains. Miss Marple walked toward it slowly, crouching to inspect it. There, on the soil where grass had been trampled, were faint but distinct smears of blood. The stains were uneven, as though something had been dragged across the ground. Drag marks curved around a rose bush and disappeared near the garden gate. She said nothing, only studied it with calm, unblinking focus. Just then, footsteps behind her caused her to rise. "Miss Marple?" It was Lily. Her eyes were tired and swollen, her voice hushed. "What are you doing out here?" Miss Marple turned with her usual composure. "Oh, nothing really. I was just leaving." But Lily stood still, her eyes flickering briefly toward the same patch of ground. Miss Marple stepped closer. "Lily, I'm very sorry about your father. This should have been a joyful week for you." Tears filled Lily's eyes almost instantly. "I know, I can't believe he's gone." There was a pause. "Were you here when it happened?" Lily shook her head. "No, I wasn't. I was visiting a friend in the next village. I came back late. By the time I arrived, he was already—" She couldn't finish the sentence. "I see," Miss Marple said softly. And you believe it wasn't an accident? Lily looked up sharply. How did you... You mentioned the post-mortem, Miss Marple said gently. And I may have overheard you and your mother earlier. Lily's voice broke slightly. Miss Marple, I just know something's wrong. My father was careful. He never slipped, never stumbled. And I heard you speaking to the inspector the other day. He said you're the mother of detectives. Is that true? Miss Marple smiled faintly. I've been called worse. Then please, would you help me? Would you look into it? Not for gossip or drama, just for the truth. Miss Marple took her hand gently. Yes, Lily, I will. You have my word. Lily nodded, wiping her tears. Miss Marple gave her a reassuring pat and turned toward the garden gate, her mind already sifting through a web of details. She didn't need a notebook. Every thread was already stored, categorized, in the quiet corners of her mind. That night, dinner at the cottage was a subdued affair. The clock ticked louder than usual. Raymond stirred his soup without really tasting it. Joan looked down at her plate, barely speaking. Miss Marple, meanwhile, was constructing a mental list over shepherd's pie and stewed apples, bloodstains in the garden, a body lying far from the staircase, no blood on the stairs themselves, one injury, on the head, without other bruises. Mary's refusal to approve the post-mortem. Lily's fear. Mary's strange calm. Something didn't fit. Someone was hiding something. And Miss Marple, with quiet certainty, intended to uncover it. Chapter 4. A Murder Confirmed. The next morning began in much the same way as usual. Joan served the toast with marmalade, Raymond unfolded the morning paper, and the teapot let off a faint hiss. But there was something intangible in the air, a stillness that wasn't peace, but a pause before revelation. A subtle silence, the kind that settles when people are thinking too much and speaking too little. Miss Marple sat at the breakfast table, her back perfectly straight, her delicate teacup resting lightly in her fingers. She sipped thoughtfully, her eyes distant, as though listening to a sound no one else could hear. Finally, she looked up and addressed Joan in her usual soft tone. "Joan, dear," she said mildly, "did you ever notice any strain between George and Mary? Anything out of the ordinary?" Joan blinked in surprise. "Between them? No, at least not in any obvious way. They always seemed perfectly civil to one another. Courteous? A bit formal, perhaps?" Miss Marple gave a gentle nod. "I suppose formality sometimes conceals more than it reveals." Joan lowered her toast slowly and looked thoughtful. "Actually, now that I think of it, there was something. A moment I'd forgotten." Raymond looked up from his newspaper, now curious. "It was about a year ago," Joan continued, "at Mr. Harry's dinner party. Do you remember, Raymond?" "I might," he said. "What happened?" Joan tapped her chin. Mary was talking rather closely with a young man. He was someone from London, I think. Not more than 30. Very charming, the sort who made everyone laugh. I remember thinking she was, well, a bit too familiar with him. Raymond nodded slowly. "Yes, I remember that now. It did feel awkward." Joan glanced at Miss Marple. "George wasn't pleased. He didn't say anything openly, but I noticed his jaw was tight. They had a quiet argument later. Low voices, but heated. I think they thought no one noticed." Miss Marple stirred her tea. "Did George say anything to you afterward?" "No, he never mentioned it again, but I sensed it wasn't the first time something like that had happened." Raymond folded his arms. There was always a difference between them. Mary's much younger, still quite attractive. George was older, more reserved. Perhaps he feared he was losing her. Before Miss Marple could respond, the doorbell rang. The maid entered moments later and said, "Ma'am, the inspector is here. He says he'd like to speak with Miss Marple." Miss Marple set down her cup calmly. "Of course, please ask him to come in." Inspector Reeves entered with a nod to everyone in the room. His expression was serious but respectful. He didn't waste time. "Miss Marple," he began, "I thought you'd like to know you were absolutely right." George Hargrave's death was not an accident, it was murder. There was a stunned silence. Raymond sat upright, and Joan's hand flew to her mouth. "Murder?" she whispered. Miss Marple, however, remained calm. "I suspected as much. What did the post-mortem report reveal?" The inspector opened the leather folder tucked under his arm. According to the coroner, George did not die from falling down the stairs. The wound on his head was caused by a heavy blow, possibly from an iron rod or a blunt metal object. The impact was sharp and deliberate. The angle confirms it came from behind. He turned the page. "Moreover, the blood under George's fingernails? It isn't his." Raymond leaned forward. "Then whose is it?" "We don't know yet," the inspector replied. "But the fact that it doesn't match George's means only one thing. He struggled with someone, possibly scratched them during the attack." "There's more," he added. "There are bruises and scratch marks near George's shoulders, defensive wounds. He was either being held or trying to push someone away." Joan looked pale. "It's awful. I can't believe someone we all knew could do such a thing." Miss Marple tilted her head slightly. "And yet someone clearly has." The inspector nodded. "Now the real investigation begins. We'll be re-interviewing everyone, especially Mary and Lily." Miss Marple's expression didn't change, but inside the gears of her mind were already turning. Later that day, after the inspector had left, the atmosphere at the cottage remained unusually quiet. The truth had shifted the landscape of grief, no longer just sorrow, but suspicion. That night, after dinner, when Joan had gone to bed early with a headache, and Raymond sat in the parlour absorbed in a book, Miss Marple remained by the fire, knitting in her lap, her gaze fixed on the embers. But her thoughts were far from idle. She reflected on Mary's account the day before, that George had gone for his usual evening walk, that he had come home, climbed the stairs and somehow slipped. But now that the medical evidence ruled out a fall, that version of events didn't hold. It was more than a mistake, it was a lie. And then there were the bloodstains in the garden. Miss Marple had seen them herself. Not just a few drops, but smears, long and deliberate, like something or someone had been dragged, a struggle perhaps, or a body being moved. Why lie about the location of the death, she asked herself. Why construct a scene around the stairs if the murder had taken place outside? Because someone wanted the death to appear accidental, someone clever and perhaps desperate. Miss Marple recalled the fingernail marks on George's shoulders, defensive wounds. There had been a confrontation, one that turned violent. And then there was the strange calmness of Mary, her insistence that the post-mortem was unnecessary, her unease when asked about George's last steps. A picture was beginning to form, not yet complete, but no longer a blur. Someone had planned this, not in rage, but with intention. The wound had been deliberate, and the details orchestrated, just not well enough to escape her eyes. In the quiet of the room, the fire crackled softly. Miss Marple didn't need a police badge, nor the authority of a detective. All she needed was time, observation, and human nature. Because human nature, she knew, never really changed. And the truth, no matter how deeply buried beneath roses or lies, always found a way to bloom. Chapter 5. The Will That Never Was. The next morning arrived with a brittle chill in the air, the kind that hinted autumn might be arriving early this year. Leaves rustled gently against the windows, and a pale grey light filtered through the curtains as Miss Marple wrapped her grey shawl around her shoulders and stepped out of the cottage. It was a day like any other in appearance, peaceful lanes, the soft hum of village life, and the occasional whistle of a kettle escaping from a nearby window. But Miss Marple had long since learned that quiet days could hide the most troubling secrets. She made her way to the market, grocery list tucked under her arm, stopping at the grocer, then the butcher, and finally the bakery, where the girl behind the counter wrapped up a loaf of brown bread and handed it to her with a smile. But it wasn't the errands that would stay in Miss Marple's mind that morning. It was what she saw on her way back. As she passed the row of shops on the main street, her eyes fell upon a familiar figure emerging from the village's small wedding and gift boutique. Mary Hargrave. And she was not alone. With her was a young man, tall, broad-shouldered, stylish, in a long wool coat. He handed Mary a wrapped parcel, presumably from the shop. Mary was laughing at something he had said. It wasn't just polite laughter, it was comfortable, familiar, the kind one might share with someone far closer than a mere acquaintance. Miss Marple slowed her step, but did not stop. She glanced at the scene only briefly, but her eyes missed nothing. Mary's expression was bright, animated, almost radiant, and that was what troubled her. This was not the face of a grieving widow, not a woman shattered by the recent murder of her husband. To see her not only smiling, but visibly enjoying the company of a younger man so soon, was at the very least peculiar, at most deeply suspicious. Miss Marple didn't linger. She turned down a narrow lane and made her way toward Lily's home. Perhaps the daughter might be in better spirits today. When she arrived, the maid greeted her politely and invited her in. Lily met her in the sitting room, looking noticeably better than before, less pale, less drawn. She was wearing a soft wool cardigan and had a more composed energy about her. "Miss Marple," Lily said kindly, "what a surprise. Please come in." "I won't stay long," Miss Marple assured her, taking a seat. "I was just out in the village and thought I'd check in on you." "That's kind of you. Things feel calmer today." Miss Marple studied her for a moment. "And have you given any more thought to your wedding?" Lily looked down and folded her hands. "I haven't made any plans. Not anymore. Everything's changed. I can't imagine celebrating anything while everything's so uncertain." Miss Marple nodded sympathetically. "And Charlie, he's still working?" "Yes," Lily said. "He works nearby at the supermarket's warehouse, mostly handling metal tools and iron goods." Miss Marple raised an eyebrow with a polite smile. "And do you think I might meet him one day?" Lily chuckled softly. "Of course, though he's quite shy around new people." "I see," Miss Marple said. "Could you describe him to me? Just out of curiosity. You've spoken of him so kindly, I feel I must have a picture in my mind." Lily smiled. "He's tall, taller than most. Brown eyes, matching brown hair. He's got a kind face, strong features. He usually wears a long coat. He says he feels more confident in it, and he's always well put together." Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. The description, if coincidental, was uncomfortably close to the man she had just seen leaving the shop with Mary. But she said nothing. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The maid reappeared. "Miss Lily, there's a gentleman here to see you. He says he's the family solicitor." A moment later, a polite, grey-haired man stepped into the room, holding a thin leather case. "Miss Hargrave," he said with a respectful nod, "I'm very sorry to intrude during such a difficult time. I've come on behalf of your late father's legal affairs." "Of course," Lily replied, standing. "Please come in." Miss Marple remained seated but silent, listening closely. "I wanted to inform you," the solicitor began, "about the state of your father's will, or rather, wills." Lily looked puzzled. "Wills?" "Yes, there were two. The one currently on record is a joint distribution, 50% of the estate to you and the remaining 50 to your stepmother, Mrs. Mary Hargrave." "And the other?" Miss Marple asked, gently. The solicitor hesitated. A new will had been prepared. In it, the entirety of the estate, 100%, was to be transferred to Miss Lily. It appears Mr. Hargrave was intent on making this change official, but... He opened the leather case and removed a folded document. It was never signed. Lily's expression froze. "Never signed?" "I'm afraid not," the solicitor confirmed. "We had discussed the matter. The new document was delivered to him for signing 3 days before his death, but the signature line remains blank." "So it's invalid?" she asked. "Yes. Without a signature, it cannot override the existing will. The estate will therefore be divided as originally set." Miss Marple narrowed her eyes. "And did anyone else know about this change? Mary, for example?" The solicitor glanced at her, then back at Lily. I wouldn't know for certain, but Mr. Hargrave was not the sort to keep his intentions entirely private. It's possible. After offering his condolences again, the solicitor handed Lily a few papers and took his leave. The moment he departed, Miss Marple stood up. I must be off too, she said softly. But Lily, if there's anything you need, you know where to find me. As she walked home through the cooling air, her mind was busy. George had meant to change the will, to remove Mary entirely from the inheritance. He was prepared to sign it. But he died before he could. Why? Why would such a decision, so close to being finalized, be left incomplete? And more importantly, had someone made sure it remained incomplete? That evening, the atmosphere at the cottage was muted. Dinner was served in near silence. Raymond was preoccupied, his fork idly circling his plate. Joan looked thoughtful, her eyes distant. Miss Marple ate, slowly, her mind miles away. She was already arranging the puzzle pieces. Mary laughing with a young man outside the wedding card shop, Lily's fiancé, Charlie, who matched that very description, the unsigned will, leaving the entire estate to Lily, Mary's urgency to avoid a post-mortem, George's suspiciously timed death. Someone had something to lose, someone had something to gain. Miss Marple didn't need to jump to conclusions, she simply needed to keep watching, because the truth, like a letter waiting to be signed, was almost within reach. Chapter 6. 2 names, 1 groom. The following morning dawned with a fine mist draped over the village roofs, softening the outlines of chimney pots and hedgerows. The air was crisp and the skies hung low with greyish-white clouds. In her quiet corner of the cottage, Miss Marple enjoyed her breakfast as usual, 1 slice of buttered toast, an egg lightly boiled, and a delicate cup of Darjeeling tea. But even as she sipped the fragrant brew, her thoughts were not in the breakfast room. A single thread had tugged her curiosity too strongly to be ignored: Mary and the young man at the card shop. She had seen something too intimate, too revealing, for her not to investigate further. There were no raised voices, no stolen kisses, only the unmistakable ease of 2 people who shared more than polite acquaintance. It had unsettled her, and Miss Marple, when unsettled, preferred to settle things through action. After collecting her shopping basket and adjusting her grey shawl, she made her way toward the village's small market square. The weather had kept most people indoors, so the streets were unusually quiet, giving her the perfect window for discreet inquiry. She walked directly to the quaint card and gift shop, its windows filled with lace-trimmed invitations, seasonal greeting cards, and delicately bound albums. A small brass bell jingled softly above the door as she stepped inside. Behind the counter stood the shopkeeper, a kindly-faced man with silvering temples and wire-rimmed glasses. He looked up from a ledger and greeted her with a warm nod. "Good morning, madam. What can I help you with?" Miss Marple returned the smile. "Good morning. I was hoping you might assist me with a small curiosity." The man tilted his head politely. "I believe Mrs. Mary Hargrave visited your shop yesterday," she said mildly, "with a young gentleman. They were just leaving when I passed by." "Oh yes," the shopkeeper said, brightening with recognition. "They were in for quite some time, actually. Spoke at length about fonts, envelopes, paper texture. Seemed very excited." "Did they place an order?" she asked. "They did," he replied. "A full set of wedding cards." Miss Marple blinked slowly. "Wedding cards, I see. Would you happen to recall the names printed on them?" she asked. "Of course," the man said, reaching under the counter. "We always keep a sample on file until printing is complete." He produced a pale lavender envelope and opened it, sliding out the delicate ivory card. The ink was gold embossed, the design elegant but modern. Miss Marple read the names in silence: Mary Hargrave and Charlie Burnham. Wedding date 20th of June. There it was, not a coincidence, not a misunderstanding. She kept her expression composed. "That's very tasteful," she said. The shopkeeper smiled. Thank you. They were very particular about the style, although I must say, it was not their first design. No, Miss Marple said with carefully measured interest. Oh no, they came in earlier with a completely different draft, different font, different layout. Even the names were different, but they changed it just yesterday morning. Miss Marple's eyes didn't leave the man's face. Would it be too much trouble to show me the earlier design? He retrieved another envelope, slightly more creased, and handed it over. Miss Marple opened it carefully, and there, printed neatly on the front, Lily Hargrave and Charlie Burnham. Wedding date, 10th of July. Miss Marple studied the card in silence, the way one studies a puzzle where the pieces are beginning to fit into place. So, first Lily, then Mary, she said softly. The shopkeeper gave a sympathetic chuckle. Well, sometimes hearts change, don't they? Poor Miss Lily. I do hope this hasn't been too hard on her. Miss Marple gave a small nod, folding both cards neatly and slipping them into her handbag. If it's not too bold to ask, may I keep these? I'm rather taken by the design. I have a niece who may be planning something soon. Oh, of course, we print so many samples, we don't mind at all. She thanked him and stepped back out onto the street, the cool breeze hitting her cheeks as she turned toward the taxi stand. But something in her steps slowed. Across the road, a faint clinking sound reached her ears, metal upon metal. She turned toward it. It was coming from the village metalworks shop. A simple sign above the open-air workspace read, Wendell and Sons Iron Works. Sparks flashed near a furnace where a young man was forging rods, his sleeves rolled up to the elbow. Miss Marple moved closer, her eyes fixed on the figure. Brown hair, strong frame, long limbs, dressed in plain work trousers and a stained shirt. And most telling of all, across his forearms red scratches, raw and healing, just below the elbow. Not accidental grazes from machinery. They were nail marks, unmistakably human, fingernails dragged in struggle or panic. Miss Marple's heart ticked calmly, but her mind raced. This was the man Lily had described as her fiancé, Charlie. The same man now placing wedding card orders with Mary. The same man whose arms bore the markings of violence. She entered the shop calmly and approached the manager, a burly man polishing a toolbox. Good morning, she began gently. May I ask, was your shop open last Saturday evening? The man glanced up and nodded. It was, yes, though we closed early, around 5. I see, thank you, that's all I needed. He gave her a curious glance, but Miss Marple had already turned back toward the road. As she walked slowly back through the village, each step landed heavier than the last. Charlie had once been engaged to Lily. That much was true. But something had changed, and not over time, but suddenly. Just before George Hargrave's murder, just before the will that would have disinherited Mary was due to be signed. Now Charlie was with Mary, openly, publicly, and planning a wedding barely weeks after George's funeral. And on his arms were signs of a struggle. Miss Marple was not one to assume, but she was one to connect. And now the links were forming. A cancelled wedding between Lily and Charlie. A new wedding between Mary and Charlie. A will, unsigned, which would have left Mary with nothing. A murder, planned, clean, deliberate. A young man with scratches on his arms. And a widow who had seemed too composed, too quickly. The questions were sharpening. Why did George change his will? Why had Mary acted so quickly? And what had really happened on the night George Hargrave died? Miss Marple didn't have the full answer yet, but she was close. Very close. Chapter 7. The Secrets Beneath the Ink. The morning broke with a peculiar stillness that clung to the village of East Wendell like the hush before a thunderstorm. Even the wind, which usually teased the ivy along the cottage walls, seemed to have paused to listen. The air was heavy, not with rain, but with expectation. Miss Marple finished her modest breakfast, half a slice of toast with quince jelly and a single cup of strong black tea, before setting off once again for Mary Hargrave's house. She did not carry her usual basket, nor did she wear her lighter gloves. This was not a social visit. There was purpose in her step and calculation in her glance. She walked through the narrow lane leading up to the Hargrave residence, observing the slightly open window above the parlour and the faint imprint of fresh bicycle tyres in the dirt path. Every detail mattered. It always did. When she rang the doorbell, it was Lily who opened the door. "Aunt Jane?" Lily said softly, using the nickname she had picked up in childhood. "I'm so glad you came." Miss Marple gave a gentle smile and stepped inside. They moved to the sitting room where the curtains were still drawn halfway, allowing thin streaks of grey light to stretch across the wooden floorboards. A half-drunk cup of tea sat on the side table, and the scent of lavender polish lingered faintly in the air. Lily perched on the edge of an armchair. Her hands were folded tightly in her lap, her fingers twitching slightly. "Have you found anything?" she asked hesitantly. "Anything at all about what really happened to Father?" Miss Marple sat down opposite her, folded her hands over her handbag, and nodded slowly. "There are still a few mysteries to be resolved," she said. "But they're starting to form a picture." Lily leaned forward. "Do you think Mary and Charlie had something to do with it?" Miss Marple didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked, "Did your father keep a diary, Lily? Or any kind of private journal? Something he wrote in regularly? Notes, thoughts, even short entries?" Lily blinked, taken aback by the sudden shift. "I'm not sure. He never talked about it. But I suppose it's possible. He was always writing things down, gardening notes, repair lists, reminders for the housekeeper. If he kept a diary," Miss Marple said gently, "it might contain something useful. Would you mind checking in his study?" "Of course," Lily said, standing. "If there's anything like that, it would be in the second drawer of his writing desk. He was very particular about keeping his papers there." Miss Marple smiled warmly. "Thank you. Let me know if you find anything." A few minutes later, Miss Marple excused herself and walked back through the garden path that led to her cottage. As she passed by the southern hedge, the same narrow path she often used for shortcuts, her eyes were caught by something lying at the base of a twisted old tree. It was long, dull grey, iron, a rod. She stopped immediately, but Miss Marple had already set the table. It was half hidden by overgrown grass and dead leaves, but unmistakable. The iron rod had the same length, thickness and shape as the ones she had seen Charlie working on in the metal workshop only days earlier. Her breath stilled. She didn't touch it. She didn't move closer. But her eyes noted the slight indentation on one end, as though it had once struck something hard. This, she thought, was the weapon. She turned away in silence and walked home. Back at her cottage, she instructed the maid to bring tea to her room. She sat quietly by the window, sipping slowly, replaying every step of the past few days, every visit, every phrase, every look exchanged between Mary and Charlie. The weight of the truth was no longer hypothetical. A knock at the door broke her concentration. It was Lily, her cheeks flushed, her breath slightly uneven, but her hands holding something precious. "Aunt Jane, I found this." She held out a small, black leather-bound book. It was slightly worn at the edges, and the strap that held it closed had long since loosened. A diary. "I found it in the second drawer, just like I thought. It was hidden beneath some tax documents." Miss Marple took the book carefully and opened it. The pages were filled with steady, neat handwriting, George Hargrave's precise script. Miss Marple patted her hand. "You leave the diary with me. Go home and rest. Tomorrow morning, come to the sitting room when I ask for you. That will be the end of it." Lily handed her the diary and quietly left the room. Miss Marple didn't waste time. That evening, she wrote a concise and formal telegram to Inspector Reeves. Telegram, urgent, murder confirmed, found, weapon, iron rod, near garden, matches rods seen at Charlie's workplace. Confirmed, scratches on Charlie's forearms, each as defensive wounds. Diary entry, George, mentions divorce refusal, fear for life, names Mary and Charlie, motive, inheritance, plus affair. Bring Charlie to Mary's house tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. J. Marple. The maid was instructed to have the telegram dispatched immediately. Miss Marple placed the diary safely in her desk drawer and locked it. Then she sat once more by the window. The moonlight spilled faintly onto the windowsill, illuminating the teacup, now cold. The storm was coming. Chapter 8. The Final Confession. The morning arrived with a tense stillness that seemed to hold the village of East Wendell in suspense. Even the sparrows chirped less, as if aware that something significant hung in the air. The clouds overhead were pale and unmoving. Not a leaf stirred on the hedges outside Miss Marple's window. She finished her breakfast slowly, her fingers lightly curled around her teacup, as if absorbing warmth for what lay ahead. Her eyes were calm, but her thoughts were razor-sharp. Every piece of the puzzle had now fallen into place. The motive, the lies, the iron rod, the diary. Justice, she knew, must now walk through the front door, quietly, surely, but unmistakably. After breakfast, she called for Raymond and Joan. "I'd like you to come with me this morning," she said, as she tightened the shawl around her shoulders. "To Mary Hargrave's house." Raymond looked up from the newspaper, a question already forming in his eyes. "It's time?" Miss Marple nodded gently. "Yes, it's time." They walked through the village in a line of quiet purpose. The early hour meant few people were about. A milk cart rolled slowly down a side lane, and a gardener swept away fallen leaves from the churchyard gate. Life moved as it always had, but for Miss Marple, the world felt poised on the edge of truth. Mary Hargrave's house looked as it always did, orderly, symmetrical, and painted with the kind of care that suggests all is in perfect control. But Miss Marple knew better. Behind symmetry there was often concealment. She pressed the doorbell once, firmly. Moments later, the door opened, and there stood Mary Hargrave, wrapped in an elegant housecoat, her hair pinned into a neat bun. Her expression shifted quickly from polite curiosity to confusion, and then to guarded surprise. "Miss Marple? Raymond, Joan, what brings you here so early?" "I need to speak with you," Miss Marple said quietly. "It's regarding George." Mary's posture tensed. "What about George?" Miss Marple met her eyes. "About his murder." The word seemed to echo in the hallway. "Murder?" Mary's lips barely formed the word. "Miss Marple, you must be mistaken. The police said it was an accident." "I'm afraid it wasn't," Miss Marple said, stepping forward. "May we come in?" Mary hesitated, then stepped back, allowing them entry. She led them to the parlour, where a half-finished cup of tea and a newspaper lay on the coffee table. The morning had begun quietly for her, but it would not stay that way. At that moment Lily entered the room, her expression calm but expectant. She had been waiting for this. "Lily?" Mary said sharply. "What's going on?" "I think you should listen," Lily replied evenly. Then the doorbell rang again. Mary looked startled. The maid opened the door, and this time Inspector Reeves entered, flanked by two uniformed constables, and with them stood Charlie Burnham. Charlie looked rumpled, tense. His hands were free, but his posture betrayed a deep unease. He glanced quickly at Mary, who seemed rooted to the spot. Her complexion had gone 2 shades paler. Miss Marple stood, now in command of the room. "Thank you for coming, Inspector," she said. "I think it's best we speak plainly now," she added, her voice clear and calm. "George Hargrave was murdered, and the man who killed him was Charlie Burnham." The silence that followed was immediate and crushing. Mary let out a gasp. Lily blinked hard but remained silent. Raymond and Joan sat frozen in their chairs. Charlie shook his head slightly. "That's a lie. You don't have proof." Miss Marple gave a soft sigh. "But we do." She walked forward, voice unwavering. "On the night of George's death, I found bloodstains in the garden, not inside the house. They formed a clear trail leading from the hedges to the road. That proves that George was dragged, not discovered at the foot of the stairs, as claimed." She turned to Inspector Reeves. "The post-mortem revealed that George died from a blow to the head, not from falling downstairs. The angle of the wound, the nature of the fracture, it was deliberate." She now removed something wrapped in cloth from her bag and handed it to the inspector. "This was found near a tree in the Hargraves' garden, an iron rod, the exact kind Charlie makes at his workshop." Charlie's eyes widened. Miss Marple didn't stop. There were scratch marks on Charlie's arms, deep and recent. Under George's fingernails there was someone else's blood. That blood did not belong to George. It belonged to Charlie. Charlie's face flushed with colour. "That proves nothing. I could have gotten scratched anywhere." Miss Marple raised an eyebrow. "Coincidentally, on the same evening your former fiancé's father died violently, and at the same time your name suddenly reappears on Mary's wedding invitation." She turned to Mary and pulled 2 wedding cards from her handbag, placing them on the table. One for a wedding between Lily Hargrave and Charlie Burnham, dated 10th July, and another, Mary Hargrave and Charlie Burnham, dated 20th of June. Mary's eyes stared at the cards as though they had just burst into flames. I can explain," but Charlie had snapped. "You know what? No, I'm not going down alone." Everyone turned to face him. "I did it," he spat. "I killed George, but she—" He pointed straight at Mary. "She planned it. She said George would never give her a divorce, that she'd be left with nothing, that we'd have no future. She said if he signed the new will, Lily would inherit everything, and we'd be left in the dust." Mary's voice was shaking now. "No, you're twisting things. I never told you to—" Miss Marple raised a hand. "I believe I have the last word." From her bag, she produced George's diary, worn but intact. She handed it to the inspector, opened to the final page. He read aloud, "Mary wants a divorce. She says she loves Charlie. I've refused. I won't let her destroy Lily's future. If anything happens to me, know that I did not fall. I fear they may try to take my life." As the words echoed through the room, Mary slowly sat down on the edge of the armchair. Her shoulders slumped. Her hands trembled. "I didn't want to do it," she whispered, her voice nearly gone. "But George was in the way. He wouldn't let go. He wouldn't sign the papers. If he had signed that will, everything would have gone to Lily. I would have had nothing." She looked up at Lily with tears welling in her eyes. "I didn't hate him, but I couldn't keep living like that. Charlie and I, we thought we could start over. We just needed the money." Miss Marple nodded slowly. "And you planned it all. Charlie committed the act, but you created the motive." Inspector Reeves turned to his men. "Arrest them both." Charlie didn't resist. Mary sobbed but didn't argue. As the handcuffs clicked around their wrists, silence fell again. Lily stepped back into the hallway, her hand pressed to her mouth. Joan reached for her. Raymond stood at the window, stunned. Miss Marple remained where she was, her expression unreadable. Outside, the constables led the 2 murderers away into the morning light. The storm had passed. Justice had arrived. Later that afternoon, Lily visited Miss Marple's cottage. She brought a bouquet of pale yellow roses, her father's favourite. She stood in the garden with Miss Marple, who was tending to her rose bushes. "I don't know what to say," Lily murmured. "Thank you doesn't seem enough." Miss Marple placed her shears down and turned to her with a soft smile. "Your father wrote down the truth. I simply made sure someone read it." Lily nodded. "He trusted you. He always said you noticed the things others missed." Miss Marple chuckled lightly. "I don't know about that. But people do tend to speak when they believe no one's listening. I simply listen." The garden was quiet. A breeze stirred the branches above them. Lily looked out over the fields and then back at Miss Marple. "Would you mind if I visited again, just to talk?" "I'd like that very much." Miss Marple said. And they stood in silence for a while, two women generations apart, connected not by tragedy, but by truth. Miss Marple and Dead Girl at Elmridge, Chapter 1, An Invitation in Spring. Spring had arrived in Elmridge village like a breath of fresh air, gently brushing away the last whispers of winter. The hedgerows were blooming, the gardens were beginning to stretch and yawn under the warming sun, and every cottage window was flung open to let in the fragrance of daffodils and damp earth. Birds chirped industriously as if preparing for a concert, and the stone paths, dappled with golden light, invited long afternoon walks. In one such charming corner of the village stood Bellamy House, a stately old building draped in ivy and memories. Its architecture spoke of a different age, worn but dignified, like a proud dowager aunt in a fading but finely stitched gown. It was here that Miss Jane Marple had come to spend a few peaceful days with her dear friend, Mrs. Bella Bellamy. Miss Marple, a slender, silver-haired lady with an eye for detail and an ear for things left unsaid, was seated near the drawing-room window, cradling a cup of tea. She wore a soft lavender shawl, her reading glasses perched delicately at the edge of her nose as she gazed thoughtfully into the budding garden outside. "You know, Jane," said Bella with a fond smile, "it's been ages since we spent real time together. I thought you'd entirely forgotten us country folk, tucked away in your busy little life back in St. Mary Mead." Miss Marple turned to her friend with a gentle chuckle. "Oh, Bella dear, one never forgets the countryside. Life may be full in St. Mary Mead, but it never grows more charming than this." The two old friends had settled into an easy rhythm, sharing bits of family news, stories of long-past dances and garden parties, and memories of people who were no longer around. There was a great comfort in the familiar cadence of their conversation, and both women felt the rare contentment that only comes when old friends reconnect. Just then the doorbell rang. Martha, the Bellamy's long-serving maid, appeared moments later at the drawing-room door. "Ma'am," she said, "Miss Grace from Elmridge School is here. She says she'd like a word with you." "Grace?" Bella stood up with a surprised smile. "Well, that's a lovely surprise. Show her in, Martha." The drawing-room door opened again, and in walked Miss Grace Huxley, the dignified headmistress of Elmridge School. She was a tall woman in her early 60s, wearing a well-fitted navy coat and sensible shoes. Her face, though lined with age, carried an air of authority softened by kindness. As soon as Grace saw Miss Marple, her eyes lit up. "Jane Marple, my goodness, it's been, 3 years? You haven't aged a day." Miss Marple stood and extended her hand, warmly clasping Grace's. "Not quite true, I'm afraid, but very kind of you to say." "What a coincidence, meeting you here," Grace continued. "And in the most charming setting, too. This house hasn't changed since we were all young, has it?" The three women soon fell into comfortable conversation, catching up on mutual acquaintances, the slow changes in village life, and the goings-on at the school. The room was filled with the sound of soft laughter and the comforting aroma of Earl Grey and lemon biscuits. Suddenly, Grace straightened in her chair and gasped lightly. "Oh, I nearly forgot the reason I came." Bella raised an eyebrow. "Now that sounds ominous." Grace laughed. "Not ominous, just forgetful. I've been so caught up in our delightful gossip, I nearly missed the whole point of my visit." She placed her gloves on the table and explained. "In 2 days' time, we're hosting a welcome party at Elmridge School for the new students. A sort of spring gathering, you could say, music, speeches, a few performances. I came to invite you, Bella, but now that Miss Marple is here, I insist you both attend." Miss Marple smiled politely. "That's very kind of you. I'm not sure I'd be much company for the young ones, but if you think I won't be in the way—" "Nonsense," Grace waved the idea away. "You'll add grace and charm to the whole affair. Besides, I'd love for you to see the school again. We've added a new wing, updated the library. It's quite the transformation." Miss Marple hesitated only a moment. She'd always had a fondness for schools, not for the noise or the energy, but for the way they seemed to reflect the deeper undercurrents of society. Schools, in her mind, were small villages in themselves. "Well then," she said at last, "how could I possibly refuse such a gracious invitation?" "Splendid," said Grace, rising. "I'll have one of my staff send a formal card tomorrow, but now that it's settled I can go back to work with a lighter heart." Martha reappeared to see Miss Grace off, and the house seemed to grow quieter once she had gone. The clock on the mantel struck 5. Miss Marple looked at Bella and said softly, "There's something about Miss Grace that hasn't changed at all, that same spark in her eyes. But I wonder—" Bella looked up. "You wonder what?" "Oh, nothing really," Miss Marple said, reaching for her knitting basket. "Just a passing thought." That evening, Grace returned once more, this time for dinner. The three women sat at the long oak dining table beneath a chandelier that cast a warm golden glow. Conversation flowed easily, a blend of school anecdotes, village news, and just a touch of world politics. Grace spoke of her staff with fondness, though there was a hint of something unsaid when she mentioned one of the new teachers, a Mr. Darnley. "He's very popular among the girls," she said with a tight smile. "Perhaps a bit too popular, but I'm sure it's nothing." Miss Marple, who had spent a lifetime reading people the way others read books, simply nodded and sipped her tea. After dinner, Miss Marple retired early to her guest room. The room, though modest, was cosy. Heavy curtains kept the evening chill at bay, and a small vase of fresh primroses stood on the bedside table. Miss Marple set her knitting aside and sat by the window a moment, watching the moon rise over Elmridge. Something stirred in her. A sense, faint but unmistakable, that her visit might not remain entirely peaceful. Perhaps it was Grace's tightly drawn smile, or a note of unease when she mentioned the school. Or perhaps it was simply the instincts of a woman who had spent a lifetime spotting trouble where others saw calm. Whatever it was, Miss Marple had learned to trust such feelings. And as she drew the covers over her shoulders and let the countryside hush lull her to sleep, one quiet thought echoed in her mind. Even the loveliest villages can hold the darkest secrets. Chapter 2. The Body by the Back Gate. 2 days after her arrival in Elmridge, Miss Jane Marple awoke to the chirping of birds and the soft rustle of spring wind in the trees outside Bellamy House. After a light breakfast of buttered toast and tea, she and Bella Bellamy prepared for their outing to Elmridge School, where the welcome ceremony for new students was scheduled. The invitation had come from Miss Grace Huxley, the school's long-standing and well-respected principal, and Miss Marple had agreed to attend out of both politeness and a vague, unspoken curiosity. The school was nestled at the edge of the village, a grand Victorian structure, built in an age of discipline and heavy stone. Its tall windows, with their coloured stained glass panes, gleamed in the morning sun. Brass bells shimmered against the cream stone facade, and ivy crept respectfully across the walls, never daring to cover the school's proud crest near the main archway. As they approached, Miss Grace was already at the door to greet them. Her manner was welcoming, but there was a tightness in her smile that Miss Marple did not miss. "How lovely to see you both," Grace said, guiding them inside. "The ceremony is just about to begin. The children are excited. It's always such a hopeful occasion." The assembly hall was warm and filled with the low hum of voices. Children in neat uniforms sat in rows, whispering and adjusting ties. Parents stood to one side, sipping tea. Teachers flitted about like birds, trying to maintain order with gentle reminders and sharp glances. The air was filled with fresh flowers, polished shoes, and a hint of anticipation. Miss Marple and Bella found seats near the front as Grace stepped up to begin the welcome address. She tapped the microphone and smiled. "Good morning, everyone, students, staff, and beloved guests. It gives me great joy to welcome you all to another promising year at Elmridge School." But before she could continue, a high-pitched scream pierced the hall. The chatter died instantly. A young girl, perhaps no more than 12, burst through the side door, sobbing and breathless. Her eyes were wide with terror, her voice cracked. There's a girl by the back gate. She's not moving. She's bleeding." The hall erupted into chaos. Teachers rushed toward the child. Parents gasped. A few students began crying. Grace dropped the microphone and ran to the girl, who collapsed into her arms. Miss Marple stood calmly, her heart sinking as her mind clicked into sharp focus. Without a word, she followed the current of bodies streaming toward the rear of the building. The back gate of the school opened into a small, partly wooded area. It was quiet, usually used for deliveries or emergency exits. But now it had become a crime scene. Lying on the patchy grass near the old iron gate was the lifeless body of a young girl. She couldn't have been older than 13. Her school uniform was stained with dirt and blood. Her long brown hair was matted and clung to her pale cheek. A dark gash ran across her forehead, and her lip was swollen, as though she had been struck. Bruises marked her arms. There were scrapes on her legs, and what looked like scratch marks on her collarbone. Most disturbingly, her face was frozen in a look of panic, and her right hand was clenched tightly around a scrap of cloth, torn and dirty, but held with desperate force, as though she had ripped it from her attacker during a struggle. Gasps and cries rose around them. Several students turned away, some buried their faces in their parents' arms. Teachers tried to contain the crowd, but the sight of the dead child had already shattered the innocence of the day. Miss Marple moved closer, but remained outside the immediate perimeter. She observed carefully the child's wounds, the positioning of her limbs, the disturbed soil near her shoes, and the grim detail of that fabric in her hand. Within minutes, the police arrived. A constable began cordoning off the area with rope. A detective, sharp-eyed and grim, took control of the scene, instructing officers to take statements from students and staff. Then came the girl's family. Their wails rang out like bells of grief, echoing across the grounds. The mother collapsed at the sight of her daughter. The father stood, trembling, unable to speak. The detective moved them gently aside and guided them into the nearby medical room. Miss Marple, though deeply affected, did not let emotion cloud her instincts. She had seen death before, but this had the unmistakable air of violence and secrecy. What disturbed her most, however, wasn't just the murder, it was the reactions. She turned her gaze back toward the school staff, students, and parents. Most looked horrified, but a few, one or two to be precise, wore expressions that seemed off. Not sad, not shocked, just numb, or worse, indifferent. Among them, Miss Marple noticed a young male teacher, tall and thin, standing at the far end. His arms were crossed, and he stared blankly at the ground. A girl beside him was whispering nervously, glancing around as if hoping not to be noticed. Before Miss Marple could consider it further, she heard Grace's voice behind her, quiet, trembling. "This is a nightmare, Jane, a living nightmare." Miss Marple turned to see Grace's face pale with fear. Her hands shook as she tried to hold on to her professional composure. "I don't understand how this could happen. Not here, not at Elmridge. We've always prided ourselves on being a safe place for children." The detective had now approached Grace, asking her to accompany him for questioning. Grace nodded but turned to Miss Marple first, her voice low and desperate. "Please, Jane, I know this is sudden and unfair to ask, but I need your help. People will talk. They'll blame the school, the reputation we've built over the years. It could be destroyed, but I swear to you no one from this school could have done such a thing. At least, I hope not." Miss Marple placed a gentle hand on her arm. "Don't worry, Grace, I'll stay, and I'll help in any way I can, but we must let the facts speak for themselves. Truth, you see, has a habit of hiding where no one wants to look." As Grace was led away by the detective, Miss Marple stood quietly beneath the grey sky. The spring breeze stirred the hem of her coat. Somewhere nearby, a blackbird called, and she knew, deep in her bones, that the murder of this innocent girl was not random. It was deliberate, planned, and far closer to home than anyone dared admit. Chapter 3. Faces Behind the Silence. The next morning, the sun rose weakly over Elmridge School, its pale light falling like a cold sheet over the ivy-covered buildings. There was no warmth in the sky, no chirping of birds to welcome the day. Only a stillness, heavy and uncomfortable, as if nature itself had paused in sorrow. At the back gate of the school, where young Rose's lifeless body had been found just a day before, the scene was cordoned off with yellow police tape. A solitary constable stood guard, his arms folded tightly across his chest, his expression grim. The grass beneath the gate had been trampled by curious feet the day before, and now the area felt deserted, cut off from the rest of the world. Over at Bellamy House, breakfast was being served, but the usual ease of the table was gone. Bella stirred her porridge in silence, her eyes fixed on nothing in particular. "That poor child," she said softly, breaking the stillness. "Only 13 years old. What could she have possibly done to deserve such cruelty? Do you think, Jane, at that age, does one even understand pain like this?" Miss Marple sat across from her, quietly sipping her tea. She didn't answer at first. Her mind was still occupied with images from the day before. Rose's body lying broken in the grass, the bruises on her limbs, the deep wound on her head, and most of all, the scrap of fabric clutched in her small hand. Something about that piece of cloth stuck with her, as if it were the key to the whole affair, waiting patiently to be understood. Miss Marple had seen many terrible things in her time, murders driven by greed, by jealousy, by desperation. But this one was different. There was something deeply personal about it. Something that didn't fit. As she refilled her teacup, Bella spoke again. "Grace sent word. The police have asked some of the staff and older students to come in today for questioning. Grace thought you might want to join." Miss Marple gave a slight nod. "Yes, I think I will." She didn't say more, but in her mind one thought repeated itself. "Today I must look at faces. The truth always hides behind them." Later that morning, Miss Marple and Bella arrived at Elmridge School. The main entrance, usually welcoming, now seemed colder somehow. The students' laughter that once echoed through the halls was replaced by an uncomfortable silence. Even the staff who passed by walked with eyes downcast and voices lowered. The principal's office was already occupied. Inspector Langton, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a clipped moustache and observant eyes, stood by a desk reviewing a file. Two constables were seated nearby, one writing in a notebook, the other flipping through pages of student records. Grace stood as Miss Marple entered and greeted her with relief. "Jane, thank you for coming." She turned to the inspector. "This is Miss Jane Marple. I told you about her. She's helped solve several cases in the past. I thought her insight might be useful here." Langton looked Miss Marple over with mild interest. "Ah, yes, the lady from St. Mary Mead. I've heard of you." He offered a small nod. "If you've the patience to sit through school politics and frightened teachers, we'll take any insight we can get." "I assure you, Inspector," Miss Marple replied gently. "The truth rarely shouts. It usually whispers. One must only learn to listen." He gave a short, approving grunt and returned to his file. Turning back to Grace, Langton said, "I had another question. There's another gate near the back, close to where the body was found. What is it used for?" Grace hesitated. "That gate belongs to the old hostel. It hasn't been used in over 3 years. Is it locked?" "It should be. The building is partially shut down. We only use a portion of it for staff accommodations now. 2 teachers live there, but the rest is closed off. We never allow students back there." "Still," said Langton, making a note in his book, "we'll have someone check that lock." Miss Marple remained silent, but her interest was piqued. A forgotten gate, rarely checked, yet so close to where the murder had taken place. Coincidence was never something she trusted blindly. She turned to Grace. "If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to the staff, the teachers' lounge." Grace nodded. "Of course. Some are gathered there already." Miss Marple rose from her chair and quietly made her way out, her gait slow but purposeful. She had seen enough death to know that a killer often blended into the background, wearing the same look of concern as everyone else, just a little too well. Chapter 4. Unspoken Tensions. The staff room of Elmridge School was unusually quiet that morning. The faint tick of the wall clock was the only sound filling the space, as teachers sat scattered around, subdued and uncertain. Some held teacups that had gone cold, others simply stared into the distance, lost in thought. The memory of the previous day's horror still lingered like an unseen fog. Into this silence stepped Miss Jane Marple, calm but watchful, her presence both gentle and commanding. She offered a polite nod to the room and moved quietly among the teachers, scanning faces, reading mannerisms, noticing which eyes lifted to meet hers and which didn't. "I hope you'll forgive me," she began softly, "but I'd like to ask a few questions about Rose." The moment the girl's name was spoken, a hush deepened. "She was a sweet child," offered one teacher quickly, eager perhaps to fill the silence. "Obedient, always on time." "Very polite," said another. "Didn't mingle much, but never gave any trouble." "She was one of the quiet ones," added a third. "The kind you never have to worry about." Miss Marple listened patiently, but her experience told her that such unanimous praise often meant people were speaking more from discomfort than from truth. No one wanted to speak ill of the dead. Yet she sensed that somewhere beneath these smooth responses lay something uneven. Then one voice, quieter, more thoughtful, rose above the rest. "I wouldn't disagree," the speaker said. "Rose was all those things, but—" She had changed. Miss Marple turned to the woman who had spoken. She had warm but weary eyes and sat slightly apart from the others. Her voice had a teacher's firmness, but also a personal sadness. "And you are?" Miss Marple asked. Clara Hemsley. I've been teaching Rose since the 5th grade." "Then you must have known her well." "I did," Clara nodded. She was bright, clever, always engaged. She had a certain spark, especially when she was solving puzzles or writing essays. But over the past few weeks, she wasn't the same. Her performance dropped. She seemed distracted, withdrawn, even anxious at times. "Did she say anything to you?" Miss Marple asked gently. "Only that she was tired. I pressed a little, but she shut down. I assumed it was something at home. Or perhaps something she couldn't talk about." "Did she have conflicts with any staff?" Clara hesitated. Then, lowering her voice, she leaned closer to Miss Marple. "There was one incident, about 3 months ago. Rose had an argument with Sir David, the sports teacher." Miss Marple raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I didn't witness it directly," Clara continued, "but students mentioned it. Something happened during practice." Sir David raised his voice. He was visibly angry. And after that day, Rose stopped attending sports altogether. She used to love track, but she never set foot near the field again. "And no one questioned that?" Miss Marple asked, surprised. "There was some whispering," Clara admitted. "But nothing official. The staff mostly assumed she'd lost interest. And Sir David, well, he didn't bring it up." Miss Marple's eyes drifted to the far end of the staff room. There, in the corner, near a large window, sat Sir David himself. A tall man in his early 40s, well-built and clean-cut. He wore a dark sweater and grey trousers. A book was open in his hands, but he wasn't reading it. His eyes moved across the pages, yet his expression was still, cold, almost detached. What struck Miss Marple most wasn't that he was quiet. It was how unmoved he seemed, as if none of this had touched him at all. "I think I'll have a word with him," Miss Marple said softly to Clara. Clara gave a faint nod. "Please be careful, he doesn't like being questioned." Miss Marple made her way slowly to the corner, her footsteps light but steady. She stopped just beside the sofa and waited a beat before speaking. "Sir David?" He looked up, his expression neutral. "Yes." "I'm Jane Marple. I'm here to assist in the investigation in an unofficial capacity." "I see," he said, closing his book. You want to ask about Rose? If you don't mind, she said politely. I've heard there was some sort of disagreement between you and her. David sighed. That's been blown out of proportion. There was nothing serious, just a brief moment of frustration. She was a good student, a good athlete. I was shocked by what happened. Of course, said Miss Marple, gently. But it's curious. Several teachers mentioned she suddenly dropped out of sports, that she never returned to practice after that incident. David looked away for a moment, then back. She had talent, real talent, one of the best we had in years. And then she just said she didn't want to continue, gave no reason. I was firm with her, tried to talk her out of it. Maybe I was a bit too stern, but I never meant to hurt her. Miss Marple studied his face. The calmness he wore didn't match the topic. There was no flicker of grief, no tremble of guilt. And did she say anything that day? Miss Marple asked. Something that upset you? David paused. She accused me of being unfair, said I was harder on her than on the other girls. I told her I expected more from her because she had more to give. And after that you stopped speaking? She stopped showing up, he said simply. What was I supposed to do? Miss Marple gave a soft nod. I understand. Thank you for your time. She turned and walked back toward the center of the room, but her mind was racing. Something wasn't right. Sir David's words were all carefully measured. Too careful. His manner was controlled, his tone rehearsed. But there were tiny cracks, moments when his eyes didn't match his voice, or when his hands tightened on the armrest of the sofa. She returned to Clara, who was waiting by the door. Well? Clara asked quietly. He's hiding something, Miss Marple replied. Not necessarily the truth about her death, but something he doesn't want revealed. You don't think he... I don't know yet, Miss Marple admitted. But I've learned over the years that guilt doesn't always wear a guilty face. Sometimes it's hidden under concern, or silence, or a little too much calm. She turned to glance back at David one last time. He had reopened his book, but his eyes weren't moving. He was staring at the same page. There was something there, something unspoken, something he hoped would stay buried. But Miss Marple had no intention of letting it remain that way. Chapter 5. Secrets Behind the Mirror. The next day, Miss Marple accompanied Inspector Langton to visit the home of Rose's uncle and aunt. The house was modest but well kept, tucked at the end of a narrow residential lane. Inside, Rose's mother was already present, sitting quietly on the edge of the living room sofa. Her face was pale, drained of emotion, as though life had paused the moment her daughter died. While the inspector began questioning the family, Miss Marple took the opportunity to observe the surroundings. She noticed the absence of family photographs and the stiff air of formality in the home. Would it be all right if I looked at Rose's room? She asked politely. Rose's mother nodded faintly, and a maid led Miss Marple down the hall to a small bedroom. Inside, Rose's room was simple and neat. A few school books were stacked on the desk, and a pale pink bedsheet covered the single bed. A stuffed teddy bear sat by the pillow, worn, loved. Miss Marple slowly looked around, examining every corner with her usual keen eye. She checked the drawers under the bed and along the bookshelves. Then something caught her attention. Behind the vanity mirror, she noticed the corner of some papers sticking out, tucked in almost too deliberately. Carefully, Miss Marple pulled them out. They were letters, folded pages, clearly handwritten, and all signed in the same style. The handwriting was youthful, messy in parts with a dramatic flourish at the end of each note. The paper smelled faintly of cheap cologne. Across the bottom of each letter was the same phrase. Harry loves Rose. Miss Marple read through them quickly. They were personal, romantic, clearly written by a boy who claimed to be deeply in love with Rose. A love affair, she murmured, or perhaps something more complicated. Taking the letters with her, Miss Marple returned to the drawing room, where the inspector had just finished his round of questions. Without a word, she handed the stack of letters to him. Inspector Langton skimmed through them, frowning. Young people today, caught up in all the wrong things. He turned to Rose's mother. Do you know a boy named Harry? Did Rose ever mention him? Rose's mother looked confused. No, I don't know any Harry. Before anyone could say more, Rose's aunt, who had been silent until then, suddenly snapped, See, this girl was already tarnishing our family's name. Who knows what she was up to behind our backs? But before the tirade could go further, Rose's uncle Romeo raised his hand sharply and said, That's enough. The room fell silent again. Miss Marple, never one to let moments of hesitation pass, gently asked, May I ask about Rose's father? Rose's mother sighed, a faraway look in her eyes. Charlie died 5 years ago. Since then I've been living with my brother Romeo and his wife. They offered me a place when I had nowhere else to go. And how was their behavior toward Rose? Miss Marple asked, watching her carefully. There was a pause. Rose's mother glanced toward her brother and sister-in-law, then looked back at Miss Marple and answered softly, They were fine. They treated her well. Miss Marple didn't push. She had already noticed the flicker of hesitation before the answer came. After thanking the family, she stepped outside with Inspector Langton. The air was cooler now, and the wind carried the faint sound of a bicycle passing at the end of the street. I think, she said, we need to speak with the neighbours. Together they went door to door, politely asking nearby residents what they knew about Rose's family situation. The neighbours, more willing to speak than the family, told a different story. Romeo and his wife always treated that poor girl and her mother like they were just the help, said one elderly woman. Had them cooking and cleaning all day. Never once did I see them treat Rose like their own, said another. But even then, I never heard either the girl or her mother complain. They stayed quiet, a third neighbour added. Kept their heads down, never argued. Back on the sidewalk, Inspector Langton looked puzzled. Strange, Rose's mother didn't mention any of this. Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. Maybe she's afraid. Or maybe she's still protecting the only family she has left. The inspector said nothing, but the implication hung in the air. After a few moments, Miss Marple added, I'd like to speak with Rose's friends next. Perhaps they can tell us more about this boy, Harry, and what Rose might have been going through. Good idea, the inspector replied. I'll continue gathering background on the family. As they parted ways, Miss Marple held the letters a little tighter. She knew there was more to this than young love. Rose had hidden those letters for a reason. And now, someone in this village, perhaps more than one, was hiding something else. But Miss Marple had uncovered enough secrets in her life to know. The truth may hide behind mirrors, but it always leaves fingerprints. Chapter 6. Whispers in the Classroom. The air at Elmridge School had returned to order, but not to peace. Corridors were once again filled with neatly lined students, blackboard dust drifted through sunbeams, and the bells chimed on time, but underneath, something hung in the air like a secret no one dared speak. Miss Marple stepped through the wrought-iron school gates that morning, taking in the familiar sight of ivy-covered walls and regimented flower beds. But even the roses in the courtyard, in full spring bloom, seemed unusually still, like they were listening. The entire building had a hush about it, not of discipline, but of grief, or fear. She headed directly to the principal's office, where Grace Huxley greeted her with a tight-lipped smile and tired eyes. Thank you for coming, Jane. The children have settled back into routine, but nothing feels normal. Miss Marple nodded gently. I'd like to speak to any of the students who were close to Rose. A girl like her must have had at least one confidant. Grace gestured down the hallway. You can start with her class. Some of the girls are there for reading period. Miss Marple made her way to the classroom. The door creaked gently as she stepped in, and a group of young girls looked up from their desks. The teacher present stepped aside respectfully. Miss Marple smiled politely. Is there anyone here who was particularly close to Rose? After a hesitant pause, a girl stood. She looked about 14, with pale skin, straight blonde hair tucked neatly behind her ears, and intelligent, slightly anxious eyes. "I was her friend," she said. "My name is Olivia." Miss Marple walked over slowly. "Olivia, would you mind speaking with me for a few minutes?" They stepped outside to a quiet bench in the hallway. Olivia sat stiffly, hands clasped. "Olivia," Miss Marple began kindly, "do you know a boy named Harry?" Olivia's expression changed immediately. She looked down, silent for a moment. Then reluctantly she spoke. "Harry is a senior. He's in the 10th grade. He and Rose, they liked each other." "Were they in a relationship?" "No, not officially, but they were close. Everyone knew they had feelings for each other." "Did they ever fight?" "No," Olivia said quickly. "But Rose had problems with Daphne." "Daphne?" Miss Marple leaned in. "She's another student," Olivia said. "Same age as me. She's difficult. Always picking on Rose, teasing her over nothing. Rose never fought back, though. She just ignored it." "Why would Daphne act like that?" "She's jealous," Olivia said simply. She always thought Rose was everyone's favourite. Teachers, classmates, even Harry. Miss Marple considered this carefully. "And how do you know all of this?" "Daphne's my roommate," Olivia replied. "She talks to me when we're alone. Complains about Rose, sometimes says things she shouldn't." "Was Daphne in your room the night before Rose was found?" "No, she usually leaves the room around 10. I think she goes for walks." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened slightly. "And where is Daphne now?" "In the dance studio," Olivia answered. "She has rehearsal." "Thank you, Olivia. You've been very helpful." Miss Marple walked away with a thoughtful expression. Daphne, jealousy, night walks, all pieces of a puzzle slowly falling into place. She didn't waste time. Her next stop was to find Harry. He was easy to locate, a tall, lanky boy with restless energy, waiting near the lockers for his next class. When Miss Marple introduced herself, he hesitated but didn't refuse to talk. "I'm sorry to bring this up, Harry," she began gently, "but I wanted to ask you about Rose." He shifted uncomfortably. "She was my friend." "Only a friend?" He nodded quickly. "Yes. Nothing more." "But I've read the letters, Harry," she said, watching his face carefully. "The ones you wrote to her. The ones that say Harry loves Rose." Harry's face flushed. I wrote those months ago. It was stupid. We were close, yes, but we were just friends. We never dated." Before Miss Marple could press further, a sharp voice interrupted them. "Harry, your class is starting," said Miss Clara, who had appeared suddenly. She turned to Miss Marple and added with a faint smile, "He's in my maths class. Also, I'm his mother." Miss Marple's eyes flicked between Clara and Harry. "I see. I'll take him," Clara said quickly, guiding him away. "Teenage emotions, Miss Marple. You know how dramatic they can be." Miss Marple didn't respond. She simply nodded and turned toward the direction of the dance hall. She found Daphne just as rehearsal was ending. The girl was flushed, breathing heavily, her black hair damp with sweat. Miss Marple approached softly. "May I have a word?" Daphne hesitated. "Yes, of course." "Were you Rose's friend?" Daphne fidgeted. "No, not really." "I've heard you didn't like her. May I ask why?" She always got attention. Everyone liked her, even the teachers. I couldn't stand it." Miss Marple tilted her head. "So it was jealousy?" Daphne looked away. "Maybe." "And where were you the night before Rose was found?" "In my hostel room," she said quickly. Miss Marple raised an eyebrow. "Olivia told me you weren't there after 10. At this, Daphne's composure shattered. Tears welled in her eyes. "I go for walks at night," she admitted, her voice breaking. "Just to think, that night I saw Rose near the back of the hostel. She was walking alone." "And what did you do?" I got angry. I wanted to scream at her, hurt her. But my friends were there. They stopped me." "Friends?" Miss Marple asked calmly. "Harry's friends," Daphne whispered. They told me if I touched Rose, they'd tell Harry. And Harry loved her. Miss Marple's expression remained unreadable. Then why did Harry tell me they were just friends? Daphne fell silent. And in that moment, Miss Marple realized that the truth wasn't far, but it was scattered across several versions. Everyone was hiding something. Some were hiding guilt, others jealousy, and a few, perhaps, were hiding love. She stood quietly. Thank you, Daphne. That will be all for now. As Miss Marple walked back through the hallways of Elmridge School, her mind was spinning. She had spoken to Olivia, who had revealed the quiet torment Rose endured. She had confronted Harry, who denied what the letters screamed. She had pressed Daphne, who was drowning in envy, and whose rage had nearly crossed the line. And Clara, Harry's mother, had stepped in just in time to protect something, or someone. But the question still echoed in her mind like a bell. If Harry loved Rose, why did he deny her after her death? It was not just a love story anymore. It was a story of silence, of jealousy, and perhaps, just perhaps, a cover-up. And Miss Marple, with her soft steps and piercing eyes, would soon bring the truth to the surface. Chapter 7. Curtains drawn, truth revealed. The morning was unusually quiet at Elmridge School. Although the staff and students had tried to return to their routines, the air still felt weighed down, like the walls themselves remembered what had happened. Miss Marple, ever observant, made her way through the hallway with her signature calm, every step purposeful. Her first destination was Grace Huxley's office. Grace, looking weary and slightly more nervous than usual, motioned Miss Marple in without a word. Miss Marple accepted the invitation with a polite nod. "Grace," she said gently, "I was hoping to ask you something about Clara." Grace looked up from her papers. "Clara?" "Yes, I've noticed things about her that make me wonder. How was her relationship with Rose?" Grace sighed, folding her hands. "Clara is strict, there's no denying it. One of our most disciplined teachers, but she's also been here for over 10 years and is respected by staff and parents alike. She's a single mother, raised her son, Harry, on her own. She's extremely protective of him. Some might say a little too possessive." Miss Marple nodded slowly. "Interesting. May I see Harry's academic records, if you don't mind?" Without question, Grace opened her desk drawer and retrieved a folder. Miss Marple opened it and scanned the pages inside. A pattern emerged. Harry's grades had been slipping. Semester after semester, his performance declined. His earlier records showed promise, particularly in science and literature, but the past 2 years told a different story. No official warnings had been issued, but the downward trend was clear. Miss Marple closed the file, deep in thought. At that moment, the door swung open. Inspector Langton entered, carrying a small notepad and wearing a somber expression. "Morning, ladies," he said. "Thought you'd want an update." Both women turned their attention to him immediately. "We just had a visit from Rose's mother," he said. "She shared some information we hadn't heard before." Miss Marple leaned forward. "Yes?" "She told us Rose was recently thrown out of her Uncle Romeo's house," Langton explained. "Apparently her school performance was slipping, and someone sent a telegram to Romeo saying that Rose was involved with a boy at school. That pushed him over the edge." Grace's brow furrowed. "A telegram? Who sent it?" "She didn't know exactly," said Langton, "but she assumed it came from one of Rose's teachers." Miss Marple was quiet. She sensed the threads of something deeper beginning to tangle together. "There's more," the inspector continued. "We just got Rose's post-mortem results. The cause of death was blunt force trauma, but no weapon was used. The blows were consistent with being struck by bare hands. Brutal, personal." Both women sat silently for a moment, the implications sinking in. Langton then removed a small evidence bag from his coat pocket. Inside it was the scrap of cloth found clenched in Rose's hand. "We still haven't identified this," he said, "but we're running fabric comparisons." Grace leaned forward and peered through the plastic. Suddenly, her face changed. "I've seen this before," she said with certainty. "That fabric, it's from the curtains in Clara's house. I visited her once last spring. That pattern is very distinct. She told me the curtains were a gift." Miss Marple didn't speak, but her expression sharpened. She looked between the inspector and Grace with sudden clarity in her eyes. "That's it," she murmured. "That's the piece we were missing." "What do you mean?" Langton asked. "I think we need to return to the place where Rose's body was found," Miss Marple said, standing up. A short while later, Miss Marple, Inspector Langton and Grace stood at the rear gate of the school near the disused hostel. The old gate, made of rusted iron, creaked slightly in the breeze. The area had mostly been cleaned for safety and investigation purposes, but some faint traces of dried blood remained on the ground near the gate. Miss Marple crouched down and examined the soil. "There are still marks," she said. "Blood. No trail leading away, no signs of dragging. That means Rose was likely killed here, not moved from another place." Langton nodded. "There's nothing on the opposite side of the gate either. It's as if she vanished into the air. Or as if whoever did it didn't need to move her." Miss Marple straightened and looked at Grace. "Who has the keys to this gate?" she asked. Grace blinked. "The keys? Only one person, I believe. Clara. Her cottage is just beyond the gate. She uses this entrance occasionally. No one else goes through here." Miss Marple stood in silence for a few seconds. Then she turned to Langton with calm certainty. "Then we know what happened." Langton blinked. "You do?" Miss Marple folded her hands. Rose was struggling, both academically and emotionally. She was quietly seeing Harry, Clara's son. Clara, already upset about Harry's falling grades and fiercely protective of him, must have sensed something. Maybe she read the letters. Maybe she overheard a conversation. Langton nodded slowly. "And she sent the telegram." "To get Rose removed," Miss Marple said. "To cut the connection." Grace looked horrified. "But to kill her?" Miss Marple's voice dropped. "Not premeditated, but she confronted Rose. Maybe here, maybe late at night, near the hostel where no one would see. Rose stood up for herself, perhaps even threatened to tell Harry the truth. And in that moment of rage, Clara lost control." Langton frowned. "But the fabric?" Miss Marple pointed toward the evidence bag. Rose grabbed it during the struggle, a piece of Clara's curtain, likely torn from her clothes if she was wearing something made of the same material. Perhaps Clara pulled her robe over something as she came out from the house. Rose held on to it, and she died with it still in her hand. There was a silence. Langton straightened. "We'll need to bring Clara in." "And search her home," Miss Marple added. "I suspect you'll find the matching curtain there." Grace covered her mouth. "Clara, I never would have imagined." Miss Marple gave a small, sorrowful nod. "People often believe teachers are beyond reproach, but sometimes the deepest rage comes from those who believe they're doing something for love. Clara didn't want to lose her son to a girl she believed would ruin him. She thought she was protecting him. Instead, Langton closed his notepad and turned toward the gate. "We'll have a full search team here within the hour." Miss Marple stood silently for a long time, her gaze fixed on the spot where Rose's body had been found. A soft wind passed through the gate. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang, and the truth, at last, had stepped into the light. Chapter 8. A mother's rage, a daughter's silence. The quiet in the administrative office at Elmridge School was thick enough to cut. Miss Marple sat calmly at the wooden desk, fingers interlaced, waiting for the door to open. She had requested to see Harry alone, away from his teachers, classmates, and especially his mother. Moments later, the door creaked open and Harry entered, hesitant. His tie was crooked, his eyes tired and rimmed red from lack of sleep. There was something lost in his gaze. The usual teenage arrogance had been replaced with an exhausted weight far beyond his years. "Come in, Harry," Miss Marple said gently. He sat opposite her, fidgeting with his sleeve, unable to hold eye contact. I want you to know, Miss Marple began, that I already know the truth. But I think it's time you spoke it aloud. I think you need to say it. For Rose. Harry's lips quivered. He shook his head slowly. My mother didn't kill her, he whispered hoarsely. She couldn't have. Then the dam broke. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his chest and sobbed. It's my fault, all of it. If I'd just told Rose I loved her, if I'd just protected her, she'd still be here. Miss Marple didn't rush him. She sat still, letting the boy cry. She knew grief needed space, and that guilt, when kept buried, became poisonous. The door flew open suddenly. Clara Hemsley, eyes wild, stormed into the room. You have no right, she cried. You can't involve Harry in this. He has nothing to do with it. Miss Marple turned calmly. Then perhaps you'd like to explain it yourself, Clara. Why did you kill Rose? Clara froze. Her eyes darted between her son and Miss Marple. I didn't do anything, she said, voice trembling. I loved that girl like one of my own students. Miss Marple held up a clear evidence bag. Inside it was the scrap of fabric, torn, worn, and unmistakably floral. This piece of curtain cloth, she said, was found clutched in Rose's hand. It matches the curtains in your house. Grace herself confirmed it. Clara didn't speak. And, Miss Marple continued, you were the only one with keys to the hostel gate, the very place where Rose's body was discovered. No one else had access. There was a long, suffocating silence. Then Clara closed her eyes. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Yes, she whispered. Yes, I did it. Harry gasped. Mum, no! Clara turned to him quickly, crouching beside his chair. I didn't want to, sweetheart. You have to believe me. I did it for you. Miss Marple stayed silent, letting Clara speak. She was ruining you, Harry, Clara said. I saw the way you looked at her, how your studies had dropped, how you started pulling away from me. You stopped telling me things, you started keeping secrets. I didn't want to hurt her, Clara went on, her voice shaking. I warned her. I even sent that telegram to her uncle, hoping he'd remove her from your life. But she came back. And then that night, I saw her in your room. Harry looked away in shame. She was in your room, Clara said again, now addressing Miss Marple. And when I asked Harry what she was doing there, he snapped at me. He shouted, my own son, she had taken him from me. Clara stood now, trembling, her voice rising with emotion. I followed her to the back of the hostel. I just wanted to talk. I wanted to scare her. I grabbed her arm. She pulled away. I slapped her. And then she slipped. I didn't mean to push her that hard. I didn't mean for her head to hit the wall. She stopped, breathless, broken. I thought she was just unconscious. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. I didn't call for help because I knew no one would believe it wasn't deliberate. Inspector Langton had entered silently during the confession, standing behind Clara with stony eyes. Clara Hemsley, he said firmly, stepping forward. You are under arrest for the murder of Rose Fairchild. He produced handcuffs and gently motioned for her hands. Clara didn't resist. She looked at Harry, tears now flowing freely. I did this for you, she whispered. You're all I have. I only wanted to protect your future. But Harry looked back at her with stunned, shattered disbelief. You took away my present, he said quietly. You took away Rose. Clara said no more. As the inspector led her from the room, staff began to gather outside, Grace Huxley among them. She looked at Clara, a mixture of horror and disbelief in her face. How, she said, barely able to speak. How could a teacher, a woman, a mother, do something so monstrous? Clara paused in the doorway. Because I am a mother, she said, and mothers go to any lengths to protect their children. Her voice was cold now, emotionless. I tried to talk to Rose. I begged her to leave Harry alone, but she wouldn't listen. She defied me. She came into my son's life and began to pull him away. I couldn't allow that. Grace stepped back, trembling. Miss Marple looked at Clara and asked one final question. Do you regret it? Clara's eyes narrowed. No, I did what needed to be done. I would do it again if it meant saving Harry. The silence that followed was deafening. Inspector Langton led Clara down the hall and out of sight. Every eye followed her. Not a word was spoken. Only the distant sound of police radio crackling in the background broke the stillness. Miss Marple sat down in the now empty room beside Harry. He was staring blankly at the floor. She wasn't the perfect girl, he murmured. Rose could be moody, stubborn, but she never hurt anyone. She just wanted to be loved. And she was, Miss Marple replied gently. By you. A long pause followed. I didn't think it would cost her her life, Harry whispered. Miss Marple placed a comforting hand on his arm. Sometimes the people closest to us, those who love us most, do the greatest damage. Not out of hatred, but from a twisted form of care. Clara believed she was saving you, but she lost you in the process. Harry didn't respond. His grief was too heavy, too deep for words. Outside, Grace addressed the gathered teachers. Some were crying, others simply looked shaken, hollowed out by the revelation. How do we explain this? Grace said aloud. To the students? To the parents? To ourselves? Miss Marple stepped forward quietly. You tell them the truth, she said, that Rose Fairchild was failed, not by a stranger, but by someone entrusted to protect her, and that justice, though late, has come. The sky above Elmridge was pale grey that afternoon, the clouds drifting slowly across a quiet sky. The garden was silent. Rose bushes bloomed beside the hostel wall, unaware of the blood that had once soaked the earth beneath them. Miss Marple walked past the gate one last time, the very place where it had ended. As she looked down at the faint outline of where the body had once lain, she whispered softly, Rest now, child, the truth has found you. And then she walked away, quiet as always, leaving behind a school, a village, and a story that would be remembered for years to come.